Chapter 1, No Talent at the Beginning. Today is the day when all citizens of the Blue Star Federation who are 18 years old or above awaken their talents. The playground of Jiangchang No. 3 High School was crowded with people. Thousands of students gathered here, their faces showing a mixture of tension and anticipation. In the center of the playground, a 3-meter high stone platform stands. On the stone platform, there is a round black crystal. Awakening stone. It will determine the future of everyone present. Lin Feng stood in the crowd, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his heartbeat. He is a time traveler. It has been 18 years since I came to this world where everyone tames beasts. He knew very well the importance of talent to a beastmaster. From the lowest F level to the highest SSS level, talent level is almost equivalent to life. A powerful talent means being able to contract a stronger pet, having a higher social status, and countless wealth. Next, Class 7, Grade 3, Zhang Wei. The dean's serious voice came from the loudspeaker. A tall boy walked onto the stone platform and placed his hand on the awakening stone. Buzz. The awakening stone emitted a soft chime, and a soft white light appeared on its surface. In the light, a clear letter emerged. C. The dean announced loudly. Zhang Wei, sea-level talent, affinity with the earth. Zhang Wei in the audience breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Sea level, although not outstanding, is enough to make him a qualified beastmaster, and his future life is guaranteed. There was a sparse applause from the crowd. Next one, Class 2, Grade 3, Chen Shui. A girl with a ponytail walked quickly onto the stage. She placed her hand on the awakening stone. A dazzling golden light burst out instantly, several times brighter than Zhang Wei's white light just now. A golden A danced in the light. A level. The dean's voice rose an octave. Chen Shui, a level talent, praise of light. The playground was instantly boiling. Oh my god, it's an A-level talent. Chen Shui from Class 2, she usually seems quite quiet, but she's really amazing. With a level talent, you'll be sought after by all the major beast-taming armies in top universities upon graduation. Envious discussions arose one after another. Chen Shui walked off the stage under the watchful eyes of the crowd, with her chin held high. The awakening ceremony continues. Most people are D or C level, and the occasional appearance of AB level can cause quite a stir. Time passes. Next one, Class 7, Grade 3, Lin Feng. Hearing his name, Lin Feng straightened his collar and walked towards the stone platform. The eyes around him instantly focused on him. Lin Feng's appearance is outstanding in the whole school, and he receives a lot of attention on a daily basis. He walked to the awakening stone, stretched out his right hand, and slowly pressed it. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The expected light did not appear. The awakening stone was pitch black, cold, and unresponsive. The discussions in the audience gradually died down, and everyone held their breath. The dean frowned and walked forward to knock on the awakening stone. Is the instrument malfunctioning? He signaled Lin Feng to try again. Lin Feng withdrew his hand and pressed it again. The awakening stone remained silent. As if it were an ordinary stone, it was indifferent to the warmth of his palm. The dean's face turned ugly. He stepped forward himself and placed his hand on the other side of the awakening stone. Buzz. A faint gray light immediately appeared on the awakening stone. This proves that the instrument is functioning properly. So the problem lies with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, awakening, failed. The Dean of Studies announced this unprecedented result in a dry voice. The entire playground fell into dead silence. Then, there was a burst of laughter and uproar. Awakening failed? Is there any chance of such a thing happening? It's not even F rank. How bad is it? It's really a waste of money to have such a nice face. It turns out that you are a complete waste. The harsh discussions were like needles piercing Lin Feng's ears. He stood on the stage, looking at the faces below, some mocking, some pitying, and some gloating. His body was a little stiff. After traveling through 18 years, he had imagined that he might be F class, and he had also imagined that he might be SSS class. This was the only situation he had never anticipated. The talent slot is empty. Lin Feng, come down. The head teacher, Lao Wang, walked to the edge of the stage at some point and called him softly. Lin Feng turned his head woodenly and walked down the stone platform. Lao Wang patted his shoulder and moved his lips. Don't care about what others think. Talent is not everything in life. There was sympathy in his voice. Lin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and uttered a single syllable. He responded. In this world, he was alone, relying on federal orphan subsidies and odd jobs to survive. He has long been accustomed to being alone. However, this loneliness is infinitely magnified today. The awakening ceremony ended and the crowd gradually dispersed. People passing by him looked at him with strange eyes. Lin Feng walked out of the school gate alone. The hustle and bustle of the city became a noisy background noise to him. He returned to his rented house in the old town. The room is small and simply furnished. A bed, a table and a wardrobe make up everything. He threw himself on the bed and stared at the yellowed ceiling. My mind is blank. How can a person who cannot become a beastmaster survive in this world? Go to the factory to tighten screws? Or work as a waiter in a restaurant? Do you rely on your looks to sell your ass? No, he couldn't accept such a future. Rather than living your whole life in the contempt and pity of others, it is better to take a gamble. A crazy idea started to grow in his mind. Outside the city, the Warcraft Forest. It is a training ground for beastmasters and also a forbidden area for ordinary people. There are countless powerful monsters lurking there, and it is fraught with danger. Going there is a risk of death. But for someone who has lost even his future, the threat of death becomes insignificant. Perhaps, between life and death, there will be some turning point. He jumped out of bed. This action is called reopening out of town. It is the last choice of those desperate gamblers. If they win, they change their fate. If they lose, they catch the next flight. Lin Feng opened the wardrobe and found a half-worn backpack. He turned out all the valuables in the room. A fruit knife, half a bottle of water, and a few hundred federal coins. This is all his possessions. He put the money in his pocket, held the fruit knife, and left the rental house. He didn't even look back. An hour later, Lin Feng stood under the tall city wall of Jiangchang. Outside the city gate is an endless primeval forest. The air was filled with a savage and bloody atmosphere. The guards guarding the city glanced at him, saw that he was poorly equipped and looked like a student, and then they didn't bother to pay any more attention to him. Every year, many young people who are depressed come here to commit suicide. They've seen it a lot. Lin Feng stepped out of the city gate and walked into the Warcraft forest. The tall trees blocked out the sun, and the light in the forest was dim. All kinds of strange plants can be seen everywhere, and the roars of unknown monsters can be heard from time to time. Lin Feng clenched the fruit knife in his hand. The handle of the knife was a little slippery due to the sweat from the palm of my hand. He wandered aimlessly through the woods. He didn't know how long he had been walking. My legs and feet are numb and my mouth is dry. The dangerous atmosphere around was getting stronger and stronger. He could even feel several cold eyes staring at him in the dark. Chapter 2: The Advent of the System, God-Level Choice. He stopped and leaned against a huge tree to catch his breath. Just then, a deafening roar came from not far away. Boom! The earth trembled. Countless birds were startled and the forest was in chaos. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It's high-level monsters fighting. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but his legs were somewhat out of control. Curiosity ultimately triumphed over fear. He crouched down and cautiously moved towards the direction where the sound came from. Push aside a giant fern. The scene before him made his pupils shrink suddenly. It was a huge pit, and the bottom of the pit was covered with burn marks and broken scales. The surrounding trees were razed to the ground was charred, and wisps of green smoke were rising. The battle seemed to have just ended. In the center of the pit, there lay a figure. Lin Feng looked closely. It was a young girl. She was wearing a tattered golden dress and her skin was whiter than snow. A head of brilliant golden hair spread on the ground, and a pair of exquisite dragon horns grew on the top of the head. There was a hideous penetrating wound on her abdomen, and golden blood kept flowing out, dyeing the ground beneath her golden. What's most striking is what's behind her. It was a pair of huge wings, but now they were in a twisted posture. One of the wings was broken in the middle, and the white bone stump pierced the flesh and was exposed to the air. The other one was also covered with cracks and most of its feathers had fallen off. There should have been a pair of gorgeous dragon horns on her forehead. Now, the right dragon horn was broken off at the root, and golden blood was flowing from the wound. Her breathing was weak, and her chest rose and fell only slightly. The breath of life is rapidly fading away. It's a dragon. A dying dragon girl. Lin Feng stood there, his mind blank. He was just an ordinary person who failed to awaken and came to the forest to seek relief. But he encountered the legendary creature. Just as he was stunned, the dragon girl in the pit had her eyelashes trembling slightly. She opened her eyes with difficulty. Those were a pair of golden vertical pupils, but at this moment they were dim and filled with pain and weakness. Her gaze fell directly on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart was beating wildly. Those golden vertical pupils were reflecting his standing figure. Escape? Escape! As soon as this thought came to mind, he suppressed it firmly. If he runs now, can an ordinary person without weapons outrun the legendary dragons? Go forward and check? The penetrating wound in the opponent's abdomen was still bleeding golden blood. That was the injury caused by an existence that could raze the entire forest to the ground in one blow. The moment he hesitated, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host is facing a decision that could change his fate. The God-level selection system is officially activated. Generating options. In front of Lin Feng's eyes, 3 lines of large, glowing characters appeared out of thin air. Choice 1, take advantage of her weakness and kill her. Step forward and seize the dragon crystal within her body. The system will reward you with the SSS level talent Hand of Plunder, which allows you to seize the essence of all things. Consequence, you will become the eternal target of the Dragon Clan. Choice 2, turn around and leave, pretending you didn't see anything. The system will reward you with a safe house to keep you safe in the city. Consequence, you will forever lose the opportunity to become a powerful person and live a life of mediocrity. Choice 3, save her. Use your own blood essence as a guide to form a symbiotic contract. The success rate is extremely low, and there is a 99% chance that you will be burst by the dragon bloodline and die on the spot. If successful, the system will reward you with the god-level talent Infinite Contract and gain the full power of the Dragon Girl. Lin Feng's breathing stopped for a moment. System? The golden finger, which is essential for time travelers, finally arrives 18 years later. He quickly scanned the 3 options, his brain working at an unprecedented speed. Option 1, SSS level talent, Hand of Plunder. It sounds incredibly powerful. But the consequence is the eternal pursuit of the Dragon Clan. He has no doubt that as soon as he gets the dragon crystal, the next step would be torn to pieces by the giant dragon that descended from the sky. The mortality rate of this option is probably even higher than that of option 3. Exclude. Option 2, safe house, lifelong peace. Lin Feng twitched his lips in self-mockery. He wanted to break this kind of peaceful and mediocre life. He risked his life to come to the Warcraft forest. Now he was asked to turn back and be a coward for the rest of his life? He can't do it. Then, there is only one last option left. Select 3. Save her. 99% mortality rate. This was almost a death sentence. Being burst by the dragon bloodline didn't sound like a comfortable way to die. But if you succeed, the reward is the God-level Infinite Contract talent, plus the full power of the Dragon Girl. God level. That is an existence above the SSS level, a talent level that only exists in legends. Lin Feng's gaze once again turned to the dragon girl at the bottom of the pit. Her golden pupils had begun to blur, and the fire of life could be extinguished at any time. Coming to the world of Warcraft Forest was a gamble. Bet on a slim possibility, bet on a future that is unwilling to be ordinary. Now, an opportunity lies before us. A chance of 99% mortality in exchange for a 1 in 10,000 chance of reaching the sky. Leave the city and reopen it. If you don't succeed, you will die. Damn it, brothers, when people die, birds fly up to the sky. Lin Feng whispered to himself. Standing here today, he has already put life and death aside. A 1% success rate is always better than 100% despair with 0 talent. System, I choose 3. He muttered to himself. The selection has been confirmed. Host, please act immediately. The target's vital signs are rapidly fading. Time remaining, 3 minutes. How to conclude a symbiotic contract: use the blood from your fingertip to place a dot between the other person's eyebrows. The cold reminder sound was like a death warrant. Lin Feng did not delay any longer. He jumped down from the edge of the pit and staggered to land beside the dragon girl. The strong smell of blood mixed with a strange fragrance penetrated into his nostrils. After a closer look, he realized that the dragon girl's injuries were far more serious than he had imagined. In addition to the penetrating wound on her abdomen, her body was covered with fine cracks. Golden blood continued to seep out from the cracks, and the whole person looked like a piece of porcelain about to break. Lin Feng raised the fruit knife in his hand and scratched his index finger hard. Holy shit, that hurts. A bloody wound appeared and bright red blood immediately gushed out. He stretched out his hand, trembling, and touched the dragon girl's smooth forehead. Just when his fingertips were about to touch the other person's skin, the dragon girl's scattered golden vertical pupils suddenly focused, and a majestic and vast dragon power burst out. How dare you, a lowly creature! Intermittent and majestic divine thoughts exploded in his mind. Lin Feng's body felt like it had been struck by lightning. He froze in place, his mind blank. His soul trembled under the pressure. This is absolute suppression from the level of life. He felt that if he moved forward another millimeter, he would be crushed into pieces by this force. Warning! The target's subconscious is instinctively resisting. The host's willpower is too low, the contract is about to fail. Consequences of failure, soul annihilation. The system's warning sound was sharp and piercing. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. He bit the tip of his tongue, and the intense pain brought him back a little clarity. Move, for me! He roared in his heart. The veins on his arms bulged, and all the strength in his body was concentrated on this one finger. Chapter 3, Contract with the Dragon Girl, and you will be invincible from now on. He used all his willpower to fight against the fear and pressure from the depths of his soul. 1 millimeter. Another millimeter. His fingertips finally touched the dragon girl's cold eyebrows. That drop of bright red blood was imprinted right between her eyebrows. Buzz. An extremely complex golden magic circle was centered on his fingertips. It suddenly lit up, instantly imprinted on the dragon girl's forehead, and then disappeared. The symbiotic contract begins. The dragon bloodline begins to infuse. Warning! The host's physique is too weak to withstand the dragon bloodline. Countdown to physical collapse, 10, 9, 8. Almost at the moment when the system prompt sounded, an indescribable terrifying force emerged from the dragon girl's body. Through the link of the contract, it rushed into Lin Feng's body madly. Ah! Lin Feng let out a shrill scream. His skin cracked inch by inch, blood gushed out from the cracks, and he instantly turned into a bloody man. The bones are groaning and the meridians are breaking. He could clearly feel that his body was being stretched and torn apart from the inside by the violent force. This is the feeling of being burst by the dragon bloodline. The shadow of death is clearer than ever before. The host's life is in danger. The contract is about to be terminated. God-level talent infinite contract activates talent effect, symbiosis. Beginning to transform the host's life form. Converting 1% 10%. Just when Lin Feng's consciousness was about to fade away, a gentle yet powerful force flowed out from the contract in reverse and poured into his limbs and bones. That power, carrying endless vitality, began to repair his body that was on the verge of collapse. Torn skin heals, broken bones reshape. Under the guidance of this power, the violent dragon bloodline became docile and began to merge with his body. Lin Feng's body is undergoing a radical transformation. At the same time, the injuries of the dragon girl lying on the ground were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The penetrating wound in the abdomen began to wriggle and heal quickly. The broken wings, the white bone stumps retracted into the flesh, and new wings were growing. The dragon horn that had been broken off at the root on the forehead also began to slowly grow new horn buds. The vitality she was losing was being replenished from Lin Feng through the symbiotic contract. And Lin Feng is bearing her original pain and strength. This is a cycle. A cycle that uses Lin Feng as a transit point and the power of the system as a catalyst to transform death into rebirth. I don't know how long it took. Maybe it's a moment, maybe it's a century. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at his hands. The skin becomes whiter, with a faint flow of light and is full of explosive power. He could feel that every cell in his body was filled with unprecedented vitality. Contract successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level talent, Infinite Contract. Infinite Contract. Effect 1 Symbiosis, the host and the contracted party share life and power. If one party is immortal, the other party will also be indestructible. Effect 2 Infinite, there is no upper limit on the number of pets the host can contract with. Effect 3 Synchronize, the host can obtain some of the talents and skills of the contracted pet. Detected that the host and the dragon girl have completed a symbiotic contract. The host gains the power of the dragon clan, and his physical fitness is greatly improved. Host obtains dragon talents, dragon-like primary, elemental affinity, all attributes. Host obtains dragon clan skills, dragon breath not activated, dragon language magic not activated. A series of information flowed through Lin Feng's mind. He clenched his fists, feeling the power surging in his body, and a sense of unreality surged in his heart. He succeeded. He actually won the bet. From a waste with zero talent, he suddenly became a powerful being with god-level talent and dragon power. He turned his head and looked at the dragon girl beside him. The wounds on her body had completely healed, and her skin was as smooth as new under her tattered golden dress. The broken wings have been repaired, and although they are still a little dull, they have returned to their complete form. A crystal-clear new horn grew out of the broken horn on the forehead. She lay there quietly, breathing steadily, her long golden hair spread on the ground, holy and beautiful. Lin Feng's mind was a little dazed. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch the other person's cheek. At this moment, the dragon girl's eyelashes trembled slightly. She slowly opened her golden vertical pupils. Their eyes met. Lin Feng's figure was reflected in those golden vertical pupils. Deep in the pupils, there is a cold scrutiny, an innate arrogance, and a hint of imperceptible confusion. Lin Feng's heartbeat returned to normal. He could feel a new power coursing through his veins. This power comes from the same source as her. A cold and arrogant divine thought sounded directly in his mind. Mortal, what have you done to me? The voice was filled with anger and murderous intent. Lin Feng's body instinctively tensed up, but deep in his soul, the connection derived from the contract allowed him to calm his mind. He looked at her calmly. I saved your life. The dragon girl's golden eyes narrowed slightly, and the majestic dragon power rose again, crushing towards Lin Feng. Presumptuous. However, as soon as the pressure left her body, she let out a muffled groan. A trace of painful paleness appeared on the beautiful face. She was shocked to find that the pressure exerted on Lin Feng actually acted on her exactly the same way. Lin Feng moved his neck, and a crisp sound came out. I advise you to calm down. We are now grasshoppers on the same rope. He pointed to the center of his eyebrows and then to her forehead. Have you heard of the symbiotic contract? The dragon girl's pupils suddenly contracted. Impossible. How can a mortal man reach the soul barrier of the dragon race? Her words stopped abruptly. Because she clearly felt that an unbreakable soul connection had been established between herself and the mortal in front of her. Life, strength, and even soul are all shared. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. She, a noble dragon, actually concluded a supreme symbiotic contract with a humble human. How absurd and shameful this is. A surge of anger rushed to her head. She struggled to stand up, but it affected the wounds in her body that had just healed, and she felt weak. Lin Feng took a step forward and stretched out his hand. Don't move. You've lost a lot of strength, and your body is only healing superficially. His palm was broad and warm as he held her arm. The dragon girl's body stiffened. She had lived for thousands of years and had never come into such close contact with any male creature. Especially since the other person is just a mortal in her eyes. She wanted to shake it off, but she couldn't muster any strength in her body. May I have your name? Lin Feng's voice broke the awkwardness. The dragon girl turned her head, raised her chin proudly, snorted coldly, and refused to answer. Lin Feng didn't care either. My name is Lin Feng. He helped her sit down against a relatively flat rock. How do you feel now? Besides feeling weak, what else is wrong with you? His tone was very calm, as if he was asking an ordinary friend. The dragon girl remained silent. She looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. This human was so bold that he took advantage of the dragon's distress to make a contract with her. Chapter 4 Welcome to my world. But it was this contract that pulled her back from the brink of death. The gratitude for saving her life and the humiliation of being forcibly bound, these two emotions intertwined in her heart. Boom! There was another ground shaking in the distance. Several huge black shadows were moving quickly in this direction. It's World of Warcraft. A predator attracted by the strong smell of dragon blood here. The dragon girl's expression changed. They are iron-armored earth dragons, 3 of them, all at the commander level. Her perception is still there. In my current state, I can't deal with them. She looked at Lin Feng, with a hint of command in her golden pupils. Mortal, take me out of here. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Mortal? You'd better call me something else, my partner. He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word partner. The dragon girl's teeth were clattering. You. My name is Yueshi. She almost squeezed out these two words from between her teeth. This is her name in human form. As for the dragon's real name that was hundreds of syllables long, she would never tell this hateful guy. Yueshi. Lin Feng nodded. It's a nice name. Now, we should go. He turned around and faced the direction where the monsters were rushing towards him. We can't escape. They've surrounded us. Yueshi's voice was filled with a hint of anxiety. There are 3 iron-armored earth dragons, each nearly 10 meters tall, covered with hard black scales, like moving hills. Their scarlet eyes were fixed on the moonlight in the center of the pit. That was a greedy desire for dragon blood. Stay here and don't move, Lin Feng said to Yueshi. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Yueshi. Yueshi was stunned. What are you going to do? You're just an ordinary person, get out of the way. In her opinion, Lin Feng's move was tantamount to trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. Lin Feng looked back at her, with a smile on his lips. Ordinary people? That was a few minutes ago. He twisted his wrist, feeling the power coursing through his body. It's time to test this gift from heaven. An armored earth dragon lost its patience. It roared, stretched out its heavy limbs, and rushed towards Lin Feng. The earth was shaking. A foul-smelling wind blew in my face. Yueshi subconsciously closed her eyes, unable to bear to watch the bloody scene that followed. Lin Feng stood there, motionless. Just as the huge head of the armored earth dragon was about to hit him, he moved. There were no fancy moves, just a simple right punch, hitting the huge head. A faint golden light flashed on the fist. Bang! There was a loud, dull sound. Time stopped at this moment. The expected scene of Lin Feng being smashed into a pulp did not appear. The huge body of the armored earth dragon that was charging forward froze in midair for a moment. Then, it flew backwards at a speed even faster than when it came. Rumble! It knocked down a dozen giant trees and plowed a deep furrow in the ground. Finally, it crashed heavily 100 meters away, stirring up a cloud of dust. Its head was completely sunken, its hard scales shattered into pieces, and blood and brain matter spurted out. Killed with one blow. The other 2 armored earth dragons stopped, fear showing in their scarlet pupils. Yueshi slowly opened her eyes. She saw the armored earth dragon lying dead in the distance. He looked at Lin Feng again, who was standing there and slowly retracting his fist. The back figure was not tall, but at this moment it gave her a feeling of indestructibility. Her mind went blank. Is this really a power that a mortal can possess? She could feel that the punch Lin Feng used just now was from her dragon power. Although it was just a tiny amount, after the transformation of the symbiotic contract, the power it unleashed was so astonishing. Lin Feng shook his hands. My fists felt a little numb, but more of it was a refreshing pleasure. This is what power feels like. He turned his gaze to the 2 remaining armored earth dragons. The 2 ferocious monsters actually took half a step back at this moment. They smelled a scent from this human that made their souls tremble. That is a pressure more advanced than pure dragon blood. Dragon power. Lin Feng's mind moved, and the dragon power that belonged to him and Yueshi was released without reservation. Roll. He uttered a word. The 2 iron-armored earth dragons seemed to have been pardoned. They let out a wail, turned around, tucked their tails between their legs, and fled in panic. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. The whole world is quiet. Lin Feng turned around and walked back to Yueshi. It's safe now. Yueshi raised her head and looked at him with a completely new perspective. Shock, confusion, and a hint of something strange that she herself hadn't noticed. You. She wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. Lin Feng extended his hand to her. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. We have to go back to the city. Yueshi looked at the hand stretched out in front of her and hesitated for a moment. In the end, she still placed her slightly cold hand on him. Lin Feng pulled her up from the ground with force. Yueshi's body was very light and she was a little unsteady, with most of her body leaning on Lin Feng. A faint fragrance penetrated into Lin Feng's nostrils. Lin Feng's body was a little stiff. An unnatural blush appeared on Yueshi's cheeks. She quickly steadied herself and kept some distance from Lin Feng. I can walk on my own. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Lin Feng let go of his hand and coughed dryly. Then let's go. The two walked towards the outskirts of the Warcraft forest, one in front and one behind. Lin Feng led the way in front, and Yueshi followed behind, with a somewhat unsteady step. She looked at Lin Feng's back, her golden eyes flickering, wondering what she was thinking. This human being whose fate was tied to hers didn't seem as humble as she had imagined. An hour later, the tall city wall of Jiangcheng appeared at the end of the field of vision. Lin Feng stopped and looked back at Yueshi. Her long golden hair and the dragon horns on her head were too conspicuous. Walking into the city in such a brazen manner would probably cause a commotion immediately. It will be troublesome for you to go into the city in this state, Lin Feng said. Yueshi frowned, she had also thought of this problem. She thought about it and tried to use illusion to conceal her features. But the power in his body was empty and he couldn't use it at all. I'm out of energy and can't perform transfiguration. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. He took off his coat. Wrap your head with this first. His coat was a plain black jacket with a hood. Yueshi took the coat and put it on awkwardly, then pulled up the hood to cover her golden hair and dragon horns. The gorgeous but tattered golden dress she was wearing was mostly covered by the jacket. From a distance, she looks like a tall girl who likes to play cosplay. Let's go and get into the city before dark. Lin Feng glanced at the sky. As the sun sets, the afterglow dyes the sky orange. The two quickened their pace and headed towards the city gate. The guards guarding the city were replaced. When they saw Lin Feng and a hooded girl walking towards them, they just glanced at them casually. One of the guards was the one who saw Lin Feng leaving the city alone in the afternoon. When he saw that Lin Feng had returned alive and brought a girl with him, a strange expression appeared on his face. Didn't this kid go out to take a flight to get his ticket reissued, or did he go out on a date? Lin Feng looked straight ahead and walked quickly into the city gate with Yueshi. Passing through the long doorway, the hustle and bustle of the city surrounded him again. This time, his state of mind was completely different from when he left. He is no longer the useless person with a bleak future in nothing. He now had a dragon companion by his side. His future holds endless possibilities. Lin Feng took a deep breath and felt the air in the city mixed with various smells. He turned around and glanced at Yueshi. Under the hood, the pair of golden vertical pupils were looking at this human steel city curiously, with eyes full of novelty. Welcome to my world, Lin Feng said softly. Chapter 5, The shocked dragon lady takes her to eat instant noodles. The golden vertical pupils of the moon are reflecting the myriad lights of this human city. The shrill sound of the horn, mixed with the aroma of food and the stench of the sewer. All kinds of bizarre colors flooded into her perception. She had lived for thousands of years and had never experienced such a complex and chaotic world. Noise, chaos, and dirty air. And these iron boxes crawling slowly across the sky, they're such ugly creations. Lin Feng glanced at the maglev bus flying across the sky. That's called a maglev car. It's much faster than walking on your feet. In my prime, I could cross the galaxy with a single thought. Yushi's voice was filled with innate pride. Yes, you are the best. Lin Feng nodded perfunctorily. Your Highness, the great lady of the galaxy dragon, we must find a place to stay first, otherwise we will have to sleep on the street tonight. Yueshi's body stiffened for a moment. Sleeping on the street? How could she, a noble dragon, sleep in such a dirty place? She stopped talking and just followed Lin Feng silently, with her hood pulled down a little lower. She was indeed weak. The two walked on the sidewalk, and passers-by around them cast curious glances at them. A tall girl with her entire face covered by a hood followed a young man wearing a short-sleeved shirt and with a calm expression. This combination is eye-catching enough anywhere. Why are they all looking at us? Yushi's mind was filled with some displeasure. Maybe it's because you're dressed like someone who's going to rob a bank, Lin Feng said casually. Yueshi didn't understand what bank robbery was, but she could hear the sarcasm in the words. She snorted coldly, said nothing more, and just pulled her hood down lower. Jiangcheng is divided into upper city and lower city. Lin Feng's rental house is located in the most remote corner of the downtown area, an old apartment building that looks weathered. Lin Feng led her into increasingly narrow and dilapidated alleys. The surrounding tall skyscrapers were replaced by low-rise residential buildings. The bright and colorful neon signs turned into dim street lights that flickered on and off. The air was filled with a smell of damp and rust. Yueshi's pace slowed down. She looked at the mottled graffiti on the wall and the garbage piled in the corner, her golden pupils filled with incomprehension. Is this his world? The human who made a symbiotic contract with me and killed the armored earth dragon with one punch lives in a place like this? Finally, Lin Feng stopped in front of a 6-story apartment building that looked shaky. Arrive. He took out an old key and opened the rusty unit door. The corridor was pitch black and the voice-controlled lights had long since stopped working. Lin Feng walked up familiarly. Yueshi hesitated for a moment and followed him. The wooden stairs creaked under the heavy weight. 4th floor. Lin Feng stopped in front of the door of room 404, inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it. Click. The door opened. A heavy air hit me in the face. Yueshi stood at the door, completely stunned by the scene in front of her. The room was pathetically small. A bed, a table, and a chair are almost all the furniture. Some of the wall paint was peeling off, revealing the gray cement inside. The only window faced the wall of another building and not much light came in. Is this his lair? The dragon's lair, even the most destitute sub-dragon, will be filled with gold, silver and jewelry. As for this place, to describe it as barren is a compliment. You live here? Yueshi's voice trembled, which she herself was not aware of. Is there a problem? Lin Feng walked into the house and turned on the light. The dim light came on, revealing the distress in the room. He casually pushed the clutter on the table aside to make some space for Yueshi. Yueshi stood at the door, her body stiff and her feet felt as if they had taken root. Her noble dragon body resisted entering such a simple environment. Come in, or do you want to spend the night in the corridor? Lin Feng looked back at her. Yueshi bit her lip and finally took a step forward. She walked into the house, carefully avoiding the debris on the floor, her movements revealing an indescribable awkwardness. Lin Feng pointed to the only bed. You sleep there. What about you? Yueshi asked subconsciously. Floor. Yueshi's self-esteem was instantly ignited. I don't need your charity, mortal. Symbiotic contract. Lin Feng uttered 4 words. Your physical condition will affect me. I don't want to wake up in the middle of the night because of the recurrence of your injury. He brought out a universal excuse. Yueshi's face turned pale and blue, and her words of rebuttal were stuck in her throat. She took a deep breath, walked to the bed, and poked the mattress with her fingers. The mattress was very soft and sank into a pit. She sat down hesitantly. Crack! The old bed frame gave a loud protest. Yueshi's whole body jumped, and an expression of mixed fear and disgust appeared on her beautiful face. Lin Feng pretended not to see it and began to tidy up his bed. An awkward silence fell in the room. Gurgle. An untimely voice broke the silence. The sound came from Yueshi's abdomen. Her cheeks flushed instantly, from her ears to her neck. Lin Feng stopped, raised his head, and held back his laughter. Hungry? Yueshi turned her head and raised her chin proudly. Dragons can go hundreds of years without food. You are no longer a pure dragon, my friend. Lin Feng emphasized the pronunciation of the word partner. You also have half of the hunger of a mortal in your body. It's a symbiotic contract again. Yueshi was so angry that her teeth were itching. What do you want to eat? Lin Feng asked. Yueshi said coldly, the crystal contains pure magic power. The core of the Earth's core molten fire, or at worst, a few commander-level monster hearts will do. She was being deliberately difficult. Lin Feng looked at her expressionlessly. I have braised beef noodles and mushroom-stewed chicken noodles. Choose one. What is that? Lin Feng took out 2 colorful packaging bags from the box under the table. He tore open one of the packages and put the bread and seasoning packet into a large enamel bowl. Then he picked up the old kettle on the table, filled it with water, and placed it on a simple electric stove. Soon, the water boiled. He poured boiling water into the bowl. An overbearing fragrance instantly filled the entire small room. Yueshi's nose twitched involuntarily. The smell was strange and cheap, yet had an irresistible appeal. 3 minutes later, Lin Feng stirred it with a fork and pushed the bowl in front of Yueshi. Eat it. Yueshi looked at the yellow curly noodles and the few pitiful dehydrated vegetables floating in the bowl and fell into a long silence. Is this food? This is an insult to food. I don't eat this kind of thing. She refused flatly. Gurgle. Her stomach protested honestly again. Lin Feng didn't try to persuade him, he picked up another pack and started brewing it too. He leaned against the table, rolling up noodles with his fork and slurping them. Make a satisfied sound. The fragrance is stronger. Yueshi's eyes glanced at the bowl of noodles uncontrollably. Her throat rolled slightly. The dignity built up over thousands of years is in fierce struggle with the most primitive physiological desires. Chapter 6, Sweep out the door and wander around with Dragon Girl. In the end, desire prevailed. She stretched out her slender white hand and picked up the plastic fork. His movements were clumsy but his posture was elegant, as if he was tasting some exquisite delicacy. She picked up a noodle with a fork and put it into her mouth hesitantly. The noodles are a bit soft and the soup has a strong flavor, with an industrial synthetic taste. But it was this taste that she had never tasted before, sliding down her esophagus. It turned into a warm current, instantly soothing her empty stomach. Her eyes lit up. Then, she began to eat quickly at a speed that was completely inconsistent with her aloof temperament. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth as he looked at her wolfing down the food. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed initial interaction with the first contract partner, Yueshi. Partner panel has been unlocked. Lin Feng's mind moved, and a virtual panel that only he could see unfolded before his eyes. Partner, Yueshi. Race, Golden Holy Dragon. Status, extremely weak, soul damaged contract symbiosis repairing. Strength level? Burning life can restore peak combat power. Favorability, 10-100 contract binding. Golden Holy Dragon. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This is much more specific and powerful than the Dragon Clan he imagined. And the 10 points of favorability are specially marked with contract binding. This means that this is completely imposed by the system, and she herself probably has a negative impression of him. It's a long and arduous journey to capture the Dragon Lady. When he looked at Yueshi again, she had already finished the whole bowl of noodles and the soup. She put down the bowl, picked up the tissue, wiped the corners of her mouth, and returned to her cold and arrogant look. But in those golden pupils, there was less alienation and more complex emotions. This thing is barely enough to fill my stomach, she said stubbornly. Lin Feng smiled and put away the dishes. He looked at Yueshi's tattered golden dress. And I felt it was inappropriate to wear my own jacket on the outside. Got to get her some normal clothes. Just as he was thinking about how to spend the little money he had left. Boom! 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 The door was banged loudly. Lin Feng. Open the door. I know you are inside. A rude man's voice roared outside the door. It's time to pay this month's rent. Get out if you don't. It's the landlord. Lin Feng's face darkened. Yueshi's body tensed up instantly, and the guard she had just let down was raised again, and a cold light flashed in her golden pupils. A cold breath spread out from her. The temperature in the room dropped suddenly. Don't move, let me handle it. Lin Feng made a gesture to her to keep quiet. He walked behind the door and lowered his voice. Uncle Wang, I have to go to work tomorrow. Can I have 2 days off? 2 days? You said the same thing last month. The landlord outside the door didn't listen at all. If you can't pay today, take your things and get out. Bang! The landlord kicked the door hard again. Yueshi's eyebrows raised. How dare a mortal make such a noise? There was a real killing intent in her mind. How dare you threaten my contractor? Outside the door, the landlord's roar and kicking of the door continued. Yueshi's mind was cold and filled with real murderous intent. The dragon power in her body dissipated uncontrollably, the temperature of the entire room dropped sharply, and the air became stagnant. Lin Feng held her shoulders. Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. His voice was soft, but through the soul link, he clearly conveyed the unquestionable command. Yueshi's body stiffened, and the murderous intent that was about to erupt was forcibly suppressed. She looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Just crush these ants to death. If we crush him, we'll be wanted by the whole city in no time. Lin Feng shook his head. I don't want to become a desperado just after gaining power. The shouting and cursing outside the door continued, and the foul language was unbearable to hear. Lin Feng's eyes also turned cold. He walked to the door and spoke to the outside. I'm leaving now. The sound outside the door stopped abruptly. You've got some sense. Get out of here. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the pitiful belongings in the room. A bed, a table, and a chair. These things witnessed his embarrassment and despair over the past 18 years. Now, it's time to say goodbye. Let's go, he said to Yueshi. Yueshi was stunned for a moment. Where are you going? Go somewhere worthy of you. Lin Feng opened the door. A fat man with a face full of flesh was standing in the corridor. He was the landlord. The landlord saw Lin Feng and then saw the man behind him wearing a hood. The tall girl had a look of disdain on her face. Oh, after all this time, it's like you're hiding a beautiful woman in a golden house. No wonder you can't pay the rent. A cold light flashed in Yueshi's golden pupils under her hood. Lin Feng stood in front of her and looked at the landlord calmly. We're moving out now. I thought, brother, stop talking. If you keep talking, I can't protect you. Whether I can stop this dragon lady from going crazy is another matter. This city will definitely disappear completely. He took Yueshi and walked past the landlord. The landlord wanted to say a few more sarcastic words, but when he saw Yueshi's hooded glance, a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and he swallowed the words back. What's that look? The two walked down the creaking stairs and left the dilapidated apartment. Standing at the entrance of the dirty alley, Yueshi felt a little confused. Where are we going now? Uptown. Lin Feng looked at the balance in his pocket. Federal currency, 325 yuan. This is all his belongings. Take a taxi. He stopped a hover taxi on the side of the road. The car door opened, and Yueshi looked at the small interior space and frowned. You want me to sit in this tin can? Or you can walk there if you want. It'll take about 5 hours. Yueshi pursed her lips and reluctantly bent down to sit in. Lin Feng got into the car. Master, go to the upper city, the Beast Tamer Certification Center. The driver looked at the two men in the rearview mirror. One was dressed casually, and the other was wrapped up tightly. Uptown? Okay. The taxi slowly rose into the air and merged into the city's traffic flow. Yueshi leaned stiffly against the car window, watching the dilapidated streets rapidly receding below. Watching those towering buildings getting closer and closer. Xincheng district is the center of Jiangcheng. Here lies the wealth, power, and glory of the city. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of a magnificent white building. Beast Tamer Certification Center. Several large gold-plated characters sparkled in the sun. Thank you, 280 yuan. Lin Feng took out the wrinkled federal currency and paid. He only had 45 yuan left. The two got out of the car and stood in the square of the certification center. The people coming and going were dressed in fancy clothes and had arrogant expressions. Most of them are accompanied by battle pets of various shapes. There are flamehounds with flames all over their bodies, and swift birds with elegant figures and gorgeous feathers. Chapter 7, Strength Test, I'll blow it up with one punch. These people glanced at Lin Feng and Yueshi with undisguised contempt. A poor boy from the downtown area, with a strange girl hiding her head and showing her tail, dared to come to such a place. What is this place used for? Yueshi asked. A place where we can make money quickly and live honestly. Lin Feng walked into the hall of the certification center. The hall is extremely spacious and bright, with a very high dome and a mirror-clear floor. Behind several service desks sat uniformed staff. Lin Feng walked directly to a window with a sign that said Primary Certification. The female staff member behind the window looked up and saw Lin Feng's clothes, and a hint of impatience flashed in her eyes. What's up? Conduct the first-level Beastmaster certification assessment. Lin Feng said calmly. The woman was stunned for a moment, then seemed to have heard a joke. Level 1 certification? Little brother, do you know what a Level 1 Beast Tamer stands for? This means the Alliance will receive a subsidy of 10,000 yuan per month. It represents a stepping stone to many jobs and represents social status. Lin Feng replied. The woman's face looked a little ugly. Since you know this, don't come here to tease us. Where's your battle pet? The first level certification assessment requires the cooperation of a battle pet. I am my battle pet. As soon as these words were spoken, not only the female staff member, but also several people queuing around laughed. Is this kid crazy? You are your own battle pet? What do you think this is, a circus? The trash in downtown just loves to attract attention. Yueshi clenched her fists, Xiaolonglong's anger +1. The ridicule of these mortals made her feel extremely irritated. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He put his hand on the counter of the authentication window. According to Article 7 of Chapter 3 of the Alliance's Beastmaster Management Regulations, those with exceptional talent can directly verify their level through their own strength testing, without the need for a combat pet to assist them. The female staff member's smile froze on her face. She didn't expect that this guy who looked like a poor boy could actually recite the regulations. Even if there is such a rule, you. Her words were interrupted by Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his hand, turned his palm over, and a ray of light golden energy emerged. The energy was very weak, but the pressure contained in it made the entire hall quiet down instantly. That is Long Wei. Although it was only a tiny point, its essential nobility and power made all the battle pets present emit uneasy low sounds. Several flame dogs tucked their tails between their legs, and the swift birds folded their gorgeous feathers and trembled. The female staff member's eyes widened. She stared at the golden energy in Lin Feng's palm, feeling the breath that made her soul tremble. This is. Now, can I take the test? Lin Feng asked. The female staff member suddenly came to her senses and her attitude changed 180 degrees. She fumbled with her hands to get a form and a pen from a drawer. Yes. Of course. Please fill in the basic information and I will arrange a test for you right away. Lin Feng took the form and filled it out quickly. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Battle pet, none. The people around who were laughing just now shut their mouths and looked at Lin Feng with horror. They are not fools. Anyone who can suppress all the battle pets with just his own aura is definitely not an ordinary person. Soon, Lin Feng filled out the form. Please follow me. The female staff member personally led Lin Feng and Yushi to a metal door on the side of the hall. She swiped the door opener. The strength testing room is over here. In the center of the room stood a large black metal instrument with a fist target on top. The strength standard for a first-level Beastmaster is 500 kilograms. All you need to do is face the target and strike with all your might. The female staff member explained respectfully. Lin Feng walked to the instrument. He turned around and glanced at Yueshi. Yueshi was looking at the room curiously, with an inexplicable light flashing in her golden pupils under her hood. Lin Feng took a deep breath and moved his wrist. He struck a stance, his right fist slowly brought to his waist. The dragon power in his body began to surge, and he suppressed the power to a trace. The next second, he suddenly punched out. No light effects, no sound. It was just a simple, unpretentious punch. Bang! The fist hit the dartboard hard. The entire metal instrument shook violently. The numbers on the display screen above the instrument began to jump upwards wildly. 500 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms. 2,000 kilograms. 5,000 kilograms. The number finally stopped at a value that made the female staff member's eyes almost pop out. 9,999 kilograms. The instrument is off the charts. The upper limit of this instrument is 9,999 kilograms. The female staff member opened her mouth but couldn't say a word for a long time. This is not the power of a first-level Beastmaster at all. Even a third-level Beastmaster who focused on strength couldn't produce such data. Click. A crisp sound. Cracks appeared on the fist target made of super alloy. Then, in the astonished eyes of everyone, the entire boxing target shattered into pieces on the ground. Lin Feng slowly retracted his fist. Holy shit! This should be considered past, right? Do I need to accompany you? The female staff member nodded mechanically, then seemed to remember something and rushed out of the testing room like crazy. Director! Director! Something terrible has happened. The punch meter in the A-level testing room has been blown up. He is panicking now and wondering whether to run away. The whole hall was dead silent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng as if he were a monster. Yueshi walked to Lin Feng with a hint of approval in her mind. Not bad, a bit like my old style. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit, who looked like a supervisor, ran over quickly with the female staff member. He gasped when he saw the mess of instrument parts on the ground. He looked at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with shock and excitement. Sir, I'm Wang Hai, the director of this center. I'm wondering if you... I'm here to certify as a first-level beastmaster. Your machine can't withstand a beating. It will fall apart if touched. I don't have any money. I won't give you my life even if you ask for my money. Level 1? Wang Hai smiled bitterly. Sir, you are too modest. With the power you just displayed, you are more than capable of being directly certified as a level 4 beast tamer, let alone a level 1. So, does the machine have to pay for it? Wang Hai was stunned for a moment, then said, No, this machine has been used for several years and it is time to retire. Well said. I have been annoyed with this machine for a long time. Thank you for your help. Metal Instruments feed me peanuts, feed me peanuts. Please help me with it, Manager Wang. Okay. I'll do it for you right away. Wang Hai did it himself, and in less than 3 minutes, a brand new ID card was handed to Lin Feng. The card is orange with 4 orange stars on it. Certificate of a 4th level Beast Master. Levels: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Ding! 1 million yuan has been credited to your alliance account. The personal terminal received the information at the same time. Lin Feng glanced at the balance and nodded. Thank you very much. Lin Feng brought Yushi and walked out of the certification center under the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone. Chapter 8, Taking Dragon Lady to a Hotel, What to Do Next? The sunlight outside is a bit dazzling. We are rich now, Lin Feng said to Yushi. Yueshi turned her head and looked at the orange card in his hand. She didn't understand what this card meant, but she could feel that Lin Feng was in a good mood. First, let's go change the terminal, then buy you some clothes. Lin Feng planned, finally, find a better hotel to stay in. Terminal? That's it. Lin Feng shook the old wristwatch terminal on his wrist, a thing that allows you to communicate with the world. The two came to the largest commercial center in the upper city. Lin Feng spent 20,000 yuan to buy 2 of the latest silver wrist terminals. He handed one of them to Yueshi. Yueshi looked at the beautiful bracelet that was gleaming with light and stretched out her hand hesitantly. Lin Feng grabbed her fair wrist and put it on her with his own hands. Her wrists were cold. The terminal automatically fits, the screen lights up, and the iris and gene binding begins. Yueshi looked at the new ornament on her wrist, and a hint of novelty flashed in her golden pupils. What's the use of this thing? It has many uses. You can make calls, surf the internet, and pay. I'll teach you later. Lin Feng took her and walked into a high-end women's clothing store next door. The salesperson in the store saw what they were wearing and wanted to stop them. But when he saw the expensive new terminal on Lin Feng's wrist, he immediately put on a warm smile. Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to these. He pointed to a comfortable and conservative-looking white dress and jacket. That set, and those sets, pack them all up. Yueshi wanted to say something. Symbiotic contract, your image also represents my image. Another universal reason. Yueshi stopped talking and let the shopping guide pack her things enthusiastically. After paying, the two walked out of the mall carrying bags. Finally, Lin Feng stopped in front of the most luxurious Sofitel hotel in the city center. He directly booked a presidential suite with the best view. One night, 8008. When the waiter opened the door, an extremely spacious and luxuriously decorated living room appeared before my eyes. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the dazzling night view of the entire Jiangcheng Shangqing district. Yueshi stood at the door, completely stunned. Soft wool carpets, sparkling crystal chandeliers, and furniture exuding artistic atmosphere. The air is filled with a faint fragrance. This place was even more magnificent than some of the temples she remembered. Lin Feng casually put the shopping bag on the sofa. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the lights of thousands of homes below him. From today on, this will be our new nest. He turned his head and looked at Yueshi, who was still standing at the door, with a smile on his face. Welcome home, my friend. Yueshi stood at the door. Her body remained motionless. Welcome home, my friend. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the empty living room. Yueshi's golden pupils reflected the crystal chandelier in the room, and the light shattered into countless pieces in her eyes. This is his new nest. A completely different nest. She took a step, her high heels making no sound on the soft wool carpet. She walked over to the huge French windows. Outside the window is the brilliant sea of stars of the entire city, with countless points of light converging into a flowing galaxy. Those iron boxes that she had despised were now turning into streams of light, shuttling through the steel jungle. She reached out her hand, her fingertips lightly touching the cold glass. Her blurry hooded figure and the indifferent-looking boy behind her were reflected on the glass. Go take a shower and change your clothes first. Lin Feng put several shopping bags on the sofa. Pick out a set of clothes for yourself. Yueshi turned around and her eyes fell on the paper bags with gorgeous logos printed on them. She walked over silently and picked up a bag. There was a bit of scrutiny and resistance in the action. I don't wear mortal clothes. Her proud voice was cold and aloof. Your dragon scales are broken and your skirt is torn. Lin Feng pointed at the charred and torn golden dress she was wearing. Symbiotic contract, your physical condition will affect me. This reason again. Yueshi bit her lip, carried the shopping bags, and walked into the most luxurious master bedroom in the suite. The door was closed. Lin Feng sat on the sofa and took out the new clothes he bought. He changed out of the short-sleeved shirt and old pants he had been wearing for a long time. The brand new black casual clothes made him look much more energetic. He picked up the new wrist terminal and began to study its functions. Identity verification successful, level 4 beast tamer, Lin Feng. Alliance grants have been received and will be distributed monthly. Your permissions have been upgraded, and you can access more encrypted information. Lin Feng opened an information search page and entered a few keywords. Dragon Clan, soul damage, recovery method. Countless pieces of information popped up on the screen, but most of them were myths, legends, and folktales. Valuable intelligence is marked with higher access permissions. He needs to become stronger to unlock more secrets. The bedroom door opened with a click. Lin Feng raised his head. He saw Yueshi walking out of the bedroom. She took off her hood. A head of brilliant golden hair, like flowing molten gold, cascaded down like a waterfall, reaching to the waist. She changed into a simple white long dress with a thin beige jacket over it. Modern clothing, when worn on her, not only does not diminish her sacred temperament, but instead adds a breathtaking beauty. That is the alienation and holiness of the gods stepping into the mortal world. There was something unnatural on her beautiful face. The fair and slender neck was slightly flushed. She wasn't used to the feel of the fabric, nor was she used to a style that completely hugged her body. Their eyes met in the air. Lin Feng's breathing paused for a moment. Yueshi was the first to look away. It's acceptable for mortals' aesthetic taste. Her tone was still that proud. Lin Feng smiled. He stood up and walked over to her. Now, let me teach you how to use this. He pointed at the silver terminal on Yueshi's wrist. Yueshi looked down at this new accessory. What is this? Your new identity is also your tool for communicating with the world. Lin Feng raised his hand and tapped lightly on her terminal screen. The screen lights up, revealing brilliant light and shadows. Yueshi subconsciously shrank back, her eyes full of vigilance. Don't worry, it won't bite. There was a smile in Lin Feng's voice. He patiently opened each app and showed her its functions. This is a communication device. You can talk to people thousands of miles away. This is the internet. You can see what's happening around the world from it. This is for payment, for buying things. Yueshi's golden eyes were filled with incomprehensible confusion. A mortal creation can accommodate so many functions in a small space. Her cognition is facing an unprecedented impact. Lin Feng opened the ordering app. Above is the exclusive menu of Sofitel Hotel, with beautiful pictures and a wide variety of dishes. What do you want to eat? Yueshi looked at the colorful food on the screen. French baked snails, black truffle steak, deep sea lobster. She frowned. The energy contained in these things is negligible. Chapter 9, The Prosperity of the World and the Confusion of the Dragon Girl. But it fills my stomach. Lin Feng made the decision for her. That's all. One of each. He quickly placed the order. Sit down and wait for a while, the food will be delivered to your door. Yueshi sat down on the sofa doubtfully, her body sitting straight and her posture dignified. She watched Lin Feng skillfully operate the small terminal and then looked at the one on her wrist. She stretched out her white jade-like fingers and, imitating Lin Feng's behavior, carefully poked the screen. The image on the screen changed. She poked again. The picture changed again. Her face showed an expression of curiosity and novelty, like a child who has received a new toy. She was so engrossed in the game that the cool aura around her faded a little. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Yueshi was startled and immediately became alert again. Lin Feng walked over and opened the door. A uniformed waiter, pushing a dining cart covered with white cloth, stood respectfully outside the door. "Hello, sir, here's your dinner order." The waiter placed the dishes on the dining table in the living room with elegant and quick movements. The rich aroma soon filled the entire room. This aroma is different from the overbearing aroma of instant noodles. It is a complex, layered, and more refined taste. Yueshi's gaze shifted from the terminal screen to the dining table. She looked at the food served on the pristine white porcelain plates. Golden, brown, and emerald green. They do look much better than that bowl of noodles. The waiter arranged everything, bowed and left the room. "Eat it." Lin Feng picked up the knife and fork. Yueshi walked to the dining table and looked at the tableware in front of her. Knife, fork, spoon. Something unfamiliar again. She watched Lin Feng's movements. He cut off a small piece of steak with his knife, put it into his mouth with his fork and chewed it. Yueshi followed his example and picked up the knife and fork. Her movements were a little clumsy, and the metal knife and fork in her hands seemed like two unruly torture instruments. Bite. The fork hit the plate with a crisp sound. Her cheeks flushed again. Lin Feng pretended not to see it and continued eating. Yueshi took a deep breath and gave up using the knife. She picked up a whole steak with her fork and took small bites of it gracefully. The meat is tender and juicy. A complex and delicious taste exploded on her taste buds. Her golden eyes lit up again. This smell was something she had never experienced in her tens of thousands of years of life. Very novel. Not bad. She put aside her pride as a dragon and began to taste every dish on the table. Snails have a unique taste. The lobster meat is very firm. She ate slowly and seriously, as if she were performing a sacred ritual. After Lin Feng finished his portion, he leaned back in his chair and looked at her. Watching her go from being unfamiliar and resistant at first to being immersed in it later. Her face showed a pure joy of enjoying food. This expression diluted her innate majesty and alienation, and gave her a bit more of the fresh breath of a human. After a long time, Yueshi put down her knife and fork. She cleared most of the food on the table by herself. She wiped her mouth with a napkin and resumed her cool demeanor. Mortals' cooking methods do have some merits. She commented stubbornly. After eating, go wash up and rest early. Lin Feng stood up. Your body needs rest, and so do I. Yueshi glanced towards the bedroom and then at the spacious living room. Where do you sleep? Sofa. Lin Feng pointed at the leather sofa that looked like it was worth a lot of money. Yueshi frowned. This nest is so spacious, why? There are differences between men and women. Lin Feng interrupted her. In our human world, adult men and women usually don't sleep in the same room. Yueshi was stunned. In the world of dragons, there is only the strong and the weak. The so-called difference between men and women is a completely unfamiliar concept to her. She looked at Lin Feng, then looked at herself. Finally, she said nothing more and turned and walked into the bedroom. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the sound of the door closing in the bedroom. He lay on the sofa with his arms behind his head. The sofa was very soft and much more comfortable than his previous hard bed. Everything seems like a dream. A day ago, he was a poor boy living in a shabby apartment in downtown, worrying about the rent. A day later, he became a fourth-level beastmaster and moved into the best hotel in Jiangcheng. And all these changes originated from the dragon that fell from the sky. He glanced at his partner panel. Partner, Yueshi. Race, Golden Holy Dragon. Status, extremely weak, soul damaged, contract symbiosis repairing. Strength level? Burning life can restore peak combat power. Favorability, 15-100 contract binding, slightly improved. Favorability increased by 5 points. This is a good start. At this moment, a suppressed scream came from the direction of the bedroom. Then came the sound of splashing water. Lin Feng sat up. He walked to the bedroom door and knocked. "What's wrong?" The sound of water inside the door stopped, and after a moment, Yueshi's embarrassed and angry thoughts came. Why is it raining in this room? Lin Feng's mind flashed to the smart shower system in the bathroom. He suppressed his laughter and spoke to the inside of the door. "That's a shower, for washing your body. Take off your clothes, stand down there, and smear your body with the stuff in the bottles on the wall, then rinse with water." There was a long silence inside the door. Lin Feng could imagine how ashamed, angry, and confused she was at the moment. After a long time, the sound of water was heard again. This time, the sound of water lasted for a long time. Lin Feng shook his head and walked back to the sofa. Living with an ancient dragon that has lived for tens of thousands of years is indeed a challenging thing. He closed his eyes and let consciousness sink into his mind. The power of the dragon clan slowly flows in his body. He needed to master this power as soon as possible, rather than simply using it as brute force. The dragon race is not just strong. The night deepens. There was silence in the presidential suite. The bedroom door opened a crack quietly. Yueshi poked her head out from behind the door. She had already washed up and changed into a silky white nightgown. Her wet golden hair casually draped over her shoulders made her look less fierce and more gentle. She saw Lin Feng lying on the sofa, breathing steadily, and seemed to have fallen asleep. She tiptoed out of the bedroom and came to the floor-to-ceiling window. She sat on the carpet, hugged her knees, and looked quietly at the night view of the city outside the window. Thousands of lights turned into a dazzling galaxy in her golden pupils. This is the human world. A noisy, chaotic, yet vibrant world. A brand new nest belonging to her and him. Chapter 10, Beast Taming Academy, Bring a Dragon to Mess Things Up. The early morning sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows onto the carpet, drawing long strips of light. Lin Feng woke up on the sofa. He sat up and stretched his stiff neck. The living room was very quiet, with only the central air conditioning system running silently. The bedroom door was open. Lin Feng walked over and found that there was no one inside. The quilts were neatly folded, and there was a hint of coolness that did not belong to a hotel. He walked into the living room and his eyes were drawn to the huge screen on the wall. The screen was on, showing the morning news. Yueshi was wearing that white long dress and barefoot, standing in front of the screen, watching with extreme concentration. In the news, a host was clearly reporting about. There has been unusual activity in the D-level rift outside the city, and the Alliance has dispatched a team of level 3 beast tamers to eliminate it. The scene switches, and several battle pets of different shapes, under the command of their masters. Breathing fire and ice, fighting some hideous monsters. Is this what you called the Beast Masters battle? Yueshi's divine thoughts sounded directly in Lin Feng's mind. Yeah. Lin Feng walked to her side. Rough, chaotic, and disorganized. Yushi's evaluation was as arrogant as ever. The efficiency of the use of strength is pitifully inefficient. This kind of combat is more like the bite of a wild beast. For most people, this is already the limit, said Lin Feng. Yueshi turned her head, with scrutiny in her golden pupils. You're different. We are different. Lin Feng corrected her. He picked up the terminal and clicked on room service. What do you want to eat? Yueshi's gaze returned to the screen, where a food advertisement was playing. Golden crispy fried chicken rotates in slow motion on the screen. Her divine thoughts drifted over. I want the flying, glowing piece of meat. Lin Feng looked at the menu, found the corresponding golden crispy chicken, and ordered a family bucket. Half an hour later, the dining cart was pushed in again. This time, Yueshi was much more skilled in using the dinner knife and fork. She took small bites of the chicken leg, her golden eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He still eats elegantly but not slowly. The golden crispy crust made a slight crackling sound between Yueshi's lips and teeth. The chicken leg in her hand was crispy on the outside and tender and juicy on the inside. The structure of this food is completely different from the flesh and blood of magical beasts containing elemental power that she had devoured in the past. But that pure satisfaction, derived from the oil and spices, was striking her ancient palate. Lin Feng looked at her quietly. The way she eats still has an elegance engraved in her bones. Even when eating the most common fried chicken in the eyes of mortals. Let's go to school. Lin Feng suddenly spoke. Yueshi paused chewing. She raised her golden eyes and looked at Lin Feng, with questioning and confusion in her eyes. Go to school? In her mind, this word carried a distinct sense of unfamiliarity. A school for mortals? Her tone returned to its usual coldness. The resources I need are there. Lin Feng put down the cutlery and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Knowledge, opponents, and battles. He looked directly into Yueshi's eyes. The existence of the symbiotic contract means that my growth rate directly determines the speed of your soul's recovery. And the Beast Taming Academy is the place in this city that can help me become stronger at the fastest speed. Yueshi was silent. Lin Feng's calm and determined face was reflected in her golden pupils. She couldn't refute this reason. Her recovery is above all else. You can use the wisdom of a mortal for now. She finally compromised, with a tone of conferring approval. I don't plan to go back to my previous school. Lin Feng took out the terminal and called up the enrollment brochure of Jiangcheng Beast Taming Academy. It just so happens that the best Beast Taming Academy in Jiangcheng will have its special recruitment exam in 3 days. He turned the screen towards Yueshi. Above is a photo of the college's magnificent gate and an introduction to the various training facilities. We're going here. A few days later, at the gate of Jiangcheng Beast Taming Academy. It was crowded and bustling. Young men and women from all corners of the city gathered here with their battle pets of various shapes. The air was filled with excitement, tension, and anticipation. Lin Feng and Yueshi were inconspicuous among the crowd. Lin Feng changed into an ordinary sportswear. Yueshi was wearing a light blue dress and a wide-brimmed sun hat on her head. The brim of the hat was pulled low, hiding her dazzling golden hair and most of her features. She showed obvious discomfort with the noisy environment around her and frowned slightly. Too much, too weak. Her mind was filled with a hint of annoyance. She saw a young boy proudly showing off his firehound covered in sparks to his friends. A fire-breathing lizard, she commented. I saw another girl holding a furry, cute-looking moonlight rabbit. Hairy meat. Lin Feng turned a deaf ear to her complaints and led her to the examination registration office. The registration line was very long. Name, age, and level of Beastmaster. The teacher in charge of registration asked without even looking up. Lin Feng, 18 years old, 4th level Beastmaster. The teacher's fingers paused tapping on the keyboard. He raised his head, pushed up his glasses, and looked carefully at the ordinary-looking boy in front of him. Level 4? His voice was not loud, but in the noisy environment, it was clearly heard by several people nearby. There was a small commotion in the team. Everyone around looked over at him, filled with surprise and scrutiny. An 18-year-old 4th level Beastmaster is considered a genius even in a big city like Jiangcheng. Show me your Beastmaster badge. The teacher's tone turned serious. Lin Feng stretched out his wrist, revealing the brand new wrist terminal. The teacher picked up a scanner and scanned it on the terminal. Drop. Lin Feng's authentication information was clearly displayed on the screen. Name, Lin Feng. Level 4 Beastmaster. Certification Agency, Beastmaster Alliance Jiangcheng Branch. The doubt on the teacher's face disappeared, replaced by a sense of surprise at seeing excellent material. The information is correct. He nodded, his tone much softer. Go directly to test site number 3 for the Elite Path test. He handed Lin Feng a number plate. Good luck, young man. Lin Feng took the number plate and took Yueshi to the designated test site under everyone's gaze. You seem to have attracted unnecessary attention. Yueshi's divine sense came. There's no other way. This is the most low-key way. Lin Feng responded. There were obviously fewer people in the number 3 examination hall. This is for candidates with higher grades or special talents. In the center of the venue stood 3 examiners. The leader was a middle-aged man with a stern face and a badge of a 6th level Beastmaster on his chest. Standing next to him were an intelligent and gentle female teacher and a young man who looked a little lazy. Lin Feng walked forward and handed over his number plate. The stern middle-aged man glanced at the message and his gaze lingered on Lin Feng for a moment. Level 4 Beastmaster, quite a talent. His voice was like the clanging of metal. According to the protocol, the first item is a test of mental strength. He pointed to a crystal pillar-like instrument next to him. Put your hand on it and use all your mental power. Chapter 11. If you make things difficult for me, I will just punch you to pieces. Lin Feng walked over. He knew that his mental strength was far superior to that of his peers because of the dragon soul. He needs control. He pressed his palm against the cold crystal pillar. Closing his eyes, he felt the power in his body surging like a river or sea, and carefully guided out a strand of it. Buzz. The crystal pillars light up from the bottom. The light climbed upwards at an astonishing speed. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. The female teacher who was in charge of recording the data had an expression on her face that changed from calm to surprised. The lazy young man also straightened up, with a little more interest in his eyes. The light finally stopped at a height of 72 meters. The whole audience was silent. 72. This is close to the peak level of a 5th-level Beastmaster. The female teacher's voice trembled slightly. A strange look also flashed in the eyes of the stern middle-aged man. You seem to be holding back. He stared at Lin Feng. It was my first test, and I was a little nervous and didn't control myself well. Lin Feng withdrew his hand and said calmly. The middle-aged man did not ask any further questions. The second item is the battle pet display and compatibility assessment. His eyes fell on Yueshi behind Lin Feng. Let your battle pet come out. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Yueshi was wearing a hat and a dress, and looked like an ordinary human girl. A candidate who wears luxury brands and looks like a rich kid. There was a sneer from beside his majestic griffin. What's going on? Bringing his girlfriend to the exam? Or is his battle pet a humanoid battle pet? Humanoid combat pets are extremely rare, and most of them are strangely powerful. But Lin Feng and Yueshi don't look like that kind of combination at all. This is my partner. Lin Feng said calmly. Let her take off her hat. The stern middle-aged man ordered, his eyes as sharp as a knife. He needs to confirm the race and status of the battle pet. Yueshi raised her head, and a cold light flashed in her golden eyes under the brim of her hat. Let her be inspected like a commodity in front of a mortal? This is an insult to the dragon. Dragon Rage +2. Lin Feng felt her anger. He took a step forward and stood in front of Yueshi. Examiner, my partner is a little special. It's not convenient to show his true appearance in public. This is the rule. The middle-aged man's tone left no room for doubt. All candidates must comply. We must assess whether your battle pet is worth training. What if I refuse? Lin Feng asked. Then your assessment result is unqualified. The rich kid laughed even louder. I think he's a fraud. I don't know where he got the level 4 certification from. He actually doesn't have any decent battle pet at all. The lazy young examiner watched this scene with great interest. He whispered to the female teacher beside him, It's interesting, this kid is quite courageous. The female teacher looked at Lin Feng with some concern. It is not wise to contradict the examiner. Lin Feng was silent for a moment. He knew that reasoning would not work. I apply for a practical assessment. His voice rang out in the quiet assessment field. As long as I can prove my strength, the form of my battle pet shouldn't be that important. The stern middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Are you challenging the rules of the academy? I'm just choosing a way that suits me better to prove myself. Lin Feng answered calmly. Can. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man agreed. I'll give you this chance. He pointed across the field. There, a 3-meter-tall combat puppet made entirely of alloy was standing quietly. This is the War Machine Type 3, which possesses the defense and attack power of a standard level 4 battle pet. As long as you can leave a wound deeper than 10 centimeters on it within 1 minute, you will pass. This is too difficult for him, the female teacher couldn't help but exclaim. The alloy armor of the War Machine is something that even a level 5 battle pet would need some effort to build. A genius should act like a genius. The middle-aged man said coldly. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng. The rich kid crossed his arms, looking like he was enjoying a good show. Lin Feng walked to the center of the venue and stood in front of the combat puppet. He summoned no weapons. Can we start? He asked. The middle-aged man nodded. Start the countdown. As soon as the words fell. Buzz. The combat puppet's electronic eyes instantly lit up red and locked onto Lin Feng. Its heavy metal arm raised, its 5 fingers spread out, and a black muzzle in the palm began to gather energy. A sharp energy buzzing sound was heard. Be careful, it's a high-energy particle cannon, the female teacher exclaimed. Just as the energy was about to be released, Lin Feng moved. His figure left a faint afterimage on the spot. In the eyes of everyone, he just took a step forward. With one step, he crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and instantly appeared in front of the chest of the combat puppet. Too fast. No one could see his movements clearly. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. There was no earth-shaking sound or gorgeous light effects. Just an ordinary punch. On his fist, a barely perceptible golden light flashed by. At that moment, Yueshi's golden pupils under the brim of her hat lit up slightly. That is the application of dragon power. Although rough, its essence is supreme power. Boom! There was an extremely dull bang, like a meteorite from outer space hitting the ground. It was not the crisp sound of metal colliding, but some kind of force that directly crushed the structure and penetrated the matter. Lin Feng's fist sank into the heavy alloy breastplate of the combat puppet. With the fist as the center, spider web-like cracks instantly spread across the entire upper body of the puppet. Click click. The harsh sound of metal breaking continued. The 3-meter-tall combat puppet's huge body trembled violently. The energy beam in its palm dissipated instantly. The red light in his eyes flickered twice and then went out completely. Lin Feng slowly retracted his fist. A bottomless hole was left in the puppet's chest, and the alloy at the edge was in a strange molten state. The entire examination hall was in deathly silence. The number on the timer froze at 3 seconds. Everyone looked at the calm and composed young man standing in the middle of the field as if he were a monster. The rich kid who had been laughing at him just now opened his mouth wide, his expression completely frozen. His griffin flapped its wings nervously and let out a low cry of fear. The female teacher covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes full of complete disbelief. The playful look on the lazy young man's face disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. The stern middle-aged man in the lead stood straight, his eyes fixed on the hole in the puppet's chest. He saw it. On the inner wall of the cave, there remained a faint, yet noble, golden energy that made his soul tremble. What is that power? He couldn't understand it, but he knew that it was definitely not a power that any known battle pet could possess. Your name is Lin Feng, the middle-aged man spoke, his voice a little dry. Yes. You passed. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and announced the result. Welcome to Jiangcheng Xinyue Beast Taming Academy. Chapter 12. The luxurious villa is like a dream. The atmosphere in the number 3 examination hall changed from dead silence to a suppressed boiling point. The scrapped combat puppet was like a silent tombstone, testifying to everything that had just happened. I declare that Lin Feng has passed the special recruitment assessment and is rated S level. The stern middle-aged man, the chief examiner Zhou Jinshan, announced the result in a loud voice. His eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, no longer scrutinizing him, but filled with a strong desire to explore. S level. As soon as this rating came out, there was a gasp from the crowd. The special recruitment examination of Jiangcheng Xinyue Beast Taming Academy has not seen an S-level assessment for 5 years. This not only means passing, but also represents the highest level of recognition and resource allocation from the college. Examiner Zhou, this is against the rules. The rich kid who had mocked Lin Feng before. His face flushed and he couldn't help but stand up. His battle pet wasn't even on display. Who knows what devious methods he used. His name is Sun Hao, and his family is quite powerful in Jiangcheng. His griffin was cultivated by his family at great expense. It has always been his source of pride. But now, his pride seemed like a joke in front of Lin Feng's punch. Zhou Jinshan glanced at him coldly. You mean, are you questioning my judgment? Sun Hao shuddered at the cold gaze, and his arrogance immediately dropped. But he still murmured in dissatisfaction, there must be rules for the assessment. Rules are for mediocre people. Zhou Jinshan's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. When you can punch through the special alloy armor of the War 3, you can also ignore the rules. Sun Hao's face instantly turned purple and he couldn't utter a word. Zhou Jinshan ignored him, turned and walked towards Lin Feng, his attitude much softer. Student Lin Feng, come with me to complete the admission procedures. Wait a moment. The lazy young examiner who had been silent all this time suddenly spoke up. He stood up straight and the cynical expression vanished from his face, replaced by a sharp interest. My name is Lu Zhan, and I'm the practical course instructor at the academy. He walked up to Lin Feng and looked him up and down as if he had discovered an unpolished jade. Boy, are you interested in hanging out with me? He patted his chest. I can't promise anything else, but as long as you follow me. The Academy's fighting arena, gravity room, and elemental mimicry room are all at your disposal. I'll help you apply for Alliance merit points, I'll give you enough. The intellectual female teacher beside him also came over and said with a gentle smile. Student Lin Feng, I'm Lu Qing, responsible for combat pet training and theoretical research. Your partner is very special. If you can come to my project team, I can order the best energy and soul nourishment program for her. Zhou Xinshan frowned and said in a deep voice, Lu Qing, don't go too far. The assignment of mentors to S-level students must be discussed and decided by the Academy Committee. What are we discussing? We have to grab the good seedlings. Lu Zhan did not give in. Old Zhou, you're a disciplinary officer, so don't interfere in the affairs of our teaching department. This kid is a natural fighter, he'll definitely be ruined if he goes to your place. Lu Zhan, you. The three examiners staged a fierce battle to recruit candidates in front of all the candidates. The candidates around were stunned. They were here to take the test, not to watch the instructors bicker. How could the gap between people be so huge? Sun Hao's expression became increasingly ugly. He felt that he and his griffin were like funny clowns on the stage. Lin Feng said awkwardly, interrupting the quarrel between the three. Can I choose for myself? The three people's eyes were instantly focused on him. Of course. Lu Zhan immediately put on a warm smile. Classmate, please think carefully. Lu Qing reminded softly. Zhou Xinshan looked at him expressionlessly, but there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Lin Feng glanced at Yueshi behind him. She still wore her hat and stood quietly, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. But Lin Feng could feel that she had developed a little interest in the soul-nourishing program mentioned by the female teacher named Lu Qing. I choose teacher Lu Zhan's practical class, and I also want to audit teacher Lu Qing's theoretical class. Lin Feng made a decision. One main attacker and one auxiliary. Lu Zhan grinned and glanced at the other two with pride. Good boy, you have good taste. Lu Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Welcome. My lab is always open to you. Only Zhou Xinshan had a dark complexion. I'll take care of the procedures. He said this, turned around and left, with a hint of desolation in his back. Okay, kid, follow me. Lu Zhan put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulders, appearing very familiar. I'll take you to a good place and enroll you in school. Your girlfriend should come too. Yueshi's brows under the brim of her hat furrowed even deeper. Dragon Rage +3. Girlfriend? This mortal seemed to have some absurd misunderstanding about their relationship. The area covered by Jiangcheng Xinhua Beast Taming Academy is much larger than Lin Feng imagined. Passing through the open teaching area, Lu Zhan led the two to an area covered by a special alloy net. This is the core area of the academy, the exclusive training area for elite students. Lu Zhan's wrist terminal scanned the access control panel, and the door slid open silently. This is the dormitory area for S-level students. Each student has his own dormitory. Lu Zhan pointed to several independent villas hidden in the green trees in front of him, with a hint of boasting in his tone. Yours is building 3. The facilities inside are all top-notch. The energy supply is a dedicated line from the main urban area, so it's very stable. Lin Feng looked at the small building that looked very valuable, and thought of his shabby apartment in the downtown area. In just a few days, life has been turned upside down. Old Zhou is quite efficient. Lu Zhan glanced at his terminal and smiled. Your identity information has been entered into the college system. From now on, you are a member of our college. This is your student card, which also serves as your dormitory key. He handed a black metal card to Lin Feng. By the way, this is for you. Lu Zhan took out a small box from his pocket and threw it over. A gift for meeting you. Lin Feng opened the box, and inside was a blue crystal that was gleaming with light. See Soul Stone? He recognized it. It was a stone that could calm the mind and concentrate. This precious material aids in the cultivation of spiritual power, and each piece costs hundreds of thousands of alliance coins on the market. Just a little thing. Lu Zhan waved his hand, looking unconcerned. If you need anything in the future, just tell me directly. I won't brag about anything else, but when it comes to resources, your teacher Lu is a professional. He doesn't look like a teacher, but more like a powerful businessman. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Lin Feng did not refuse. Okay, you guys settle down first. Come to the #1 fighting arena to find me at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Let me see how much you are capable of. Lu Zhan patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and looked at Yushi meaningfully. Let your partner see real combat. After saying that, he whistled and turned away. Inside the villa. The decor is spotless and minimalist, with a living room, training room, repair cabin, and energy pool. Yueshi took off her hat, and her brilliant golden hair flowed down instantly, making the whole room seem a little brighter. She walked barefoot on the cool and smooth floor, looking at this new nest curiously. Compared to the luxury of a hotel, this place has a functional, cold, and powerful feel. The energy here is stronger than that in that hotel, she commented. Yes, it is specially provided for the training of beast masters and battle pets. Lin Feng opened the refrigerator, which was filled with various grades of energy drinks and high-protein nutritional pastes. You seem to be very good at dealing with mortals. Yushi walked to the huge French window. Looking at the lush training ground outside the window, divine thoughts sounded in Lin Feng's mind. In order to survive, you have to learn some necessary skills. Lin Feng took out a bottle of energy drink and took a sip. Survival? Yueshi's tone was filled with confusion. With your strength, why do you need to be so compromising? Chapter 13. We are one step closer to defeating the Dragon Lady. In her opinion, the power of Lin Feng's punch was enough to crush all the mortals present today. He could have been more direct and domineering. Yueshi, this is not your dragon cliff, nor is it a primitive jungle where only the strong and the weak exist. Lin Feng walked up to her and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. There is order and rules here. Before you have enough power to break the rules, the best way is to use the rules. He paused and continued, if I were alone, I might be able to act recklessly. But now, I am not alone. Yueshi turned her head and looked at him with golden eyes. Lin Feng's eyes were calm. I need to find a way to restore your soul. I need resources and intelligence, and the academy can provide me with all of this. If I show enough value, I can get everything I want. That punch today is my value. Yueshi was silent. She looked at the young man beside her. His way of thinking was different from any living being she knew. He is not as proud as the dragons, nor as savage as the beasts, nor as stubborn as the elves. It was a kind of complexity and clarity that belonged to human beings that she could not understand. The female tutor named Lu Qing might be able to help with your situation. Lin Feng changed the subject. The wisdom of mortals may bring some surprises. Yushi did not comment, but Lin Feng could feel that her heart was not as calm as her tone. This building has 2 master bedrooms, one for each person. Lin Feng pointed upstairs. You choose first. Yueshi's eyes swept across the stairs, but in the end, she did not move. I live upstairs and you live downstairs. Her thoughts were concise and clear. She walked up the stairs, the hem of her silky white dress sliding across the ground silently. Halfway through the walk, she stopped and looked back at Lin Feng. The use of force in that punch you used was too rough. Just brute force, no skill. 1/10,000th of the dragon's power was wasted in vain. After saying that, she didn't stop and her figure disappeared around the corner of the second floor. Lin Feng stood there, touched his nose and smiled. This was the first time she took the initiative to teach him. Although the tone was still full of dragon-like arrogance, this was undoubtedly a huge improvement. He walked over to the sofa in the living room, sat down, and called up his partner panel. Partner, Yueshi. Race, Golden Holy Dragon. Status, extremely weak, soul damaged, contract symbiosis repairing. Strength level? Burning life can restore peak combat power. Favorability, 25/100 preliminary approval. Favorability increased by another 10 points. Preliminary approval, these 4 words made him happier than the S-level assessment. He closed his eyes and began to review the punch he had thrown today. Yushi was right, it was too rough. He just instinctively gathered the power in his fist and punched out. How can we achieve more precise control? How can we maximize the effect of every bit of strength? The power of the Dragon Clan shouldn't be just this. His consciousness sank into his body, feeling the slow flow of the golden energy. He tried to guide, compress, and imitate the superior skill revealed in Yueshi's divine consciousness. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the entire Jiangcheng Beast Taming Academy. Inside Villa No. 3, the lights were brightly lit. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the middle of the training room with his eyes closed. He was trying to control the weak yet supreme golden energy in his body. This force was like an unruly young dragon, rampaging through his meridians. He tried to compress it, to guide it, but failed every time. The slightest touch of that force would cause it to rebound violently, causing his blood to surge. Idiot! A cold divine thought suddenly sounded in his mind without any warning. Lin Feng opened his eyes and found Yushi standing at the door of the training room. She changed out of her long dress and put on a set of white silk pajamas that were kept in the villa. With her long golden hair casually spread out and her bare feet, she looked like a ghost walking out of the moonlight. The power of the dragon is not your spiritual power, nor is it the spiritual power of a mortal. She walked up to Lin Feng and looked down at him. It has its own will. The more you try to control it, the more it resists you. Then what should I do? Lin Feng asked. Feel it, understand it, and then, obey it. Yueshi stretched out a slender finger and touched Lin Feng's brow. The fingertips are icy cold, like a piece of 1,000-year-old jade. Buzz! A pure, ancient, and boundless thought flowed along her fingertips and into Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. Lin Feng's consciousness was instantly pulled into a golden world. Here, he saw a giant dragon that stretched across the sky and earth. Every breath it took caused the roar of the law. Every dragon scale is engraved with the secrets of the universe. He saw how the dragon mobilized its strength, not by force, but by resonance. Just as the mountains respond to the wind and the sea responds to the moon. That is a higher dimensional way of using power. When Lin Feng's consciousness returned to his body, Yushi had already retracted her fingers, with a barely perceptible look of fatigue on her face. I'm tired and need to rest. She said this and turned to walk up the stairs. Lin Feng looked at her back and whispered, "Thank you." Yueshi paused for a moment, without looking back, her figure disappeared on the second floor. Lin Feng closed his eyes again, and this time, he no longer tried to control the golden energy. He emptied his mind and immersed himself in it, trying to feel the pulse of that power and understand the direction in which it was flowing. Gradually, he seemed to hear the roar of a dragon from ancient times. The golden energy in his body was no longer violent, but began to flow gently according to his will. He stretched out his right hand and a thought came to his mind. A strand of golden light as thin as a hair gathered at his fingertips. It coiled like a little snake that came to life, full of spirituality and destructive power. Although it was just a wisp, the energy, purity and destructive power contained in it were 100 times more condensed than the previous punch. I see. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. The next morning, Lin Feng finished his meditation in the training room on the first floor. He felt that his control over the power in his body had improved a little bit. Yueshi came down from upstairs. She changed back into the beige thin coat and white long skirt. Her long golden hair was casually tied behind her head with a ribbon she found from somewhere. She glanced at Lin Feng, with a hint of barely perceptible surprise in her mind. Your learning ability is acceptable. Overnight, the flow of power in Lin Feng's body had become much more restrained and condensed than yesterday. His learning speed is considered excellent even among the Dragon Clan. Lin Feng smiled and said nothing. After the two of them had the nutritious breakfast provided by the academy, they went to fighting arena number 1 together. When they arrived, Lu Zhan was already there. The fighting arena was empty, with only him leaning against a huge gravity instrument, wiping a pair of black metal gloves. Are you ready? He raised his head, his eyes sharp. Are you ready, S-class genius? Any time. Lin Feng moved his hands and feet. Very good. Lu Zhan put on the gloves and clenched his fists, making a crackling sound. Don't accuse me of bullying you. I've suppressed my strength to the level of a 5th-level beastmaster, so I don't even need a battle pet. He pointed at Yushi behind Lin Feng. Let your beautiful partner see clearly what true fighting skills are. Yueshi stood on the sidelines with an expressionless face, and the figures of the two people on the field were reflected in her golden pupils. In her eyes, this was more like a game between adults and children. Let's get started. Lu Zhan grinned and sank slightly. He took a fighting stance. Let me see how hard your fist is. Chapter 14: The Battle between Lao Lu and Lao Lu. The moment Lu Zhan finished speaking, he moved. He kicked a shallow pit in the special floorboards under his feet. The whole person rushed towards Lin Feng's face like a cannonball fired from a gun, carrying a strong sense of oppression. He didn't use any fancy techniques, just a simple and direct straight punch. But the speed and power of this punch were completely beyond the scope of an ordinary 5th-level beastmaster. The fist whistled and even created a white air wave in the air. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. He could feel the pure physical force contained in Lu Zhan's punch, as well as an extremely condensed fighting will. He dared not be careless. The golden energy in the body instantly flowed to his arms and crossed in front of him. Bang! A loud bang echoed in the empty fighting arena. Lin Feng only felt a huge force coming from his arms, and the whole person slid back 7 or 8 meters uncontrollably. His feet plowed 2 deep scratches on the ground before he could barely keep his balance. A tingling pain came from both arms. Good reaction. Lu Zhan retracted his fist, stood where he was, with a smile of approval on his face. You're also strong enough to take my punch head on. Just based on this, you're stronger than 90% of the students in the academy. Lin Feng shook his numb arms, his expression solemn. He just used pure physical strength without adding any dragon power. He was afraid that he might accidentally beat this teacher who looked very tough to death. But now it seems that he was overthinking it. Teacher, are you really suppressing it to the 5th level? Lin Feng couldn't help asking. Of course. Lu Zhan grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. It's just the peak of level 5, with the addition of the fighting skill Mountain Collapse that I learned myself. On the sidelines, Yueshi wore a sun hat and watched quietly. Her divine thoughts echoed in Lin Feng's mind. This mortal has an interesting way of using his power. He concentrated the scattered power into one point through the coordination of muscles, bones and breathing, and made it explode instantly. Although the essence is inferior, the technique is worth seeing. Your fighting style is like that of a newborn bull. You have strength but don't know how to use it. Her comments were, as always, direct and unsparing. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Yushi's words woke him up. He really had almost no fighting skills to speak of. Whether in his previous life or this life, he lacked systematic combat training. Come again. Lu Zhan growled and rushed forward again. This time, his attack was even more fierce. Fists, elbows, knees, and legs were like a violent storm. They attacked Lin Feng from all directions. Each blow was accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, with tricky angles and full of the ruthlessness of actual combat. Lin Feng instantly fell into a passive position. He could only rely on his reaction speed and physical strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary person to block and dodge awkwardly. Bang! 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 The dull sound of hitting continued. Lin Feng's blocking was clumsy and stiff. Every time he blocked, he used his own stronger strength to fight head-on. Although there was no substantial damage, the scene was extremely ugly. Boy, brute force alone won't work. Lu Zhan's voice came amid the intensive attack. Fighting is an art, a combination of brain and body. Your body is like a treasure house, but you can't even find the key. Another whip kick hit Lin Feng's side hard. Lin Feng groaned and was beaten back again. Too weak. Yueshi's cold divine thoughts sounded again. You sensed every one of his attacks in advance, so why couldn't you dodge them? Your body can't keep up with your consciousness. Coordination, balance, rhythm, you have nothing. Each sentence of advice was like a needle piercing Lin Feng's mind. Yes, why? Because I'm not afraid, I don't avoid it. With the powerful perception brought by the dragon soul, he could clearly predict every move of Lu Zhan. You can even see every movement of his muscles. However, his body was unable to respond correctly in the first place. Clumsy, stiff. Don't be distracted. Lu Zhan's shout exploded in his ears. He took a step forward and instantly got close to Lin Feng, and delivered an elbow strike with the force of collapsing a mountain, aiming directly at Lin Feng's chest. The attack was so fast and fierce that Lin Feng had no way to avoid it. At the critical moment, he no longer hesitated. With a thought, a faint golden dragon power followed his thoughts and instantly covered the clothes on his chest. Boom! The tip of Lu Zhan's elbow hit Lin Feng's chest hard. The expected sound of bones breaking did not sound, instead. It was a dull sound as if striking on 10,000-year-old divine iron. An indescribable recoil force flowed along Lu Zhan's elbow and instantly spread throughout his body. Lu Zhan's face changed, and he felt his entire right arm numb. His blood surged, and he took 3 steps back before he could steady himself. He looked at Lin Feng in horror. The other party just took a step back, his chest heaved a little, and then returned to normal. You kid. Lu Zhan shook his numb arms, his eyes full of disbelief. What kind of armor are you wearing? His elbow was strong enough to break a 5 centimeter thick alloy steel plate, but when it hit Lin Feng, it was like hitting a mountain. Teacher, didn't you say that this is also part of the fighting technique? Lin Feng imitated his previous tone, showing his big teeth, and answered seriously. Good boy, you've learned to draw inferences from one example. Lu Zhan was not angry at all. Instead, he burst into laughter, and the admiration in his eyes became even stronger. But just being able to take a beating is not enough. He took up his stance again. From now on, I will only defend and not attack. Use your strongest attack to hit me. Lin Feng looked at him. Are you sure, teacher? Don't be so fussy, let me see if it's strong enough. This time, he didn't hold back. He closed his eyes and replayed every move Lu Zhan had made in his mind. Feeling the rhythm of the flow of power revealed in Yueshi's divine consciousness. He tried to imitate. Not by imitating the action, but by imitating the feeling. Obey, guide, and resonate. The golden energy in his body began to flow gently in an unprecedented way. It is no longer forced, but as natural as breathing. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He took a step forward. This move didn't have the explosive power of Lu Zhan, but it had a peculiar sense of rhythm. It seemed to merge into the entire fighting arena. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. A tiny ray of golden light flashed across the edge of his fist. He threw the punch out in a nonchalant manner. Chapter 15, Great, I just want to go to the medical room and lie down for a while. The speed of this punch was not fast, and even in Lu Zhan's dynamic vision, it seemed a little slow. But Lu Zhan's expression was more solemn than ever before. He smelled a dangerous aura from this punch that made his soul tremble. He did not dare to be arrogant. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and all the strength in his body was instantly concentrated, and his mountain collapsing force was pushed to the extreme. The fist and the arm collided silently. There was no earth-shattering noise. There was only a slight sound, as if cloth were being torn. The expression on Lu Zhan's face froze instantly. He looked down. The gloves he wore on his hands were made of a special memory alloy. From the point of contact, it was silently turned into powder. A powerful penetrating force passed through his arms and directly hit his chest. Puff! Lu Zhan raised his head and spit out a blood mist, and his whole body was like being hit by a high-speed train. It flew backwards like a cannonball, hit the alloy wall more than 10 meters away heavily, and then slid to the ground. The entire fighting arena fell into deathly silence. Yueshi, who was standing on the sidelines, had her mouth corners slightly raised under the brim of her hat, forming an almost imperceptible arc. It's a bit stupid, but at least I've figured it out. Lin Feng stood there, looking at his fist, a little dazed. He didn't expect that the power of this punch would be so terrifying. He just wanted to try it out, but he didn't expect. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Zhan struggled to sit up from the ground and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, but a very bright smile appeared on his face. Ahem. Damn, that feels great. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Lin Feng with a frighteningly bright look in his eyes. What's the name of this punch? I haven't thought about it yet. Lin Feng scratched his head embarrassedly. Let's call it Dragon Fist. Lu Zhan gave it a name himself. He stood up and walked in front of Lin Feng. I patted his shoulder hard, which agitated the injury and made him grimace in pain. You kid, you're a monster. From today on, the highest authority in the fighting arena is open to you. From now on, come here every morning and let me beat you up. No, let's have a sparring match. Lin Feng looked at his excited expression and felt that this teacher seemed a little abnormal. By the way, this is for you. Lu Zhan took out a silver-white device that looked like a mobile phone from the storage bracelet and handed it to Lin Feng. This is the latest edition of the Academy's Beast Taming Guide, which records all the magical beasts discovered by the Alliance. From the First Order incarnation to the Ninth Order mythical level, there is everything. It also has built-in scanning and analysis functions, which are essential for your future adventures and battles. Lin Feng took the illustrated book. It felt cool to the touch and full of technology. He flipped it open. World of Warcraft level classification. First level, Incarnation. Level 2, Enlightenment. Stage 3, Juvenile. Level 4, Growth. Level 5, Complete. Level 6, Ultimate. Level 7, King Body. Level 8, Legendary. Ninth level, Mythical Body. The illustrations record in detail the characteristics, habits, weaknesses, and possible skills of each level of monsters. The levels of Beastmasters, from level 1 to level 9, correspond to the 9 stages of magical beasts. Lu Zhan explained. What level of battle pet can you contract? It mainly depends on the strength of your mental power and the degree of soul compatibility. Of course, this is just a general rule, and there are always some perverts who can break the rules. He looked at Lin Feng meaningfully. Also, Lu Zhan's expression became serious. Tomorrow, the academy has a mission to go to the Weeping Forest outside the city. Hunting a peak level 3rd order Gult Wolf King is a training exercise for senior students. Are you interested in participating? The Weeping Forest? Lin Feng had seen this place on the map. It was a dangerous area near the D-level rift. That's right, your theoretical knowledge is 0, and although your fighting skills are good, they are ultimately just theory. The real battle is between life and death. Lu Zhan looked at him. Do you dare to go? What's the reward? Lin Feng asked directly. Ha, I just like your straightforward personality. Lu Zhan laughed. The mission rewards 30,000 Alliance coins and 10 Academy merit points. In addition, the Wind Wolf King's magic core belongs to the hunter. The magic core of a 3rd level peak monster has a market price of at least 100,000. I'll go. Lin Feng agreed without hesitation. He needs money, but he needs actual combat even more. Okay. Lu Zhan was very satisfied. Meet at the east gate of the academy at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember to bring your partner with you and let her see some blood too. Okay, that's all for today. I have to go to the infirmary and lie down for a while. Lu Zhan waved his hand and limped out, looking a little embarrassed from behind. But he was still humming a tuneless song, and seemed to be in a very good mood. What a weird guy, Lin Feng said in a low voice, looking at his back. A mortal with a pure passion for battle. Yueshi's divine sense came, and there was rarely any contempt in her tone. Lin Feng took the Warcraft Atlas and walked to Yueshi. Are you going to hunt a hairy lizard? Yueshi's divine thoughts came, her tone flat. It's a wolf, a 3rd level juvenile, the Wind Wolf King. Lin Feng corrected her. To me, they are all inferior creatures. Yueshi stood up and returned the clothes to him. However, the energy in that place may be able to restore 1/10,000th of my strength. That's enough. Lin Feng smiled. He knew that although Yueshi spoke arrogantly, her recovery was what she cared about most. Back at the villa, Lin Feng began to study the Warcraft illustrated book carefully. Yueshi returned to the room on the 2nd floor, seemingly digesting the energy from sending out that divine thought today. Late at night, Lin Feng was meditating when he suddenly felt a weak but extremely pure energy fluctuation coming from upstairs. That energy was cold, ethereal, and carried the clear glow of moonlight. He walked to the 2nd floor and found Yueshi's door ajar. Through the crack in the door, he saw Yueshi sitting cross-legged on the balcony. The cold moonlight fell on her, as if covering her with a layer of holy gauze. In front of her, a crystal clear blue crystal was floating. It was the Sea Soul Stone that Lu Zhan gave to Lin Feng. The energy in the Sea Soul Stone was transforming into wisps of blue air, slowly merging into her brow. Her breath was recovering at an extremely slow but steady pace. Lin Feng did not disturb her and quietly retreated. He suddenly felt that taking a proud dragon queen as a partner seemed not bad. Chapter 16 God doesn't care what a worm thinks. The next morning, Lin Feng and Yueshi were eating the nutritious breakfast provided by the college in the restaurant. Yueshi was not wearing a hat today, and her dazzling golden hair was tied up with the same ribbon from yesterday. He just ate quietly, with an elegant posture as if he was attending a royal banquet. Lin Feng ate quickly, remembering the agreement he had made with Lu Zhan. At exactly 8 o'clock, the two appeared at the east gate of the college on time. A rugged armored off-road vehicle was parked in the east gate square. The car body was painted in camouflage and covered with scratches of various sizes, clearly a vehicle that had been through many battles. There were several people standing next to the car. A tall, stern-faced middle-aged man wearing a tactical vest. His arm muscles were knotted, and he was obviously an experienced veteran. Next to him were a few students who looked 2 or 3 years older than Lin Feng. The leader was a tall girl wearing a fitted light blue combat uniform. Outlining the graceful curves, the long black hair is tied into a neat ponytail. With delicate features and a cool temperament, she is the kind of person who becomes the focus wherever she goes. On her shoulder, squatted a snow-white fox with 3 tails. He was yawning lazily, his bright eyes looking around curiously. There were two boys standing next to the girl, one of them was strong and had an arrogant look. The other one wore glasses and looked a little frail. They all looked at the girls with undisguised admiration. The appearance of Lin Feng and Yushi immediately attracted everyone's attention. Mainly Yueshi. Her brilliant golden hair and stunning face seemed unreal in the morning light. It makes that school beauty girl pale in comparison. New here? The sturdy boy frowned and looked at Lin Feng with a bad tone. A first-year student dares to accept the mission of hunting the Wolf King? Aren't you afraid of death? Lin Feng ignored him and walked straight towards the middle-aged man leading the team. Instructor Chen, my name is Lin Feng. Teacher Lu Zhan asked me to come here. The middle-aged man leading the team, Chen Mo, nodded and glanced at Lin Feng and Yushi. He introduced himself briefly. I'm the instructor leading this mission. You can just call me Instructor Chen. He pointed to the people next to him and said, Su Muxue, Liang, and Zhao Wenba are all outstanding second-year students. The school beauty named Su Muxue just nodded politely to Lin Feng. His gaze lingered more on Yueshi, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. And Liang, the sturdy boy, did not hide his hostility. Instructor Chen, the Weeping Forest is not a place for freshmen to go on an outing. Bringing a burden along will get us all killed. I will obey Mr. Lu Zhan's arrangements. Chen Mo's answer was clear and crisp, without any emotion. Liang's face looked very ugly. He wanted to say something, but was stopped by Su Muxue's eyes. Hello, my name is Su Muxue. She took the initiative to extend her hand to Lin Feng. My partner is a three-tailed fox, early fourth stage. Her voice was cold and distant. Lin Feng shook hands with her and introduced himself briefly, Lin Feng. He did not introduce Yueshi. Su Muxue turned her gaze towards Yueshi and asked, Is this your companion? He's very special, I've never seen this kind before. The three-tailed fox on her shoulder also pricked up its ears and made a low whimpering sound towards Yueshi, seeming a little afraid. Her name is Yueshi. Lin Feng replied. A mortal man is worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me? Yushi's cold divine thoughts echoed directly in Lin Feng's mind. Dragon Rage +4. Lin Feng remained calm, just smiled at Su Muxue without further explanation. In Leon's view, this attitude is guilty and arrogant. Playing tricks. He muttered in a low voice. A guy who doesn't even dare to reveal the rank of his battle pet is probably just a useless ornamental pet. Okay, get in the car and get ready to go. Chen Mo interrupted their conversation, opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat first. Everyone got on the bus one after another. The off-road vehicle had a lot of space, so Lin Feng and Yushi sat in the back seat. Liang deliberately squeezed next to Su Muxue and chatted enthusiastically. Zhao Wenba took out a tactical tablet and studied the map of the Weeping Forest. The atmosphere is a bit subtle. Muxue, this time thanks to you. Your three-tailed fox has been promoted to the 4th level. Dealing with the peak-level 3rd-order Wind Wolf King will definitely be easy, Liang complimented. The Wolf King should not be underestimated. Its speed and pack tactics are very troublesome. Su Muxue's voice remained calm. My spirit fox will primarily be responsible for mental interference and support. Your explosive flame tiger will still be responsible for the main attack. Of course. Liang patted his chest. My explosive tiger is incredibly powerful. The most troublesome thing about the Wind Wolf King is its wind blade skill, which is instant and has strong cutting power. Zhao Wenba, your rock shield must be ready at all times. Su Muxue turned to Zhao Wenba, who was wearing glasses. Don't worry, my stone turtle will have no problem defending itself. Zhao Wenba pushed his glasses, full of confidence. The three of them were discussing tactics, completely ignoring Lin Feng and Yushi. Newcomer, what kind of battle pet did you contract? Leon finally remembered Lin Feng. He asked in a condescending tone. Don't get so scared that you pee your pants and hold us back. You'll know when you get there. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. You. Liang was choked and his face turned red. Su Muxue glanced at Lin Feng and frowned slightly. In her opinion, Lin Feng's attitude was not self-confidence. But as a freshman, he was arrogant and couldn't even show the most basic humility when facing senior students and dangerous tasks. Her impression of Lin Feng was a little off. Yushi remained silent throughout the whole process, just watching the city scene rapidly receding outside the window, but her spiritual thoughts were ringing in Lin Feng's mind. A group of young children were discussing how to catch a slightly stronger lizard. Their tactics are full of loopholes. The fox of that woman, her spirit power is mixed and impure. The tiger of that strong man. The guy with glasses who's leaking power most, his shell is tough, but his reaction is too slow. A series of comments, precise and harsh. Then how do you think we should fight? Lin Feng asked in his mind. Find the Wolf King and kill him with one slap. Blow away all his minions with one breath. Just pretend I didn't, he asked. The armored vehicle sped all the way and soon drove out of Jiangqing's defense circle and entered the wilderness. The scenery along the way became desolate and dilapidated, with abandoned buildings and traces of warcraft activities. After more than an hour, the speed of the car slowed down. A huge forest appeared in front of us, with dense trees that blocked out the sun. Even from a distance, one could sense a cold and violent aura emanating from it. We've arrived, the weeping forest. Chen Mo's voice was steady. Everyone, get out of the car, check your equipment, and prepare to enter. Everyone got out of the car, and Liang and Zhao Wenba immediately summoned their battle pets. Chapter 17 Powerful Strength. This is Dragon Girl. A tiger as big as a calf, with flames burning all over its body. A giant turtle with a huge rock shell on its back and sturdy limbs appeared in the clearing. The late third stage explosive tiger, and the peak third stage stone armored turtle. It is indeed an elite lineup among the second graders. Newcomer, where is your battle pet? Liang looked at Lin Feng with empty hands and challenged him again. Lin Feng didn't say anything, just looked at Yushi. Yueshi took a step forward and stood in front of the team. She did nothing but stand there. Liang's explosive tiger suddenly let out an uneasy growl. The flames on his body dimmed a little, and he subconsciously took a step back. Zhao Wenba's stone-shelled turtle even retracted its head and limbs into its shell. This. Liang's face changed and he couldn't believe his eyes. The three-tailed fox on Su Mushue's shoulder had all its white fur standing up. It clung tightly to its master and trembled. Su Mushue's expression also changed. She could clearly feel that her partner was conveying an emotion of extreme fear. It is a kind of suppression that comes from the depths of blood and soul. She looked at Yueshi in shock. Who was this incredibly beautiful woman? Be quiet. Chen Mo shouted softly, and a powerful aura emanated from him, calming the restless war pet. Prepare to enter Lin Liang, your exploding flame tiger will lead the way. Zhao Wenba, the stone tortoise, will be at the rear. Su Mushue and the spirit fox will be on guard all around. Lin Feng, you and your companions will walk in the middle. Chen Mo's arrangement was very reasonable, placing Lin Feng, the uncertain factor, in the safest position. Although Liang was not convinced, he had no choice but to do as Chen Mo said under his authority. The group officially stepped into the forest of weeping. The forest was dimly lit, with ancient trees tangled and gnarled, and the air was filled with a strange smell mixed with rotten leaves and blood. Ouch! Not long after they walked, several blue-gray swift wolves rushed out of the forest and blocked their way. Leave the second-level monster to me. Liang shouted, looking for an opportunity to show off. Exploding tiger, flame jet. The explosive tiger opened its mouth wide, and a column of blazing fire gushed out, instantly devouring the two gale wolves and turning them into charcoal. The remaining few were frightened by the power and fled into the depths of the jungle with their tails between their legs. Humph, it's so vulnerable. Liang looked at Lin Feng proudly. Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to him. Idiot. Yushi's divine thought rang out again. With such a big commotion, all the wolves within a 5-mile radius will know we are coming. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, wolf howls could be heard from all directions. Chen Mo frowned and said in a deep voice, speed up, find the Wolf King, and fight quickly. It will be troublesome if we are surrounded by wolves. The team's pace suddenly increased. Along the way, they encountered several waves of harassment from wolves, all of which were resolved by Liang and Zhao Wenba. But everyone felt that there were more and more wolves around. Mushue, can you find the location of the Wolf King? Chen Mo asked. Su Mushue closed her eyes, and a faint light appeared between the eyebrows of the three-tailed fox on her shoulder, and invisible mental power spread out. After a moment, she opened her eyes, her face pale, in a valley about 2 kilometers away in the northwest direction. But, there are a lot of wolves there, at least hundreds of them, and the Wolf King's aura is stronger than we expected. No matter how strong you are, you must complete the mission. Chen Mo's tone was unquestionable. Walk. The group sneaked quickly towards the valley. The closer we got, the stronger the smell of blood in the air became. When they arrived at the entrance of the valley, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. The valley was littered with the remains of monsters and blood flowed like a river. Hundreds of wind wolves were surrounding a huge figure, biting it madly. It was a giant python over 10 meters long, its body covered with wounds, but it was still struggling hard. And behind the wolf pack, on a huge rock, stood proudly a giant wolf that was much larger than its kind. Its entire body is silver white, with hair standing up like steel needles. It is nearly 5 meters long and has a pair of scarlet eyes that are full of cruelty and cunning. Its aura has surprisingly reached the early 4th stage. The intelligence is wrong. This Wind Wolf King actually broke through while besieging other monsters. Zhao Wenba's voice trembled. Fourth level. Liang's face turned pale. His explosive flame tiger could still fight against a peak level 3 Wolf King, but it would be crushed against a level 4 Wolf King. What should we do, Instructor Chen? Su Mushue's face was also extremely solemn. The mission objective has changed. Chen Mo decisively ordered, abandon the hunt, everyone retreat. However, it was too late. The Wolf King on the boulder had already discovered them. It raised its head to the sky and let out a long howl, and all the wind wolves in the valley. It immediately gave up the dying python, turned around, and stared at them with its scarlet eyes. A murderous atmosphere instantly enveloped everyone. Damn it! Liang cursed, quick! Stone turtle, block it! Explosive tiger, prepare to fight. It's useless. A cold voice sounded. It's Lin Feng. He walked out from the middle of the team step by step. What did you say? Liang glared at him. You're making sarcastic remarks at this time. Do you want to die? Lin Feng didn't look at him, but just whispered something to Yueshi beside him. I'll leave it to you. Yueshi raised her head, and her golden pupils under the brim of her hat looked directly at the arrogant Wolf King in front of her for the first time. She slowly raised a hand. A swarm of noisy bugs. Her voice was very soft, but it seemed to carry some kind of magical power that made her words come true. An indescribable supreme pressure from ancient times swept across the entire valley with her as the center. No light, no sound. But at that moment, all the wolf howls stopped abruptly. Whether it was the hundreds of ferocious wind wolves in the valley, or the one that had just been promoted to the 4th level. The arrogant Wolf King froze in place. Their eyes changed from brutality and bloodthirstiness to extreme fear and confusion in an instant. It was as if they saw their own god sentencing them to death. Plop, plop. One after another, all the wind wolves, including the 4th level Wolf King. He just fell straight down, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and was completely dead. The soul was wiped out in an instant. The entire valley was dead silent. The only sound left was the rustling of leaves in the wind. Chen Mo, Su Mushue, Liang, Zhao Wenba, 4 people, along with their battle pets, were all petrified on the spot. Their mouths opened wide, their eyes were as big as bells, and their minds were blank. What happened? What on earth just happened? They didn't even see what Yueshi did before the battle was over. Yueshi put down her hand, a trace of fatigue flashing across her face. Let's go and get its magic core. Lin Feng said something to the completely dumbfounded crowd, then walked towards the Wolf King's body. It seemed like I had just done something insignificant. Chapter 18 shocked everyone and took off directly into the sky. The wind blew through the valley, bringing with it a strong smell of blood, but it could not take away the deathly silence. Chen Mo, Su Mushue, Liang, and Zhao Wenba still maintained their pre-battle stance. Their bodies were stiff, like 4 weathered statues. Their eyes shifted dully between the moonlight and the wolf corpses scattered on the ground, their brains completely shut down. Liang's explosive tiger was crawling on the ground, with its huge head pressed tightly against the ground. He was trembling so much that he couldn't even whimper. Zhao Wenba's stone turtle even shrunk itself into a real stone. The 3-tailed fox on Su Mushue's shoulder fainted without moving. All this was beyond their understanding. That was a 4th level Wolf King, and there was a wolf pack consisting of hundreds of 2nd and 3rd level wind wolves. One encounter, and they're all dead? There was not even a sound. Hey, what are you still standing there for? Lin Feng's voice broke the frozen air. He had already walked to the corpse of the 4th level Wolf King and looked back at everyone. His eyebrows raised slightly. Come and help me dig out the magic core of this thing. His tone was so casual, as if he was saying, "Come and help me lift the table down." The four people were awakened by the sound and shivered involuntarily. Liang's Adam's apple rolled, he swallowed, and with difficulty turned his eyes away from Yushi. He looked at Chen Mo, his eyes full of help and confusion. Chen Mo's facial muscles twitched a few times. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. As the team instructor, he had seen too many life and death stories and strange people and events, but the scene before him still made him feel like he was dreaming. He walked quickly to the Wolf King's body, squatted down, stretched out his slightly trembling hand, and felt the Wolf King's breath. Cold and stiff. It's worse than dead. He turned his head and looked at the blonde woman standing not far away with complicated eyes. Yueshi had returned to her lazy and indifferent look, as if it wasn't her who had just wiped out the entire wolf pack. Chen Mo stood up and walked in front of Lin Feng, his voice dry and hoarse. "Lin Feng, your partner, she doesn't like noise." Lin Feng answered casually. "What kind of explanation is this?" Chen Mo felt his mind was even more confused. "Instructor Chen, when did such a pervert come to our academy?" Liang finally found his voice. He moved closer to Chen Mo and lowered his voice, but everyone could hear the trembling in his voice. Chen Mo did not answer, but just looked at Lin Feng again with the eyes of looking at a monster. Su Muxue and Zhao Wenba also came over, and they looked at Lin Feng and Yushi with eyes that it has changed from initial contempt and curiosity to deep awe and fear. Especially Su Muxue, she looked at the unconscious three-tailed fox in her arms. Looking at the corpse of the fourth-level Wolf King not far away, his heart was filled with shock. She had always thought that she was the top talent in the second grade, but in front of this freshman, everything she was proud of seemed like a joke. "Are you still digging?" Lin Feng seemed a little impatient. "I'm in a hurry." "Dig." "Of course." Chen Mo immediately came to his senses, took out a special alloy short blade from his tactical backpack, and started digging himself. The skin and flesh of the fourth-level monster were extremely tough, but under Chen Mo's experienced technique. Soon, the Wolf King's skull was broken open. A fist-sized, crystal-clear silver magic core, with a storm-like atmosphere inside, was taken out. Chen Mo handed the blood-stained magic core to Lin Feng. "The mission item is yours." Lin Feng took it, without even looking at it, and threw it directly into his storage bracelet. This indifferent look made Liang and Zhao Wenba, who were watching eagerly, twitch their lips. That was a fourth-level magic core, worth at least 500,000 alliance coins, but this guy just threw it like a stone. The mission ended in a way no one expected. The group walked out of the valley in silence. Liang and Zhao Wenba followed at the back, far away from Lin Feng and Yushi, not even daring to breathe. Liang didn't even dare to look at Yushi again. Whenever the pair of golden pupils appeared in his mind, his calves would cramp. Back to the SUV, Chen Mo finally couldn't help it and stopped Lin Feng, who was about to leave. "Student Lin Feng, you must come back to the academy with me. What happened today needs to be reported in detail to the dean." His tone was serious, with an unquestionable command. "I have something else to do, so I won't go back." Lin Feng looked into the depths of the forest and refused directly. "This is an order." Chen Mo emphasized his tone, and a powerful aura belonging to a sixth-level beastmaster pressed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't even raise his eyelids. But Yueshi behind him narrowed her golden pupils slightly and glanced at Chen Mo. Chen Mo only felt a chill running from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. The momentum that I had finally built up disappeared in an instant, and my heart skipped a beat. He immediately realized that his pressure was a joke in front of this woman. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Chen Mo, who looked nervous. He sighed and softened his tone. "Instructor Chen, the mission is completed. Just remember to transfer the reward to my card. I do have something urgent to do." "But..." Chen Mo still wanted to insist. "It's nothing," Lin Feng interrupted him. "Teacher Lu Zhan knows my situation. Go back and tell him that I will come back to fight him after I finish my work. No, I will go to fight him." When Lu Zhan was mentioned, Chen Mo's expression changed. Lu Zhan is a fighting maniac in the academy and has extremely high standards. Since he recognizes Lin Feng, the situation may be really special. Thinking about the devastating scene just now, Chen Mo knew that he could not stop these two people at all. He smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Okay. Be careful." "I understand." Lin Feng nodded. He gestured to Su Muxue and the others as a farewell. Su Muxue just nodded with a complicated expression, while Liang and Zhao Wenba were like quails, wishing they could shrink their heads into their necks. After saying that, Lin Feng turned to Yu Shi and said, "Let's go." Yu Shi hummed. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, an invisible force lifted up Lin Feng and Yu Shi's bodies, and the two slowly rose into the air. Then it transformed into a streak of light and flew rapidly towards the deeper part of the weeping forest. Only Chen Mo and the other three were left, lying there in a mess in the wind. "Fly, fly?" Zhao Wenba's glasses slid to the tip of his nose. "Only a 6th-level beastmaster can fly." Liang's voice was filled with tears. "What kind of monster is he?" Chen Mo raised his head and looked at the streak of light disappearing into the sky. After a long time, he squeezed out a word from between his teeth. "Damn, did the academy recruit a god?" In the sky, the airflow is howling. Lin Feng was wrapped in a gentle force, and the strong wind caused by the high-speed flight had no effect on him at all. He looked down at the forest rapidly receding below him, and felt a surge of emotion in his heart. This is the world of the strong, flying in the air. First time flying? Yu Shi's voice sounded beside him. Yes. Lin Feng admitted honestly, and he turned his head to look at Yu Shi. Her long golden hair fluttered in the air, and her profile was perfect without a single flaw in the sunlight. Those golden eyes were gazing into the distance, with an ancient vicissitude that he could not understand. "You seem to care a lot about that place," Lin Feng asked. "There's a smell there that I hate, but also feels a little familiar." Yu Shi said calmly, "Perhaps we can find some materials to restore our strength." Lin Feng understood that for the Dragon Queen, nothing was more important than recovering her strength. "Where are we going?" The center of the rift. Chapter 19, Fireworks of the World. High in the sky, the wind is blowing fiercely. Lin Feng's body was wrapped in a layer of light golden halo, isolating all the strong winds from outside. This was the first time he looked down at the earth beneath his feet in this way. Mountains and rivers become winding curves in the field of vision, and towns and villages are like chess pieces on a chessboard. The dark green color of the weeping forest spreads endlessly into the distance, magnificent and desolate. This is what flying feels like. Lin Feng muttered to himself, feeling a bit curious. Yu Shi beside him had a calm expression on her face, her long golden hair stretching in the wind like flowing divine light. She was used to all this. Her gaze was always directed towards the farthest point, which was the direction of the center of the rift and the target of her power. "There's a small town in that direction." Lin Feng suddenly spoke, pointing in a direction at the edge of the forest. Looking from the sky, the town is full of smoke and has ancient buildings. Surrounded by a clear river, it exudes an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. Yu Shi glanced in the direction he pointed, her golden pupils calm. "What does it have to do with me?" "Let's go down and take a look," Lin Feng said. Yu Shi's brows furrowed slightly. "Our goal should be to find materials to restore our strength." Her voice was cold and contained a reminder. "I know." Lin Feng turned to look at her with a relaxed smile on his face. "But look down there. A gathering place for mortals, noisy, dirty, and filled with ignorance and desire." Yu Shi's comments were as harsh as ever. "You always say they are bugs and ants." Lin Feng didn't care. "Isn't it? Then you might as well go down and see for yourself what these bugs have built over the long years." Lin Feng's tone held a strange allure. "This doesn't help me recover my strength at all." Yu Shi was determined. "Just consider it as inspecting the territory?" Lin Feng changed his words and his tone became joking. "After all, you are the noble Dragon Queen, the queen of this whole land. Sooner or later, it will all be yours. It's only natural that you should know about the lives of the people in advance." Upon hearing this, Yu Shi's golden pupils narrowed slightly, revealing a rare hint of sadness as she glanced at Lin Feng. "I am becoming more and more courageous." She wanted to refuse outright. But Lin Feng's eyes, which were a bit cunning and a bit sincere, made her feel a strange feeling in her heart. She was silent for a moment. Still gave a response, just this time. She finally relented, her tone still arrogant. Lin Feng's smile grew even wider. "As you command, my queen." A streak of light fell from the sky and landed silently in a forest outside the town. The two walked on the bluestone path leading to the town. Yu Shi was still wearing that exquisite and complicated golden dress. She wore a hat with a wide brim, which obscured her stunning face and striking blonde hair. but her innate noble temperament still attracted the attention of passers-by. Lin Feng was dressed in casual college clothes and looked like a young student who was out traveling. The two of them together form a wonderful combination. The name of the town is Wang in Town. The name is very ordinary, carrying people's most simple expectations. There are people coming and going at the entrance of the town, including herbalists carrying herbs on their backs, and farmers pushing wheelbarrows to sell mountain products. There are also some mercenaries with swords on their waists and a strong aura. The air is mixed with the fragrance of soil, the aroma of food, and the hustle and bustle of people talking. This is the world of fireworks. Yueshi's pace slowed down unconsciously. The brim of her hat was pulled down low, but her golden eyes were looking at this new world curiously through the slit. Everything here is completely different from her time. Tonghulu. Sour and sweet Tonghulu. The shouting of an old man on the street attracted Lin Feng's attention. He pulled Yueshi's sleeve. Yueshi's body stiffened and she turned her head to look at him. Lin Feng pointed to the straw target filled with red fruits. Want to try it? Yueshi's gaze lingered on the bright red for a moment. Childish food, she commented dryly. Lin Feng smiled and walked straight over. Uncle, give me 2 skewers. He handed over a few copper coins and took out 2 strings of candied haw strung on bamboo sticks. He handed one of the strings to Yueshi. Yueshi looked at the crystal clear sugar coating, which was shining in the sunlight and contained plump hawthorn fruits, and did not move for a long time. Here. Lin Feng stuffed the bamboo stick into her hand. Her fingers were cold and she curled slightly when she touched the bamboo sticks. Lin Feng took a bite, and the crisp sound of the sugar coating breaking was heard. Sour and sweet, tastes good. He spoke vaguely. Yueshi looked at his satisfied expression, then lowered her head to look at what she was holding. She hesitated. A dragon queen who has lived for countless tens of thousands of years was actually hesitating about whether to eat a string of mortal snacks. If her subordinates knew this, they would probably be shocked. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. Lin Feng took another big bite. A barely audible hum came from under the brim of Yueshi's hat. She slowly raised her hand and lifted a corner of the brim of her hat slightly, revealing her smooth chin and a touching lip line. She imitated Lin Feng and took a small bite carefully. Crack! Crisp sound. A rich sweet and sour taste instantly exploded on her taste buds. This was a taste she had never experienced before. It is not some natural treasure containing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nor is it the flesh and blood of a demon beast containing tremendous energy. It's the purest, simplest taste of food. Yueshi paused. A strange light flashed in those golden pupils. Lin Feng looked at her, and the smile on his lips became more and more obvious. How about it? Not bad. Yueshi lowered the brim of her hat and her voice returned to its cold and clear state, but her hand holding the bamboo stick tightened a little. The two continued to wander the streets of the town. Yueshi spoke very little, it was basically Lin Feng who was talking and she was listening. Lin Feng told her what those strange things on the street stalls were. Talk about the identities of those people wearing different costumes, and talk about the history and customs of this small town. She was like a child who had just come into the world, silently absorbing everything in her own way. She saw a vendor making candy figures. With the movement of his fingers, a vivid phoenix took shape. She saw several children chasing and playing in the street, laughing like silver bells. She saw an elderly couple, supporting each other, walking in the sunset. Their steps were unsteady, but their eyes were peaceful. The lives of these mortals are fragile and short. But they used their limited lives to create their own civilization and warmth. This kind of power is different from the magic that destroys the world, and it is also different from the dragon's power that tears apart space. It is small but tenacious, like a stream that flows day and night and can eventually wear through the stone. What are they doing? Yueshi suddenly stopped and pointed to a stage not far away. Chapter 20 Conversation Under the Starry Sky. On the stage, several actors with heavy facial makeup were singing a cliched story of a hero saving a beautiful girl. Below the stage, a group of townspeople watched with great interest, cheering from time to time. Watching a play. Lin Feng explained. Tell others about history and legends in this way. Boring. Yueshi said this, but did not move. Her eyes fell on the martial artist who played the hero. The martial artist did a beautiful somersault and thrust out with his spear, repelling the clown who played the villain, which drew cheers from the audience. It's weak, its moves are fancy, and it has no practical value. she commented again. This is art, not battle. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Sometimes, what people need is not a real battle, but a beautiful story, a spiritual sustenance. Yueshi was silent. She watched the joys and sorrows on the stage, and the happiness and anger of the people below. In those golden pupils flowed a complex emotion that Lin Feng could not understand. Perhaps, in the stories of these mortals, she saw some shadows of her own long life. The afterglow of the setting sun casts a warm golden hue on the entire town. It's getting late. Yueshi spoke, but there was no emotion in her voice. The string of candied haws in her hand had been eaten up at some point, leaving only a bare bamboo stick. Well, time to go. Lin Feng nodded. The two turned around and walked out of the town. When leaving, Yueshi turned back and took a deep look at the small town that was becoming increasingly quiet in the twilight. These bugs aren't all that nasty, she whispered, so quietly that only she could hear it. Lin Feng was walking beside her and heard it. He smiled. When the two walked out of Wangan town, the sky had completely sunk into dusk. The night wind, bringing the coolness of the mountains, blew across the corners of their clothes. Yueshi stopped and looked at the dark mountains in the distance. Direction. Her voice returned to its usual coldness, and her words were concise and to the point. Lin Feng looked up at the starry sky, then pointed to a lake not far away that was illuminated by moonlight. I'm not leaving tonight. Yueshi's golden eyes turned to him with a scrutinizing look. My time is valuable. I know. Lin Feng's tone was very calm. But the dragon race's body also needs to adapt to the laws of heaven and earth in this era. Haste will weaken the foundation. He spoke nonsense without blushing or getting nervous. Besides, look at that lake. Lin Feng pointed to the shimmering water. The rich moonlight and abundant water vapor make it an excellent place for you to perceive and regulate the connection between this body and the world. Yueshi was silent, her eyes fixed on the lake. The lake's surface is like a mirror, reflecting the starry sky, and it indeed contains a pure natural energy. The recovery of her soul injury and strength was not achieved overnight, and the degree of compatibility between her body and this world was indeed a problem that she had overlooked. What Lin Feng said sounds reasonable. The cleverness of mortals. She snorted coldly, but had already turned towards the lake. Lin Feng followed behind her with a triumphant smile on his face. The grassland by the lake is flat and open. Lin Feng took out a bunch of things from the storage ring. Tent, sleeping bag, and a small cooking set. Yueshi looked at these junks that she had never seen before, and her beautiful brows frowned again. What's this? A tool for mortals to spend the night in the wild. Lin Feng said. While skillfully setting up the tent's legs, he said, it can keep out the wind and rain, and also keep out mosquitoes. What a boring creation, Yueshi commented. I just need a dust purifying barrier. The barrier blocks out wind and rain, as well as the smell of fireworks. Lin Feng looked up at her. Your Majesty, haven't you already experienced it today? The fireworks of the world are quite good. He deliberately emphasized the word okay. Yueshi pursed her lips, looked away and said no more. Lin Feng quickly set up the tent, built a simple stove with stones not far away, and picked up some dry branches. A small flame popped out from his fingertips and the bonfire was instantly ignited. The crackling flames brought warmth and light, dispelling the surrounding darkness and cold. Yueshi stood in the distance, her golden long skirt glowing gorgeously in the firelight, like a god who was detached from the world. Lin Feng walked to the lake. The water was so clear that he could see the fish swimming leisurely among the water plants. He put his fingers together like a sword and slashed them underwater. A glimmer of light passed by, and a fat, silver-scaled fish was lifted out of the water by a gentle force and fell into his hands. The fish is still jumping around. Yueshi looked at his precise control of energy, and a hint of surprise flashed in her golden pupils. His use of strength is even stronger than before. Lin Feng cleaned the fish neatly with a dagger, pierced it with a sharpened branch, and roasted it over the campfire. He took out a small spice bottle from the ring, picked up some powder, and sprinkled it evenly on the fish. Soon, a rich aroma of meat mixed with the unique scent of spices spread across the tranquil lakeside. Yueshi's nose moved almost imperceptibly. The way barbarians eat, she began, her tone as critical as ever. Many of Her Majesty's subjects live like this. Lin Feng turned the grilled fish to ensure that it was heated evenly. You can't just stay in your magnificent palace and be oblivious to the lives of your people. Yueshi was speechless after hearing his words. She found that this mortal boy always used some twisted logic that made it impossible for her to refute. The fish was grilled quickly. The crust is golden and crispy, the fat sizzles, and the aroma is fragrant. Lin Feng took the grilled fish off, held it with a broad leaf, and walked in front of Yueshi. "Try it, Your Majesty." He held it out. "A tribute from your people." Yueshi looked down at the grilled fish that was emitting an enticing aroma. Her eyes moved back and forth between Yu and Lin Feng's faces. Finally, she reached out her hand and took it gracefully. She imitated how she ate the candied haws before and took a careful bite. Beneath the crispy skin lies the tender and juicy fish meat, which bursts in your mouth with the flavor of spices and the smoky aroma of firewood. This is a rough, yet incredibly fresh flavor. It was completely different from the dragon food in her memory, which contained tremendous energy but had a monotonous taste. She ate silently, slowly, and quietly. But in the end, she ate up the big grilled fish. Lin Feng looked at her and just smiled. He also grilled one for himself, leaned against the campfire and started eating it with big mouthfuls. The night deepens. The starry sky reflected on the lake is so bright that it is breathtaking. Is the starry sky above your head the same one you saw 10,000 years ago? Lin Feng suddenly spoke. Chapter 21 Yueshi's Past. Yueshi paused for a moment, slowly raised her head and looked at the boundless night sky. Her eyes became distant and deep. Stars will fall, continents will drift, and what you see is just an illusion. Her voice was very soft, carrying the vicissitudes of time. But they are there now, and they are beautiful, said Lin Feng. Yueshi was silent. You have seen countless dynasties rise and countless civilizations fall. Lin Feng's voice was particularly clear in the silent night. Watching all this alone, wouldn't it be quiet? He didn't use the word lonely. He used the word quiet. Yueshi's body stiffened slightly. She turned her head, and in the firelight, her golden pupils stared at Lin Feng closely. What do you want to say? There was a hint of caution in her voice. I want to say that you are a witness, a lonely king. Lin Feng looked into her eyes with a serious expression. You have the power to destroy the world. It also carries a long time that ordinary people cannot imagine. You look down on the fragility of mortals, but perhaps you also envy their liveliness. I envy bugs? Yushi's voice suddenly turned cold, with a hint of offended anger. I don't envy their fragility, but I envy their ability to come together so easily. Share the warmth. Lin Feng's tone remained calm. Just like this fire, if only one person is guarding it, it can only provide warmth. With two people watching over it, it can chat and share a grilled fish. Yueshi's anger slowly dissipated as he spoke. She looked at the bonfire in front of her, and then looked at the calm mortal beside her. Over the long years, she has had countless powerful subordinates and countless fanatical followers. They feared her, worshipped her, and gave her everything. But never has anyone dared to sit next to her, chat with her under the starry sky, and share a grilled fish. The night wind picked up again, bringing with it the moisture from the lake, making the air even cooler. Yueshi was wearing a gorgeous but thin long dress, and her body subconsciously curled up. This subtle movement was captured by Lin Feng. He stood up and took off his college coat, which still had body temperature. Yueshi watched him approach warily. What are you up to? Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just walked forward and gently put the coat on her shoulders. Yueshi's body stiffened instantly. The coat was very ordinary, the fabric was rough, and it had a faint scent that belonged to Lin Feng. But that warmth was so real, it penetrated the fabric and reached her skin. She was stunned. In the golden pupils, the Dragon Queen's aloofness and majesty collapsed for a moment. Instead, there was a surge of emotions that she herself could not understand. She subconsciously grabbed her coat and wrapped herself tighter. She turned her head, avoiding Lin Feng's sight, and looked at the dancing flames again without saying a word. Lin Feng also returned to his seat, lay on the grass, rested his arms on his head, and continued to look at the stars in the sky. A strange silence fell between the two of them. There was only the crackling of the campfire and the chirping of insects in the distance. Ding! Yueshi's favorability plus 10, current favorability, 35 preliminary approval. The system prompt sound that rang in his mind made Lin Feng's mouth curve even wider. A long time passed. It was so long that Lin Feng thought she would not speak again tonight. My hometown is not on this continent. Yueshi's voice rang out in the silent night, carrying a distant and ethereal feeling. She didn't look at Lin Feng, but her eyes were cast on the lake reflecting the stars, as if she could see through the water and see another world. Lin Feng turned sideways and looked at her profile quietly. The firelight outlined her perfect figure, and in those golden pupils flowed a sadness from the past that he had never seen before. At the other end of the sea of stars, there is an island. It's suspended in the endless void, belonging to no world. We call it Dragon Island. Her voice was steady, as if she was telling a story that had nothing to do with her. Dragon Island is huge. There are sacred trees that penetrate the sky and earth, holy mountains with flowing lava, and a sea of time and space that can reflect the myriad worlds. My people have lived there for generations. They are natural warriors and graceful scholars. They will forge the strongest armor with dragon fire, and compose the most magnificent poems in the dragon language. The people live and work in peace and contentment, and the young dragons chase and play among the branches of the sacred tree. The elder dragons sleep in the caves of the sacred mountain, guarding the heritage of their tribe. And I am their queen. When she said this, her tone finally showed a hint of pride from the past. Lin Feng could imagine that scene. A group of powerful and noble creatures live a peaceful and glorious life in a paradise-like country. Yueshi is the supreme ruler of that country. All is well. Yueshi lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow in the firelight. Until that day. Her voice suddenly took on a hint of coldness, and even the air around them dropped a few degrees. The sky is cracked. It's not a dark cloud, it's not a storm, it's a real, physical shattering. The space above Dragon Island was like a shattered mirror, revealing the cold, dead void outside. And then, they came. Lin Feng's heart was lifted. Who are they? God. When Yueshi uttered this word, deep hatred burned in her golden pupils. A group of strange beings who call themselves gods. How many people are there? Lin Feng asked. 7. Yueshi's voice was soft, but every word was as heavy as a mountain. Only 7. They landed on Dragon Island without saying anything and without giving any reason. They just started killing. The crackling of the bonfire seemed particularly harsh at this moment. Lin Feng's breathing stopped. He could feel that when Yueshi said the word killing. The coat draped over her was tightly grasped in her fingers. My people rose up in resistance. The dragon's roar shook the entire Dragon Island, and its flames dyed the sky crimson. The elders activated the ancient magic circle that protects Dragon Island. A light curtain rose from the ground, trying to isolate the invaders. But it's all in vain. There was a deep sense of powerlessness in her voice. One of the gods simply extended a finger. That finger grew immensely large, obscuring the sky. Then, it gently pressed downwards. The magic circle that protected Dragon Island for tens of thousands of years shattered in an instant. The light curtain turned into fragments all over the sky, the earth cracked, and the holy mountain collapsed. Under that single blow of the finger, countless members of the tribe were reduced to dust before they could even utter a cry. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Lin Feng's back. With one finger, he shattered the protective magic circle of a world and destroyed countless dragons. What a terrifying power this is! This was beyond his comprehension. Chapter 22. Let me protect the lonely king. I led the elite dragon guards and charged towards them. Yueshi's eyes became sharp, as if she had returned to the battlefield of blood and fire. I fought the leading god. He wielded a golden spear, and every swing of it could tear through space. My dragon claws are powerful enough to crush the stars, but when they grab his divine body, they can only leave a shallow white mark. My dragon flame is enough to melt everything, but when I breathe it on him, I can't even ignite the corner of his clothes. We fought from the sky to the void, from the sea of time and space to the edge of the world's barrier. I burned my original dragon blood, increasing my strength to the extreme, and finally tore off one of his arms. Lin Feng could imagine how brutal the battle was. Yueshi, the proud queen, paid a huge price to protect her people. Then what? Then. Yueshi's eyes dimmed. The other 6 gods have already completed their so-called purification. My people, my elders, my guards, all of them. Her words paused, a suppressed sob catching in her throat. A layer of mist covered those proud golden eyes. She raised her head and looked at the brilliant starry sky, as if trying to hold back the tears that were about to burst out. They surrounded me. Finally, the elders of the tribe made a decision. They activated the last forbidden secret technique of the dragon clan. Sacrifice. Lin Feng's heart suddenly shrank. Sacrifice the blood, soul, and strength of the entire clan to forge a new god. A god, belonging to our dragon race. I disagree. I told them to stop. As a queen, I should die alongside my people. But they refused. My father, the previous generation's Dragon King, used his last bit of strength to imprison me. He walked up to me and touched my forehead with his scarred hand. Yueshi's voice was trembling uncontrollably. He told me, "Live, Yueshi. Live with the hope and flames of revenge of the dragon race." Then I watched him. Look at my father, my elders, my compatriots, my people. One after another, they transformed into the purest golden light in front of me. Those lights, carrying all their love, all their hatred, all their resentment and hope, all poured into my body. That feeling. She took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. It was like the whole world was pressing down on my soul. Every inch of flesh and blood is being torn apart and recast. It hurts. It hurts so much, I just want to die. But I can't. Because I can hear their voices. They cry out in my soul. Revenge. When she opened her eyes again, her golden vertical pupils were burning with a rage that was enough to burn the sea of stars. I have gained the power of God. The price is that I am the only one left in the entire dragon clan. I rushed towards the 7 high-ranking invaders. 1 against 7. Lin Feng could imagine how brutal the battle was. It was a battle of revenge that involved the entire clan's strength concentrated on one person. I shattered their divine bodies. I tore apart their godhead. I even completely wiped out 2 of them. There was a kind of crazy pleasure in Yueshi's tone. But they are too strong. The remaining 5 joined forces to detonate their kingdom of God. That power is beyond the limit. The entire Dragon Island, our home for generations, was completely shattered in that explosion. It shattered into countless pieces and scattered into the cold sea of stars. The world tree has also withered. And I was also severely injured by that power. My godhead was shattered, my essence was exhausted, and I fell from the rift of time and space. Finally, I fell into the forest where you found me. The story is over. The lakeside fell into deathly silence again. Only the bonfire was still burning tirelessly. Yueshi curled up in Lin Feng's coat, her body trembling slightly due to the violent fluctuations of emotions. She cut open her deepest, most painful scar, bloodily, and displayed it before this mortal. She didn't know why she did that. Maybe the starry sky is too gentle. Maybe the bonfire was too warm. Perhaps, it was just because of the man beside her that made her feel an unprecedented sense of security. The bonfire was still burning, casting a warm light on the 2 of them. Lin Feng felt extremely heavy-hearted. He finally understood where Yueshi's innate arrogance and loneliness came from. She is a queen of a fallen country. She bears the blood feud of the annihilation of her entire clan. Every living being she sees may remind her of her lost people. All his previous teasing and temptations now seemed so shallow. Sorry. Lin Feng whispered. Yueshi turned her head, with a hint of doubt in her golden pupils. Why are you apologizing? I shouldn't have treated you like that. Lin Feng looked into her eyes with an extremely serious expression. After what you've been through. Yueshi looked at him. After hearing her past that was enough to make any living being tremble, the mortal in front of him showed not fear, not greed, but apology on his face. The ice wall in her heart quietly melted a corner. It's none of your business. She looked away, and her voice regained some of its coolness. That's my war. It's mine now, too. Lin Feng said. Yueshi suddenly turned around and stared at him closely. Symbiotic contract. Lin Feng's tone was calm, but his words were powerful. Your enemy is my enemy. Are you crazy? Yushi's voice was filled with disbelief. Do you know what you're talking about? That's a god. A being that can destroy a world with a single blow. And you're just a mortal. I'm not a mortal now. Lin Feng interrupted her, I'm your partner. He stood up, walked to Yueshi, squatted down, and looked at her at eye level. Perhaps I am very weak now, so weak that I am no different from a bug in your eyes. But I will become stronger. Then, pull them down from their pedestals, one by one. I will stand with you before those 5 so-called gods. His voice was not loud, but every word struck Yueshi's heart clearly. The night wind blew, ruffling the black hair in front of his forehead. His eyes reflected the flickering flames and her slightly contracted golden pupils. There was something in it that she had never seen in the eyes of any living being. It's not arrogance, it's not conceit. It's pure, unwavering determination. Yueshi's heart beat violently. Chapter 23 Dragoness Hatred, Take Her to Travel. Over the long years, she had heard countless oaths and witnessed countless pledges of allegiance. But all of those were nothing compared to the simple words spoken by this mortal in front of me, beside the campfire in the wilderness. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. I want to say that he is overestimating his abilities and that he is dreaming. But when those sarcastic words came to my lips, I couldn't utter a single word. She just held on to her coat tightly, which still retained his warmth. Foolish mortal. In the end, she just squeezed out these words from between her teeth. But she quietly turned her face to the side, avoiding Lin Feng's sight. Lin Feng smiled. He knew she accepted it. Ding! Yueshi's favorability increased by 20. Current favorability, 55 partners trust. Unlock a new character biography entry, the Queen of a Fallen Nation, carrying a deep blood feud. Unlocks the main quest, God's Revenge. Quest objective, kill 5 gods. Quest reward, unknown. A series of system prompts sounded in Lin Feng's mind. He looked at the Dragon Queen in front of him, who looked proud on the outside but carried endless pain in her heart, and felt a strong desire to protect her. What are the names of the remaining 5? I don't know their real names. Yueshi's voice returned to its cold and clear tone, but with an added touch of solemnity. I only know their divine emblem. One is a burning black sun. One is a tangled thorn. One is a broken crown. One is the holy grail of weeping. The last one is an eye staring into the abyss. Lin Feng nodded every time she said one. He engraved these 5 divine emblems firmly in his mind. I've got it. Go to sleep. He stood up and pointed to the pitched tent. The road ahead is long, you need to rest. Yueshi took a look at the creation, which was new and simple to her, and did not refuse it. She stood up and returned the coat that belonged to Lin Feng to him. Here, I'll give it back to you. You keep it, it's cold at night. Lin Feng didn't answer. Yueshi paused, and finally put her coat back on. Yueshi looked at his back, moved her lips, but finally said nothing. She pulled her coat tighter, where his scent and warmth still lingered. She walked into the tent in silence. Lin Feng watched her back disappear behind the tent curtain before returning to the campfire and lying down again. He rested his head on his arms and looked at the starry sky. Tonight, he learned that outside this world, there is a wider world and more terrifying enemies. It's very stressful. But in his heart, there was an unprecedented desire to fight. When he is alone, he just wants to survive and live a better life. Now, he has a partner. He now had a reason that needed him to protect and fight alongside him. He glanced at the quiet tent. The future seems to be getting interesting. When the sky brightened, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The bonfire had long since gone out, leaving only a pile of warm ashes. A thin layer of morning mist rose from the surface of the lake, carrying with it the fresh scent of aquatic plants. He sat up and stretched, his joints making a slight crackling sound. The small tent had its door curtains tightly closed and was completely silent inside. Lin Feng stood up, walked to the lake, scooped up a handful of cold lake water and washed his face. His young face was reflected in the water, and his eyes were deeper than yesterday. He looked back at the tent and began to pick up the debris on the ground. He wiped the pot clean and put it back into the storage ring. The sleeping bag was also rolled up and put away. He was about to dismantle the tent when the door curtain was lifted by a white hand. Yueshi walked out from inside. She was still wearing Lin Feng's ill-fitting college jacket. Her long golden hair was a little messy, adding a touch of mortal laziness to her godlike perfect face. The morning sun shone on her, enveloping her in a soft halo. She saw Lin Feng busy at work, and her golden pupils moved. It's dawn. Lin Feng smiled at her. Yueshi's eyes fell on his hands, watching him skillfully dismantle the supports and fold the tent cloth. She stood in silence, looking at these mortal creations that she could never understand. I'll do it, she suddenly said. Lin Feng stopped and looked at her in surprise. Yueshi walked forward and grabbed a corner of the tent, imitating Lin Feng's previous actions. She wanted to fold it. Sizzle. There was a crisp sound of cloth tearing. The tent, which was made of special material and was quite sturdy, felt as fragile as a piece of thin paper in her hands. A huge crack appeared in the middle. The air suddenly became quiet. Lin Feng looked at his scrap tent, opened his mouth, and couldn't say a word. Yueshi was also stunned. She looked down at her slender white fingers, then at the torn piece of cloth, and her pretty brows were tightly furrowed. Poor quality. She gave her evaluation with a somewhat stiff tone, trying to cover up her mistake. Lin Feng sighed and put away the pile of rags. Your Majesty, this is a mortal's tool, not a dragon's toy. I just want to help. Yueshi's voice lowered. I can't afford your help. Lin Feng said half-jokingly. Yueshi pursed her lips, turned her head and looked away. The ears are pointed and slightly red. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled. He took out some dry food and a pot of water from the ring and handed her a portion. Yueshi took it, looked at the white bread in her hand, and fell silent again. She hesitated for a long time before she imitated Lin Feng and took small bites. Very soft, dry, and lackluster in flavor. But she still ate the bread bit by bit with an expressionless face. The two packed up and set out on their journey again. The fields under the morning light are endless. Where are we going? Yueshi asked. This was unimaginable before. She only gave orders and never asked about the process. Let's go through this dark forest first. Lin Feng pointed to the endless dark green forest ahead. On the other side of the forest, that's where the crack appears. Yueshi nodded to show that she understood. The two walked into the forest, one in front and one behind. The tall ancient trees blocked out the sun, and the sunlight was cut into countless tiny spots of light, which sprinkled on the thick fallen leaves. The air in the forest is moist and warm, mixed with the scent of earth and rotting wood. The wind walked in front, his steps steady. Sometimes he bent down to push aside the vines that blocked his way, and sometimes he moved sideways to pass through the gap between two giant trees. Yueshi followed behind him, her golden dress still emitting a faint glow in the dim woodland. Wherever she passed, the tangled thorns and wet swamps automatically made way for her. Chapter 24 Leisurely Time with Dragon Lady. She could have flown there with Lin Feng, but she chose to walk. She looked at the back of the mortal in front of her. He was not walking fast. But every step has a peculiar rhythm, blending into the forest. Occasionally he would stop and point to an inconspicuous plant and speak to her. This is blood-clotting grass. Crush it and apply it to the wound. It will stop the bleeding quickly. He pointed to a brightly colored mushroom. This is called love mushroom. It's highly poisonous, but if handled properly, it's a good anesthetic. Yueshi listened quietly, her golden pupils reflecting those things that look like weeds to her. The knowledge of these mortals is trivial and insignificant. But it is very practical. After walking for about 2 hours, the woods ahead suddenly opened up. A violent roar came from the bushes not far away. The ground shook slightly. A creature as big as an elephant suddenly appeared in front of the two men, crashing into several large trees. It has a wild boar's head covered with rock-like scales, and 2 fangs at the corners of its mouth curve upward, flashing a cold light. Rock armor steel mane. Lin Feng recognized this monster. It is a very tough predator in this forest. Yueshi's eyes turned cold. She simply raised a finger, and golden light gathered at the fingertips. Her usual way of dealing with such lowly creatures that dared to roar in front of her was to erase them. Wait. Lin Feng stretched out his hand to stop her. The light from Yueshi's fingertips faded, and Jintong turned to him with questions. This thing is edible. Lin Feng said. Yueshi. She looked at the monster that was covered in mud and exuded a fishy smell, and her beautiful brows frowned again. Mortal recipes are always so strange. Rock armor Steelmane was obviously irritated by these 2 tiny humans. It let out an ear-splitting roar, lowered its head, and pawed the ground with its 4 hooves, ready to charge. Lin Feng did not retreat but instead took a few steps forward. He picked up a stone from the ground and weighed it. The rock armor's steel bristles moved. Its huge body rushed forward with tremendous force, and the ground was shaking. Just when it was about to hit Lin Feng, shook his wrist. That ordinary stone was shot out accurately with a sound of breaking through the air. The stone's target was not the beast's hard head, nor its thick scales. Instead, it was the mud-covered ground beneath its raised front hooves when it charged. Bang! The stone hit the ground and a burst of force burst out. The ground suddenly bounced up a sharpened vine that had been placed there by Lin Feng. There is a little bit of weak energy attached to the vine. Puff! The sharp vines precisely pierced into the softest part of the palm of Rock Armor Steel Main's front hoof, which was also the only part not covered by scales. Ouch! Rock Armor Steel Main let out a painful howl, and the huge momentum came to an abrupt halt. Its huge body lost balance and fell to the ground with a loud bang, rolling several times on the ground and crushing countless plants. Lin Feng didn't even look at it, then turned around and spread his hands to Yushi. Done. Yueshi looked at him, and surprise appeared again in her golden pupils. The energy he used was very weak. It could almost be said to be the power of a mortal. But his grasp of timing, use of the environment, and insight into the enemy's weaknesses were all extremely accurate. This is a completely different fighting style from hers. Not relying on sheer strength, but on wisdom and skill. Lin Feng walked to the fallen monster and used a dagger to cut off a large piece of leg meat from the tenderest part of its body. He carried the piece of meat and returned to Yueshi. Lunch is ready. The two found an open space near a stream. Lin Feng skillfully made a fire, cut the meat into small pieces, and skewered them with branches. This time, he took out more from the ring. Besides the spices, there was a small jar of honey and some wild fruit jam. He spread honey and jam evenly on the meat and roasted it over the fire. Soon, the aroma of meat, fruit, and the sweet scent of honey mixed together, exuding a smell that was even more tempting than last night's grilled fish. Yueshi sat by the fire and watched him busy. She found that this mortal seemed to be very good at doing these things. The barbecue sizzled and the fat dripped into the flames, making a crackling sound. Lin Feng handed a skewer of roasted meat to Yueshi. Try it, Her Majesty the Queen's new tribute. Yueshi took it. The meat is crispy on the outside and tender and juicy on the inside, with a blend of sweet and salty flavors and rich taste. Better than bread. She gave her evaluation after she finished eating. Lin Feng smiled. After lunch, the two continued on their journey. In the evening, they came to a turbulent river. The river water is turbid and the current is fast, making a rumbling sound. Yueshi glanced at the other side of the river and said to Lin Feng, "Let's fly over." "No need." Lin Feng shook his head. "Let me show you how mortals cross the river." He walked to the river, observed the current, and then began to look for suitable wood in the nearby woods. Yueshi looked at him in confusion. Half an hour later, a simple raft appeared by the river. Lin Feng used tough vines to tie several thick logs together. "Come up," he said to Yueshi. Yueshi looked at the simple raft that could fall apart at any time, and then looked at Lin Feng. She finally went up. Lin Feng used a long bamboo pole to support the riverbed, controlling the direction of the raft, and slowly drifting towards the other side. The raft swayed in the fast-flowing river. Yueshi stood in the middle of the raft. Her gorgeous long dress was out of place with the simple raft. She needed to allocate a tiny amount of energy to maintain her balance. This experience was very new to her. Just then, a wave hit and the raft shook violently. Yueshi's body subconsciously leaned to one side. Lin Feng was quick to reach out and hold her arm. His palms were warm and strong. Yueshi's body stiffened. She could feel the warmth of a mortal coming from his palm. She raised her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also looking at her, with a few drops of river water on his face, and his eyes were very focused. "Hold on," he said. Yueshi quickly looked away and pulled her arm away from his hand. "I understand." Her voice was flat, without any emotion. But she tightened her grip on the coat a little more. After crossing the river safely, it was already completely dark. "Forget about the tent tonight." Lin Feng found a depression in the mountain wall sheltered from the wind not far from the riverbank. He cleared a space and lit the bonfire again. The dancing flames dispelled the chill of the night. The two sat around the campfire in silence. The atmosphere was completely different from last night. The heavy past has been revealed, and the high wall between the two has disappeared. What remains is a quiet, slowly fermenting sense of familiarity. Chapter 25. It's just an ordinary wooden bird. In my hometown, people like to tell stories when they sit around the campfire. Lin Feng suddenly spoke. Yueshi looked at him, her golden pupils appearing particularly bright in the firelight. "On my first day at school, my instructor punished me to clean the magic energy pipelines throughout the academy." Lin Feng said with a smile. "Why?" Yueshi asked. "Because I blew away his wig, which he was so proud of, at the opening ceremony. A very subtle upward arc appeared at the corner of Yueshi's mouth. But it soon disappeared. "What a silly prank," she commented. Later, I discovered that the end of the magic energy pipe was connected to the bathroom in the girls' dormitory. Lin Feng continued. Yueshi's eyes suddenly became dangerous. Then I blocked all the exhaust vents of the pipes. Lin Feng spread his hands. That night, the entire girls' dormitory was flooded by hot water steam, and they ran out screaming. Despicable. Yueshi spat out 2 words coldly. The next day, I was chased and beaten by all the girls in the school. Lin Feng looked innocent. They were so unreasonable. I just wanted them to experience the feeling of a sauna. Yueshi looked at him and was silent for a long time. "You're a bad guy," she said finally. "Thank you for the compliment." Lin Feng grinned. Yueshi stopped talking. She turned her head and looked at the dancing flames. But her shoulders were shaking slightly. Lin Feng looked at her and just smiled. He knew that this queen of a fallen country, who bore a deep blood feud, he is being pulled down from the cold throne little by the mundane world of mortals. It's late at night. Lin Feng leaned against the mountain wall and gradually fell asleep. Yueshi is still awake. She looked at the sleeping face of the mortal beside her. In the firelight, his outline was soft and his breathing was steady. She reached out her hand, as if to touch his cheek. But her fingers stopped a few inches away from him. She withdrew her hand and pulled the coat that carried his scent tighter around her. She closed her eyes. For the first time in a long time, she felt at peace. Ding! Yueshi favorability +5, current favorability, 60 trusted partner. A series of system prompts sounded in Lin Feng's mind. But he knew nothing about it while he was sleeping. The faint light of early morning shines through the sparse branches and leaves onto Yueshi's face. She opened her eyes and saw the sky above the mountain wall was a clean gray blue. The bonfire has gone out. Lin Feng was sitting not far away, with his back to her, and was using a dagger to carve a small piece of wood. His movements were focused, and the wood chips fell in circles. Yueshi sat up, and the coat that belonged to him slipped down a little, revealing his shoulders. She silently pulled her coat closer. Lin Feng heard the noise and turned around. Awake? He held up the wooden sculpture in his hand, which was in its initial form and looked like a little bird. Yueshi's gaze lingered on the wooden bird for a moment. She says everything. She stood up and walked over to him. Lin Feng handed her another piece of wood and a knife. I'm free anyway, so I might as well make a bowl. Yueshi took the thing. The wood felt light in her hands. The sharp edge of the knife shone coldly in the morning light. She imitated Lin Feng and started to carve wood. She forgot to control her strength. Crack! The block of wood broke in two down the middle. Lin Feng looked at her and raised his eyebrows. Yueshi's ears turned red again. She threw the 2 halves of wood away with a cold expression. Your wood is also of inferior quality. Lin Feng laughed out loud. He handed her the wooden bird in his hand. Then try this. Use your fingernails to carve out the remaining feathers. Yueshi took the unfinished wooden bird. She stretched out her right index finger, and the fingertip became crystal clear, like jade. Carefully, she stroked the wooden bird's wings with her fingertips. This time, she had it under control. Fine feather patterns appeared on the wooden bird. The wooden bird came alive instantly. She looked at the work on her fingertips, and a strange light flashed in her golden pupils. This requires more delicate control than crushing a mountain. Lin Feng took the wooden bird back from her hand and blew off the sawdust on it. Your skills are good. We can open a wood carving shop together in the future. Boring. Yueshi said this, but her eyes followed the wooden bird. Lin Feng put the wooden bird in his arms. Let's go, let's get going. They left this temporary campsite. The road in the forest began to become complicated. After walking for half a day, 2 forks in the road appeared ahead. A road is wide and flat, and you can see far into the distance. The other path was covered by vines and bushes and led into the deep forest. Lin Feng stopped. Go straight and we will reach our destination in 3 days. He pointed to the wide road. Go this way and you'll see something different. He pointed to the path again. Which way do you want to go? He asked Yueshi. This was the first time he put the choice in her hands. Yueshi looked at the path leading to the unknown. She was silent for a long time. You choose. She threw the question back. Lin Feng smiled. He turned around and walked into the secluded path without hesitation. Yueshi followed. She wanted to know what the different thing he was talking about was. The trail was harder than I imagined. Lin Feng was in front, using a dagger to cut through the thorns blocking the way. Yueshi followed behind him, and the cut vines no longer dared to approach her. The light is getting dimmer. The air also became damp and cold. A pitch-black cave appeared in front of us. Lin Feng turned around and said to her, "We're here." Yueshi looked at the cave entrance, confused. An ordinary cave. Lin Feng lit a torch and walked in. Yueshi followed in. The cave is very deep and winds downwards. After walking for about an incense stick of time, Lin Feng blew out the torch. The world fell into darkness. Yueshi frowned. "Don't move." Lin Feng's voice sounded in the darkness. The next moment, the entire cave lit up. It wasn't a firelight, but a soft, dreamy blue-green glow. The light comes from the cave wall. The entire cave wall is covered with a layer of luminous moss. In this blue-green sea of light, there are dots of golden light dancing. It's a firefly. Thousands of fireflies form a brilliant galaxy in this isolated cave. Yueshi was stunned. She had seen magical wonders 1,000 times more magnificent than this, and palaces paved with gems. But the scene before my eyes has a simple vitality that strikes directly into my heart. A firefly boldly landed on her fingertips. She stretched out her finger and looked at the faint but warm light. Lin Feng stood beside her, looking at her profile quietly. The coldness and majesty on her face that belonged to a queen completely melted at this moment. All that was left was the pure amazement of a young girl. They stayed in the cave for a long time. Until the light of the fireflies became dim. The faint light of fireflies will illuminate those in the dark. The two walked out of the cave. It started raining outside without me noticing. Chapter 26, Life and Death Are Unknown, Take the Queen to Play in the Water. The rain was heavy, and the big raindrops hit the leaves, making crackling sounds. "We are so lucky," Lin Feng said. They found a huge old tree. The treetops were like a giant open umbrella, and underneath was a dry ground. The two sat down under the tree. The sound of rain blocked out everything outside. It seemed as if the only thing left in the world was this tree and the two people beneath it. Lin Feng took out a water bottle and dry food from the ring. Yueshi took it and ate it silently. "What is your hometown like?" she suddenly asked. Lin Feng munched on the bread and thought about it. "It's very noisy, crowded, and full of tall steel buildings. It doesn't sound like a good place." Yueshi commented. "It's okay, at least I can go to the street to eat skewers and drink beer at night." "Barbecue? Beer?" Yueshi was unfamiliar with these words. "It's just grilling various meats and vegetables on skewers, and pairing them with a kind of wine brewed from wheat. It tastes great," Lin Feng explained. Yueshi imagined the scene. A group of people gathered around the smoky stove, talking and laughing loudly. Very urban and lively. "What about you?" Lin Feng asked, "Where did you live before you became queen?" Yueshi paused for a moment. She looked at the rain in front of her. Longqi Valley, a valley shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. There is a tree of life in the valley. We, the Dragon Clan, were born under that tree. Her voice was flat, as if she was telling someone else's story. When I was a kid, I loved climbing to the top of the tree of life and watching the sea of clouds roll in. At that time, my father was still alive, and my mother was still alive. Lin Feng listened quietly. This is the first time she has spoken about her past. The rain gradually subsided. A rainbow appeared in the sky. "Let's go." Lin Feng stood up. They continued on their way. The atmosphere became different from before. A silent understanding flows between the two people. In the evening, they stopped by a stream. Lin Feng caught a few fat fish in the stream. He expertly built a fire, scraped the scales, and removed the internal organs. He handed one of the processed fish and a small knife to Yueshi. "Come, Your Majesty, learn some mortal life skills." Yueshi took the fish. She looked at the slippery fish body and her beautiful brows frowned again. She tried to scrape the fish scales with a knife. The tip of the knife cut through the fish, leaving a deep cut so deep that the bone was visible. Not a single fish scale has fallen off. She tried again. She cut the whole fish into 2 halves. Lin Feng watched from the side and shook his head. He took another fish, slowed down his movements, and demonstrated it to her. Hold the knife at an angle, against the direction of the fish scales, and scrape it like this. Yueshi looked at his hands. Those hands could set up ingenious traps, carve lively wooden birds, and handle a fish so skillfully. She took the 3rd fish, took a deep breath, and started trying. Very clumsy. But she was serious. By the time she finally scraped the scales off a fish, several of Lin Feng's fish had already been strung on branches and began to emit fragrance. She looked at the fish in her hand that was scratched and full of holes, and then at the golden and tempting grilled fish on the fire. She threw the fish into the fire. I don't want to learn anymore. Lin Feng handed her a skewer of grilled fish. It's okay, I'll support you. Yueshi took over the action of grilling the fish and paused suddenly. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was smiling at her, with a sense of self-righteousness in his smile. Yueshi quickly lowered her head and took a bite of the grilled fish. The fish is very fragrant. Her heartbeat was a little fast. Night falls. The two sat side by the campfire. Tonight, they all tell stories. Just sit quietly, listening to the sound of the flames burning and the chirping of insects in the distance. Yueshi took out the wooden bird that Lin Feng gave her during the day. With her fingertips, she gently stroked the feather pattern she had carved on it. She looked at the wooden bird for a while, then looked up at Lin Feng beside her. He was leaning against a rock with his eyes closed, as if he was dozing off. She averted her gaze and pulled her coat tighter around her. His breath became clearer and clearer. She felt very safe. Ding! Yueshi's favorability increased by 10, and the current favorability is 70. A special partner. It's another early morning. The two hit the road again. The birdsong in the forest was much clearer than in the past few days. There was also a hint of moist water vapor in the air. Lin Feng stopped. He listened attentively. Boom! A low, continuous sound came from the depths of the forest. The sound of water. Lin Feng spoke, pointing in the direction where the sound came from. Go and have a look. He changed his original route and walked towards the source of the roar. Yueshi followed behind him, with a hint of curiosity in her golden pupils. After passing through a dense patch of ferns, the view before us suddenly opens up. A huge waterfall cascades down from a towering cliff. The white water dragon crashed into the deep pool below, stirring up mist all over the sky. The sunlight passed through the mist and formed a gorgeous rainbow by the lake. The water in the pond is so clear that you can see the smooth pebbles and swimming fish at the bottom. It's a good place. Lin Feng took off his backpack and placed it on a dry rock. He walked to the edge of the pool and took off his shoes and coat. Then he walked barefoot into the cold pool. The water was only up to his knees. He turned around and waved to Yueshi on the shore. Come down and play? Yueshi stood there, looking at him. Her gorgeous golden dress seemed out of place with the waterfall and pool in the mountains. Childish. She spat out 2 words coldly. Lin Feng smiled. He bent down, scooped up a handful of water with both hands, and splashed it towards Yueshi. A curtain of water drew an arc in the air. At the moment when the water droplets were about to touch the moonlight, an invisible barrier blocked them all. Drops of water slid down the barrier, wetting the grass at her feet. The hem of her skirt was stained with a single drop of water. Yueshi's golden pupils narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous light. Lin Feng poured another handful of water. This time, Yueshi raised her finger. The water solidified in mid-air and turned into a lump of ice. Then with a pop, it shattered into ice crystals and fell to the ground. You are challenging the dignity of a dragon queen. Her voice was chilling. I simply wish to invite Her Majesty the Queen to experience the pleasures of mortal life. Lin Feng said as he quietly approached her. Yueshi's attention was focused on guarding against his little action of splashing water. When she realized that Lin Feng had already reached the edge of the pond, it was too late. Lin Feng stepped out of the pool and reached out to grab her wrist. Yueshi's body stiffened. She subconsciously tried to break free, and a force came from Lin Feng's hand. The force was not great, but it was coincidental. The center of gravity that maintained her body balance was shifted by this force. Crash! There was a loud splash of water. The noble dragon queen was dragged into the pool by a mortal. The water in the pool splashed high. Yueshi stood in the water, completely stunned. The cold water soaked through her gorgeous long dress, clinging tightly to her body and outlining her perfect curves. Her long golden hair was also wet, and strands of it hung on her cheeks and shoulders. Chapter 27. We are one step closer to capturing Dragon Lady. She raised her head, her golden pupils burning with anger as she stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng. She almost gritted her teeth as she shouted the name. Your Majesty, your mortal life experience has been upgraded. Lin Feng suppressed his smile and looked serious. Yueshi stretched out her hand, and golden energy gathered in her palm. The water in the entire pond began to boil violently. Wait, what do you see there? Lin Feng suddenly pointed behind her with an exaggerated expression. Yueshi turned back subconsciously. Behind me, there is nothing but the waterfall. She immediately realized that she had been cheated. She turned her head suddenly, and Lin Feng was gone. Puff! With a muffled sound, he emerged from the water, far away from her. The energy in Yueshi's palm dissipated. She stood there, watching Lin Feng hiding in the water. She had never been so embarrassed. She had never had such a strange feeling before. Angry, ashamed, and a little bit novel. She stretched out her hand and scooped up a handful of water, imitating Lin Feng's behavior. She looked at the water in her palm, hesitated for a moment, and then splashed it hard in the direction of Lin Feng. The splashes of water fell on the water surface in front of Lin Feng from afar. Lin Feng burst into laughter. Yueshi's face turned even redder. She pursed her lips, unwillingly, and splashed water at him again and again. A childish water fight belonging to mortals is taking place in this quiet valley. After playing for a long time, both of them were tired. They came out of the pool and sat down on the rocks on the shore. Lin Feng lit a bonfire. The heat of the flames evaporated the water vapor on their bodies. Yueshi took off Lin Feng's coat, wrung out the water, and put it back on. She looked at her wet, wrinkled dress, and her pretty brows furrowed again. I'm hungry. Lin Feng touched his belly. His gaze turned to the fish swimming freely in the pond. He stood up and walked into the water again. He bent over, his eyes fixed on the water, and his hands moved slowly underwater. He spotted a fat fish and attacked it with all his might. The fish flicked its tail and slipped nimbly through his fingers. He didn't give up and tried a few more times. The result is the same. Yueshi looked at him on the shore, with a slight curve at the corner of her mouth. She extended a slender finger and pointed it at the pool of water. Lin Feng was chasing the fish when the water under his feet suddenly changed direction. Several fat fish were pushed and squeezed by an invisible force and brought in front of him. The fish were suspended in the water, motionless, with their eyes rolled back. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. He turned and looked at Yueshi. Yueshi was looking up at the sky elsewhere, looking as if it had nothing to do with her. Lin Feng smiled. He grabbed the unconscious fish without any hesitation and walked back to the shore. The familiar aroma of grilled fish soon filled the air again. The two sat by the campfire and ate grilled fish. The atmosphere is more relaxed than ever. Yueshi's wet long hair reflected a little light in the firelight. The way she eats is still elegant. But her eyes were much softer than before. She would occasionally glance at Lin Feng, then quickly look away. After eating, it was getting dark. The stars began to twinkle in the sky. The roar of the waterfall became the only background sound in the night. My father, the king, also took me to the Starfall waterfall in Dragon's Rest Valley. Yueshi looked at the waterfall in front of her and suddenly spoke. Her voice was soft, with a hint of distant reminiscence. He said that dragons are born to carry a lot of things, but they always have to find a place to put them down temporarily. Lin Feng listened quietly and added a piece of firewood to the fire. But later on, he couldn't let it go. I can't let it go either. Yueshi's voice lowered. Her figure was stretched out in the firelight, carrying with it a lingering loneliness. The country was destroyed and the clan was exterminated. This heavy hatred weighed on her for too long. Lin Feng looked at her profile. He spoke, his voice calm and clear. Wait. Yueshi turned her head and looked at him with golden eyes. With me behind you, you are no longer alone. Lin Feng said. The air became quiet. There was only the crackling of the campfire and the roar of the waterfall in the distance. Yueshi looked at him for a long time. His eyes were serious. She suddenly turned her head and looked at the waterfall again. Arrogant mortal. She snorted coldly. Who needs your company? Her tone was filled with her usual arrogance. But her hands on her knees tightened quietly, and her knuckles turned white. She pulled the coat that carried his body temperature and wrapped herself tighter. The snow-capped mountain in my heart that has been frozen for thousands of years seems to be melting quietly. Ding! Yueshi's favorability increased by 10, and the current favorability is 80. Close comrade. Unlock new relationship title, the only one in this life. In Lin Feng's mind, the system prompt sounded clearly. He looked at Yueshi's slightly red ears and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The night seems to become darker amid the roar of the waterfall. The crackling of the bonfire became the only embellishment between the two. Lin Feng added a dry branch to the fire, and the flames danced, reflecting Yueshi's profile. Her eyelashes were very long, casting a small shadow in the firelight. The black coat that belonged to him was neatly folded by her and placed on the rocks next to her, very close to her. The soaked golden dress she was wearing was still clinging to her body, making her feel uncomfortable. The water vapor was evaporated by the heat of the campfire, taking away the warmth from her body. Her pretty brows furrowed again. After a moment of silence, Yueshi stood up. She walked over to the campfire, a few steps away from the flames. She closed her eyes. A faint, almost imperceptible golden light flowed out from her body. The light covered her entire body like a living veil. Zizi. A slight sound came from her. White vapor rose up from her gorgeous skirt and her long golden hair. The originally wet and wrinkled dress became dry and smooth at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every wrinkle and every intricate pattern on the skirt returned to its original appearance, flowing with a luxurious luster under the firelight. Her wet blonde hair quickly became fluffy and smooth, and even had a little natural curl at the ends. The whole process only lasted a few breaths. When she opened her eyes again, the disheveled drowning person had disappeared. Standing there was the noble, majestic and impeccable Dragon Queen. It was as if all the childish play in the puddle before was just an illusion. She sat down on the rock again, her movements graceful, seeming to be out of place in the mountains, yet also blending in wonderfully with them. She regained her usual coldness, but her golden pupils reflected the flickering light of fire, warmer than the stars. Chapter 28. My dream is to be a dragon knight. Lin Feng took the last grilled fish off the branch and handed it to her. Replenish your energy. Yueshi glanced at him and took the grilled fish. She ate in small bites, her posture still pleasing to the eye. The wind in the valley, carrying the moisture from the waterfall, is a little cool. After she finished eating the fish, she looked at the white water dragon that was still majestic under the night sky. The Starfall waterfall my father took me to was 10 times bigger than this. Her voice was very soft, as if she was talking to herself. The water there is not white. The top of the waterfall is connected to a secret land of the Dragon Clan, and the water flows through the star crystal veins in the secret land. Therefore, the water pouring down is dotted with starlight. During the day, it looks like a silver waterfall wrapped in countless diamonds. At night, it looks like a river of stars falling from the sky. Lin Feng listened quietly. He could imagine the magnificent scene. It sounds like a beautiful place. Beautiful, but also dangerous. Yueshi said. The pool of water below the Starfall waterfall is called the Dragon Soul Pool. The water is extremely cold and contains the purest power of water elements. Any ordinary dragon that enters will have their dragon soul frozen. Only the dragon kings of all generations can bathe in it and temper their dragon bodies. She paused. My father said that this is the source of the dragon race's power and the only place where the dragon king can take a breath after taking off his crown. Her voice deepened again. Does the scenery of my hometown called Starfall Waterfall still exist today? Or, it has already been reduced to ruins in the enemy's flames? The air grew heavy again. Lin Feng spoke, breaking the heaviness. We'll be back. His tone was calm, yet it carried a convincing force. Take back everything that belongs to you. Yueshi turned and looked at him. In the firelight, the face of this mortal was clearly defined. His eyes are bright and clear. There was a kind of pure determination in it that she had never seen in anyone's eyes before. Mortal people's plans are always full of unrealistic fantasies. She looked away, her voice still cold. Then make it practical. Lin Feng said. First, we need to get out of this forest and head to the rift. Then, we need to understand the current situation on the mainland. We need detailed information about who your enemies are and what their current situation is. Last but not least, Lin Feng looked at Yueshi. We need strength. I need to become stronger, and you also need to quickly recover your full strength as a Dragon King. His words were clear and logical. This is not empty consolation, but a practical action plan. Yueshi was silent. She has always been driven by hatred, her heart full of the flame of revenge, but she is at a loss as to how to take revenge. She possessed great power, but it was like she was holding a sword with nowhere to wield it. Lin Feng's words were like a lamp, illuminating a rugged but clear path for her. Inside the rift, there is something that can help me reshape my dragon body. After a long time, Yueshi spoke. Maybe there's something there that can help me regain my strength. Okay, that's our first destination, Lin Feng said immediately. However, before we go, we can explore this forest. The Dragon King also needs a vacation. Yeah, Yueshi responded softly. This word represents her approval. This was the first time she truly placed Lin Feng on an equal footing with herself, and he could even provide her with guidance. The blueprint for the future was roughly outlined in a few words between the two of them. The haze that shrouded my heart seemed to dissipate a little. The atmosphere also became relaxed. Lin Feng leaned against the rock, stretched, and looked at the elegant and graceful Dragon Queen beside him. Yueshi felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by him, and glanced at him with her golden pupils. What are you looking at? Lin Feng grinned. He sat up straight, his expression suddenly becoming solemn. I suddenly remembered that I had a dream since I was a child. Yueshi's eyebrows raised slightly. A mortal's childish dream? No, it's a very great and very sacred dream, Lin Feng said seriously. He looked at Yueshi with burning eyes. My dream is to become a legendary. He deliberately stretched out his voice. Dragon Rider. These three words fell clearly into Yueshi's ears. The air froze instantly. The roar of the waterfall and the crackling of the campfire disappeared at this moment. Yueshi's expression was frozen at that moment. She looked at Lin Feng, her golden pupils were confused at first, then shocked, and finally, a cluster of dangerous golden flames ignited. The temperature in the valley seemed to have dropped by several degrees. Lin Feng could feel an invisible pressure with extreme majesty enveloping him. The smile on his face was a little stiff. Just kidding, that's a bit too much. Yueshi spoke slowly, enunciating each word. You want to ride me? Her voice was soft, but it was like an ice-cold knife against Lin Feng's throat. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva. He tried to remain calm. This is the highest respect for the strong. Think about it, dragons, what powerful and noble creatures they are. The Dragon Knight is the only one who can fight alongside dragons and soar into the sky. This is a symbol of the ultimate trust and honor between partners. He started talking nonsense. Yueshi watched his performance quietly. The anger in her eyes slowly faded, replaced by an elusive, cold mockery. She suddenly smiled. That smile was like a snow lotus quietly blooming on the top of an icy snow mountain, beautiful yet carrying a deadly chill. Okay. She opened her red lips slightly. Lin Feng was stunned. What did she say? Okay? She agreed? Happiness came so suddenly that his mind went blank. Yueshi looked at his dazed expression, and the curve of her lips widened a little. She leaned forward slightly, moving closer. A cool and subtle fragrance entered Lin Feng's nose. Wait until the day you're about to die. Her voice, with a hint of joyful smile, reached Lin Feng's ears clearly. I'll let you ride it. I will personally send you to the world of the dead. This can be considered as the final mercy that Her Majesty the Queen can show to you, the contractor. Instead of retreating, he moved forward. The stiff smile on Lin Feng's face disintegrated little by little under the extreme cold pressure, and then reassembled little by little into a brilliant arc. Ha ha! A soft laugh broke the cold silence in the valley. That's what you said. I took it seriously. Lin Feng's eyes were calm, even with a hint of anticipation, as he stared directly into Yushi's pupils that were burning with golden flames. To have His Majesty the Dragon King personally attend the funeral is the highest honor a mortal can receive. He paused, and the smile on his face grew wider. However, I have a tough life, so it's not easy for me to die. So, I'm afraid we'll have to wait a very long time for Her Majesty's promise to come true. Chapter 29 Give the Dragon King a nickname, Dragon Lady. The anger in Yueshi's eyes slowly died down. She looked at the playful, audacious mortal in front of her. He seemed to have no idea what fear was. The majesty of the Dragon Clan was like a stone thrown into the water in front of him, unable to even create a decent splash. I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth. Yueshi withdrew her gaze and her voice returned to its cold and clear state. The pressure that enveloped Lin Feng also dissipated. Lin Feng moved his shoulders, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The bet was right. This proud queen is soft-hearted and will not tolerate harsh treatment, especially jokes that are a bit offensive. He added another stick to the fire, and the flames grew brighter. Okay, go to bed early. Lin Feng stood up and dusted himself off. We still have to travel tomorrow, Dragon Lady. He said the last two words lightly and quickly, like a gust of wind. Yueshi stopped as she was about to get up. She turned her head slowly. Those golden pupils narrowed dangerously. The temperature in the valley had just risen a little, but now it has dropped back to freezing point. What did you call me? Her voice was filled with cold warning. Dragon Lady. Lin Feng looked innocent. The queen of the Dragon Clan, abbreviated as Dragon Lady, is easy to understand and catchy. He talked nonsense without batting an eyelid. You don't like it? Yueshi didn't say anything. She just looked at him quietly. The look in his eyes was as if he was looking at a bug that was ignorant of life and death and was about to be crushed into powder. Lin Feng looked at her for a moment. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. He turned around, walked to the pile of hay that had been laid out nearby, and lay down, resting his head on his arms. Good night, Her Majesty Queen Yueshi. He closed his eyes, as if getting ready for sleep. Behind me, there is a long silence. There was only the roar of the waterfall and the crackling of the campfire. After a long while, an almost inaudible cold snort sounded in the night. Yueshi stood up, walked to the rock farthest from him, sat down, and closed his eyes to rest. In the end, she resisted the urge to burn him to ashes. The next few days were the most pleasant time for Lin Feng since he traveled through time. They followed the mountain range eastward. Lin Feng was responsible for finding the right direction, identifying edible plants and fruits, and dealing with camping issues at night. Yueshi went out on tour like a real queen. She doesn't have to do anything. Or rather, she can't do anything. If you hand her a red wild fruit, she will frown and look at it for a long time, then ask, is this thing edible? Ask her to help pick up some dry firewood, she will use 2 fingers. She elegantly picked up a branch that she thought was barely clean, with disgust written all over her face. Lin Feng just found it funny. The mighty Dragon King is lazy and doesn't know the difference between the 5 grains. This contrast made him feel that this high and mighty queen had a bit more of a down-to-earth air. At noon that day, they were blocked by a turbulent river. The river is very wide and the water is turbulent, hitting the rocks on the shore, making a dull sound. Lin Feng surveyed for a long time and chose a section of the river where the water flow was relatively slow. He took off his coat, wearing only a pair of shorts, and began to drive piles into the river, preparing to use vines to pull a rope across. The cold river water made him shiver. He looked back and saw Yueshi standing on the shore, looking at him leisurely. Her skirt fluttered in the wind, her long golden hair shone. It was in stark contrast to his miserable appearance in the water. Need some help, mortal? There was a playful smile on her lips. Need not. Lin Feng wiped the water off his face. I can handle this little situation myself. He lowered his head and continued to work. After a while, he felt that the water flow around him seemed to become much calmer. He looked up and saw Yueshi standing on the water not far away. There was a faint golden halo under her feet, supporting her body as if she were walking on flat ground. She just stood there and did nothing. But Lin Feng could feel that an invisible force was calming the violent water elements around her. The originally turbulent river became as docile as a sheep beside her. Lin Feng looked at her, then looked at his still trembling legs. He suddenly bent down, scooped up a handful of water and splashed it towards Yueshi. The water splashed in an arc in the air. Yueshi reacted extremely quickly, and a transparent barrier instantly appeared around her body, blocking all the splashes. She was stunned. She seemed completely surprised that this mortal would dare to do this. Lin Feng looked at her stunned expression and laughed out loud. Your Majesty, come and feel the warmth of this river. A hint of anger flashed in Yueshi's golden pupils. She moved her fingertips slightly. A stream of water gathered at Lin Feng's feet, forming a small whirlpool. Lin Feng lost his balance and fell into the water, choking on the water several times. When he frantically emerged from the water, Yueshi had already reached the other side. She turned her back to him, leaving him with only a proud back. But Lin Feng noticed the slight movement of her shoulders and the fleeting curve of her mouth. She is smiling. Lin Feng also laughed. Evening. The bonfire was lit and the aroma of barbecue filled the woods. Lin Feng tore off the fattest hind leg of a golden roasted rabbit and handed it to Yueshi. Yueshi took it without hesitation this time. She ate slowly and politely, but not slowly. Lin Feng looked at her profile illuminated by the firelight, and the cold and hard lines softened a lot. During these few days together, she still spoke very little, but she was no longer the cold person who kept people at a distance. Occasionally, she would comment on Lin Feng's craftsmanship. The heat today is a little better than yesterday. This bird is not as good as the fish from the day before yesterday. Lin Feng did not refute, but just listened with a smile. They climbed over a mountain. Standing on the top of the mountain, the view suddenly opens up. In the distance is an endless sea of green forest, which is coated with a layer of warm gold under the setting sun. The magnificent scenery broadens one's mind. Hello. Lin Feng leaned against a rock with a grass stem in his mouth. Are you happy these days? Yueshi stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance without looking back. The mountain breeze blew her long hair, like flowing gold. Happy? She repeated the word, her voice soft. Why should I be happy? My hometown was destroyed, my people were slaughtered, and I was left with a deep hatred and barely surviving. Her voice was still cold, but Lin Feng could hear a hint of self-mockery. Are these reasons to be happy? Lin Feng was silent for a moment. That's not what I meant. He said. I'm just asking you, these past few days in the woods, following a mortal like me, you haven't been able to eat or sleep well. Do you think this is better than hiding in that cave alone? Yueshi still didn't look back. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched her shadow very long. It's very quiet here. After a long time, she spoke. It's so quiet that I can stop thinking about the hatred for a while. There was no trace of her usual coldness in her voice. Instead, she had a kind of calmness that even she herself had not noticed. This forest, though simple, was not affected by the war. Chapter 30, Trace of the Abyss, the Unknown World. She paused. At least the birdsong here is real. Lin Feng smiled. He knew that this was her answer. For a queen whose heart is filled with only the flames of revenge, a moment of peace is the most luxurious gift. She didn't hate the feeling. Good times are always short-lived. Lin Feng stood up, walked to her side and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. We are almost out of this forest. Yueshi's gaze shifted from the distant forest to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out a simple map drawn on animal skin from his arms. The above is the route he roughly drew up over the past few days based on the positions of the sun and stars, as well as the direction of mountains and rivers. At our rate, we'll reach the depths of the forest tomorrow. His finger pointed at the end of the map. There is a huge crack there, which is the natural dividing line of this mountain range. There are troops stationed around the rift. Lin Feng put away the map and looked at Yueshi. The days of carefree living are over. The time for playing is over. Starting tomorrow, we will really start preparing for our plan. His expression returned to the calmness and focus he had when they first met. The ease and comfort of the previous few days disappeared. What replaces it is prudence and determination in the face of an unknown future. Yueshi looked at him. She saw the mortal under the waterfall, calmly planning her future. She also saw the mortal in the river, childishly splashing water at her. She also saw the mortal who was so ignorant of the danger that he dared to call her Dragon Lady. Before her eyes, these completely different faces miraculously merged into the same person. A contractor whom she couldn't understand, but whom she could inexplicably trust. The dark cloud of revenge that hung over her heart seemed to be torn open by a ray of light. The road ahead is still long and full of thorns. But she was no longer alone. She responded softly. Time is always short, happy days are fleeting. The next morning, high in the sky. We're almost there. Yueshi's voice was cold, her eyes fixed on the front. Lin Feng followed her gaze and saw that at the end of the forest, the skyline was torn apart by a strange scene. It was an enormous black crack, like a wound cut open by a sharp blade in the sky, hanging vertically between heaven and earth. At the edge of the crack, space appears to be in an unstable and distorted state. The purple-black electric light moved like a poisonous snake, emitting heart-pounding energy fluctuations. This is what Mr. Lu Zhan mentioned, the largest spatial rift outside Zhangcheng, the mark of the abyss. The forest around the rift presents a morbid scene. The trees became deformed and twisted, the ground was a mixture of charred black and dark purple, and no grass grew. About 1 kilometer in front of the rift, a huge steel fortress rose from the ground. The towering city walls were covered with dense artillery and energy towers, and countless soldiers in federal uniforms patrolled the walls. The atmosphere was grim. This was the frontline base established by the federal military to defend the scar of the abyss. From time to time, hideous monsters rushed out from the cracks, and were immediately torn into pieces by the firepower network poured down from the fortress walls. The Federation's Jingyuan fortress is below. Should we go directly there? Lin Feng asked. No need to bother, Yushi said concisely. As soon as she thought about it, a faint golden halo enveloped the two of them. The next second, their figures became transparent in the air until they completely disappeared. The breath also disappeared, as if it had never appeared. In the fortress tower's lookout, a soldier who was scanning the airspace with a high-powered detector rubbed his eyes. Just now he seemed to see something flash by, but when he looked more closely, the screen was normal. What's wrong? Asked the comrade next to him. I guess I'm dazzled, he shook his head and continued monitoring. The two people in the invisible state are like a wisp of breeze. It silently passed the heavily guarded steel fortress and flew straight to the huge space rift. The closer we get, the stronger the aura of violence and chaos from another world becomes. Lin Feng felt that his mental strength was slightly oppressed, and his heart felt a little depressed. Yueshi frowned slightly, and a hint of disgust flashed in her golden pupils. Be prepared, the environment inside may not be very friendly to you. As soon as the words fell, the two of them plunged into the twisted abyss mark. The feeling of crossing the rift is very strange. Lin Feng only felt the light and shadow changing in front of his eyes, as if he was thrown into a colorful kaleidoscope. My body was pulled and squeezed by a force. This process lasted only a moment, and the next moment, I felt grounded. He opened his eyes and was shocked by the scene before him. This is a whole new world. The sky was a strange dark red, with 3 purple moons of different sizes hanging high in the sky, emitting a strange light. The air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur and an unfamiliar energy factor, which brought a burning and stinging sensation into the lungs. The ground beneath my feet was a cracked dark brown, and in the distance stood strange black mountains. What grows on the mountain are not trees, but a kind of plant that looks like a giant fungus. They have huge mushroom caps and phosphorescence flows on the surface. All kinds of unheard of roars came from all directions, some high-pitched, some low, full of primitive wildness. Is this the other end of the rift? Lin Feng looked around and muttered to himself. It's just a low-level energy plane. Yushi's tone was filled with disdain. But she was also observing her surroundings carefully, however, although the energy here is complex. But the concentration is very high, which is indeed suitable for the growth of those materials. What are we looking for? Something that can carry my power. Yushi explained, for example. A mineral containing the power of space, or perhaps a spiritual object born from the origin of the world. She raised her hand, and a very fine strand of golden energy overflowed from her fingertips, floating and sensing in the air like a gossamer. After a moment, she pointed in the east direction. Over there, there's an energy reaction. The two men restrained their breath and sneaked in the direction Yueshi pointed. The types of magical beasts in this world are far more numerous than those on Blue Star, and they are also more ferocious. Along the way, Lin Feng saw a giant spider with 8 legs and a lizard covered with bone armor. There are also strange birds circling at low altitude with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. They all seem to follow some kind of instinctive territorial awareness, attacking and devouring each other, performing the most primitive law of the jungle. Fortunately, Yueshi's concealment skills were very sophisticated. They moved like ghosts through the wilderness, roaming with monsters, without attracting any attention. After walking about 10 kilometers, they came to a rocky valley. In the center of the valley, there is a strange spring. The water is not clear. Instead, it presents a viscous silver liquid state, like flowing mercury. 1 or 2 bubbles would occasionally emerge from the surface, emitting faint spatial fluctuations. And beside the mercury spring, there grows a small tree more than half a meter tall. Chapter 31, You are really brave to tease the dragon girl. This tree is very strange, its trunk and branches are made of translucent crystal. Through the trunk, you can even see a silver light slowly pulsating inside. There are no leaves on the tree, only 3 thumb-sized fruits as crystal clear as diamonds on the top of the branches. Found it, the ethereal crystal fruit. Yushi's eyes finally revealed a hint of satisfaction. It's a good appetizer. Just when Lin Feng was about to go over and pick the fruit, Yushi held him down. Etc. Her gaze fell on the other side of the mercury spring. There, behind a huge black rock, there was something. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard. A huge scorpion crawled out from behind the rock. It was over 3 meters long, covered in a shiny black shell, and its 2 huge pincers gleamed with cold metallic light. The most eye-catching thing is its high raised tail hook. The tip of the tail hook is a strange purple color, which is obviously highly poisonous. The giant scorpion carefully crawled to the edge of the mercury spring and stared at the 3 ethereal crystal fruits greedily, obviously waiting for the fruits to ripen. A 4th-level peak void scorpion, Yushi's divine sense said in Lin Feng's mind. Its tail needle contains a trace of spatial toxin, quite interesting. Lin Feng nodded to show that he understood. This is the guardian monster. If you want to get the fruit, you must kill it first. Just as the man and the scorpion were facing each other and the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, an untimely voice suddenly came from the other side of the valley. Ha ha ha. I got rich. It's actually the void spirit fruit. Obviously, the 3 of them don't know the true value of this ethereal crystal fruit. Accompanied by a burst of wild laughter, 3 figures jumped out from behind the mountain wall on the other side. The 3 men were wearing the same black combat uniform with a bloody skull logo tattooed on their chests. The leader was a bald strong man carrying a huge battle axe, with a fleshy face and fierce eyes. He was accompanied by a thin man with sinister eyes and a woman dressed seductively and licking her lips. The aura they exuded had all reached the 4th level. Someone from the Blood Skeleton Adventure Group? Lin Feng frowned. This is a notorious adventure group active in the wilderness area around Zhangchang. He is known for his ruthlessness, murder and robbery, and is a frequent visitor on the federal wanted list. Unexpectedly, they dared to go deep into the trace of the abyss. The appearance of these 3 people immediately broke the balance in the valley. The void scorpion was instantly enraged, and it regarded the 3 uninvited guests as enemies who came to steal the treasure. With a sharp hiss, the huge tail hook was aimed at them. Oh, there's a watchdog. The bald man grinned and looked at the 2 people beside him. Old rules, quick victory. Third brother, you hold it back. Enchanting lady, find a chance to cast soul ecstasy on it. Okay, boss. The thin man laughed sinisterly, his body flashed, and he turned into a shadow and rushed towards the scorpion. A melee broke out instantly. The thin man moved very fast, circling the void scorpion like a ghost. He kept harassing the scorpion with the dagger in his hand, forcing it to lose its focus. The woman called the enchantress made hand seals and muttered something. A pink mist condensed in her hand, emitting a sweet yet dangerous scent. The bald strong man carried a battle axe and flitted around, looking for an opportunity to kill with one blow. Although the void scorpion is at the peak of the 4th level, it is still facing 3 humans of the same level who work together well. For a moment, he was also in a passive position. Its huge claws swung and its poisonous tail swept, but the thin man always nimbly dodged it. Now! The bald strong man seized an opportunity and shouted loudly. The pink poisonous mist in the hands of the enchantress flew out instantly and enveloped the scorpion's head. The scorpion inhaled the poisonous mist, and its movements immediately became slow and its body swayed. Die! The bald man leaped high into the air, the giant axe in his hand emitting a dazzling glow of fighting spirit. With the power to split mountains and break rocks, he chopped fiercely at the head of the void scorpion. Puff! With a dull thud, the scorpion's head was split open, and green juice splashed everywhere. It struggled a few times before becoming completely motionless. Done, time to call it a day. The bald strong man threw the battle axe onto his shoulder and laughed triumphantly. The thin man and the enchantress also came over. The 3 of them looked at the ethereal crystal fruit with greed in their eyes. There are 3 fruits. The boss gets 1, we split 1, and we take the remaining 1 back to the black market. I can exchange it for a large sum of money and live happily ever after, said the enchantress with a sweet smile. Etc. The thin man who had been silent all this time suddenly stopped. He sniffed the air and his eyes grew alert. There's someone else's scent here. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the bald man and the enchantress changed. He turned around suddenly, his eyes like knives sweeping towards the direction where Lin Feng and Yushi were hiding. "Get out!" the bald man shouted. Seeing that they had been discovered, Lin Feng and Yushi walked out from behind the rocks. When I saw that the person who came out was just an ordinary-looking boy. When they saw an incredibly beautiful woman, the three members of the Blood Skeleton Adventure Group were stunned. Where did this boy and girl come from? How could they get here? The bald burly man looked the two of them up and down, and when his gaze fell on Yueshi, a lustful light immediately flashed in his eyes. "Boss, this girl is really amazing." A hint of jealousy flashed in the eyes of the enchantress, but more of it was a cruel smile. The thin man frowned. He could not sense any strong energy fluctuations from the two men. But the fact that he could appear here quietly was itself very wrong. "Boy, if you don't want to die, leave this woman behind. Then get out." The bald man pointed his axe at Lin Feng with a domineering tone. Lin Feng ignored him and just turned his head to look at Yushi. "Brother, you are really good. It's amazing." There was no expression on Yueshi's face. She just raised her eyelids slightly and glanced at the three people, as if she was looking at three buzzing flies. "Noisy." She uttered two words softly. The voice was not loud, but it carried an inexplicable chill. The bald man's face darkened and he was about to explode, but he saw Yueshi slowly raise a finger. A white, slender finger, like the most perfect work of art. Her fingertips pointed at the three people. "Kill them," the bald man roared. However, he and his two companions found that they could not move their bodies. An invisible, irresistible force of terror held them firmly in place. The expressions on their faces changed from fierce and ferocious to horror and disbelief in an instant. The energy in their bodies was like a frozen river, completely unable to be mobilized. You. The bald man's eyes almost popped out and a gurgling sound came from his throat. A barely perceptible golden light lit up at Yueshi's fingertips. Next second. Puff. 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 Three soft sounds. The three members of the Blood Skull Adventure Group were unable to even utter a scream. The body exploded out of thin air and turned into three balls of blood mist, slowly dissipating in the air. Chapter 32, a fifth-level alien creature, barely practicing. Along with their weapons and equipment, they were all turned into dust. The valley returned to silence again. Lin Feng looked at the three balls of blood mist that were gradually dissipating, and his eyes twitched. Sure enough, this ant is still as strong as ever. He turned to look at Yueshi, Her Majesty the Dragon Queen. He still looked calm and composed, as if he had just casually crushed three ants to death. "Isn't this a bit too wasteful?" Lin Feng muttered softly. After all, they were three fourth-level beastmasters, and they should have a lot of good things on them. How could they just vaporize like that? Yushi glanced at him and said calmly, "Is cleaning up the garbage really that troublesome?" Lin Feng was speechless. "Okay, you are strong and you are right." He walked to the ethereal crystal fruit tree, reached out and picked three crystal clear fruits, and handed them to Yueshi. Yueshi took one, put it directly into her mouth and took a light bite. The fruit melted in her mouth, turning into a stream of pure spatial energy that flowed into her body. She closed her eyes, feeling the slight recovery in her body, and nodded slowly. "Something is better than nothing." She handed the remaining two back to Lin Feng. "You take one, use it to strengthen your spiritual sea. Keep the remaining one." "Can I eat it too?" Lin Feng was a little surprised. "Your spiritual sea is too fragile. It can't withstand too much of my power." Yushi's answer was very direct. Lin Feng was no longer polite and ate one of the fruits. A cool and powerful energy instantly exploded in his mind, and his spiritual sea seemed to be moistened by the rain after a long drought. The mental strength that was originally somewhat superficial began to become solid and heavy. "It feels great." At this moment, Yueshi's gaze suddenly turned to the entrance of the valley again. "Another guest has arrived." There was a hint of amusement in her voice. Besides, this time's guests seemed to be more interesting than those flies just now. At the entrance to the valley, shadows lengthened. Two figures appeared silently, as if seeping out from the cracks in the rocks. Walking in front was a tall man wearing an elegant black aristocratic suit. He had a golden thorn badge on his chest, a handsome face, sickly pale skin, and a pair of purple eyes. With scrutiny and arrogance. In his hand he held a scepter inlaid with a huge ruby. The whole person exudes a cold and noble aura. Following behind him was a man covered in a dark cloak. His face couldn't be seen clearly, his body was hunched like a shadow that could never be illuminated by the sun, and he was holding an ancient wooden box in his hands. Oh. Looks like we're a little late. The handsome man looked at the void crystal fruit tree in the center of the valley, and the corpse of the void scorpion with its head split open on the ground. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His eyes lingered for a moment on the blood mist in the air that had not yet completely dissipated. A strange light flashed in his purple pupils. Interesting. Not even a bone residue was left. It was handled very cleanly. His gaze finally fell on Lin Feng and Yushi. When he saw Yushi, there was a clear fluctuation in his proud purple eyes for the first time. A mixture of amazement, greed, and extreme desire flashed through his mind. What a perfect body, what a pure soul, it is simply the most outstanding creation of God. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips lightly, his voice full of bewitching magnetism. Beautiful lady, I am Ulysses, the noble of the night from the abyss. Would I be honored to invite you to an eternal feast? As he spoke, he gave Yueshi an elegant aristocratic salute. Lin Feng frowned, stood in front of Yushi, and looked vigilantly at the guy who suddenly appeared. Noble of the night? That doesn't sound like a good thing. Vampires from the abyss? Yushi's voice. With undisguised disdain, a lowly race that feeds on the blood of other creatures dares to call itself aristocracy? The smile on Ulysses' face froze for a moment, then returned to its graceful state. But there was a hint of gloom in the depths of those purple eyes. It seems that the lady has some misunderstandings about us vampires. But it doesn't matter, you will understand soon. What a wonderful experience it is to be one of us and to gain eternal life and endless power. He raised the scepter in his hand and pointed it at Lin Feng from a distance. And you, little human. Now, with your humility and fear, get out of my sight. Perhaps, I will be merciful and let you live a few more minutes. I really don't like the smell of him. Lin Feng said to Yushi behind him. Then tell him to shut up. Yueshi's answer was simple and direct. After getting the permission from Her Majesty the Queen, Lin Feng raised a smile. He flexed his wrist and took a step forward. You want me to leave? Lin Feng looked at Ulysses. If you come here in person and ask me to leave, I will leave. Ulysses' face darkened completely. As a noble vampire count. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him in that tone. You ignorant ant. He snorted coldly, since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish. The black-robed man behind him moved. The shadowy figure instantly turned into a black line at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to grasp. It lunged straight at Lin Feng. Its dry claws emerged from beneath its cloak, its nails sharp and black, carrying a strong scent of death. Lin Feng did not dodge or evade, and also punched out. The moment the fists and claws collided, a powerful force erupted. Bang! With a muffled sound, the black-robed man was knocked back and flew away. He took 7 or 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Lin Feng's body just shook, but the ground beneath his feet began to crack. Ha! Ulysses uttered a light ha? He didn't expect that this ordinary-looking human boy could actually take the attack from his servant head-on. His servant is a corpse ghost whose strength has reached the early 5th level. The corpse ghost under the black robe let out a hoarse growl, as if it was enraged. The aura of death on his body became stronger and pounced on him again. This time, it was faster and its attacks were more bizarre. Fighting spirit rose in Lin Feng's eyes. This was his first time to truly fight against a 5th-level opponent. The opponent's strength and speed were far superior to his, but he was not afraid. A faint golden halo flowed on the surface of his body. This is Yueshi's power blessing. Through the power of the contract, his physical strength and reaction speed have been greatly increased. Too slow. Facing the fierce attacks of the corpse ghosts, Lin Feng's figure was like a ghost, and he could always dodge them by a hair's breadth. He did not choose to confront head-on, but instead dodged while looking for the opponent's flaws. In the valley, 2 figures, one black and one gold, rapidly crossed each other, with airwaves rolling and gravel flying. Ulysses watched the battle with great interest, as if he were enjoying an interesting drama. Your little one seems to be struggling. He looked at Yueshi and tried to talk again. Yueshi didn't even look at him, but just leaned lazily against a rock. His eyes fell on Lin Feng, as if he was inspecting a work he had just polished. Chapter 33 Level 8, The Big Scorpion is Coming. Bang! Lin Feng seized the opportunity and punched the corpse ghost hard in the chest. The corpse ghost groaned, and the bones on his chest sank. But it seemed to have no sense of pain, and one of its claws grabbed Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng dodged sideways, but the opponent's nails still scratched his arm, leaving several bloody marks. A cold black air immediately began to spread from the wound. You have been infected by my corpse poison. Your body will soon rot and your soul will be devoured by death. The corpse ghost laughed dryly and unpleasantly. However, the next second, it could no longer laugh. There was a flash of golden light at the wound on Lin Feng's arm, and the invading black energy seemed to have met its nemesis. It was cleansed completely in an instant, and even the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is that all the poison? Lin Feng shook his hands, looking disappointed. The ghoul was stunned. Ulysses's expression also became serious for the first time. He finally realized that the young man in front of him was no ordinary character. That golden power, with a supreme purification attribute. It is the power that these dark creatures hate and fear the most. Arnold, come back, Ulysses said. The corpse named Arnold immediately stopped attacking, dodged, and retreated, returning to Ulysses. It seems that I underestimated you. Ulysses put away the frivolous look on his face. Murderous intent flashed in his purple eyes. Since that's the case, let me show you the true power of the vampires. He raised the scepter in his hand, and the ruby on the top shone with a strange light. In my name, the blood contract, I summon the blood prison cage. In an instant, countless bright red runes appeared on the ground of the entire valley. These runes quickly connected. A huge magic circle was formed. Blood-colored beams of light shot up into the sky. They intertwined in mid-air to form a huge spherical barrier, covering the entire valley. The bloody smell in the air instantly became 100 times stronger, and a powerful repressive force acted on Lin Feng. It made him feel that his movements had become slow. In this barrier, my strength will be amplified. And you will continue to be weakened until your blood is drained and you become my food. Ulysses' voice echoed in the barrier, carrying a sense of pride in his control. The corpse ghost Arnold beside him recovered quickly from his injuries under the illumination of the blood-red light, and his aura became even more powerful. Interesting. Lin Feng grinned. Instead of being afraid, he became even more excited. I don't have time to play house with you guys. Ueshi, who had been silent all this time, finally stood up straight. She looked at the bloody barrier, her pretty brows slightly furrowed, seeming a little displeased. You dare to show off a broken cage in front of me? She slowly raised her hand. There is no earth-shattering momentum, nor gorgeous and dazzling light effects. She just snapped her fingers lightly. Pa! A clear sound echoed in the valley. The next moment, the one that Ulysses had spent so much magic power to build. The so-called indestructible blood prison cage is like a balloon punctured by a needle. With a light pop sound, it collapsed instantly, turning into broken blood-red light spots all over the sky and dissipated into the air. Puff! Ulysses was struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. He looked at Ueshi in disbelief, and for the first time, his purple pupils were filled with extreme fear. Impossible! This is impossible! Who are you? He screamed, and his elegant and noble demeanor disappeared. Ueshi didn't answer him. She just raised her eyes, her golden pupils staring at him indifferently. At that moment, Ulysses felt like he was falling into an endless abyss. A fear that came from the deepest part of his soul completely consumed him. He seemed to see the birth and death of billions of stars, and the rotation of the universe. And at the end of it all, there is a pair of majestic and indifferent golden dragon eyes that look down upon all living beings. God! God! His lips trembled and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Leave that box behind. Ueshi's gaze fell on the wooden box held in the hands of the corpse ghost Arnold, then, get out. Ulysses seemed to have received a great pardon, and without the slightest hesitation. He snatched the wooden box from the frightened servant, placed it respectfully on the ground, then turned around and tried to escape. I mean, get out of here. Ueshi's voice sounded again. Ulysses stiffened as he understood the true meaning of these two words. He glanced at the wooden box on the ground, a trace of pain and reluctance flashed across his face, but in the end, the desire to survive overcame greed. He gritted his teeth and curled up like a ball in an extremely humiliating posture. He rolled out from the entrance of the valley, and his frightened servants also rolled and crawled away into the distance. Lin Feng looked at the master and servant fleeing in a panic, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Her Majesty the Queen's style of doing things is truly unique. He walked over, picked up the quaint wooden box and handed it to Yueshi. Yueshi took the box and opened it gently. Inside the box, there lay quietly a palm-sized piece of strange metal, completely black, as if it could absorb all light. What is this? Lin Feng asked curiously. Star-eating iron. Yushi's eyes finally revealed a hint of genuine joy. A source of matter born from the destruction of the world, which can be used to rebuild my body. Yueshi closed the wooden box and found it was much heavier than she had imagined. Finally, a visible ripple appeared in her pair of golden eyes that had always been cold and clear. It's like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Although it's only the size of a palm, the energy contained in it is far greater and purer than those 3 ethereal crystal fruits. Lin Feng looked at the fleeting joy on her face and breathed a sigh of relief. Her Majesty the Queen finally found something that truly satisfied her, and all her hard work was not in vain. She put away the star-eating iron, but her gaze did not linger, and she looked straight into the deeper part of the scar of the abyss. There is the end of the world and the center of the storm. Let's go. Where are you going? Lin Feng asked. Go get the last thing. Yueshi's tone was very flat, as if she was just visiting a neighbor's house. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away from here, in the core area of the scar of the abyss. The sky here is dark red like blood, and the 3 purple moons seem to be within reach. Above the earth, there is no longer a cracked wilderness, but huge inverted mountains floating there that violate the laws of physics. In the center of countless floating mountains is a vast void area. In the void, a huge monster was sleeping quietly. Its size is comparable to a moving mountain. It has a ferocious dragon head, but a majestic body like a lion. Its 4 hooves burned with purple-black flames, and a scorpion tail covered with bone spurs swayed slowly behind it. Every breath it takes causes ripples in the surrounding space. This is the ruler of this low-level plane, the true overlord and 8th-order advanced magical beast, the Abyss Purgatory Dragon Scorpion. Suddenly, the sleeping giant opened its eyes. Those were a pair of huge eyes burning with purple soul fire, reflecting endless tyranny and destruction. Chapter 34, Half-Dragon Transformation, Fighting Against the 8th-level Giant Scorpion. Its gaze was precisely directed towards the valley thousands of kilometers away, where Lin Feng and Yueshi were. Who touched the star-eating iron? A dull and ancient voice resounded directly between heaven and earth, carrying with it unquestionable majesty and anger. The next moment, the huge body of the Abyss Purgatory Dragon Scorpion moved. It stepped forward with its 4 hooves burning with flames, crushed the void, and rushed towards the direction it sensed. In the valley. Yueshi seemed to have sensed something, and a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's coming. Who? Lin Feng had just asked when he felt a terrifying and suffocating pressure coming from the distant end of the sky. Under this pressure, his soul trembled. A giant bug guarding the fragments of the heart of the world. Yueshi said concisely. She no longer hid her power, and golden light enveloped the 2 of them as they soared into the sky. Without the concerns of the Iron Fortress, their speed was increased to the extreme under the sky of this alien world. 2 streaks of light cut through the dark red sky and rushed towards the center of the abyss. The scene beneath my feet changed rapidly, from wilderness to mountains, and then to strange floating islands. Boom! A thunderous roar was heard on the horizon ahead. A huge demon beast, stepping on the void, was rushing towards them. With every step it took, the space beneath its feet would shatter, forming a brief black vacuum. The aura of destruction made Lin Feng's scalp tingle. 8th level. He uttered the 2 words with difficulty. Are you ready? Yushi's voice rang in his mind. This is a test for you. What's the test? Test your soul to see how much of my power it can bear. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden torrent, far more majestic and vast than any previous one, followed the symbiotic contract and flowed into the depths of Lin Feng's soul. Buzz. Lin Feng's mind was blank. He felt that his soul was like a balloon that had been blown to its limit and could explode at any time. Ah! He let out an uncontrollable roar, and his body trembled violently in mid-air. Beneath the skin, golden light shines through. Fine golden dragon scales emerged from his cheeks, neck, and arms. On both sides of his forehead, a pair of exquisite golden dragon horns broke through the flesh, shining with majestic light. His pupils completely transformed into majestic vertical dragon pupils. Half-dragon. An unprecedented powerful force filled his limbs and bones. He felt that with just one punch, he could shatter the ground beneath his feet, and with a roar, he could collapse the distant mountains. This feeling of controlling absolute power is intoxicating. Now, Lin Feng's figure, like a golden meteor, took the initiative to meet the 8th level monster. Tiny human. And that damn dragon aura. The abyssal purgatory dragon scorpion roared angrily, hand over the star-eating iron, kneel down and die. It opened its huge mouth and exhaled a breath mixed with abyssal flames and destructive energy, like a river bursting its banks, gushing towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not dodge or evade, and his golden dragon eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He raised his right hand and pushed forward his palm covered with dragon scales. Get out of here! The same golden energy torrent burst out from his palm. With a supreme power of purification and destruction, it slammed into the breath of the monster. Boom! It seemed as if a sun exploded in the sky. A terrifying energy storm swept in all directions, instantly crushing a floating mountain below into dust. Lin Feng was knocked back thousands of meters by the huge reaction force, and the blood in his body surged. The Abyss Purgatory Dragon Scorpion was also shocked by this force and retreated 100 steps. For the first time, a look of surprise and doubt appeared in its eyes, which were burning with soul fire. This tiny human being could actually block its attack head-on? Yushi had appeared at some point on the top of a floating mountain in the distance. She sat lazily on a rock, watching the battle with interest, like a strict examiner. Roar! After a failed attack, the Abyss Purgatory Dragon Scorpion became completely furious. Its huge body rushed forward, and its huge claws flashing with metallic luster tore through the space and slapped Lin Feng on the head. This claw is enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and the golden energy in his body circulated wildly. He stepped forward, the space shook, and instead of retreating, he advanced and rushed towards the giant claw. Dragon Fist. He threw a punch. The fist and the claw collided violently in mid-air. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing resounded through the sky. Lin Feng felt an irresistible force coming from his arm, and the bones in his arm were groaning. He was smashed to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! A huge bottomless pit was smashed into the ground. Is that all you can do? The Abyss Purgatory Dragon Scorpion sneered disdainfully. The next second, a golden light shot up from the huge pit into the sky, faster and more powerful than before. Come again! Lin Feng's eyes were burning with a crazy fighting spirit. He knew that his strength and realm were far inferior to his opponents, and the only thing he could rely on was. It was the power beyond his limits and a fearless heart that Yushi gave him. Because his soul was not strong enough to bear all of Yushi's power. One man and one beast, under the sky, started the most primitive and brutal fight. Lin Feng's figure seemed insignificant next to the huge dragon scorpion. But like a tireless golden hummingbird, it constantly collides with the giant beast. Every collision will cause violent space shock. The sky was torn apart and the earth was sinking. A casual strike would create a rift across 1,000 meters in space. A single step would cause a mountain to crumble. This area has completely turned into a doomsday scene. Lin Feng became more and more courageous as the battle went on, and he became more and more proficient in controlling the huge power in his body. Gradually, he stopped passively taking beatings and began to look for opportunities to fight back. It's right here. He seized a gap in the dragon scorpion's attack and appeared on the dragon scorpion's back as if teleporting. His fists condensed into dazzling golden light and smashed hard into a connection between the shells on its back. Break it for me! Crack! With a crisp sound, he actually blasted a crack into the indestructible black shell. Ouch! The Abyss Purgatory Dragon Scorpion roared in pain. It never thought that it would be hurt by such a weak creature. You're looking for death. The huge scorpion tail behind it was like black lightning, carrying a deadly purple cold light, sweeping towards Lin Feng on its back. Lin Feng's pupils shrank, but it was too late to dodge. Chapter 35, Brother, you are my brother, stop hitting me. At this moment, a calm voice sounded in his mind. Use your soul to guide it. Lin Feng was so moved that he gave up all his defenses and immersed his mind in the sea of soul. He mobilized the golden original dragon power and condensed it into a golden light shield as thin as a cicada's wing in front of him. Puff! The scorpion's tail pierced the light shield fiercely. There was no earth-shattering roar, but the scorpion's tail was strong enough to penetrate space. The moment it touched the golden light shield, the purple poisonous light at the tip of the tail hook quickly melted away like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. Immediately afterwards, the entire scorpion tail seemed to be ignited by an invisible force, starting from the tip, turning into golden ash inch by inch. Ah! My tail! This is the original dragon flame. The Abyss Purgatory Dragon Scorpion let out an extremely shrill scream, and its huge body rolled and struggled wildly in the air. The look it gave Lin Feng was no longer one of anger and disdain, but one filled with fear. The guy in front of me is not human at all. In his body, there is a trace of the truly pure and supreme power of the dragon clan. That is the most feared source of suppression deep in the blood of all sub-dragon species and dragon-blooded creatures. Brother, I was wrong. The Abyssal Purgatory Dragon Scorpion's massive body suddenly stopped, retracting all its attacking postures. The huge head lowered and spoke in an almost flattering tone. Lin Feng, who was about to press on with the victory, just froze in place. Isn't this a quick change of style? Big brother, look, I have elderly parents and young children to support, and I'm just a janitor. Can we not fight? There was a hint of tears in Longxia's voice. You want that fragment of the heart of the world, right? Here you go. I'll get it for you right away. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Yuxi in the distance also raised her pretty eyebrows slightly. It seemed that he had not expected that this 8th-level monster would be so spineless. The Abyss Purgatory Dragon Scorpion's huge head hung low, its eyes burning with soul fire, now filled with flattery and fear. The blood suppression from the depths of its soul just now made it completely lose the idea of resistance. That's not a difference in power level, but a crushing of life level. It's like a mouse seeing a real dragon, even the courage to escape will be drained in an instant. Brother, you said earlier that you are an elder of the dragon clan. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to fight you even if I had 8 times the courage. Longxia's voice came through his spiritual power, with a tearful tone, sounding particularly aggrieved. Isn't this simply because the flood washed away the Dragon King Temple? Lin Feng was suspended in the air, the golden dragon scales and dragon horns on his body had not yet faded. He was still in an excited fighting state. He looked at the 8th-level monster in front of him, which was as big as a mountain. He was so majestic and arrogant in the last second, and burst into tears and groveled in the next second. I couldn't react for a moment. He turned his head and looked at the moonlight on the distant mountain with an inquiring look. Yuxi's figure flashed and appeared beside Lin Feng silently. She glanced at the giant dragon scorpion, her golden eyes filled with her usual coldness. Only the subtle curve at the corner of her mouth showed that she seemed to be in a good mood. Original dragon flame is the nemesis of all dragon-blooded creatures, she explained calmly. For it's more painful than killing it. Abyssal Purgatory Dragon Scorpion heard the words original dragon flame. The huge body trembled uncontrollably, and the look in its eyes when it looked at Lin Feng was even more awe-inspiring. Yes, Her Majesty is right. It quickly agreed. The aura you carry, sir, is so pure, purer than that of my ancestors' ancestors. My lowly and insignificant bloodline is a joke in front of you. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. This flattery was quite technical. Stop talking nonsense. Yuxi didn't have the patience to listen to its flattery. Where's the stuff? Here. The Abyssal Purgatory Dragon Scorpion turned around immediately as if it had been pardoned. The huge body flew towards the largest inverted mountain in the core area. It carefully stretched out its only remaining front paw and reached into the mountain. As if holding some priceless treasure, he slowly took something out. It was an irregular crystal, about the size of a human head, and its entire body was a deep chaotic color. It just hovered quietly in the center of the dragon scorpion's claws, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted because of it. It seems to be the center of this world, exuding an ancient, vast, and boundless atmosphere. Fragment of the world's heart. My lord, your majesty, this is what you two requested. The Abyssal Purgatory Dragon Scorpion carefully handed the crystal to the two of them, keeping a very low profile. I'm just a janitor. This thing has been with me for thousands of years, and I can't use it. You can take it. You can take it as you please. Yuxi stretched out her hand, and the fragment of the heart of the world automatically flew into her palm. She closed her eyes, carefully sensed the original power contained in it, and finally a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. Star-eating iron, fragments of the world's heart, they're all here. She whispered to herself. With these two core materials, plus the ethereal crystal fruit as an aid, her plan to recast the dragon's true form can now officially begin. Then, can I leave now? The Abyss Purgatory Dragon Scorpion asked tentatively, his voice full of desire. Now it just wants to stay as far away from these two evil stars as possible. Yueshi opened her eyes and looked at it with her golden pupils, which made Longxie feel creepy. Where do you want to go? I will go back to my nest and stay there. I won't go anywhere. I promise not to cause any trouble to you too. Longxie quickly expressed his loyalty. I've got my eye on your lair. Yushi's tone was so calm as if she was talking about a trivial matter. Ah. The dragon scorpion's huge head froze for a moment. I'm rebuilding my body and need a quiet and energetic place. I think this place is good. Yueshi looked around. This core area composed of countless floating mountains is the node with the most concentrated energy in the entire plane. The dragon scorpion's soul fire pupils twitched violently a few times, and the expression on his face was uglier than crying. Is this to occupy its nest? But it dared not refute it at all. Being able to serve Her Majesty the Queen is the blessing I have earned in 8 lifetimes. It squeezed out these words from between its teeth. Yeah. Yushi nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Lin Feng. You can treat it. Lin Feng was stunned. Me? He looked at the half of the dragon scorpion's tail that was still smoking and had turned to ash. He looked at himself again. He could only beat people, but he couldn't cure a scorpion. The dragon power in your body contains the purest source of life. You just need to guide it out. Yushi explained. I'll try. Lin Feng was a little uncertain. He flew to the huge broken tail of the dragon scorpion, took a deep breath, and imitated the way he formed the dragon's shield before. Sink your mind into your soul and mobilize that golden power. He stretched out his hand, and a ball of soft golden light appeared in his palm, which he then gently pressed on the dragon scorpion's wound. Chapter 36 Recast the dragon body and protect under the starry sky. Sizzle. Wherever the golden light reached, the remaining original dragon flame power seemed to have found its home. It was quickly absorbed back into the light ball. Then, a powerful life energy emanated from the golden light. The abyssal purgatory dragon scorpion only felt a warm and comfortable feeling coming from the wound. The original intense pain disappeared instantly. In its shocked eyes, the severed scorpion's tail unexpectedly began to regrow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bones, flesh, and carapace, bathed in golden light, rapidly reconstructed. In less than a minute, a brand new, huge scorpion tail gleaming with metallic luster appeared. It appeared behind it intact, even tougher and more powerful than the previous one. The Abyss Purgatory Dragon Scorpion moved its newly grown tail, feeling the power surging within it, and was completely stunned. What kind of magical method is this? Destruction and creation, just a thought away? The look it gave Lin Feng instantly changed. If it was fear before, now it was full of heartfelt, fanatical admiration. Brother! You are my second parent! It shouted excitedly, and wanted to rub its huge head against Lin Feng. Lin Feng was startled and quickly moved away. He couldn't stand being touched by such a big guy. Okay, stop arguing. Yushi waved her hand. From now on, you are on guard outside, and no creature is allowed to approach here until I am done. Yes. Your Majesty. The Abyssal Purgatory Dragon Scorpion received the order and was more active than anyone else. The huge body immediately flew to the periphery, looking like a most loyal guard dog. After resolving all this, Yushi brought Lin Feng to the top of the largest inverted mountain. Next, I will begin fusing the materials and rebuilding the body. I will be very weak and this process cannot be interrupted. Yushi looked at Lin Feng with an expression more serious than ever before, and I need your protection during this time. Lin Feng smiled and said, Don't worry, no one can get close to you unless I die. After all, I am a man who wants to ride a dragon, huh? Lin Feng felt the power in his body gradually subsiding, but still extremely powerful, and nodded. This feeling is really good. Yushi said no more. She sat down cross-legged and suspended the fragment of star-eating iron and heart of the world in front of her. A ethereal crystal fruit and a crystal fruit tree also flew out, surrounding the two core materials. She closed her eyes and a brilliant golden light began to glow around her. An ancient, noble, and majestic atmosphere that cannot be described in words. The aura emanating from her body was far more powerful than any Lin Feng had felt before. Buzz. The energy in the entire core area began to riot, frantically converging towards Yueshi's location, forming a huge energy vortex. Lin Feng stood aside. Under the influence of this aura, he felt that the dragon power in his body began to become active. Resonating with Yueshi's power, his half-dragon features reappeared, with golden dragon scales faintly visible beneath his skin. He knew that the most critical moment had arrived. He had to protect her until she woke up. Time goes by day. Lin Feng was like a statue, guarding the edge of the mountain. The power in his body resonated with the moonlight. Subtle changes were also taking place. His control over the dragon power became more and more proficient, and his soul became more and more compatible with this power. And in the valley thousands of kilometers away, the two figures who rolled out in a panic. At this moment, he was kneeling in front of an even more terrifying shadow. Ulysses was pale and trembling all over. He was a man sitting on a throne made of countless pale bones. The man was equally handsome, but his temperament was colder than Ulysses. 100 times more noble, with a pair of blood-red pupils, as if containing a sea of corpses and blood. You mean, not only did you fail the mission, but you also lost the star-eating iron? He was even scared back by a human and a woman of unknown origin? The man's voice was calm, but every word was like an icicle, piercing Ulysses' soul. Your Highness, it's not me, it's that woman, she's so scary. She has the breath of God on her. Ulysses protested in horror. God? The man called the prince raised his lips with a sarcastic smile. Where can a god come from in this abandoned plain? It's true. She broke my blood prison cage with just a snap of her fingers. She looked at me and my soul almost froze. And that boy. He can use a golden power to purify everything. The smile on the prince's face faded. He stood up from the skeletal throne and walked slowly. Golden purifying power, a snap of fingers. A trace of thought flashed in his blood-red eyes. This is interesting. His gaze was directed towards the center of the abyss scar. The star-eating iron is a tribute to that lord and must not be lost. He stopped and looked at Ulysses. Since you are so incompetent, then make amends for your crime. Gather my bloodline army. I want to see for myself what kind of god dares to steal my things. Yes, your highness. Ulysses retreated, tumbling and crawling as if he had been pardoned. A bigger storm is quietly brewing, sweeping towards the center of the abyss. The wind at the core of the abyss blows constantly. Lin Feng sat on the edge of the upside-down mountain, his two legs hanging in the air. He was wandering around aimlessly, holding a piece of unknown dry grass in his mouth. It has been 7 days since Yueshi entered deep fusion. The top of the largest inverted mountain is now wrapped in a huge golden light cocoon. Like a heart hanging under the sky, beating rhythmically. Every beat causes the surrounding space energy to fluctuate. Except for the first day, which was a bit novel and nervous, during the remaining 6 days, Lin Feng felt like he was about to grow mushrooms. His daily routine is to stroll from the east to the west of the mountain. Then he strolled from the west to the south and trampled this palm-sized area until it was shiny. Hey, big scorpion! Lin Feng shouted towards a floating island on the periphery below. With a whoosh, the huge figure of the Abyss Purgatory Dragon Scorpion appeared not far away, as if it had teleported. The huge head came closer, and its soulfire eyes were full of diligence. Brother, you called me? Can you please stop calling me big brother? Lin Feng felt a great deal of pressure as he looked at the dragon head that was bigger than him. It makes me shudder. Then, reborn parents? Long Xia asked tentatively. Lin Feng's face darkened. You say what you want to call me. Long Xia changed his words tactfully. Just call me Lin Feng. Lin Feng spit out the grass roots in his mouth and changed the subject. Let me ask you something, why do you have to rush out of the crack at all costs? I think your place is pretty good, with beautiful scenery and harmonious neighbors. Forget I said the second half of that sentence. The dragon scorpion's huge soulfire eyes dimmed for a moment, and its voice became a little low. Master Lin Feng, you don't know. We don't want to go out, we have to go out. What do you mean? Lin Feng became interested. Look at this world. The dragon scorpion's eyes swept across the dark red sky and the floating mountains. It is dying. Chapter 37. This war is brutal. Die? Yes, Dragon Scorpion explained, this world is like a leaky pool. The origin of the world is constantly being lost, energy is becoming increasingly scarce, and the living space is becoming smaller and smaller. Thousands of years ago, there were vast lands and forests here, but now only these broken rocks hanging in the air remain. In a few thousand years, even these stones may crumble, and the entire world will be reduced to nothingness. Its dull voice carries a sadness that goes deep into the bones. We, the creatures living here, are like fish in a pond that is dying of thirst. Breaking through the cracks and venturing into the outside world is our only way to survive. Lin Feng was silent. He thought of the fearless monsters he had seen in the Iron Fortress. It turns out that they are not trying to invade, but just to survive. The humans outside are just defending their homes. Lin Feng said softly. Yes. Dragon Scorpion sighed, so, this is a war without right or wrong. It's a life or death struggle. Either we die or they die. Lin Feng looked at the huge golden cocoon of light in the distance, and suddenly understood the significance of Yushi collecting the fragments of the heart of the world. She is not only doing it for herself, but perhaps also wants to repair this world that is on the verge of breaking. Let me ask you again, who is this Ulysses and this prince he mentioned? Vampire. Dragon Scorpion's tone was filled with disgust. A bunch of bugs that crawled out from the ground when the world was in decline. They don't belong to this world's native race. They are said to be losers from a higher plane who were exiled here. Are they strong? Their individual strength is just so-so. But they have a very troublesome ability, which is to develop bloodlines. The Dragon Scorpion explained, they can transform other creatures into their own servants, and the more they have, the more they will be able to serve you. The more powerful that guy called Prince is, the stronger he is. Over the years, they have controlled most of the tribes in the Abyss and are very powerful. Lin Feng nodded, finally having a general understanding of the distribution of power in this world. At this moment, the Dragon Scorpion's pupils burning with soulfire suddenly shrank and looked towards the distant sky. Master Lin Feng, something is coming. Its voice became extremely solemn. There are many of them, and they come with bad intentions. Lin Feng also stood up and looked in the direction it was looking. In the distant sky, an expanding black spot appeared, like a surging tide, sweeping towards the core area where they were. An evil smell mixed with blood, decay and death was already approaching from hundreds of kilometers away. It seems that your old friend is here. Lin Feng's eyes became sharp. It's that prince. Long Xie said in a deep voice, only he can pull off such a grand ceremony. Purple-black flames rose from its huge body, and it entered a combat state. Brother, oh no, Lord Lin Feng, you and Her Majesty the Queen go first, I'll cover your back. Leave? Lin Feng smiled. Where to go? Besides, if I leave, who will protect her? He pointed to the huge golden cocoon of light behind him. The Dragon Scorpion was stunned. It didn't expect Lin Feng to choose to stay. Facing the Blood Prince and his legion, even this 8th level overlord would not have much chance of winning. But nothing serious. Lin Feng stretched his muscles and bones, and his whole body made a crackling sound. I've been so idle these past few days that my bones are almost rusting. It's just in time for you to come. The golden dragon power in his body, which had been dormant for many days, began to stir, and a long-lost shudder rose from his spine. Go to the periphery and stop those soldiers. Don't let them get close to here. Lin Feng ordered, leave that prince to me. Are you alone? The Dragon Scorpion's soulfire was beating violently, and it thought Lin Feng was crazy. Lin Feng did not answer, but raised his hand and looked at his palm. Buzz. Golden light flowed under his skin, and pieces of fine dragon scales quietly emerged. The outlines of the dragon horns on both sides of the forehead also became clear. An aura that was far more solid and majestic than before emanated from him. The resonance during these 7 days brought the compatibility between his soul and dragon power to a whole new level. The Dragon Scorpion felt this breath, which was an almost tangible sense of oppression, which even made this 8th level magical beast feel a palpitation. It swallowed and its huge head heavier. Yes. Its huge body turned into a purple-black stream of light and rushed towards the approaching bloody army. Soon, an earth-shaking roar erupted in the distant sky. The huge body of the Dragon Scorpion rushed through the legion of countless monsters. Every tail flick and every breath can clear out a large area of enemies. But those blood-borne monsters were fearless and kept pouncing on them like mad dogs, and their numbers were endless. Lin Feng ignored the battlefield over there, his eyes were fixed on the rear of the legion. There was a huge throne made up of countless skeletons, moving towards this side slowly. On the throne, a figure slowly stood up. He was dressed in gorgeous aristocratic clothes, with a handsome face and a cold and noble temperament. A pair of blood-red pupils penetrated the distant space and met Lin Feng's gaze in mid-air. "It's you who injured my useless men and stole my things?" The voice of the Blood Prince sounded directly in Lin Feng's mind, with a condescending scrutiny. "Your stuff?" Lin Feng grinned. "Is your name written on it?" The prince raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was a little surprised by Lin Feng's rudeness. "Interesting human. You have a smell that both disgusts me and interests me." His eyes swept across the huge golden cocoon behind Lin Feng, and a trace of greed flashed in his blood-red pupils. "Give that thing to me, then kneel down and become my descendant, and I can spare your life." "What a coincidence, I also think you smell disgusting." Lin Feng retorted, "It feels like I've been soaking in a cesspool for 300 years. The smile on the prince's face disappeared. "Act recklessly." He raised a finger and pointed it at Lin Feng from a distance. A blood-red ray as thick as ink instantly crossed the distance of space and shot towards Lin Feng's eyebrows. Lin Feng did not dodge or evade, and also raised his right hand. The golden dragon power condensed in the palm of his hand and pushed forward. Boom! A solid golden beam of light shot out and collided precisely with the blood-red ray. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Two energies of completely opposite natures were madly eroding and annihilating each other in mid-air. The blood and golden light intertwined, forming an extremely unstable energy field. The power of purification? The prince's blood-red eyes showed a hint of surprise, and then turned into a stronger interest. "I see. No wonder that loser Ulysses lost. But that's all." His figure disappeared from the skeletal throne. The next moment, he appeared in front of Lin Feng like a ghost, his 5 fingers formed into claws, and with a strong smell of blood, he grabbed Lin Feng's heart. Chapter 38, Carrying the Name of Protection, I am still here. Too fast. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, and his body's reaction couldn't even keep up with the opponent's speed. At the critical moment, the dragon power in his body started to operate on its own, and a golden dragon scale shield instantly condensed in front of his chest. Clang! The prince's claws grabbed the shield, making a harsh friction sound and sparks flying. Lin Feng was knocked backwards by the huge force and crashed into the mountain behind him. Good reaction. The prince's figure hovered in mid-air, and he gracefully shook his hands, as if brushing off dust. But defense alone won't win. Lin Feng broke free from the depression in the mountain wall, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes became more and more excited. Really? I think it's just the right warm-up. He stepped forward, and his body turned into a golden meteor, launching an attack. Dragon Fist. The fist covered with golden dragon scales, with unrivaled power, slammed into the prince's face. The prince raised his lips in a sarcastic arc, and his body turned into a blood-red bat, which instantly dispersed and avoided the punch. Countless bats regrouped behind Lin Feng to form the figure of the prince. He licked his lips and slapped Lin Feng on the back. Lin Feng seemed to have eyes on his back. He turned around suddenly and kicked back at an incredible angle. Bang! Fists and kicks clashed, and both men retreated. For a moment, the golden light and blood-colored afterimages in the sky kept intersecting and colliding. Every collision caused the floating mountain below to tremble violently. Lin Feng became more and more frightened as the fight went on. The strength of this prince was far above that of the Abyss Purgatory Dragon Scorpion. His attacks were strange and swift, and his power was unfathomable. It should have reached the peak of the 8th level. The prince's heart was also filled with shock. This human's power seemed endless, and the golden energy had a strong inhibitory effect on him. Every contact made him feel a burning pain. What made him even more fearful was that Lin Feng's fighting instinct was simply too strong. No matter how tricky the angle he attacks from, the opponent can always predict it in advance and make the most effective counterattack. Who are you? The prince once again distanced himself from Lin Feng, staring at him with his bloodshot eyes. Someone who will see you off to the end. Lin Feng gasped for breath, but his fighting spirit did not diminish at all. Arrogant. The prince was completely enraged. Since you're determined to die, I'll show you what true power is. He opened his arms and roared to the sky. In my name, a sea of blood descends. The endless bloodline army that was fighting with the dragon scorpion below suddenly let out a series of shrill screams. Their bodies exploded one after another, transforming into streams of pure blood energy that soared into the sky and merged into the prince's body. The prince's aura began to surge wildly. The entire sky was dyed a sickening blood red. An ocean of pure blood condensed and rolled behind him, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. The pressure on the dragon scorpion in the distance suddenly dropped. Looking at the sea of blood in the sky, Huanhua's eyes were filled with fear. This is the prince's most powerful killing move, which requires sacrificing all blood descendants in exchange for a temporary power comparable to that of a god. It's over, Aunt. The prince's voice was like a demon from the underworld, and he pointed with his finger. That boundless sea of blood turned into a huge wave. It slapped Lin Feng and the huge golden cocoon of light behind him. Blood. Endless blood. The fishy, sweet, and disgusting smell overpowered Lin Feng's entire sense of smell. The ocean formed by the essence and blood of billions of creatures obscured the sky, and the shadows it cast dyed everything a dark red of despair. The pressure of power is like substance, squeezing every inch of space. Lin Feng felt his bones wailing and his soul trembling. Escape. Every cell in the body is sending out the most primitive warning. But behind him was the huge golden cocoon of light. Yueshi is inside. She told him that this process could not be interrupted. He agreed. Lin Feng's legs were slightly apart, nailed to the edge of the mountain like nails. He raised his head and faced the bloody raging waves that were about to swallow up the world. The abyssal purgatory dragon scorpion in the distance roared unwillingly. The huge body turned into a purple-black stream of light and rushed towards the sea of blood regardless of everything. It wanted to share the pressure with Lin Feng. However, it is like a fallen leaf hitting a mountain torrent. The sea of blood only surged slightly, and an invisible force slammed it away. The huge body smashed into several floating mountains, and its life or death was unknown. The power of this sea of blood has surpassed the 8th level. It is a realm close to God. It's over, Aunt. The prince's indifferent voice echoed between heaven and earth. A huge wave of blood crashed down. Lin Feng took a deep breath and squeezed out the last bit of dragon power in his body. Roar! A roar that was not like a human voice exploded from the depths of his throat. Brilliant golden light shot up into the sky and condensed into an extremely huge dragon scale shield in front of him, on which sat a majestic golden dragon shadow. This is the limit of what he can do at the moment. It's all his protection. The blood wave and the golden shield came into contact. Time loses its meaning at this moment. No sound. There was no explosion. Lin Feng only saw that the dragon shield he was proud of looked like ice and snow in the sun in front of the deep blood color. The golden dragon shadow let out a mournful cry and disintegrated piece by piece. The dragon scale shield was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and then it shattered with a loud bang. The destructive force penetrated his defense and surged towards him. I'm going to die. This thought came clearly to my mind. He was unwilling to accept it. He also promised to take her to see the outside world. I want to take her to revenge and accompany her on the journey. Just when the scarlet death was about to touch his body, everything stopped. The roiling sea of blood solidified in mid-air, and the shattered golden light stagnated before my eyes. Even the dust particles flying in the air seemed to be hovering in a manner that defied common sense. The whole world turned into a still painting. Only his mind is still functioning. The host has been detected to be in a fatal crisis. The final agreement has been met to activate the God-level option. A cold, mechanical voice without any emotion rang directly in his mind for the second time. Lin Feng smiled and came over. The host is facing the 9th level of blood source annihilation attack, and the probability of survival is 0. The system provides the following 3 options. Please make a decision within 10 seconds. Option 1, give up protection. The system will sacrifice the soul essence of the protected target Yueshi to build a one-time space jump channel for the host, randomly teleporting to a safe higher plane. Lin Feng's consciousness instantly turned cold. Sacrifice Yueshi? Option 2, life burn. Burn 99% of the host's life essence and all soul potential, gaining a 3-minute divine presence state, temporarily reaching the 9th level of power. Price, after 3 minutes, the host will permanently fall to the 1st level, severing all paths to transcendence. The price is huge, but if he can survive, he can also save Yueshi. Option 3, Dragonborn. Undergo an irreversible and ultimate fusion with the dragon soul fragment within the body, sacrificing humanity to become an innocent Dragonborn. The host will gain the full power of the dragon soul, but their self-awareness will be overwhelmed by dragon instincts, becoming a biological weapon capable only of combat and protection. Turn into a monster? Lin Feng looked at the three options in front of him that were emitting different lights, and suddenly wanted to laugh. Chapter 39, Sacrifice Humanity, I will not break my promise. What kind of god-level system is this? This is a fucking death warrant. Behind every option is hell. Are there any other options? Like a discount, buy one get one free or something like that? Lin Feng complained in his mind. The countdown begins. 10. 9. The system's voice remained cold, completely ignoring his joke. Lin Feng's consciousness swept over the first option and directly ruled it out. He couldn't exchange Yueshi's life for his own. 2 left. 1 is to become a disabled person and linger on. 1 is to become a monster and lose yourself. 5. 4. A useless person, at least he is still himself. He could still think, remember who he was, and remember that cold woman. Monster. If you have forgotten who you are, what's the point of living? 3. He remembered Yueshi's cold golden eyes. I remembered her awkward concern. I remembered what she said to herself, that she wanted to restore the glory of the Dragon Clan. If she becomes a disabled person, who will help her in the future? Who helps her when she does something stupid? A first-level waste will lose the qualification to even stand by her side. Lin Feng's consciousness was more resolute than ever before. I choose 3. 2. Host confirms his choice to Dragonborn? This process is irreversible, and will permanently lose his human identity and self-awareness. Confirm. He answered without the slightest hesitation. 1. Select confirm to start the final fusion. A cold voice fell. The still world resumed its flow. Boom! The raging sea of blood submerged Lin Feng's thin figure. You don't know your own limitations. The Blood Prince looked at the area completely covered by his power, a cruel smile on his face. He could even imagine that the ignorant human being. The scene where the golden light cocoon behind him turned into blood in water. However, his smile quickly froze. In the center of the roiling sea of blood, a golden light appeared. The golden light was very faint at first, like a candle in the wind. But the next moment, it suddenly erupted in an unstoppable manner. Roar! A dragon roar that resounded throughout the entire plain came from the depths of the sea of blood. That was not Lin Feng's previous roar. It was the roar of a truly sacred dragon that originated from the ancient times and was above all things. Golden light tore through the sea of blood. A towering golden beam of light shot up from the center of the sea of blood, poking a huge hole in the dark red sky. The expression on the Blood Prince's face changed from surprise to horror. He felt it. A blood pressure that made his soul tremble. That is the existence at the top of the food chain, and it has a natural contempt for those below it. The sea of blood began to boil violently, not because of his manipulation, but because of fear. The energy composed of essence and blood is getting out of control. A figure slowly walked out from the torn sea of blood. He still looks like Lin Feng. But it's completely different. His black hair had turned into brilliant golden color, moving without wind. His face and body were covered with perfect dragon scales that looked like they were made of divine gold, and ancient runes flowed on each scale. On the forehead, a pair of majestic and magnificent dragon horns pierced the sky, flashing with majestic light. The most frightening thing is his eyes. Those were a pair of pure vertical pupils burning with golden flames. There is no anger, no joy, no sadness in it. There was only absolute, cold, godlike indifference. It was like looking at a bug that could be crushed to death. He is no longer Lin Feng. He is the dragon. Impossible. The prince's voice was trembling, and the noble demeanor he was so proud of was completely gone. How could a true dragon race be born in this abandoned plain? The dragonized Lin Feng did not answer. Or rather, he no longer bothered to answer. He just raised his hand. As he moved, the energy of the entire world resonated. The wind stopped. The clouds dispersed. Even the space groaned as if it could not bear the weight. The once invincible sea of blood began to disintegrate the moment he raised his hand. It was not defeated, but the most basic energy structure was forcibly decomposed, reduced to the most primitive particles, and dissipated between heaven and earth. The prince's strongest attack was easily wiped out. The prince felt the threat of death and no longer cared about his dignity. He turned around and wanted to escape. He turned into a streak of bloodlight and rushed towards the sky at a speed faster than lightning. However, a huge hand covered with golden dragon scales appeared in the space in front of him without warning and grabbed his neck. That hand seemed to have transcended the distance of time and space. You can't kill me. Qinshi screamed in terror, I am the blood god's messenger. Kill me, and the blood god will not let you go. The dragonborn Lin Feng tilted his head, and a hint of confusion seemed to flash in his golden vertical pupils. Blood god? What is that? Can I eat it? He couldn't remember. He only knew that the creature before him was disgusting. Then, destroy it. He clenched his fingers slightly. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. The Blood Prince's head drooped at a strange angle. The life in his eyes quickly faded. But his body did not disappear. Instead, it began to expand violently, and a destructive energy was brewing in his body. He wanted to blow himself up. A hint of impatience flashed across the golden pupils of the dragonborn Lin Feng. Noisy! He raised his other hand and gently touched the prince's swollen body. Buzz! A golden rune was imprinted on the prince's body. The destructive energy that was about to explode was like a punctured balloon, and it was instantly released. The prince's powerful vampire body, illuminated by the golden light. It weathered away like a sand sculpture, and finally turned into a handful of ashes, drifting away in the wind. A powerful being close to the 9th level completely perished without even leaving a trace. After doing all this, the dragonborn Lin Feng slowly turned around. His indifferent golden vertical pupils looked at the huge golden cocoon of light behind him. There is his contracted target. The only meaning of his existence. It's about protection. He walked to the cocoon of light and stood quietly, like an eternal statue. However, deep in his godlike cold and indifferent eyes, there seemed to be a faint light belonging to humanity, struggling and flickering. She. A vague syllable came out of his mouth silently. Chapter 40, Face the Gods and Never Give Up Your Protection. The ashes of the Blood Prince have not yet dispersed in the wind. The suffocating smell of blood between heaven and earth has never completely subsided. The dragonborn Lin Feng stood quietly in front of the huge cocoon of light like a golden statue. His golden vertical pupils scanned the ruined world indifferently, fulfilling his protective instinct. Suddenly, he raised his head. Those ruthless eyes of a god looked towards the dark red sky pierced by the golden beam of light. The sky darkened again. It is not darkness because the light is blocked. It is a pure, ominous color that seeps out from the void. The entire sky was once again dyed a deep blood color, 1,000 times richer than the sea of blood created by the prince before. A drop of blood. A drop of blood, so huge that it is indescribable, seeped out from the highest point of the sky and dripped slowly. It passed through the clouds in space, dragging a scarlet trail across the sky. The origin of the entire world is wailing. The floating island began to silently disintegrate, turning into the most primitive dust. The wind in the core of the abyss stagnated. That drop of blood was suspended in the air. It began to wriggle, expand, and change. Twisted limbs stretched out from the blood, outlining blurred facial features. Finally, an extremely huge face was formed in the sky, overlooking all living things. The face had no facial features, only 2 huge holes. There was a scarlet light flowing inside, representing endless malice. A messenger has fallen. A grand, ancient, layered sound resounded throughout the entire plane, directly shaking the souls of all living beings. An interesting little thing was born. The giant face's gaze was fixed on the golden figure on the mountain peak. There was no anger in its eyes, only a condescending amusement of discovering a new toy. In the distant ruins, the abyss purgatory dragon scorpion struggled to hold up half of its body. It looked at the face in the sky, and the fear in its soulfire eyes was so intense that it was almost solidified. It's over. It's really over this time. That's not level 8, nor level 9. That is God. He is the source of all bloodborne creatures in this abyss, the true blood god. This is just a projection of power, a clone. But the mere pressure that descended upon us caused this world, which was already on the verge of breaking apart, to begin its final collapse. The Dragonborn, what an interesting specimen. The blood god's clone's voice was filled with a playful smile, the product of forced fusion, a body without a soul. I'm acting on a ray of determination. Tell me, what made you make such a foolish choice? The dragonized Lin Feng did not answer. The dragon instinct in his body judged the existence in front of him as the highest level of threat. He bent slightly and assumed an attacking stance. Golden dragon power flowed through his body, and he was the only light in the shattered world. Oh? Still want to resist? The blood god laughed, and the sound of his laughter made ripples appear in the air. Let me see what treasure you are guarding. A blood-red beam of light shot out from an empty eye socket on the giant face in the sky. The target of this beam of light is not Lin Feng. It made a strange arc and shot directly towards the golden light cocoon behind Lin Feng. The dragon-born Lin Feng moved. His figure disappeared instantly, and the next moment, he appeared in front of the light cocoon, using his back to block the bloodlight. Puff! The blood pierced through his indestructible dragon scales. Golden blood splashed out of his body for the first time, spilling onto the rocks and making a sizzling sound. His tall body shook violently and he staggered, but he did not take a single step back. He slowly turned around and glanced at the intact light cocoon behind him. Then he turned around and faced the blood god in the sky again. In the golden vertical pupils, the divine indifference was replaced by another emotion for the first time. Fury. Roar. The real dragon roar tore through the sky. The mountain beneath his feet exploded, and his body transformed into a golden comet that rushed against the sky and hit the face that covered the sky. Interesting. The blood god looked at the light with interest. He didn't make any moves. Lin Feng's fist, wrapped in the supreme dragon power, smashed hard on the bloody giant face. Boom! The bloody face was beaten so hard that it caved in, and countless blood plasma splattered everywhere. Every drop of splashing blood that landed on the floating island below would instantly corrode and melt it. However, the depression just squirmed a little and then returned to its original state. Nice power, but unfortunately, it's useless to me. The blood god's voice remained calm. The giant face's mouth split open, spewing out a long river of endless resentful souls and blood, which instantly entangled Lin Feng's body. Purification. A cold syllable came out of Lin Feng's mouth. Golden dragon flames erupted from his body, burning the blood river to ashes. He broke free from his restraints and rained down his fists. Each punch contained the power to collapse mountains and break seas, smashing the blood god's face into pieces. The entire sky was filled with a heavy rain of blood. The dragon scorpion below was stunned. What does it see? A creature transformed from a mortal is beating the incarnation of a god. This was beyond its thousands of years of understanding. That's enough. The blood god seemed to have lost his patience. Its voice suddenly turned cold. The face that was riddled with holes exploded instantly, turning into an endless ocean of blood, swallowing Lin Feng. Not an attack. It's a field. It is a power unique to gods, which allows them to forcibly transform a part of the real world into their own home. In the Blood Sea area, Lin Feng felt tremendous pressure. His dragon power was being rapidly corroded and weakened. From all directions, countless tentacles, sharp blades, and monsters made of blood emerged from the sea of blood and rushed towards him. He punched, kicked, and roared. The golden figure rushed through the sea of blood, tearing thousands of bloody monsters into pieces. But the wounds on his body were increasing. The golden dragon scales began to peel off, cracks appeared on the majestic dragon horns, and even the dragon flames burning on the body became dim. He was like a lion trapped in a quagmire, with strength all around but constantly being consumed. See? This is the gap between you and me. The blood god's voice was everywhere in the domain. You are just a beast that fights on instinct, but I am the embodiment of rules. Give it up, and offer what you are guarding. I can grant you eternal life and make you the strongest warrior under my command. The dragonborn Lin Feng turned a deaf ear. He only knew that the threat was still there. The target to be protected is outside the area. He wants to go out. He gathered all the remaining strength in his body, and his body was like a golden arrow, rushing in one direction and breaking through. Stupid. The sea of blood suddenly shrank and turned into an extremely huge blood-red palm, which tightly grasped the golden light in its palm. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly. Golden blood continuously seeped out from between the fingers of the bloody palm. Bang! The bloody hand slammed him hard onto a floating island that was about to collapse. The ground collapsed and smoke and dust rose up. Lin Feng, who had transformed into a dragon, was lying in a huge pit covered in blood. His right arm was twisted at a strange angle, and the dragon scales on his chest had almost all peeled off, revealing the charred flesh underneath. Golden vertical pupils, dim light, weak breathing. Chapter 41 The Authority of the System, The Disappearing Light. But he still struggled and tried to get up. His eyes were always looking in that direction. The direction of the light cocoon. You still don't give up? There was a hint of cruel mockery in the blood god's voice. Your obsession truly fascinates me. In that case, I will destroy it right in front of you. A slightly smaller bloody hand condensed and took shape in the field, crossed through layers of space, and grabbed the lonely mountain. Grabbed the huge golden cocoon of light. No. A broken, human syllable was squeezed out with difficulty from the throat of the dying body in the deep pit. Somewhere in his body, the soul fragment belonging to Lin Feng, which had been suppressed to the extreme, burst out with all its strength. Not for fighting. It's for burning. Roar. The dying dragonborn bursts out with his last rays of light. His figure once again blocked the way just before the blood god's hand touched the light cocoon. He opened his arms and used his body to form a final barrier. The bloody hand slapped him. This time, there was no loud bang. His body was like a piece of rotten wood hit by a huge hammer, shattering into pieces. But he wasn't knocked away. He used up his last bit of strength, nailing his feet firmly to the ground to protect the cocoon of light behind him. Light cocoon, safe and sound. He was like a broken porcelain, his blood staining the ground beneath him red. He slowly knelt on the ground, supporting himself with one hand, gasping for breath. The blood that flowed out was no longer pure gold, but mixed with a hint of human crimson. His strength was rapidly declining. The state of dragonization seems to be lifted. He was going to become that mortal again. What a touching scene. The blood god's clone condensed into a giant face in the air again, watching the scene indifferently. For an illusory promise, I burned my divinity and returned to the mortal body. Human emotions are indeed the stupidest things in the world. Now, what else can you do? Stare at me with those pitiful eyes of yours? Lin Feng raised his head. The long golden hair has faded and turned back to black. The dragon scales on his face disappeared, revealing his originally handsome face, which was now covered in blood. Only those eyes, one still had a dull golden vertical pupil, while the other had returned to the black pupil of a human. He looked at the blood god in the sky, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. A crazy and determined smile. Yeah. His voice was hoarse, but clear. The blood god looked down at him, his huge face showing the pleasure of a cat playing with a mouse. He grinned, and blood foam overflowed from the corners of his mouth, mixing with dust and drawing dirty grooves on his face. That smile was crazy and dazzling. A scarlet light flashed in the blood god's empty eye sockets. This mortal, a dying ant, can still make such an expression. Your soul is indeed more resilient than your body. The blood god's voice echoed between heaven and earth. I will extract it and make it into an interesting pendant. Lin Feng lowered his head, his black hair hanging down, covering his eyes. His body was breaking down. The power of Dragonborn is receding like a tide, and human fragility is taking over again. The sound of bones breaking and the feeling of muscles tearing were clearly transmitted to his brain. Pain. Pain that goes deep into the bone marrow. System. He called out from the deepest part of his consciousness. Still there? Final big sale, is there? The cold mechanical sound rang out on time. Host's vital signs are rapidly fading. Estimated remaining survival time, 37 seconds. The soul's origin has suffered irreversible damage. The host's final will has been detected. Final agreement can be activated. Lin Feng smiled. It sounds like there is another trump card. Final agreement, sacrifice. The host can sacrifice everything in his or her existence, life, soul, memory, cause and effect, all of which will be transformed into pure energy to execute a final command. This is the final authority granted to the host by the system. Once the order is issued, the host will be completely erased from all timelines and all planes. No one will remember, no one will know. Completely erase. Cleaner than death. Lin Feng's consciousness turned to the huge golden cocoon of light behind him. Moonlight. He promised her. Take her to see the outside world. Help her restore the glory of the dragon clan. He broke his promise. He couldn't even stay with her anymore. If she were completely erased, what would she look like when she woke up? Will she remember a guy named Lin Feng? No one will remember what the system says. Okay. It might be a good thing for her to forget the man who brought her disaster. Can I decide the content of the instructions myself? Within a reasonable energy range, yes. Very good. Lin Feng raised his head, and his pupil, which had returned to black, looked at the huge face in the sky. He also wanted to leave a gift for this almighty god. Countdown. He said softly. Command confirmation in progress. Host, please issue the final command. Lin Feng's consciousness was clearer than ever before. He had never felt so awake. The approach of death takes away the fear and leaves behind a clear and empty space. He looked at the light cocoon, as if he could see through the thick wall of light and see the cold woman inside. Bye now. Moonlight. Goodbye, Your Majesty. Perhaps he did not wait for that promise and failed to become a dragon knight. What a pity. My instructions are. His voice, within his own consciousness, was calm and resolute. 1. Burn everything I have and sever all the contracts between me and Yueshi. She is free. 2. Use all I have left to create an eternal protective barrier around her light cocoon. The barrier must be strong enough to withstand the attacks of this blood god until she awakens safely. 3. Completely remove all past causal connections between us from her memory. At last. That crazy smile appeared on Lin Feng's face again. Gather all the remaining energy into one strike and blast that son of a bitch through the sky. The command has been confirmed. Final agreement, sacrifice, begins. Countdown. 10. The blood god felt something was wrong. The aura of that mortal changed. The weakened flame of life stopped flickering in an instant. 9. The golden light cocoon suddenly trembled violently. The interior of the light cocoon. Yueshi, who was sleeping, had her long eyelashes trembling violently. A sharp pain from the deepest part of her soul, as if it was being forcibly stripped away, made her scream silently. She felt it. That warm mark that connected to her soul. It is being torn apart and erased by an irresistible force. Don't want. Her soul roared. Who is it? Who is taking her things away? 8. Lin Feng's body, kneeling on the ground, began to glow. It's not golden dragon flame. It is a pure white, soft light with a sense of ending. 7. All the wounds on his body healed in the white light. Broken bones are reconnected. The broken internal organs were restored to their original state. He slowly stood up. 6. The short black hair turned into ashes in the white light. Skin, muscle, and bone all broke down and turned into the purest particles of light. He had never felt so refreshed. All the heaviness and pain in the body disappeared. He transformed into a form he had never seen before. Chapter 42 Silent Farewell, Blank Memory. A state between existence and nothingness. 5. The blood god in the sky finally identified the source of the uneasiness. It feels threatened. A threat from a mortal, yet powerful enough to shake the gods. What you up to? The blood god roared, and a huge bloody hand fell from the sky, trying to crush Lin Feng completely. 4. Lin Feng raised his head. His face was blurred in the white light and could not be seen clearly. There is only a pair of eyes, extremely bright. He looked at the bloody hand he had photographed, his face calm. 3. A huge white beam of light shot up into the sky from Lin Feng's body. The moment the bloody hand came into contact with the white light, it melted and purified silently like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. That beam of light brutally tore through the blood god's territory. 2. A portion of the white light flowed like a gentle stream towards the golden light cocoon behind him. They are not aggressive. They simply gently covered the surface of the light cocoon, seeping into it and weaving into an incomprehensible protective net composed of countless mysterious runes. The trembling of the light cocoon stopped. That eternal protection is completed. The memory belonging to Lin Feng was completely erased. 1. Lin Feng, or rather the human-shaped ball of light, looked up at the sky. His last consciousness, his last obsession, turned into his last action. He raised his hands to the sky. All the light and energy in the world are converging into his palm. 0. The sacrifice is complete. Goodbye, host. For the first time, the system's voice carried an indescribable sense of farewell. Then, there was complete silence. A beam of light that could not be described in words, condensing life, soul, memory, and cause and effect, shot out from his palm. It's not fast. It simply appeared and then came before the blood god. No. The blood god screamed in terror. In this beam of light, it felt the end. It is an annihilation at the rule level, a higher dimension. Its huge clone began to disintegrate. The face that covered the sky and the sun twisted and melted in the white light. It tried to escape, tried to sever its connection with this clone. But it was too late. That white light locked onto its divine origin. Far away in another bloody plane, on the throne of the blood god, a great being shrouded in an endless sea of blood suddenly opened its eyes and let out a painful roar. A wound appeared on its divine body, deep enough to see the bone and burning with white flames. That flame cannot be extinguished. It is constantly burning his divinity. The core of the abyss. The white light dissipated. The huge face in the sky disappeared. The disgusting sea of blood also disappeared. The sky returned to its dimness before it was shattered. The edge of the pit. The man covered in blood disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared. There was nothing there. There was only that huge golden cocoon of light shrouded by a network of white runes. It floats quietly above the mountain, emitting a peaceful and sacred light. Among the ruins, the abyss purgatory dragon scorpion raised its huge head and watched everything with its soulfire eyes dully. What about that mortal? What about the guy who beat it half to death and fought with the gods until the sky collapsed and the earth shook? Where did he go? There was a blank in its memory. It only remembered that a powerful blood prince came, and then an even more terrifying god came. Then the god ran away with injuries. What happened in between? Why is that golden cocoon still there? Dragon Scorpion shook his head, feeling that his thousands of years of knowledge had been turned into a mess. It can't figure it out. The whole world fell into a dead silence. There was only the wind, blowing through the broken mountains, making a whimpering sound. That man practiced his protection in the most decisive way. He also left this world in the most thorough way. No one remembers anymore. He didn't break his promise. Time loses its meaning in the core of the abyss. The wind stopped. The suspended dust began to slowly settle and land on the broken earth. The whole world fell into a nearly frozen silence. From deep within the ruins came the harsh sound of rocks rubbing against each other. The abyss purgatory dragon scorpion used its few remaining limbs to support its body full of holes. Its pupils, made of soulfire, scanned the surroundings dully. Everything has changed. The floating islands where it had occupied for thousands of years had now turned into dust and debris, forming a slowly falling curtain under the dim sky. Destroy. Total destruction. Its memory, like a shattered crystal, consists of only a few sharp fragments. An 8th-rank prince of the Blood Clan was burned to ashes here. A drop of divine blood from outer space transformed into a giant face that covered the entire sky. God. The mere thought of that name caused its soulfire to shrink in fear. Then what? Then, the blood god arrived. The blood god left again. The process in between is blank. A section was forcibly dug out, leaving only a blank space with traces of rough tearing. The dragon scorpion's soulfire flickered violently. It tries to touch that memory. An indescribable pain exploded from the source of the soul. In its mind, there was only a pure white, purifying light. That light erased everything. The god left with injuries. This result is the only fact it can confirm. But why? A god walking in the world sent down his clone, but the end result was that his origin was damaged and he retreated in embarrassment. This overturns all the knowledge about the existence of dragon scorpions so far. Its gaze passed through the ruins and finally stopped on the lonely mountain. The golden cocoon of light is still there. It should have been the first target to be wiped out by the gods. At this moment, it was suspended safely, with a layer of white runes that were so complex that they were incomprehensible on its surface. Those runes flowed slowly, like living things, forming an impenetrable protective network. The aura emanating from the runes is grand, ancient, and carries the absolute authority to end all things. This aura is even purer and more lofty than the blood god's pressure. The dragon scorpion's head, which had been working for thousands of years, felt chaos for the first time. It can't figure it out. It lowered its head and examined the wounds on its body. Large pieces of the shell were broken and body fluids were still oozing out. Some of the injuries came from the vampire prince. Who caused the other more serious injuries? A blurry, golden shadow flashed across the edge of its memory, and was then completely swallowed up by the white light. It can't remember. I only remember that I was beaten badly. The long years began to pass. Dragon Scorpion's memory became increasingly blurred. It only remembers that a very powerful being had come. Then he left again. It dragged its broken body away from this sad place that made it feel uneasy and confused, and found a new rift valley as its nest. Occasionally, when awakened from its deep sleep, it would look into the distance. There is always a ball of light shining in that direction. Like a star that never falls. Reminding it that something happened there that it could never understand. Inside the cocoon of light. It is eternal light and warmth. Ueshi's body was quietly suspended in the center of the sea of light. The newly formed dragon horns have already taken shape, with a noble purple-gold luster flowing on them. The reshaped dragon scales covered her entire body, each piece fitting tightly together, outlining elegant and powerful curves. Her life level is undergoing an epic leap. Chapter 43 The Abyss Waves and the Beast Tide is coming. She is sleeping. Her soul was crying silently. A drop of crystal-clear liquid slid down from the corner of her tightly closed right eye. It passed through the rich golden light and dripped along her smooth cheeks. It is not the golden tears of the dragon clan. It is a transparent sadness that belongs to human beings. 1 drop, 2 drops. Unable to suppress. Why the heartache? Why sad? The dormant consciousness surges in the ocean of the soul, struggling to find an answer. Deep down, her soul was empty. A huge, cold hole that could never be filled by anything. There should have been something there. There is a mark that is connected to her soul and makes her feel safe and complete. At this moment, all that was left at that location was a hideous wound that had been torn apart, from which endless emptiness and coldness continued to seep out. Who is it? Who took away the most important thing from me? Her soul was roaring and questioning. But she couldn't remember what she had lost. She only felt a loneliness she had never felt before. An extreme loneliness that is abandoned by the whole world, including the past, present and future. She fell into a fragmented dream. In the dream, there was a surging sea of blood. It is a terrifying face that looks down upon all living beings, bringing endless malice. Fear seized her. Just as she was about to be swallowed by the sea of blood, a figure stood in front of her. A broad, solid back. He blocked everything for her. It blocks the god's sight and the power to destroy the world. She wanted to see the man's face clearly. She tried her best to get in front of him and see what he looked like. That figure, however, was always just a blurry outline bathed in light. She heard a voice. Hoarse, broken. That voice contained a determination that shattered her soul. What is he talking about? She listened in her dream. Free. Guard. Goodbye. The broken words, like echoes that passed through countless time and space, faintly reached her ears. That voice was saying goodbye to her. In the most gentle and cruel way. The dream completely dissipated in the pure white light. Ueshi's eyelashes trembled violently. The tears stopped. But that sadness, that grief for losing my love forever, has turned into the deepest mark, completely integrated into her soul, her blood, and become a part of her rebirth. A kind of eternal pain that cannot be traced back to its source. The wind at the core of the abyss began to blow again. The sobbing wind seemed to be singing a dirge that no one could understand for a forgotten existence. The top of the mountain. The huge cocoon of light was suspended quietly. White guardian runes, like galaxies, slowly flow around it. It is the only light in this broken and dead world, illuminating the crumbling wasteland. It also illuminates eternal loneliness. That man fulfilled his promise in the most decisive way. He protected everything about her. And she will move towards a new life with an eternal, unknown sadness. Scar of the Abyss. The huge rift that lies in front of the Federal C-13 garrison area is like a hideous scar that will never heal. The atmosphere in the highest command tower of the garrison was depressing. Energy readings are stable, a young monitor reported, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue he himself wasn't aware of. His eyes swept across the dozens of screens in front of him, which were filled with dense data streams. It has remained in a relatively safe fluctuation range for 72 consecutive hours. The garrison commander, Josian, was holding a cup of espresso that had long since gone cold. Standing in front of the huge French window, he gazed through the thick bulletproof glass into the dark abyss. He had been stationed here for 15 years, witnessing countless waves of monsters and sending off countless young soldiers. War is the eternal theme here. Suddenly, a shrill alarm tore through the silence in the control tower. Alarm! Alarm! The energy reaction index inside the abyss is rising abnormally. The young monitor's voice changed in tone, filled with extreme horror. Zhojin turned around suddenly, and the coffee cup in his hand fell to the ground with a bang, splashing brown liquid all over the floor. He rushed to the main console in 2 steps, staring at the red data line that was climbing up madly. 5th level. Breakthrough. Level 6. Still rising. Oh my god. This is a 7th order energy fluctuation. The source is in the core area of the abyss. The entire command tower fell into deathly silence. Everyone understood what the 7th order energy fluctuation meant. That represented a king-level existence, currently in the deepest part of the abyss, releasing power that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Zhojin's face turned pale in an instant. Everyone, level 1 combat readiness. He shouted into the communicator with all his strength. All heavy psychic turrets charged. Beastmaster Core, take up position immediately. Quick! Quick! The garrison's defensive fortifications were activated to the extreme in just a few minutes. Heavy alloy gates descended one after another. Psychic turrets hidden underground slowly rose up. The muzzle flashed a dangerous light and was aimed at the bottomless crack. Soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor rushed to the front line like a torrent of steel. Their beasts let out low growls and pawed the ground restlessly. The air was filled with fear and determination. Then, the ground began to shake violently. It was no ordinary vibration. The entire garrison area was groaning under the terrifying power coming from the core of the abyss. They are coming. The sentry in the watchtower shouted in despair. At the edge of the abyss, black mist surged. The next second, endless magical beasts gushed out from the cracks like a black flood bursting through a dam. Fire! Zhojin's order was transmitted throughout the battlefield through the loudspeaker. Boom! 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 Hundreds of psychic cannons fired at the same time, dazzling beams of light tore through the dark sky and accurately slammed into the beast tide. Large numbers of low-level monsters were instantly turned into charcoal and flesh under the baptism of artillery fire. However, more monsters rushed out fearlessly. Something's wrong. An officer commanding the front line said in a trembling voice, "There are too many high-level monsters in the beast tide." In the past, beast tides were mostly low-level monsters used as cannon fodder, mixed with a small number of 3rd and 4th level elites. This time, at the forefront of the beast tide were groups of 5th level monsters. The Deinonychus with ferocious fangs and claws, the poisonous griffin with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. Giant rock beetles as big as hills. These terrifying creatures, which in the outside world are enough to cause a city-level disaster. At this moment, they were like a flock of sheep being driven, fleeing outside madly. What burns in their eyes is not bloodthirsty desire, but pure fear that comes from the soul. They are running for their lives. There was something behind them that made these proud 5th-level overlords feel a catastrophe. Chapter 44, Peak of Level 7, The Arrival of the City Lord. The pressure on the defense line suddenly increased dramatically. The soldiers' beasts began to suffer casualties under the attacks of monsters of the same or even higher levels. A young soldier watched helplessly as the 3rd-level windwolf he grew up with was torn in half by the claws of a 5th-level terror claw ground dragon. A Feng! I fuck your grandma! He let out a heart-wrenching scream, raised his psychic rifle, and fired wildly at the behemoth. The bullets hit the hard scales, only splashing a series of weak sparks. The ground dragon's scarlet pupils locked onto this tiny being, and it opened its bloody mouth, ready to devour him. At the critical moment, a huge bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck the ground dragon on the head. In the lightning, a majestic purple lightning qilin stood in the air. On the back of the qilin stood a middle-aged man wearing a white robe and with an elegant temperament. It's Professor Li from the Huajing Beastmaster Academy. Support from the academy has arrived. Brothers, charge for me. On the battlefield, cheers of survival broke out. Professor Li's face was solemn. His gaze passed over the tide of beasts in front of him and looked into the depths of the abyss. All students, form teams and eliminate magical beasts below level 5 to stabilize the battle line. His voice was clearly heard by every young student following behind him. Yes. Dozens of young people dressed in various school uniforms summoned their own beasts and plunged them into the chaotic battlefield like sharp swords. They are the hope of the future of the Federation. This is also the most vulnerable line of defense at this moment. The battle has entered a white-hot stage. The roar of psychic cannons, the roar of monsters, and the shouts of humans mixed into a cruel symphony of war. Every second, a life is lost. Human, Warcraft. Zhou Zhen's eyes were red. He had personally led his direct guards to the front line. His beast, a peak level 6 lava giant bear, roared and smashed the head of a level 5 monster into pieces. Blood and broken flesh splattered all over him. He wiped his face and saw more monsters and more fallen soldiers. This is a war without any reason. These monsters just want to escape from a terrifying existence in the abyss. And they just want to protect the homes behind them. To survive. Both sides are fighting for survival. Just when the battle was at a stalemate, an even more terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from the depths of the abyss rift. Boom! A huge monster with a body size of over 100 meters squeezed through the cracked rock wall and climbed out. It is covered with black bone armor and has 6 eyes burning with dark green soul fire. Scanning the entire battlefield, it trailed a long, scorpion-like bone spur behind it. Black Dragon Scorpion. 7th Order King level monster. The moment it appeared, the entire battlefield fell eerily silent for a moment. All the sounds were suppressed by the terrifying aura that dominated the world. The soldiers on the front line were so stiff that they even had difficulty breathing. Their beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, wailing. That was their most instinctive reaction after their life force was absolutely suppressed. 7th level. Zhou Zhen's heart sank to the bottom. It's over. All the defensive forces of the garrison area are as fragile as paper in front of the real king-level monsters. The Black Dragon Scorpion seemed to have just experienced a fierce battle. There were many damages on its bone armor and its breath was a little unstable. But even so, the pressure it exudes is still devastating. It opened its huge mouth and exhaled a breath mixed with abyssal toxins and death energy, like a black beam of light, shooting towards the defense position of the garrison area. Open the shield! Zhou Zhen roared with his last bit of strength. Dozens of beastmasters specializing in defense worked together to create a huge psychic shield. However, in front of the black breath, the shield that gathered the power of dozens of elite beastmasters. It only lasted less than 3 seconds before shattering into pieces like glass. Death has come. Just when everyone was in despair. A gentle voice, yet filled with unquestionable majesty, resounded throughout the sky. Evil beast, how outrageous! A figure appeared in front of the Black Dragon Scorpion without any warning. He was an old man wearing a simple gray robe, with gray hair and a gaunt face. He just stood there quietly, forming an insurmountable chasm. The breath of the Black Dragon Scorpion was completely annihilated by an invisible force and dissipated into nothingness when it was still 10 meters away from his body. City Lord! The moment Zhou Zhen saw who was coming, he almost cried for joy. Jiang Tian, the patron saint of Jianghai City. One of the most powerful people in the Federation. A 7th level peak beast master. Behind Jiang Tian, the space twisted slightly, and a black tortoise of the same huge size slowly emerged. Ancient and profound patterns were engraved on the black tortoise's shell, as if it carried an entire mountain and river on its back. Its aura was calm, heavy, and like a deep abyss or a prison. Also at the peak of level 7. The Black Dragon Scorpion's 6 eyes, burning with soul fire, stared at Jiang Tian and the black tortoise behind him. The remaining instincts in its chaotic and partially missing memories made it feel a huge threat. It let out an unwilling roar, and its huge body slowly retreated, trying to retreat back into the abyss. It would rather face the unknown horror in the abyss than be an enemy of the human in front of it. Want to leave now? Jiang Tian spoke lightly. It's too late. The Xuanwu behind him suddenly opened his mouth. There is no earth-shattering energy explosion, no devastating light and shadow effects. Only an ancient syllable, as if it came from the beginning of the world, came out of Xuanwu's mouth. Town. What you say is what you will be punished by. An invisible, unimaginably heavy force of law descended in an instant. The Black Dragon Scorpion's huge body suddenly stiffened. The ground beneath its feet collapsed to a depth of 100 meters with it as the center and several kilometers downward. The arrogant 7th rank king seemed to be pressed down by an invisible mountain. All the bones in his body were cracking under the heavy weight. For the first time, fear and pleading appeared in its 6 soulfire eyes. Jiang Tian didn't look at it again. His gaze, deep and solemn, was cast into the deepest part of the abyss rift. There, he felt a power that made his heart palpitate. A smell of violence, evil, and blood filled with divinity. Another force, very strange. It is pure, vast, and carries a determination to end and erase everything. That power was fleeting and then disappeared completely. But in that brief moment, Jiang Tian, a strong man standing at the pinnacle of humanity, felt an inexplicable chill. What happened in the abyss? He whispered to himself. The fighting on the battlefield continues. But with the 7th level king being suppressed and the top level combat power being disintegrated, the remaining beast tide is no longer a threat. Under the joint efforts of the Federal Army and the support of the Academy, the front line was pushed back little by little. The setting sun is blood red. When the last monster was killed, the battle finally ended. The entire battlefield was in a mess. Broken limbs, blood-stained flags, collapsed fortifications. For many of the young students, this was their first time experiencing such a brutal war. Some of them were silently collecting the bodies of their dead companions, while others were leaning against the bodies of the beasts they controlled, crying bitterly. Those who survived no longer had the same high spirits in their eyes as when they first arrived. Only fatigue and numbness remain. Zhou Shen dragged his wounded body to Jiang Tian. City Lord, the casualties have been counted. His voice was hoarse and dry. The garrison corps? 3,127 killed, over 5,000 seriously injured. The Beast Masters were almost completely wiped out. Chapter 45. I'm getting married tomorrow. Huajing Academy, 134 students were killed in action. Every number was like a knife stabbing Zhou Shen's heart. Jiang Tian was silent for a long time. He looked at those young and sad faces and the land soaked in blood. Bring them all home, he said slowly. The wind blew across the broken battlefield, making a whimpering sound. It's like singing an elegy for the lost life that no one can understand. The evening breeze blew across the battlefield, carrying with it a strong smell of blood and burnt food. The setting sun hung in the sky, its light dim, dyeing everything with a layer of solidified dark red. The battle is over. Those who survived dragged their exhausted bodies through the ruins. The sounds of metal colliding, corpses being dragged, and suppressed sobs all blended into one. Several students from Huajing Academy were sitting behind a relatively intact shelter. Their school uniforms were already covered in dust and blood, and their original colors could no longer be seen. No one spoke. The air was heavy and suffocating. A tall boy looked down at a helmet in his arms. On the side of the helmet, there was a hideous claw mark that penetrated the hard alloy. That belonged to his teammate. Now, the owner of the helmet has become a cold number on the casualty list. Why? He finally spoke, his voice hoarse, as if he was asking himself, or asking his companions around him. What are we fighting for? No one can answer. This question is too serious. A boy named Lin next to him silently took out a clean cloth from his backpack and began to wipe his psychic rifle. His movements were slow and focused. He wiped off the blood stains on the gun bit by bit, revealing the cold metallic luster underneath. The tall boy raised his head and looked at him with red eyes. Lin, aren't you sad? In the team, as. Lin paused in wiping. He raised his head and looked at the bloody setting sun in the distance. His face was also covered with smoke and dust. His eyes were calm. Beneath the calmness lies bottomless fatigue and sadness. I'm getting married tomorrow. He spoke, his voice not loud, but in the dead silence, it reached everyone's ears clearly. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. The tall boy was stunned. Several other students also looked at him with disbelief. Marry? Tomorrow? On this battlefield littered with corpses, it seemed so unreal to say such words. Lin wiped the rifle clean and put it away again. He took out a candy box that was slightly deformed from his pocket. He opened the box and found colorful wedding candies inside. He pinched one for himself and put it in his mouth. Very sweet. He handed over the candy box. Try it, my fiancée made it herself. The tall boy stared at him blankly, reached out his hand, and pinched a candy with some trembling. He peeled off the candy wrapper and put it in his mouth. A rich sweetness explodes on the taste buds. As he chewed, tears suddenly fell. Not tears of sadness. It's a mixture of emotions that are stuck in my chest, and I can only vent it in this way. You kid. He choked and cursed. Lin smiled. His smile looked particularly bright on his stained face. I was supposed to go home today. The tickets are all bought. As a result, the beast tide came. Our Huajing Beast Taming Academy is the closest to here. After receiving the emergency call-up order, I followed Professor Li and the others here. He spoke calmly, as if he was talking about someone else's story. But everyone could hear the thrill in his words. One step is the distance between life and death. If he had taken the train home today, he wouldn't be here. He will be with his fiancée, preparing for their wedding tomorrow. But he came. And then, he survived. Then will you get married tomorrow? A girl asked in a low voice. Not, why not? Lin An's answer was firm and decisive. She's still waiting for me. He looked at everyone and grinned, revealing his white teeth. When the time comes, you must come to my place for the wedding banquet. The location is in Yangcheng. Consider it my debt to you. I'll cover all the travel expenses. The silent atmosphere was completely broken by these words. The tall boy wiped his face with the back of his hand and hit Lin An's shoulder hard. Fuck. You can do it, kid. Go. You must go. I'm going to praise your wife to the skies and let her know what a hero she married. Yes. We're all going. Yangcheng, right? I've got that. Linen, congratulations. The surviving students gathered around. They rushed to share the few remaining wedding candies in the box, as if they were some priceless treasure. Smiles reappeared on the young and tired faces. That smile is more dazzling than the setting sun in the sky. Zhou limped over, dragging his injured leg. He heard laughter here. He stopped and looked at the group of young people. A complicated expression appeared on his face. He walked over, and when the group of students saw him, they immediately stopped smiling and stood up straight. Commander! Zhou waved his hand. His eyes fell on Linen. May I have your name? Reporting to the commander, Huajing Beast Taming Academy, student Linen. Linen. Zhou nodded. Getting married tomorrow? Linen was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Yes. Zhou was silent for a moment. He took out a medal from his breast pocket. It was the Blood Watcher medal, representing the highest honor of the Guard Corps. He personally pinned the medal on Lin An's chest. This is yours. And all of you, too. I approve. Zhou said. What did you approve? Lin An was a little confused. Your wedding leave. Zhou finally managed a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Also, their viewing leave. Tomorrow morning, the military will send a special plane to take you to Yangcheng. Count me in for the wedding banquet. Tell your bride you're a hero. The Federation will remember each and every one of you. After saying that, Zhou turned around, dragged his injured leg, and continued walking into the distance. His back, in the afterglow of the setting sun, looked extremely desolate and yet extremely determined. Linen lowered his head and looked at the heavy metal on his chest. The metal still carries Zhou's body temperature. He raised his head and looked at his companions. There was a glint in everyone's eyes. That is the light of hope. On the distant horizon, Zhang Tian's figure stood quietly. His gaze penetrated the endless darkness and stared into the deepest part of the abyss. He saw all these little incidents on the battlefield. But the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the black dragon scorpion that was unable to move due to the Jin technique. The soul fire of this king-level demon beast is dim at this moment, and it is begging desperately. Chapter 46: The Non-Existent S-Level Genius. Zhang Tian took a step forward and instantly appeared above the black dragon scorpion's head. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the dragon scorpion's huge head. Tell me. What happened in the abyss? The vast spiritual power surged into the dragon scorpion's soul sea like a tide. Soul search. For a 7th-level king, this is the most direct and brutal method. The black dragon scorpion's soul fire struggled and roared violently. I don't want to be a chicken, I don't want to be a chicken. But in front of Zhang Tian's deep and majestic mental strength, its resistance was insignificant. Broken, chaotic fragments of memory flooded into Jiang Cheng's mind. Sea of blood. A giant face covering the sky. Dot. Zhang Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw the drop of divine blood from outer space. saw the arrival of the blood god's clone. Then, the picture stopped abruptly. A pure white, purifying light. That light erased everything. A crucial memory was forcibly dug out. Zhang Tian's mental power touched the edge of the blank space. A grand, ancient aura, carrying the power to end all things, backfired along with his mental power. Zhang Tian groaned, withdrew his hand, and his expression became extremely solemn. That breath. Purer and more lofty than the blood god. What kind of power is fighting against the god's clone in the core of the abyss? And erased all traces. He looked at the black dragon scorpion's memory again. Before being swallowed by the white light, a vague golden shadow flashed by. Gold. Zhang Tian pondered. He raised his head and looked towards the core of the abyss. The space there was still slightly distorted. The aftermath of the law has not yet completely subsided. An existence that can even repel the clones of gods. This matter is beyond the control of the Federation. He must report it immediately. He glanced at the dragon scorpion under his feet. This king has lost his usefulness. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. He spoke lightly. Xuanwu's figure appeared again. It opened its mouth, and the word crush turned into the power of law and was imprinted on the body of the dragon scorpion. The huge body, along with the hard bone armor, began to shatter into pieces, turning into the smallest dust. A 7th-level king was annihilated. The wind blew. Everything is gone. Zhangcheng, first college medical room. Lu Zhan opened his eyes and saw the ceiling was pure white. The smell of disinfectant penetrated my nose. He shifted his body, and felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he had been hit head-on by a battering ram. Hiss. He gasped. A woman in a nurse's uniform came over, holding a data pad. Teacher Lu Zhan, you're awake. The injury report is out. The sternum is slightly fractured and the internal organs are concussed. The recommendation is to rest for 3 days. Lu Zhan frowned and sat up on the bed. Why am I here? The nurse was stunned for a moment. You injured yourself while training in the fighting arena and were brought here by a patrolling robot. Myself? Lu Zhan's eyes were full of confusion. He looked down at his hands and found that the special memory alloy gloves were gone. There were some minor scratches on the back of his hand. Wrong. In my memory, there is a person. This wound was not sustained on the battlefield. It's a competition. A competition that still makes his blood boil. He remembers every detail. I remember that pure and extreme power, and that amazing punch. I also remember how miserable I was when I was beaten so hard that I vomited blood and flew backwards with several bones broken. But damn, cool. Only. Lu Zhan's brows were tightly knitted together. Who did you spar with? In my mind, there is only a vague outline of that person. A tall and thin shadow. His face and his name seemed to be shrouded in a thick fog, visible yet unclear. That genius. He opened his mouth and wanted to shout out the name, but his throat seemed to be stuffed with cotton and he couldn't utter that particular syllable. A feeling of extreme suffocation rose from my chest. It's like a damaged file in your computer. You know it exists, and even know its size and type, but you just can't open it. Is this a post-concussion syndrome? Lu Zhan scratched his hair irritably. He didn't believe in evil. He tried hard to recall. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't penetrate the fog. Fuck. Where's the student I was sparring with? Lu Zhan looked up and asked. The nurse's expression became even stranger. Student? Teacher Lu, the surveillance footage from Area A of the fighting arena shows that you were alone from beginning to end. Impossible. Lu Zhan threw back the quilt and stood up regardless of the pain in his chest. He strode out of the medical room and headed straight for the central monitoring center. Retrieved the video footage of Area A of the fighting arena. In the picture, he is alone in an open field, warming up and then getting ready. He threw a fierce straight punch into the air. Then, his body slid backward 7 or 8 meters. He faced the air and unleashed his most proud ghetto skill, mountain collapse. Punches, elbows, knees, legs, like a madman. He was hit in the side by an invisible force and staggered backward. He was hit in the chest again by an invisible force. The last picture. He crossed his arms and activated his full defense. Then, he flew backwards like a cannonball, hit the wall, and spurted out large mouthfuls of blood. There was dead silence in the monitoring room. The operator looked at Lu Zhan secretly with a look of a lunatic. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Zhan's forehead. His body was shaking slightly. Not out of fear, but out of an incomprehensible, absurd reality. The battle he personally experienced turned into a one-man show on the surveillance camera. That person was erased. It has been completely erased from physical image records. No, no. He muttered to himself. He rushed back to the fighting arena. On the cold alloy floor, he found the 2 deep scratches he had left. Proof that he had been repelled by someone with great force. There was a human-shaped dent on the wall where he had crashed into it. There was still a faint, unfamiliar smell in the air. That breath was powerful, ancient, and carried the majesty of a dragon. He opened his storage bracelet. It's empty inside. He remembered putting something in it. A silver-white, latest edition of the Beast Taming Guide. He was going to give it to that kid. Now, the illustrated guide has disappeared. All items related to that person disappeared. It was as if that person had never appeared. A name rolled in his throat. He tried to shout it out, but found that he couldn't pronounce the syllable. It was like an invisible hand pinching my vocal cords. S level. This was the only rating left in his mind. A definition he gave to that invisible opponent. Lu Zhan leaned against the wall and slowly slid down to the ground. He felt like his worldview had been severely shattered by something. Just then. Buzz. A low roar, coming from the depths of the soul, came from the sky. The entire Jiangcheng felt this throbbing. It was not a sound, nor was it a vibration. It is an indescribable pressure. It was as if an ancient giant beast sleeping at the end of the world opened its eyes. Lu Zhan suddenly raised his head and looked towards the direction of the weeping forest outside the city. The sky there is changing color. The originally clear blue was stained by an ominous dark purple. Space is distorting. A crack visible to the naked eye, like a hideous scar, slowly expanded in the sky. Chapter 47: The Calm Before the Storm. Behind the crack is bottomless fog. And endless, crazy, bloodthirsty roars. Not good. Lu Zhan's face changed drastically. The wound on his chest and the gaps in his memory were all forgotten at this moment. The communicator on his wrist vibrated wildly. The shrill alarm sounded throughout the entire academy. Level 1 combat alert. Level 1 combat alert. All teachers, assemble at the designated location immediately. An extraordinary energy reaction has been detected. The crack's expansion rate has exceeded expectations by 1,000%. The scale of the beast tide has been determined to be city destroying. City destroying level. These 3 words, like 3 huge mountains, weighed on the hearts of all those who heard the alarm. Lu Zhan no longer hesitated. He rushed out of the fighting arena, his mental strength surging. Roar! A deafening roar. Behind the college, the ground suddenly arched up. A giant clawed bear, over 20 meters in size and covered in rock armor, stood up with a roar. Earth Tyrant, the 6th Order Ultimate Form. Lu Zhan's contracted combat pet. He jumped up and landed steadily on the broad shoulders of the claw bear. Old man, it's time to get to work. The Earth Tyrant let out a low roar, took heavy steps, and ran towards the academy gate. The entire Jiangcheng was in motion at this moment. City Lord's Mansion. A figure in military uniform, with a profound and majestic aura, rose into the sky. Under his feet was a giant blue eagle with a wingspan of over 100 meters. 7th rank Beastmaster, Deputy City Lord of Jiangcheng, Li Jinghua. The First Beast Taming Academy. The white-haired dean opened the window and looked at the terrifying crack in the distance with a serious look in his eyes. Behind him, a snow-white 9-tailed fox slowly opened its 9 pairs of eyes of different colors. Prepare the sky curtain formation. His voice spread throughout the entire academy. All over the city. Powerful auras burst out one after another. There were flames rising and turning into a fire phoenix. There were huge waves that surged into the sky and condensed into a water dragon. There was a brilliant golden light, and a holy sword appeared. Level 5, Level 6. All of Jiangcheng's hidden strength was activated at this moment. They have only one goal. Outside the city, the ever-expanding abyss rift. A depressing atmosphere enveloped the entire city. People on the street looked at the strange sight in the sky in horror and fled in all directions. The shrill sound of the air raid sirens replaced all other sounds. Warning! Extraordinary spatial energy fluctuations detected. Warning! The stability of the rift is decreasing exponentially. Warning! This is not a drill. The cold electronic sound spread to every corner of the city. Inside the college, all students who were in class were urgently evacuated to the playground by their teachers. The young face was filled with confusion and fear. Lu Zhan drove the Earth Tyrant and rushed to the assembly point. Dozens of teachers are already waiting here. Everyone's face was more serious than ever before. How's it going? Lu Zhan asked the female professor who was in charge. The female professor shook her head, her face pale. It's terrible. The frontline reconnaissance team was completely wiped out. The energy level of the rift is still rising. The scale of this event is far greater than any previous one. Lu Zhan's heart sank. What about the students? The dean has given the order. The female professor took a deep breath, as if she had used up all her strength. All students above the third year, led by their instructors, will immediately rush to the second line of defense. First and second year students, please stay on standby and be ready to provide logistical support at any time. The order was given. The entire academy turned into a huge war machine and began to run at high speed. After a brief commotion, the young students quickly gathered into teams under the leadership of their respective instructors. They received standard weapons and equipment from the warehouse. The confusion on the young faces faded away and was replaced by determination. They knew what they were about to face. This is a war with no retreat. Win or die. Lu Zhan looked at the young faces below with mixed feelings. He heard the discussion in the medical room about the fallen teammates. I heard that the boy named Linen is getting married tomorrow. War is always so cruel. He patted the Earth Tyrant's neck. Walk. The huge body rushed to the front of the team. He will lead these students to face the coming hell. A bigger beast tide is coming. Huajing Beast Taming Academy, temporary residence. The smiles on the faces of the group of young students who had just been sharing wedding candies and looking forward to a wedding completely froze. Lin and his friends hadn't had time to throw away the candy wrappers in their hands. The sweetness still lingers on the tip of the tongue. But their hearts have sunk into the ice cellar. Professor Li appeared in front of them. His expression was even darker than the sky outside. Everyone, assemble immediately. His voice was hoarse, but carried unquestionable authority. Take all your equipment and summon your battle pets. The students moved subconsciously, their bodies trembling slightly from the surge of adrenaline. The noisy sound of footsteps, the light of summoning battle pets, and the mechanical sound of loading weapons all blended into one. Professor Li looked at the young faces in front of him. Many of them had killed a living being for the first time just a few hours ago. It was the first time that I witnessed the death of a companion. His lips moved, wanting to say something comforting, but in the end, all that came out was a cold fact. Command from headquarters. A beast tide far larger than any before is coming. Everyone, prepare to fight. In one word, all luck was completely shattered. A depressing atmosphere spread among the crowd. The tall boy who had been crying while holding his teammate's helmet was now checking his ammunition silently with red eyes. The companions beside him were feeding their combat pets high-energy nutritional paste. Despair, fear. These emotions do exist. But on the faces of more people, there is a kind of numbness and determination after being forced into a desperate situation. The tall boy suddenly stopped and looked towards the exit of the base. He thought of Linen. That kid should have boarded the special plane to Yancheng by now. He should be able to meet his bride soon. Oh shit. The tall boy grinned, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. At least that boy can get married. He turned his head and looked at his companions. We can't die here. Otherwise, who will pay for his share of the money? A joke eased the heavy atmosphere a little. Yes, I must go back alive. I'm still waiting to drink at his wedding. Kill these beasts. The young warriors beat each other's shoulders. Using vulgar language, they vented the pressure in their hearts and boosted each other's morale. Little did they know that what they were about to face was hell. Chapter 48: The Imperial Capital of the Human Federation. Imperial City. The heart of the human commonwealth. The tall buildings here pierce into the clouds. The maglev trains shuttle silently through the steel canyon, forming a dazzling web of light. Federal Headquarters Building, top floor, Strategic Command Center. A huge holographic star map occupied the entire wall. It marked the coordinates of hundreds of colonized planets under the control of the Federation, as well as thousands of key monitored abyssal rifts. The atmosphere was cold and solemn. The staff officers, dressed in neat military uniforms, made only the slightest sound of wind as they walked. A shrill red alarm broke the tranquility here. The light spot representing the coordinates of Jiangcheng in the southeast war zone suddenly changed from a stable blue to a shocking blood red, representing the highest threat. Report! A young communications officer, his voice a little distorted due to nervousness, received a distress signal from Jiangcheng, signal rating, city destruction level. Sitting in the center seat, a man with a star of general on his shoulder and a face as if carved by a knife or an axe raised his head. Long Xiang, Federal Admiral, Commander-in-Chief of the 7th Fleet. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Data. His voice only uttered 2 words. The communications officer immediately projected the data onto the central holographic screen. A hideous dark purple crack twisted and expanded in the sky above Jiangcheng. A series of wildly jumping red numbers marked the energy level next to the crack. The stability of the spatial barrier has dropped to 3%. The energy dissipation reading has exceeded the upper limit of existing measuring instruments. According to the model, within 30 minutes, the rift will completely spiral out of control, engulfing the entire Jiangcheng and its surrounding areas. Several suppressed gasps were heard in the command center. Next to General Long Xiang, a woman wearing an administrative officer's uniform, with a gentle temperament but a firm gaze, spoke. Which is the nearest support force? She is the Speaker of the Federal Parliament, Hua Qingyue. A staff officer quickly marked a few points on the map. Tianlong City, the City Lord Long Ao, a 7th-level Beastmaster. Storm City, the City Lord Lei Che, a 7th-level Beastmaster. It will take 6 hours to reach Jiangcheng at full speed. Hua Qingyue frowned. In 6 hours, not even ashes were left in Jiangcheng. General Long Xiang stood up and walked to the star map with his hands behind his back. I can't wait any longer. Order, 7th Fleet, Sky Punishment Satellites 3 and 5, adjust their orbits and target the rift above Jiangcheng. Use the space-based annihilation cannon. Hua Qingyue's expression changed. General. The energy impact of space-based weapons will completely destroy the spatial structure of that area. The consequences are unpredictable. Longxiong turned around and looked at her coldly. Mr. Speaker, the consequence now is that a city with a population of 30 million is about to be wiped off the map. Trading an unforeseen consequence for a certain, worst-case scenario. I won't settle this score. A soldier's duty is to eliminate threats in the shortest possible time and with the most effective means. The 2 of them were at loggerheads, and the air in the command center almost froze. Perhaps, there is another option. A lazy voice came from the shadows in the corner. A man in a white coat, his hair messy like a bird's nest, came out yawning. He is the chief of the Federal Imperial Academy of Sciences, the Mad Doctor, Su Wen. Su Wen walked to the screen and pointed at the widening crack. Look, this energy reaction is very interesting. It's not just expanding, it's vomiting. Something, on the other side of the rift, forced it open. Long Xiang and Hua Qingyue both looked at him. Get to the point. There was impatience in Longxiong's voice. The point is, bombarding a vomiting mouth with space-based weapons will only make it vomit more. Su Wen spread his hands. We need a doctor to solve the problem from the inside. A top surgeon who can go in there and take out whatever's holding up its stomach. Hua Qingyue understood what Su Wen meant. You mean? Long Xiang's brows were also twisted into a knot. No one else could have done it except him. Contact him. Hua Qingyue made up her mind. Now, immediately. Longxiong returned to his seat and pressed a crimson button. A communication line that was encrypted to the extreme was forcibly connected. Authorization code, Longxiong, Alpha 01. Scrawl. A chaotic scream, as if it could tear the soul apart, was first heard from the communicator. Then, there was a teeth-grinding sound of bones being chewed. More than 10 seconds passed. All the noise suddenly disappeared. A man's voice sounded, with a casual tone as if he had just solved a problem. Speak. The voice was calm, yet it carried a sense of majesty that seemed to transcend all things. Long Xiang took a deep breath and reported in the most concise language. Qin Wu, a city-destroying spatial rift has appeared in Jiangcheng, and the energy reaction is abnormal. I need you to take care of it. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a moment. The man called Qin Wu seemed to chuckle. It's this kind of crap again. I'm in the void stomach, performing an intestinal cleansing on a 30,000-year-old devourer of the stars. Can't you wait until I'm done with your mess? Longxian's forehead twitched. He said in a deep voice, Jiang Cheng, I can't wait. There are 30 million people in the city. The voice on the other end paused. Nu. Send me the coordinates. Tell the 7th Fleet to take care of their big toys and stop firing at my shipping lanes. Communication was cut off. Longxian put down the communicator and his tense body relaxed slightly. Hua Qingyue asked, he's here? Everyone in the command center breathed a sigh of relief. That name is a reassurance. Qin Wu. The Federation's only 8th rank peak beast master. Title, Prison Suppressor. Empty stomach. A space independent of all known dimensions. There is no up, down, left, or right here, only endless, surging, highly corrosive digestive fluid. The corpse of a giant beast, as big as the moon, floated in this sea of acid. A huge hole was cut open in its abdomen. A tall man wearing a black trench coat was standing on the corpse of the giant beast. He wiped the blood off his hands and put away the communicator he had just hung up. At his feet, a giant beast shaped like a lion with dragon horns on its head, its body burning with golden flames, was tearing at the heart of the Star Devourer. That is its war pet, Swanni. Let's go, Jean. Qin Wu patted Swanni's head. There's work to do again. Swanni let out a low growl, seeming a little dissatisfied, but still stopped eating. It opened its mouth, and a ball of extremely dense spatial energy gathered in its mouth. The void ahead was torn open, creating a crack leading to the material world. Qin Wu stepped in. The crack then closed. Only the corpse of the Star Devourer was left, slowly sinking in this eternal space. At the same time, Tianlong City, City Lord's mansion. A burly man, emitting a burning aura, suddenly stood up from the throne. Pass my orders. Dragon Legion, assemble. Target, Jiangcheng. Behind him, a huge red flame dragon let out an earth-shaking roar. Storm City. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky. The city lord Lei Che was suspended in mid-air. All beast masters above level 5, follow me to rescue Jiangcheng. Anyone who disobeys the order will be executed. Under his feet, a unicorn made of pure thunder and lightning roared to the sky. Powerful auras rose into the sky from every corner of the Federation. Their target is the same city that is about to be swallowed by the abyss. River City. Chapter 49, A Brutal War. In the scars of the abyss. The space here appears to be in a fluid state, surging with dark purple energy. A giant creature was floating in the center of the purple mist. Its size cannot be measured by common sense, and most of its body is hidden deep in the distorted dimension. All that could be seen were 2 claws huge enough to tear apart the stars. The claws were covered with black shells, and between the cracks in the shells flowed destructive energy like magma. Every time it swung its claws, it cut a hideous wound on the spatial barrier of the real world. Countless low-level monsters squeezed out of these wounds and into Jiangcheng's world like pus and blood. This creature is an 8th-level abyssal creature, the Dimension Ripper. It's not attacking. It's just opening the door. In the most brutal and direct way. Its scarlet compound eyes gazed indifferently at the tiny world exuding the breath of life through the gap it had torn open. It's like looking at an ant nest that is about to be crushed. Outside Jiangcheng, the second line of defense. The towering alloy wall is like a steel mountain range. Lu Zhan stood on the Earth Tyrant's shoulder, silently looking at the expanding purple scar in the sky. The wind stopped. The air was filled with a mixture of sulfur and corruption. It's so oppressive that it makes you unable to breathe. Behind him were tens of thousands of teachers and students from the college. The young students gripped their weapons tightly, and the battle pets they summoned pawed the ground restlessly, emitting low roars. The friend named Linen, the tall boy, was feeding the last tube of nutrition to his 3-headed hellhound. He patted the middle head of the hellhound. Eat sparingly. I'll give you a snack when we're done fighting this battle. The companion next to him sneered. Don't make it sound like your last words. The tall boy grinned. I'm afraid that after you die, no one will remember that I still owe Linen a share of the money. A few vulgar jokes created a rift in the tense atmosphere. But the crack was quickly sealed again by the increasingly heavy pressure. Time passes by every second. The movement of the crack in the sky suddenly stopped. All was silent. Next second. Buzz. A silent shock wave swept across the entire venue. The crack seemed to be torn open from the middle by a pair of invisible hands. A black hole so huge that it blocked out the sun appeared above Jiangcheng. It is no longer a rift. It's a door. A door to hell. Endless magical beasts gushed out from the door like a black torrent bursting through a dam. Overwhelming. Roar. The shrill roars gathered into a destructive soundwave, shaking the alloy walls and making them buzz. Fire. Zhou voice spread throughout the entire front line through the mental link. All the artillery batteries on the defense line poured out a rain of deadly bullets at the same time. Energy beams and physical shells intertwined into an impenetrable firepower network, heading towards the Black Beast Tide. The battle has begun. The first wave that rushed to the front was the fastest Shadow Dog. They shuttled through the gaps between the artillery fire, transformed into black lightning, and collided with the energy shield raised by the Academy. Boom! The first shield lasted only 3 seconds before it was broken. Second line of defense, prepare to engage the enemy. The female professor's voice was calm and clear. The ice crystal phoenix beside her let out a clear cry and spread its wings. Ice cones fell from the sky, freezing the shadow dogs in an area into ice sculptures. But more monsters have crossed the fire blockade line. A winged gargoyle spewing corrosive acid from its mouth. The huge crasher is like a heavy truck out of control. Earth Tyrant. Lu Zhan growled. The giant bear under his feet had red eyes. It stood up and slammed its 2 huge paws on the ground. Mountain Collapse Attack. A khaki shock wave spread out in a fan shape with the Earth Tyrant as the center. The ground bulged, and countless sharp rock spikes broke out from the ground. Hundreds of monsters rushing in the front were instantly chopped into skewers. Blood and broken flesh dyed the earth red. A brief vacuum zone appeared in front of the formation. Roar! The Earth Tyrant beat his chest and roared in protest. Well done! Some students cheered loudly. But their cheers were soon drowned out by new roars. More monsters rushed forward fearlessly, stepping on the corpses of their companions. A third-year student, commanding his armored rhino, collided head-on with a rammer. The 2 giant beasts wrestled with each other, making a teeth-grinding sound of metal friction. The 4 hooves of the armored rhinoceros plowed deep furrows in the ground. Its owner, the student, had a flushed face and pushed his mental strength to the limit. Hold on, for me. Suddenly, a gargoyle fell from the sky, and its sharp claws pierced through the back of the armored rhinoceros. The armored rhinoceros let out a mournful cry, and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. The student spat out a mouthful of blood, his mental connection was forcibly severed, and he became completely powerless. The crasher's huge hooves stomped down on his head. Careful! A swift black shadow flashed by. The tall boy's 3-headed hellhound bit the crasher's neck. The other 2 heads spewed out flames and ice at the same time. The crashers roared in pain, their massive body losing balance and collapsing to the ground. The tall boy dragged the limp student back to the rear of the line. What are you daydreaming about? Do you want to die? He roared. The student looked at the corpse of his pet, his face covered with tears and snot. My little rhino. The tall boy pushed him to the logistics staff. Don't cry. Only if I'm alive can I have a chance to avenge it. He turned around and returned to the fight. Under his command, the 3-headed hellhound was like an efficient killing machine. But gaps on the front line are constantly emerging. A female teacher responsible for long-range support, her contracted combat pet is a wind-whispering falcon. The wind-whispering falcon circled in the air, shooting out wind blades, accurately harvesting those flying monsters that posed a threat to the defense line. Suddenly, 3 larger hunting bats came from 3 directions. The infrasound waves they emitted caused the wind-whispering falcon's movements to freeze for a moment. It's this moment. 3 pairs of sharp claws simultaneously tore into the body of the wind-whispering falcon. Feathers fell from the sky, accompanied by a rain of blood. No! The female teacher let out a shrill scream, and the backlash of her mental power caused blood to ooze out of all her orifices. She fell down, and without the protection of the beast, she was soon overwhelmed by the beast tide. When Lu Zhan saw this scene, the corners of his eyes twitched. He wanted to go and provide support. But he was entangled. 3 5th-level Abyss Demon Generals surrounded him and the Earth Tyrant. The 3 Demon Generals cooperated with each other tacitly, one attacked first, one harassed, and one waited for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Several scars deep enough to see the bone appeared on the Earth Tyrant's rock armor. "Old buddy, can you still hold on?" Roar. The Earth Tyrant responded with a roar. It suddenly gave a bear hug, locking the attacking Demon General tightly. Chapter 50: The Protection of the Magic Circle. Then, he opened his bloody mouth and bit the other's neck. The attacks of the other 2 Demon Generals landed on its back at the same time. Rocks crumbled and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The Earth Tyrant roared in pain, but the force in its mouth was even greater. Crack! The Demon General's neck was bitten off. Lu Zhan seized the opportunity and jumped up from the bear's back. His mental power turned into an invisible hammer and smashed hard at one of the sneak-attacking Demon Generals. Spiritual shock. The Demon General froze in his tracks, and black blood flowed from his eyes. The Earth Tyrant released its giant claws, followed closely behind, and slapped it into a pulp. The last remaining Demon General saw that the situation was not good and turned around to escape. The Earth Tyrant simply threw the still warm corpse in his hand like a cannonball. The Demon General's body accurately hit his fleeing companion, knocking it to the ground. Lu Zhan landed steadily. He took one look at the deep wound on the Earth Tyrant's back that was visible to the bone, and felt extremely heartbroken. Cursing loudly, "This fucking beast tied." But he couldn't care less about that at the moment. The entire front is in jeopardy. The headquarters of the Huajing Beast Taming Academy has also become a meat grinder. Professor Li's 6th-level battle pet, Lava Crocodile, rampaged through the beast tide, and each death roll could take the lives of dozens of monsters. But his power alone is just a drop in the bucket compared to the entire beast tide. The teams formed by the students were being constantly dispersed, divided, and surrounded. A student's velociraptor pet was trapped in the mucus sprayed by several acid bugs and was corroded alive into a skeleton. His master was knocked down by a monster the next second. The scream only lasted half a second. Blood dyed everyone's vision red. Fear is spreading. Despair began to grow. "Hold on. Hold on, damn it." The tall boy roared. His 3-headed hellhound was covered in wounds, and one of its heads even had a large piece of flesh torn off. For Lin An's wedding. No one is allowed to die. He used a crude slogan to try to awaken the fighting spirit of his companions. In response, he was hit by an even more violent attack. A huge hole was torn in the battle line. Warcraft poured in. Just when everyone thought it was over. Jiangcheng Xinyue Beast Taming Academy is here. The dean has ordered. A long howl came from behind. The white-haired dean had appeared above the defense line at some point. Behind him, the snow-white 9-tailed fox swayed its 9 tails slowly. "Activate, Sky Curtain Magic Array, 2nd form." As his voice fell, the energy shield covering the entire Jiangcheng suddenly shrank inward. All the energy gathered above the second line of defense. It transformed into an extremely solid sky blue barrier composed of pure energy. Runes flow above the barrier. A huge 9-tailed fox phantom made of energy appeared on the barrier. The 9-tailed fox opened its eyes. Beams of destructive light shot out from its 9 eyes, like divine punishment, accurately clearing out the powerful monsters that broke through the defense line. The front line has been stabilized for the time being. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But Lu Zhan's heart sank even deeper. He knew it was a temporary solution. The energy of the Sky Curtain Magic Array is being consumed at a terrifying rate. It won't last long. And Lu Zhan raised his head and looked towards the abyss-like cave entrance. The real terror has yet to come. Even he didn't know if he could survive today. From the depths of the cave came the sound of heavy, soul-shaking footsteps. It was as if an ancient god or demon was waking up from his slumber. A huge claw covered with black shell slowly emerged from the cave. It rests gently on the edge of the space. Crack! The space that had just stabilized made a shattering sound under the heavy weight. That claw was even bigger than Lu Zhan's Earth Tyrant. The pressure it exuded alone made all the combat pets below level 5 on the ground crawl on the ground and tremble. The 8th level Warcraft Dimension Ripper. It's coming. The sharp claw rested on the edge of space. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering resounded deep in everyone's soul. On the azure energy barrier, spider web-like cracks spread wildly, centered on the point of contact of the claws. Mere existence is in itself a kind of destruction. On the ground, all combat pets below level 5 had collapsed. They let out mournful cries, their bodies trembling violently in instinctive fear, and their feces and urine flowed everywhere, making the position a mess. The Earth Tyrant's roar was stuck in its throat, and for the first time, an emotion called fear appeared in its red eyes. Lu Zhan stood on the bear's shoulders, his body stiff. That is absolute suppression from the level of life. The Dean was suspended in the air, his face pale. The shadow of the nine-tailed fox behind him flickered and almost disintegrated. The sky curtain magic array is overloading. Deep in the cave, that majestic figure is slowly emerging. This is the horror of the 8th level legendary body. The core of the abyss. On top of the ruins, the abyss purgatory dragon scorpion lay on the ground, motionless. Its indestructible shell was covered with hideous wounds. The deepest one extended from its back to its abdomen, almost ripping it apart. A very faint black flame was still burning in the wound, preventing it from healing itself and continuing to cause sharp pain. It extended its huge claws and carefully touched the wound. Hiss. It hurts. A sharp pain made it withdraw its claws. Damn it. What exactly hurt it? There was a large, incomprehensible blank in my memory. It only vaguely remembered that a god descended and then ran away screaming. What happened in between? How did I get injured so badly? Did I get beaten up in my sleep? A slightly smaller 7th level corpse demon worm crawled out from the crack in the ground and crawled in front of the dragon scorpion. It sends a flattering greeting with spiritual waves. Great Lord of the Purgatory Dragon Scorpion, the Blood God's oracle has been interrupted, and new changes have occurred in the passage to the abyss. Should we? The dragon scorpion shook its head irritably, and the light in its soulfire eyes looked particularly dim. It pointed at the wounds on its body with its claws. Look at me like I can still dominate anything? Its voice rumbles on the spiritual plane. That idiot who called himself God ran away, and I was crippled. Now I don't want to care about anything. Those who want to go to the New World to seize territory, go on their own. Those who want to stay here and be king, fight on their own. Don't bother me, I want to get some sleep. The corpse devil was stunned. Then, Master, what do you mean? I mean, from now on, this is out of my control. The dragon scorpion turned over and pressed the side with the heaviest wound downwards, causing it to grimace in pain again. Whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. Get lost. There was a sense of ecstasy in the mental fluctuations of the corpse demon. It bowed respectfully, and its huge body quickly disappeared into the crack in the ground. Soon, roars and sounds of fighting were heard one after another in the silent core of the abyss. Without the suppression of the absolute overlord, the dark jungle law here began to operate again. Dragon Scorpion turned a deaf ear to this. Its soulfire eyes turned towards the mountain not far away. Above the mountain, the huge golden cocoon of light was still floating quietly. On its surface, there is an additional layer of complex and mysterious network composed of countless white runes. The runes flowed slowly, emitting a soft and peaceful aura, yet also containing a strange aura of end and eternity. Chapter 51: The Terrifying Pressure of the 8th Level Legendary Body. Dragon Scorpion said he didn't understand. But it can feel it. This layer of protection is extremely powerful. It was so powerful that even this 8th rank overlord felt palpitations. This cocoon was also left over from that time. In that blank memory. The dragon scorpion shook its huge head. I can't figure it out. Forget it, let us go to sleep. Jiang Cheng, the second line of defense. Roar. A complete roar finally burst out from the black hole. The sound waves turned into a physical impact. The azure barrier covering the entire defense line shattered. The sky was filled with spots of light, falling like blue rain. The Dean spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the air, but was caught steadily by the nine-tailed fox that had been waiting below. Dean! Lu Zhan exclaimed. The terrifying demon finally revealed its full appearance. It has a black shell similar to that of a beetle, limbs covered with barbs, and a hideous head with countless scarlet compound eyes. Its lower body is still hidden behind the dimension, but just the upper body that sticks out is enough to cast a shadow that blocks out the sun. The 8th level Abyss Lord, the Dimension Ripper. Its countless compound eyes indifferently swept across the tiny line of defense below. Its gaze lingered on Lu Zhan and the earth tyrant beneath his feet for a fraction of a second longer. It was a 6th-level creature. It's a good appetizer. It raised its claws that were sharp enough to tear apart stars and pointed them towards Lu Zhan. The breath of destruction pressed down on his head. Lu Zhan's mind went blank. He knew he couldn't escape. The earth tyrant let out an unwilling roar, threw Lu Kun off himself, and used his huge body to meet the fatal blow. Old buddy! Lu Zhan's eyes were bloodshot. The tall boy's 3-headed hellhound lay on the ground whimpering, having lost the courage to even stand. Damn! The tall boy hugged his pet. He smiled bitterly. It seems that I won't be able to drink at Lin An's wedding. Despair gripped everyone's throat. Just when the sharp claw was about to fall. Roar! Another roar, equally filled with brutality and madness, suddenly exploded from the black hole behind the Dimension Ripper. The Dimension Ripper's movements paused for a moment. It slowly turned its head and looked towards where it came from. A huge demonic worm covered in sticky putrid fluid was half sticking out of the cave entrance. It was the 7th-level corpse worm that had just gained freedom. At this moment, next to its ugly mouthparts, there were pieces of flesh from another 7th-level monster hanging. It had just fought a small battle for the throne in the core of the abyss and won. At this moment, it is in full swing. The countless compound eyes of the Dimension Ripper flashed with dangerous light. The Dimensional Ripper's spiritual thoughts, with questioning anger, who allowed you to step into my portal? The huge single eye of the corpse worm flashed with greed and cunning. Your portal? Dimension Ripper, don't think too highly of yourself. Old Scorpion is no longer able to survive. The core of the abyss is now a no man's land. The coordinates of this world are not a secret that only you possess. Half of the corpse worm's body completely squeezed out of the portal. Instead of wasting time talking to me, why don't we compete to see who can devour the origin of this world first? The Dimension Ripper fell silent. In its countless compound eyes, the anger was gradually replaced by cold murderous intent. You are provoking me. You can understand it this way. The corpse worm showed no sign of weakness. Next second, the Dimension Ripper gave up on the ants below. It turned around suddenly, and its claws, sharp enough to tear apart the stars, grabbed the head of the corpse worm fiercely. The corpse worm let out a sharp cry, opened its huge mouth, and a thick green. The foul-smelling corrosive dragon breath sprayed towards the Dimension Ripper. Two giant beasts from the abyss started fighting fiercely right above Jiangcheng, right in front of the huge black hole. The sharp claws collided with the corrosive dragon breath. The violent energy aftermath swept in all directions like a tsunami. The defense line outside Jiangcheng was blown to and fro like straw in the wind by the aftermath. The alloy wall groaned under the heavy burden. Lu Zhan stared blankly at the sky. The earth tyrant also stopped charging and raised his head in confusion. The tall boy and all the students around him opened their mouths wide. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. All the people and all the battle pets forgot about fighting and just watched the fight between the gods in the sky. The tall boy nudged his companion with his elbow. Am I seeing this correctly? They started fighting? Silence. The tall boy swallowed and shouted softly in Lu Zhan's direction. Mr. Lu, should we find some sunflower seeds? The whole place was dead silent. A few seconds later, someone made a suppressed puff sound that sounded like crying and laughing. The nerves that were stretched to the extreme suddenly broke. The corner of Lu Zhan's mouth twitched violently. He ignored the brat. His eyes were fixed on the sky. The battle between the two giant beasts is tearing the space apart. The black portal became extremely unstable due to the collision of their forces. Chance! Dean! Lu Zhan shouted towards the back. The white-haired Dean, leaning on his staff, stood up again. His eyes were surprisingly bright. He understood what Lu Zhan meant. All artillery batteries and beast masters, obey my orders. The Dean's voice, with a hint of madness and determination, resounded through the sky. Give up attacking the monster, all energy is overloaded. Target, the portal in the sky. Now, knock it down for me. Boom! The Dean's roar turned into the final order. On the defense line, the few hundred remaining psychic artillery batteries let out a shrill wail under the overload command. The outer shell of the barrel turned red due to the excessive concentration of energy. Countless beasts launched long-range attacks. The next second, tens of thousands of brilliant beams of light, condensed from the crystallization of human technology and psychic energy, tore through the dim sky. Their target was not the two terrifying demons in the sky, but the twisting and tearing spatial singularity behind them. That is the channel through which they descend. It is also Jiangcheng's only way to survive. Lu Zhan stared intently at the beam of light that embodied everyone's hopes. Beside him, the tall boy's mumbling voice had not yet faded away. Pumpkin seeds. At this moment, everyone held their breath, and an absurd and unrealistic expectation rose in their hearts. Maybe, it really is possible. Above the sky, the Dimension Ripper's countless scarlet compound eyes glanced down nonchalantly. It didn't even bother to turn its head. It simply raised one of its black sickle-like forelimbs. The forelimb that tore through the sky and shattered the Dean's confidence. It lightly slashed at the tens of thousands of incoming beams of light. The movements were graceful and carried with a sickening contempt. A pitch-black line, like a crack in space, flashed past it. No sound. There was no explosion. The tens of thousands of psychic beams that were enough to raise a mountain to the ground were annihilated the moment they touched the black line. Like a clay ox entering the sea, it disappeared without a trace. As if they never existed. There was deathly silence on the defense line. Hope was ruthlessly shattered the moment it reached its peak. Chapter 52: The Battlefield of Hell. The huge sense of loss turned into a cold tide, drowning everyone's heart. The muscles on the tall boy's face froze. I can't eat the melon seeds anymore. The Dimension Ripper retracted its forelimbs and turned its attention back to the companion in front of it. An uninvited intruder. You are very courageous. Its cold, emotionless spiritual thoughts exploded in the mind of the corpse demon. This world is mine. A hint of fear flashed across the huge single eye of the corpse worm. It felt absolute oppression from a higher level of life. But greed for the new world outweighed this fear. Old Scorpion has fallen. Now no one's words count in the abyss. It forced itself to roar mentally. If you have the guts, come and grab it with your fists. Fist? There was a hint of mockery in the Dimension Ripper's mind. Are you qualified to talk about fists? The next moment, it suddenly stretched out its sharp claws, and its speed was so fast that it broke through the limitations of space. The corpse worm only had time to let out a terrified scream before its head was pinned down by the sharp claw. The huge body of the 7th-level monster seemed a little ridiculous in front of the 8th-level lord. Now, follow my orders. The Dimension Ripper looked down at the demon worm that it had restrained. First, clean up those annoying bugs down there. Then, let us discuss where this world belongs. Its tone leaves no room for doubt. The corpse worm's body was shaking violently. It felt threatened by death. After struggling for a few seconds, a hint of humiliation and unwillingness flashed in its ugly single eye. It chose to surrender. Two giant beasts of the abyss reached a brief ceasefire agreement above the heads of humans. Their huge and ferocious heads slowly turned. Countless cold gazes filled with murderous desire locked onto the second line of defense below. The earth-shattering pressure was like a real mountain, pressing down. The alloy walls on the defense line groaned under the heavy burden. Lu Zhan, the Earth Tyrant, roared tragically, but was nailed to the spot by the pressure and could not move. Not only him, but also the other teacher's beasts are like this. It's over. These two words appeared in everyone's mind. Right at this moment. An old, yet extremely steady voice resounded throughout the world. Town. The moment this voice appeared, the pressure that was suffocating everyone suddenly eased. A huge black tortoise shadow, as if formed by the entire mountain and river, appeared out of thin air between the defense line and the two giant beasts. On the tortoise shell of Xuanwu, there are ancient and mysterious patterns engraved, exuding a heavy aura that suppresses everything. An old man in a plain gray robe stood quietly above Xuanwu's head. He has a gaunt face and deep eyes. Zhang Tian. The patron saint of this city. City Lord. It's City Lord Zhang. On the desperate battlefield, thunderous cheers of survivors broke out. Lu Zhan almost collapsed to the ground. The dean leaned on his staff and looked at the figure that was as insurmountable as a chasm. Tears welled up in his cloudy old eyes. Above the sky, the Dimension Ripper's scarlet compound eyes narrowed slightly. It feels threatened. A human at the peak of the 7th level, and a beast that is also at the peak of the 7th level. Quite interesting. Let's work together and tear him apart. It gave orders to the corpse worms around it. Next second. The Dimension Ripper let out a sharp scream, and its 6 ferocious claws, with the power to tear apart space, grabbed Xuanwu's shield fiercely. The corpse worm also opened its huge mouth, and a thick green dragon breath mixed with poison and corrosive energy gushed out. Roar! The black tortoise under Zhang Tian let out an earth-shaking roar. The mountain and river patterns on its tortoise shell burst into brilliant light. Boom! The sharp claws and dragon breath bombarded Xuanwu's shield at the same time. The entire sky was shaken. The law shield that was powerful enough to suppress a 7th-level king began to shake violently. With the attack point as the center, spider-web-like cracks began to spread. Zhang Tian's expression instantly became solemn. He formed a seal with one hand, and the aura of Xuanwu surged again, forcibly stabilizing the shield that was about to break. However, this is just the beginning. The Dimension Ripper's attacks are continuous. Each of its strikes contains the power to tear the laws apart. With every collision, Xuanwu's shield would dim a little. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of Zhang Tian's mouth. His body also trembled slightly with the vibration of Xuanwu. He was alone, with only one beast master, and had to face the combined attack of an 8th-level lord and a 7th-level demon beast. That's too much of a stretch. He was using his life to buy time for the city behind him. Crack! There was a crisp cracking sound. Xuanwu's shield finally reached its limit. A crack was torn open by the sharp claws of the Dimension Ripper. The corrosive dragon breath of the corpse demon worm immediately rushed in through the cracks. Zhang Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. He flashed and stood in front of the dragon's breath. A psychic shield lit up on his body. Laugh! The corrosive dragon's breath made contact with the shield, making a teeth-grinding sound. Zhang Tian's shield was being melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. His plain gray robe was also corroded with holes by the splattered venom. He groaned, and his body was pushed backwards by a huge force. On the ground, everyone watched this scene in horror. Their patron saint is being suppressed. Bleeding. This battle in the sky bought the most precious time for that dark portal. Under the energy impact of the two giant beasts, it not only did not collapse, but became more stable. Finally, the edge of the black hole is no longer distorted. It took full shape, transforming into a gigantic portal to the abyss with a diameter of over a kilometer. The Dimension Ripper and the Corpse Worm, with their huge bodies, squeezed out completely from the door. They obscured the sky and cast a shadow of despair. Then, endless magical beasts, like a flood, madly poured out from the dark door. All kinds of bizarre abyss monsters, with bloodthirstiness and madness, pounced on the human world below. This wave of beasts is completely different from the previous wave that escaped from the trace of the abyss. They are not trying to escape. They come to plunder, to kill, and to destroy. Defend! Lu Zhan roared with all his strength. The Earth Tyrant roared, and its huge body crashed into the beast tide. It slapped down with one palm, and several low-level monsters were instantly turned into meat paste. But more monsters rushed forward fearlessly. The sharp claws tore through its thick skin and flesh. Sharp teeth bit its limbs. In a blink of an eye, the 6th-level overlord was submerged by the black beast tide. Old man! Lu Zhan's eyes were bloodshot. The defense line collapsed the moment the beast tide came into contact with it. The alloy wall that could barely hold out before was like paper in front of these more ferocious monsters. A young student had just summoned his own beast, a 4th-level, 1st-level flaming lion. The next second, a huge 6th-order abyss spider fell from the sky, and its 8 sharp limbs directly pierced the lion and him into the ground. Blood dyed the young face red. He kept his eyes open in disbelief until his death. The tall boy who loved to joke could no longer laugh at this moment. He held his 3-headed hellhound and kept retreating. The 3 heads of the hellhound were spewing flames and shadow arrows madly, but they could only slightly hinder the advance of the beast tide. He saw with his own eyes that one after another of his classmates were torn to pieces and devoured by the monsters. Cries, screams, and roars mixed together. This is not a battlefield. It's hell. Chapter 53: A battlefield where there is no hope. The defense line was lost. Completely lost. In the sky, Zhang Tian saw the tragic scene below and his eyes turned red. He let out a roar of grief and anger. He no longer held the defense. The Xuanwu under him suddenly opened its mouth. A tremendous energy containing the power of mountains and rivers began to gather. He was going to give up on defense and try with all his might to destroy the portal. This is the only hope. However, the Dimension Ripper would not give him this opportunity. A cruel smile flashed across its countless compound eyes. It caught the gap in Zhang Tian's defense. The sharp claw that tore everything apart turned into a black lightning and silently pierced Jiang Cheng's defenseless back. Destruction is coming. The black lightning that tore through space had reached Zhang Tianho's heart. The breath of death instantly enveloped the place. Zhang Tian didn't even have time to turn around. The Xuanwu beneath him let out an ancient and dull roar. Its huge and clumsy body spun suddenly with an agility that was completely inconsistent with its size. The indestructible tortoise shell met the deadly claws. Clang! A loud sound like the ringing of an ancient bell shook the sky. The sound was not crisp, but rather had a teeth-grinding, extremely heavy friction and squeezing. The Dimension Ripper's claws were blocked head-on for the first time. On the black tortoise shell, the intricate patterns of mountains and rivers flowed wildly, the light was bright, and it pressed against the tip of the sharp claws. However, the power of an 8th-level lord is far more than that. The crushing force at the law level poured in through the tortoise shell. Puff! The body of Zhang Tiancheng Lord shook violently. A mouthful of blood stained his gray robe red. He and the black tortoise under his feet were blown backwards like a cannonball by this irresistible force. A long trail was drawn in the sky. Boom! Zhang Tian and Xuanwu's huge bodies crashed heavily into the mountain hundreds of meters high behind the defense line. The mountain groaned in pain. A huge crack, centered on the impact point, spread wildly like a spider web. The next second, the entire mountain collapsed. Billions of tons of earth and rocks turned into huge clouds of dust, sweeping away everything. In the sky, the Dimension Ripper slowly retracted its claws. Its countless scarlet compound eyes stared indifferently at the collapsed mountains and the dust that covered the sky. A problem, temporarily solved. Its gaze turned downwards again. Throw it towards the defense line that has completely turned into a hell on earth. The guardian angel has fallen. The last barrier disappeared. On the battlefield, everyone who witnessed the scene felt their hearts sink into a cold abyss. Lu Zhan let out a roar that was not like a human voice. His eyes were bloodshot as he frantically activated his spiritual energy. Monster after monster fell in front of him. The Earth Tyrant was already overwhelmed by at least 100 abyss monsters in front of him. The Black Beast Tide formed a wriggling mountain of flesh. The sounds of biting, breaking bones, and the painful cries of the Earth Tyrant came from the depths of the meat mountain. Its tough brown flesh was torn off piece by piece, revealing the bright red muscles and white bones underneath. Highly toxic saliva and corrosive body fluids poured into its wounds. Get out of here! Lu Zhan drew out the psychic sword from his waist. His not-so-powerful spiritual energy was attached to the blade. He rushed towards the mountain of monsters like an angry bull. Teacher Lu! Don't go! An anxious cry came from the side. It's that tall boy. All joking expression disappeared from his face at this moment. Only fear and paleness remained. One of his 3-headed hellhound's heads had been bitten off by a mantis-like monster. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the broken neck. The remaining 2 heads were frantically biting the enemies that were besieging them. The barrel of the psychic gun in the tall boy's hand was already red from being shot. He doesn't care about others at all. But he still shouted. Because he knew that if teacher Lu Zhan rushed forward like this, he would be seeking his death. Lu Zhan heard it. But he couldn't stop. That's his partner. He couldn't just sit there and watch it being eaten. A monster in the form of a wolf spider noticed Lu Zhan rushing towards him. It gave up biting the Earth Tyrant, and its 8 scarlet eyes locked onto this new prey. It suddenly jumped up, and its sharp limbs drew a deadly arc in the air. The rapidly enlarged and ferocious figure was reflected in Lu Zhan's pupils. He can't hide. Laugh. A red flame shot out from the side and hit the wolf spider's side accurately. The wolf spider let out a sharp scream and was blown away by the force, rolling in the air and falling heavily to the ground. A middle-aged man in a tutor's uniform stood in front of Lu Zhan. His beast, a 5th-level lava fire lizard, was gasping for breath, with hot smoke coming out of its mouth and nose. Calm down. The middle-aged mentor turned his head and growled. If you go there, you will die with your battle pet. He hadn't finished his words. Several dark shadows rushed over from all directions. The lava fire lizard roared, swung its thick tail, and whipped a demon dog away. But another monster shaped like a cheetah circled around its side at an astonishing speed. The claws popped out. Phew! There was a huge wound on the lava fire lizard's abdomen, so deep that the bone was visible. The hot magma-like blood flowed all over the ground. Old Zhang. The middle-aged mentor's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to rescue, but more monsters had already overwhelmed him. Lu Zhan stared at the scene blankly. There was a mentor who fell into death in order to save him. His mind was blank. Roar! An earth-shattering roar exploded from the deepest part of the monster's flesh mountain. The Earth Tyrant, with his huge body, suddenly stood up. A wild and violent aura suddenly erupted. Talent, frenzy. Its eyes turned pure blood red. At this moment, reason was replaced by the instinct for survival and endless anger. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the neck of a huge demon bat. Swing it hard. The 5th-level demon bat, along with several small demons hanging on its body, was swung into a weapon and smashed around fiercely. There was the sound of bones breaking and blood and flesh flying everywhere. It used its broken body to clear out a small space in the beast hide. There is no intact skin left on its body. The deepest wound was on its chest, with huge claws, and you could even see the beating heart inside. It won't live long. But it still fights. It uses its life to buy the last time for its master. Retreat! Everyone, retreat to the 3rd line of defense. Finally, the commander's hoarse and desperate order was heard in the command system. The 2nd line of defense completely collapsed. The solid alloy wall was smashed open one after another by the huge monster. The psychic turret had been silenced in the aftermath of the first round. The position became a grinding mill. A young female student holds for dead Moonlight Rabbit. The Moonlight Rabbit has a small and soft body. At this moment, a bone spear pierced his body and nailed him to the ground. The female student just cried. She forgot to escape, forgot to fight. A slime monster covered in green slime crawled in front of her. She looked up and saw the gaping, foul-smelling mouth. Despair devoured her last consciousness. The tall boy's psychic gun has run out of energy. He used the gun as a club and smashed it hard on the head of a monster that was charging at him. Chapter 50 for the determination to burn life. Click. The monster's skull shattered. The tall boy's arm was also bitten off by another monster. The severe pain made him groan. His 3-headed hellhound fell in a pool of blood. The only remaining head was still spewing out weak shadow energy in vain. Let us go. The tall boy used his only remaining left hand to push his battle pet. The hellhound whimpered mournfully. It can't move. The tall boy smiled. His smile is uglier than crying. He leaned down and used his body to protect the only remaining head of the hellhound. The black beast tide submerged him. There was no time to even let out a scream. Retreat! Retreat! An officer of the garrison swung his sword and chopped down a monster. He yelled at the terrified soldiers around him. Retreat to the city. Fight as you retreat. But how to withdraw? There are enemies on all sides. In the sky, there are flying monsters circling. On the ground, there was an endless tide of beasts. Turning around means exposing your back to the enemy's claws and fangs. This is a slaughterhouse. They are all lambs to be slaughtered. The dean's expression was uglier than gold paper. The shadow of the 9-tailed fox behind him dimmed to the extreme, almost becoming transparent. He leaned on his staff and forcibly condensed a series of psychic shields to protect a small group of students. But the shield was like a candle in the wind under the impact of the beast tide. Every time something broke, the dean's body would tremble violently. Blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes looked towards the collapsed mountain. Lord Zheng Tiancheng. Lu Zhan finally moved. He seemed to wake up from a nightmare. He saw the middle-aged mentor being torn into pieces by several monsters. He saw the tall boy who loved to joke being swallowed by the beast tide. He saw familiar or unfamiliar corpses lying on the ground. The blood gathered into streams. Despair gripped his throat. Old man. He was just about to call his battle pet. There was a loud bang. The huge body of the Earth Tyrant finally fell down. It took one last look in Lu Zhan's direction. The brutality and madness in those blood-red eyes gradually faded away, leaving behind a trace of attachment. Fell to the ground with a loud bang. Lu Zhan's body froze. Time, at this moment, seemed to slow down. He couldn't hear the roars and growls around him. All he could see was countless monsters pounce on the corpse of the Earth Tyrant. Madly, biting and swallowing. Pieces of flesh were torn off. Each bone was chewed into pieces. No! Lu Zhan let out a heart-wrenching roar. His brain buzzed. An indescribable pain came from the depths of my soul. That was the beast taming contract, being forcibly torn apart. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. His consciousness began to blur. Just when he was about to lose consciousness. Rumble! The ruins of the collapsed mountain suddenly exploded. A burly figure soared into the sky. He is the lord of Zhangtian City. The gray robe he was wearing had turned into rags. His body was covered with wounds of varying sizes, deep enough to reveal the bones. But he is still alive. The seal in his hand has been completed. Xuanwu guards the world, the mountains and rivers, shattered. He used up all his strength and let out a final roar. Under him, the black tortoise, which was also covered with wounds, suddenly opened its huge mouth. It did not emit any beams of energy. What it spewed out were the patterns of mountains and rivers engraved on its shell. Those ancient patterns broke away from the tortoise shell, gathered in the air, and turned into the phantom of a towering mountain. That mountain seemed to be a microcosm of the entire Jiangcheng land vein. It exudes a terrifying aura that can suppress everything and destroy everything. Its target is the huge, black portal in the sky. The Dimension Ripper felt threatened. It let out a sharp scream, and its 6 sharp claws swung simultaneously, interweaving in front of its body to form a dark web composed of space cracks. The corpse worm also felt fear, and it sprayed its most refined corrosive dragon breath towards the phantom of the mountain. However, it was too late. The phantom of the mountain slammed into the portal with an unstoppable force. There was no explosion. There was only dead silence and the collapse of space. The huge black portal with a diameter of more than a kilometer began to twist violently. Its edges began to shatter like glass. The torrent of monsters that was still pouring out of the door was instantly shattered into the most primitive particles by the force of space collapse. Success? Everyone who saw this scene had this absurd thought in their mind. Above the sky, the body of City Lord Jiang Tian fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. He has exhausted his last bit of strength. A smile appeared on his face. Worth it. However, the portal that was about to collapse completely suddenly stopped halfway through shattering. A deeper, more evil, and more ancient aura seeped in from the other end of the portal. That breath, like an invisible giant hand, forcibly stabilized the space that was about to collapse. The broken portal actually began to heal. The smile on City Lord Jiang Tian's face froze. A hint of awe flashed across the countless compound eyes of the Dimension Ripper. It slowly lowered its proud head. It seems to be welcoming the arrival of a king. The healing space gate exuded a deathly silence deeper than that of a black hole. A will, crossing an endless distance, descended here. It is ancient, vast, and filled with unspeakable malice. The Dimension Ripper, this 8th-level Lord of the Abyss, actually lowered his head. Its 6 sharp claws that could tear apart the laws were retracted in front of its body, showing a gesture of submission. The corpse worm, a 7th-level giant beast, was crawling in the void, its huge single eye filled with fear from the depths of its soul. It's trembling. In the center of the space gate, the darkness was extremely thick. An outline slowly emerged from it. That is not a physical entity. It is an ever-shifting, chaotic storm of howling mouths and gaping eyes. Every mouth is silently devouring the light, and every eye is looking at the world coldly. The leader of 10,000 devourers. A name that is directly imprinted on the minds of all intelligent beings who perceive it. No language is needed, no mental fluctuations are needed. Its very existence is a declaration. On the second line of defense, the remaining humans, whether they were trainees or soldiers, all had their minds blank. The previous despair seemed a little ridiculous under the pressure of this new demon god. It was a kind of complete and absolute death that could not even give rise to despair. The soul is being crushed. In the air, the falling body of Jiang Tianchang Lord suddenly stopped. He stopped his fall. He saw the dull, numb faces below, which had lost all their spirit. He saw the newly appeared terrifying demon god whose mere existence distorted space. The smile on his face disappeared. Instead, there is a resolute calm. Xuanwu. He called out softly to his companion. Beneath him, the black tortoise, whose shell was covered with cracks and whose aura was extremely weak, let out a low response. That is the tacit understanding that has lasted for 100 years. Zhang Tian, can you lend me another 100 years of life? Roar. Xuanwu's roar was no longer one of anger, but a burning tragedy. On its tortoise shell, the broken mountain and river patterns suddenly lit up with unprecedented light. Not a repair. It's burning. Xuanwu's life was slipping away at a terrifying speed. The vast life essence transformed into the purest energy and poured into City Lord Zhang's body. The withered body of Zhang Tiancheng Lord became upright again. The wounds on his body that were deep enough to see the bones were healing visibly. Chapter 55, Xuanwu guards the world, and the mountains and rivers mourn together. His gray hair quickly turned black. His old face returned to the peak of his middle age. The price he paid was that the body of the black tortoise beneath him was rapidly becoming transparent and intangible. Not enough. Lord Zhang Tian looked at the three demon gods in the sky and said calmly. He placed his hand on his heart. Then, add my own. Boom. A flame of life, more intense and brilliant than the one when Xuanwu burned his life before, burst out from his body. His life, his soul, everything he had, turned into firewood at this moment. His entire body turned into a dazzling sun. The light dispelled the mental oppression brought by the Wanshur sect leader. Everyone broke free from the state of having their souls crushed. They saw the figure that turned into a man of light in the sky. City Lord. The dean was leaning on his staff, trembling all over, tears streaming down his face. He knew what Zhang Tian was doing. The art of burning life. Exchange everything you have for a moment of glory. This light is destined to go out. Everyone, listen to my orders. The voice of Lord Zhang Tiancheng, like the decree of heaven, resounded in every corner of the battlefield. Retreat to the main city of Zhengcheng. This is the final order. His voice was filled with unquestionable authority. There is also a hint of tenderness that no one notices. Finished. He transformed into a stream of light and rushed towards the three huge demon gods in the sky. Zhangcheng, I will defend it. You guys, hurry up and leave. The billions of eyes of the Wanshur sect leader all looked at the oncoming sun at the same time. Interesting embers. It issued an indifferent assessment. The Dimension Ripper, feeling the anger of being provoked, let out a sharp scream, and its 6 sharp claws turned into a pitch-black web of death, covering Zhangcheng. The corpse worm also mobilized all the energy in its body and spewed out a corrosive dragon breath that was several times thicker than before. Zhang Tian's figure drew an incredible arc in the air. He dodged the dragon's breath and formed seals with one hand. Mountains are coming. On the ground, a mountain that had not collapsed was shaking violently. The entire mountain was uprooted by an invisible force. The mountain roared and slammed down on the Dimension Ripper. The Dimension Ripper swung its claws disdainfully, trying to tear the mountain apart. But on the top of the mountain, there is the power of the law that Zhang Tian obtained by burning his life. Boom! The sharp claws collided with the mountain, and the shockwave that erupted swept across half of the sky. The Dimension Ripper was actually knocked back half a step by this huge force. Zhang Tian took this opportunity to get in front of the corpse worm. He stretched out his fist, which was burning with the flames of life, and punched out. Mountains and rivers, appear. A mighty river of pure energy appeared out of thin air, surrounded his fist, and slammed heavily into the head of the corpse worm. The huge single eye of the corpse demon worm exploded instantly. Green slurry, mixed with minced meat, sprayed into the sky. It let out a wail of extreme pain. With just one strike, he severely injured a 7th-level monster. This is the power that City Lord Zhang Tian gained by burning everything. On the ground, the order to retreat awakened the sluggish crowd. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The officers of the garrison roared at the top of their lungs. The chaos began. The position had already collapsed, with monsters everywhere. Retreat is no easy task. Lu Zhan knelt on the ground, watching the corpse of the Earth Tyrant being eaten up by a group of monsters, leaving only a bloody skeleton. His heart is dead. A sharp claw attacked him silently from behind. He didn't react at all. Careful! A familiar scream with a crying tone. A female student holding the dead Moonlight Rabbit came to his side at some point. She used her thin body to push Lu Zhan away. Phew! The sharp claws pierced through her chest. Her eyes were still looking at Lu Zhan, her mouth slightly open, as if she wanted to say something. Finally, no sound could be uttered. Blood splattered all over Lu Zhan's face. Warm and sticky. Lu Zhan's brain buzzed. He remembered the tall boy's smile. I remembered the middle-aged mentor's final growl. He remembered his old friend and the look in his eyes before he died. Now, there is another girl who died saving him. Ah! He roared like a wild animal. A crazy desire to survive, reborn from the depths of death's heart. He picked up the sword that someone had dropped on the ground, turned around, and slashed at the monster that was attacking him. The blade cut into the monster's neck. The monster felt pain and slapped his head with its other claw. Lu Zhan rolled on the ground and dodged in a panic. He got up and started running wildly towards the city like crazy. He didn't know where to go. He just knew to run. To survive. Follow me. Get closer to Teacher Lu. The dean's voice sounded not far away. He was leaning on a staff, and the shadow of the nine-tailed fox behind him was almost invisible. The shield he condensed protected the last few dozen students. Under the impact of the beast tide, the shield flickered and could be broken at any time. Every second the dean held on, more blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were fixed on Lu Zhan's back. Lu Zhan is the most outstanding young instructor in the academy and a battle maniac. He is hope. Can't die here. Walk. An officer of the garrison kicked a frightened soldier on the butt. Don't fucking look back. Run. After he roared, he turned around and rushed towards the oncoming beasts with his sword. For Jiangchang. He roared and was torn to pieces in an instant by the three monsters. Such scenes are played out in every corner of the battlefield. Someone is on the run. There was someone covering the rear. Use your own life to pave a road of flesh and blood for your companions and those younger lives. High in the sky. The battle with Lord Jiang Tiancheng has entered a white-hot stage. He was covered in blood. The power gained by burning one's life has its limits after all. He was facing 2 8th-level statues and 1 7th-level statue. One of them is at the level of one sure sect leader. The Dimension Ripper's sharp claws left a deep scar on his chest that was visible to the bone. The venom of the corpse worm splashed on his body, corroding his flesh and blood with a sizzling sound. But he didn't retreat a single step. Each of his attacks accurately interrupted the monster's intention to chase the crowd below. He was like a nail, pinning the 3 terrifying demons high in the sky. The chaotic storm formed by the billions of eyes of the Wanshur sect leader began to fluctuate for the first time. You are seeking death. I am here to protect. The voice of Jiang Tiancheng Lord was calm and firm. The flame of life in his body began to flicker violently. It's almost reaching the limit. He looked down. I saw a group of people running for their lives on the retreat route paved with blood and corpses. They are almost at the city gate. Lord Jiang Tian smiled. His body suddenly swelled up. Xuanwu, my old friend. Finally, go crazy with me one more time. The almost completely transparent basalt shadow beneath him let out a final roar. It turned into a stream of light and merged back into City Lord Jiang's body. Man and beast, at the last moment of life, are completely united. Xuanwu guards the world, the mountains and rivers share our grief. He used up the last of his voice to roar out the name of the move. An indescribable aura of terror erupted from his body. His entire body, along with his burning life and soul, transformed into a towering black tortoise phantom. Chapter 56. In the critical moment, the top strong man arrives. This Xuanwu is more solid than ever before. There are no longer mountain and river patterns on its shell. Rather, it is a microcosm of the mountains, rivers, and land of the entire Jiangcheng. It opened its mouth. No beam of light, no energy. There is only one will that suppresses everything. Suppress. Heaven and earth, shake the universe. Boom. At this moment, the world lost its sound and color. There was only one piece of white light, representing collapse and destruction. The Lord of Jiangtian City blew himself up. He transformed everything about himself and Xuanwu into this final and most brilliant blow. White light swallowed up the sky. The Dimension Ripper, the Corpse Worm, and even the Master of the 10,000 Devourers were all enveloped by this determined force of mutual destruction. The violent space shock caused the portal that had just healed to be covered with cracks again. Take advantage of this opportunity. The dean and others finally crawled and rushed to the city wall of Jiangqing's main city. On the city walls were countless soldiers standing ready for battle, and their faces were filled with fear. "Open the door! Open the door! I beg you!" Boom! The alloy city gate, which was tens of meters thick, opened a gap. "Come in quickly!" The officers on the city wall were roaring wildly. Lu Zhan pulled the frightened female student and rushed in first. The dean followed closely behind with the remaining students. The surviving soldiers also stumbled in. Above the sky, the destructive white light was slowly dissipating. The figures of the three demon gods reappeared. Several fine cracks appeared on the Dimension Ripper's shell. The corpse worm had half of its body blown to pieces, and its breath was extremely weak. Only the chaotic storm of the Wancher sect leader dimmed a little. But they were ultimately blocked for a moment. It is this moment that determines life or death. Close the door. The city gate began to close slowly after the last group of survivors rushed in. Lu Zhan turned around. He saw the field outside the city, littered with corpses. "I saw my compatriots who had no time to retreat and were overtaken and drowned by the beast tide." He saw the three demon gods in the sky, casting cold and angry glances at him. The endless tide of beasts has crossed the ruins of the second line of defense and is sweeping towards the main city. Boom! The city gate closed heavily. Lock hell outside. It also completely locks away hope. Lu Zhan's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. He was gasping for breath, and tears and snot, mixed with the blood on his face, flowed down. He survived. Stepping on the corpses of countless people. Living in an isolated city. The loud noise of the city gate closing was like a sledgehammer hitting Lu Zhan's eardrum. The world is divided into two halves. Outside the door, there are the roars of monsters, the wailing of space, and hell. Inside the door, there is a deathly silence, a respite from the disaster, and the beginning of another hell. On the city wall, the wind was howling. The survivors leaned against the cold alloy wall, shaking uncontrollably. It's not because of the cold. Outside the city, the three demon gods moved. The chaotic storm composed of billions of eyes and mouths of the Wancher sect leader slowly drifted forward. The Dimension Ripper dragged its injured body, and its 6 sharp claws drew dark tracks in the void. The rotten corpse worm, half of its body blown to pieces, had endless hatred surging in its single eye. Behind them was an endless herd of beasts, surging like a black tide. The earth is shaking. The city walls were humming. Everyone's heart was clenched and crushed by this vibration. The self-explosion of City Lord Zhang Tian bought them time to retreat. It also completely enraged these terrifying beings from the abyss. The commander of the garrison on the city wall drew his sword, and the blade hummed with the trembling of its owner. Energy shield, maximum power. All demon-breaking crossbows, fire freely. Beastmaster troops, prepare to meet the enemy. His voice was hoarse and distorted due to great fear. The order is desperate. Everyone knew that the thin energy shield was no different from a piece of paper in front of the three demon gods. The chaotic body of the Wancher sect leader has floated in front of the shield. Its mere presence caused violent ripples to appear on the shield's surface, energy readings to flicker wildly, and a piercing overload alarm to sound. The end of the world is at hand. Just then, the sky cracked. It wasn't torn apart by the demon's energy, nor was it a space gate. It was like a black curtain that was silently cut open by an invisible pair of scissors. A chasm of pure, all-consuming nothingness. A man walked out from the crack. He was wearing a long black trench coat, spotless. His steps were in the void, as if he was walking on flat ground. His appearance was so sudden, yet so natural. Beside him, a lion with golden flames burning all over its body appeared. The lion, with dragon horns on its head, was extremely majestic. Its golden pupils swept across the tide of beasts below, revealing a hint of human disdain. On the city wall, everyone forgot to breathe. Lu Zhan slumped on the ground, looking up at the man blankly. Below, the three demon gods also stopped their actions. For the first time, the billions of eyes of the Wancher sect leader moved away from Zhang Chang, the food, and all focused on the man. Uninvited guest. Its sound, imprinted in the soul, was filled with emotion for the first time. 1. Be vigilant. The man called Qin Wu looked down at the ground below. He saw the ruins of the second line of defense, the corpses scattered all over the ground, and the last bit of light left in the air after the self-detonation of City Lord Zhang Tian. He frowned slightly. It really causes trouble for people. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Then, he looked at the three demon gods, his eyes as if he was looking at three buzzing flies blocking his way. You guys are too noisy. The Dimension Ripper let out a sharp hiss. As an 8th level lord, its dignity made it unable to tolerate such contempt. It moved. The 6 sharp claws combined into a black cone that could tear apart the laws and stab towards Qinwu. Qinwu didn't even look at it. He just patted the head of the lion next to him. Ajin, find a quiet place. The Swanee named Ajin snorted loudly. It opened its mouth. A low growl. The roar did not contain any energy impact. But the space in front of the Dimension Ripper suddenly collapsed inward, forming an absolutely still, distorted sphere. The Dimension Ripper's determined attack pierced the sphere, but it was like a drop in the ocean, failing to cause even a ripple. Its huge body was dragged by an irresistible force and sucked into the space vault. The Wancher sect leader and the corpse worm both felt threatened. They want to retreat. But it was too late. The spatial fault expanded rapidly in an instant. It did not devour anything, but like an invisible big mouth, it bit Qinwu, Swanee, along with the remaining Wancher sect leader and the corpse worm. Then, the bitten space, along with the 4 figures inside, disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 57 Goddess Battlefield. The sky returned to normal. The wind is still blowing. The clouds are still flowing. It was as if the devastating scene just now was just an illusion. There was dead silence on the city wall. A full 10 seconds passed. What just happened, just now? A young soldier asked stutteringly. No one could answer him. Where did that man and the 3 demon gods go? Lu Zhan's heart was beating wildly. He didn't know who that man was. But he knew that the biggest threat to Jiangcheng had been temporarily eliminated. Roar! A violent beast roar woke everyone from their shock. The 3 demon gods disappeared. But the tide of beasts they brought is still there. Endless monsters have rushed to the bottom of the city wall. Among them, there are many powerful magical beasts of level 6 and even level 7. After losing their supreme commander, they were not in chaos. Instead, they were stimulated to become even more violent by the remaining divine power. Enemy attack. The commander's roar sounded again. This time, there was a little more confidence in his voice. Fire! Boom! 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 On the city wall, all the magic-destroying crossbows spewed out destructive energy beams at the same time. The rows of monsters rushing in the front were evaporated in an instant. But more monsters stepped on the corpses of their companions and rushed forward fearlessly. A 6th-level monster shaped like a giant spider, with 8 long legs like sharp blades, easily pierced into the alloy wall and climbed up rapidly. Beast Master! Stop it! Several 5th-level Beastmasters summoned their own battle pets and pounced on the spider. Flames, ice, and lightning exploded on the city walls. The spider monster was submerged in an instant. But the next second, it rushed out of the explosion with scars all over its body, sweeping its 8 legs across. Puff, puff, puff. Those Imperial Guards and their war pets were cut into more than a dozen pieces on the spot. Blood dyed the city walls red. Beast! I'm going to fight you. An officer of the garrison army, with red eyes, jumped down from the top of the city wall holding a high explosive energy bomb. He landed on the back of the spider monster. Boom! A ball of fire exploded. The spider monster let out a scream, half of its body was blown to pieces, and it fell off the wall. But more spiders have already crawled up. Hold on! Hold on, damn it! For Jiangcheng! The city is here, and the people are here. The brutal offensive and defensive battle unfolded on the 100-meter-high city wall. Human beings are like a thin dam before a tsunami. People kept dying. There are also people who keep coming to fill the vacancies. The deputy city lord of Jiangcheng also met his enemy, a level 7 magical beast. In the distant sky, there were bursts of huge roars. Lu Zhan got up from the ground. He leaned against the wall and looked at the black sea of monsters below. Despair is still heavy. But a small flame ignited in his heart. That man. The man who was so powerful that it was incomprehensible. Since he has taken action, he will not let Jiangcheng fall so easily. Teacher Lu. The dean's voice sounded behind him. Lu Zhan turned around and saw the dean supporting the surviving female student and standing with the remaining dozens of students. They are the last spark of the academy. What can we do? Lu Zhan asked. The dean's face was as pale as paper, but the fire in his eyes was the same as Lu Zhan's. Hold this place. The dean pointed to a section of the city wall. Wait till he comes back. Lu Zhan nodded. He glanced at the female student, who was still holding the corpse of his beast tightly in her arms. The girl's eyes were still empty. But she didn't cry. Just watching everything in front of me numbly. Lu Zhan, turn around. A fourth-level flying monster screamed and swooped down from the sky, targeting the group of students. Get out of here! Lu Zhan growled. The last bit of energy in his body was squeezed out. The shadow of the Earth Tyrant flashed by. A stream of ochre-colored energy condensed into a rough, long sword in his hand. He held the knife in both hands and used all his strength to chop at the monster fiercely. Puff! The khaki long sword accurately cut the swooping flying monster. One side of the monster's wing was cut off. It let out a shrill scream, lost its balance, rolled over and crashed into the battlements of the city wall, sending rubble flying. Lu Zhan's knuckles were broken and blood flowed down the handle of the knife. The energy in his body was completely exhausted. The long sword condensed with energy turned into a point of light and dissipated into the air. Another flying monster seized this opportunity and used its sharp claws like hooks to grab his head. Lu Zhan wanted to hide. But his body was as heavy as lead and he couldn't move. A stream of scorching fire gushed out from his side. Hit the flying monster accurately. The monster was burned into a ball of charcoal in the air and fell down. Lu Zhan turned his head. The dean stood there, one hand extended forward, the palm still lingering with the embers of spells. His staff had broken into two pieces. Protect the students. The dean's voice was dry and hoarse. Lu Zhan nodded and dragged his tired body to stand in front of the group of students. He picked up a fallen soldier's sword. The blade is covered with notches. He used the knife to support his body, like a statue, facing the monsters that kept pouring in from outside the city wall. The shouts, explosions, and the sounds of flesh being torn apart merged into a desperate war song. Everyone is burning his last life. People kept falling down, and people kept coming up. At this moment, Jiangcheng has turned into a huge meat grinder. Another place. There are two suns hanging in the sky here. A pale round. A round of scarlet. The earth was a cracked, dark purple wasteland that stretched to the end of the sight. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur and corruption. Space is extremely unstable here, with tiny black cracks appearing and disappearing. Four figures suddenly appeared above the wasteland. Qinwu glanced at his surroundings and frowned even deeper. Ajin, is this the quiet place you're looking for? The Swanee beside him, named Ajin, shook its majestic head, and its golden mane danced like flames. It snorted, as if complaining that the environment here was too bad. The corpse worm's only remaining eye stared at Qinwu. It can feel that the laws of this world are more friendly to itself. The half of its body that was blown to pieces by City Lord Jiang began to heal slowly with the granulation tissue squirming at the wound. It opened its huge mouth, and a stream of thick dark green venom turned into an arrow and shot towards Qinwu. Qinwu looked at it. He just used his fingers to flick away the dust that had gotten on his windbreaker from somewhere. Ajin moved. Its movements are as graceful as if it is taking a walk. It simply raised its front paw and pressed down lightly. Boom! A huge golden claw made of pure flames appeared out of thin air. Dragon-shaped scales are clearly visible on the sharp claws. The poisonous arrow was evaporated completely the moment it touched the golden claws. The sharp claws continued to strike the corpse worm's head directly. The corpse worm, the 7th-level abyss beast, didn't even let out a wail. Its entire body, from head to tail, was pressed into the purple earth by the golden claw. The earth cracked and magma gushed out. A huge pit tens of thousands of meters deep appeared in the wasteland. At the bottom of the huge pit, only some charred, smoking residue remained. A 7th-level demon beast was annihilated. For the first time, a solemn look appeared in the 6 compound eyes of the Dimension Ripper. The chaotic storm composed of the billions of eyes of the Wancher sect leader was spinning faster and faster. Who are you? The voice of the Wancher sect leader sounded directly in Qinwu's mind. This time, there was a hint of inquiry in its voice. Just passing by. Qinwu's answer was simple and clear. He stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at the Dimension Ripper. Next, the Dimension Ripper was completely enraged. It raised its head to the sky and let out a silent roar. Sound waves act directly on the space itself. With it as the center, the surrounding space is like a broken mirror, breaking into pieces. 6 sharp claws that can tear apart the laws swung out at the same time. 6 pitch black, bottomless space cracks turned into a killing net, covering Qin-Wu. This net blocks all directions. Each crack is connected to the chaotic dimensional turbulence. Even if it was a lord of the same 8th rank, once he was involved, he would be torn into pieces in an instant. Chapter 58 God's Coming. The peak battlefield begins. Qin-Wu finally looked at it straight in the eye. Interesting. But not much. He raised his right hand, putting his index and middle fingers together. Then, he gently stroked the net of death that was covering him. A thin line of ink, as if drawn with a brush, appeared in the air. That ink mark did not carry any energy fluctuations. It just exists there. The death net composed of 6 space cracks stopped the moment it touched Mo-Hen. Not blocked. It is smoothed out. Those violent space cracks that were powerful enough to tear everything apart were gently smoothed out as if by an invisible giant hand. The broken mirror of the sky became whole again. The Dimension Ripper was stunned. It couldn't comprehend what was happening before its eyes. The power of its laws was invalidated by the other party in a way that it could not understand. The application of the law is still too crude. Qin-Wu shook his head, his tone sounding like he was criticizing an incompetent student. It only rips, never sews. Like a stray dog that only destroys the house. He put his sword fingers together and pointed at the Dimension Ripper in the distance. Let me show you what space means. The ink marks on his fingertips extended forward. The speed is not fast. The Dimension Ripper wanted to dodge. It found that it could not move. The space around it became as sticky as amber. It was trapped inside. It could only watch the ink mark as it crossed its body. Everything happens. The ink marks passed through the body and dissipated in the distance. The Dimension Ripper regained his ability to move. It checked its body and found that its shell was intact and it was full of energy. It was confused. How come there was no harm at all? Then, it tried to lift its right front paw. Claws raised. The body remains where it is. Its body was cut smoothly from the base of its claws. The incision was as smooth as a mirror, and even reflected the horror in its own compound eyes. Next, the second claw. The third one. Its body, driven by its own will, was broken into countless pieces. Each piece retains its complete vitality. But they can never be put together again. It was dismembered. Under a spatial law that it cannot understand. Enough. The chaotic storm of the Wanshur sect leader surged violently. Countless mouths opened at the same time. No longer a silent swallowing. Instead, it let out a soul-shaking scream. Black sound waves composed of pure malice and curses bombarded Qin-Wu from all directions. Are you finally willing to take action? Qin-Wu glanced at the chaotic storm. The Swanee Ajin beside him took a step forward, and golden flames burst out from his body, as if he wanted to block the attack for his master. Qin-Wu reached out and held down its head. This is mine. He opened his mouth facing the overwhelming curse sound waves. Gently, blew a breath. The wind starts from the smallest things. This wind blew away the curse and extinguished the malice. The attack launched by the Wanshur sect leader melted quickly like ice and snow under the scorching sun. Wind, keep moving forward. Blowing in the chaotic storm composed of billions of eyes and mouths. In the storm, those wailing mouths closed. Those desperate eyes closed. For the first time, the storm of chaos showed signs of calming down. You, what on earth are you? For the first time, the voice of the Wanshur cult leader was filled with fear. Its existence itself is a collection of chaos and despair. But the man in front of him, his power, seemed to be the natural enemy of all this. That is order. It is the absolute order that calms everything. I told you, I was just passing by. Qin-Wu's figure disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared at the core of the storm of the Wanshur sect leader. He stretched out his hand and reached into the chaotic energy. The storm struggled violently. Countless eyes reopened, emitting rays of destruction. Countless mouths opened again and bit Qin-Wu's arm. Xin Wu's hand penetrated all the attacks. He seemed to be in another dimension. He grabbed something from the storm. Then, pull it outwards with force. He forcibly pulled out a prismatic crystal emitting black light from the core of the Wanshur sect leader. That is the origin core of the Wanshur sect leader. No! The Wanshur sect leader let out a scream that came from his soul. Having lost its original core, its chaotic body composed of energy began to collapse and dissipate. Stop yelling, it's too noisy. Xin Wu held the core in his left hand and clenched his right fist. He threw a punch in an ordinary way. The fist landed on the storm that was about to dissipate. Boom! This time, it was pure power. This punch created a huge, dark hole in the space. The huge body of the Wanshur sect leader, along with his screams, were completely knocked into nothingness by this punch. The battle is over. It only took a few minutes. Xin Wu shook his hands, spread out his left hand, and looked at the origin crystal that was still struggling and emitting malice. He used 2 fingers and pinched lightly. Click! Crystals, broken into powder. It falls from between fingers. He patted Ajin's head. Let's go back. Ajin let out a low growl, as if asking what to do with the dismembered dimension rippers. Xin Wu took a look at the fragments that were still wriggling in vain on the ground. Keep it as fertilizer. This place is too barren. He carved out space. Take a step and step in. The golden swandi followed closely behind. On the purple wasteland, there was only a huge deep pit and a pile of pieces of flesh that could not die. And 2 suns, staring indifferently. Xin Wu turned around and prepared to step into the space crack he had opened. Behind him, Swani Ajin snorted loudly, and his golden flaming mane swayed. There is nothing worth lingering in this barren dimension. Just as Xin Wu's foot was about to step into the crack, he stopped. He looked at the space where the Wanshur sect leader had just been knocked into nothingness. The dark hole there should have slowly healed under the repair of the laws. At this moment, not only did it not heal, but it began to collapse inward. All the light, pale and scarlet, was absorbed by that one spot. All the matter, dust, and gravel fell towards that point at an accelerated rate. An absolute dark core is forming. It's growing. It's burning. It burns not with flames but with darkness itself. A black sun rises from nothingness. This black sun exudes a cold, all-consuming gravity. The moment it appeared, the 2 real suns in this purple wasteland dimmed. Ajin let out a low roar from his throat, his golden pupils fixed on the black sun. It felt a threat of the same level. Peak of level 8. At the core of the black sun, light and shadow are distorted. A vague human figure condensed and took shape from it. That figure, composed of pure gravity and dark matter, had a constantly swaying outline, like a walking singularity in space and time. A voice resounded throughout the world. This sound does not pass through the air or the soul. It directly imprints information onto the laws of reality. How dare a mortal look directly at a god? Xin Wu retracted his foot. The space crack behind him slowly closed under his will. The casualness on his face disappeared completely. What replaced it was a seriousness that had not appeared for a long time. God? Xin Wu spoke in a calm voice. Today, I killed 3. Insect. The figure in the black sun gave an evaluation. That was just my projection, the leftovers from eating. Xin Wu understood. The 10,000 devouring lord, the dimension ripper, and the corpse worm are all just projections of power from the being before us. I destroyed its tableware, and the owner came to find me. Trouble. Chapter 59 The God of the Burning Black Sun. He whispered to himself. These words are spoken to myself. I also said this to Ajin who was beside me. Swani Ajin understood what his master meant. A tough battle is inevitable. It took a step forward. With this step, the purple earth trembled violently, and cracks appeared into bottomless canyons. Roar! A roar came from Ajin's chest. Its body began to expand rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 100 meters. km. 5,000 meters. 10,000 meters. 50,000 meters. Its size is still growing. Eventually, it transformed into a giant beast that was 60,000 meters tall. The dragon horns on its head pierced through the clouds of this world. Its majestic limbs are like 4 golden pillars supporting the heaven and earth. The golden flames on its body turned into a sea of fire, dyeing half of the sky a brilliant gold. With a single snort, it set off a firestorm that burned everything. This is the true appearance of Swanee, the ninth son of the dragon in mythology and legend. At this moment, the shadow it cast covered the wasteland within a radius of hundreds of miles. Qin stood on top of it, the corners of his clothes fluttering in the flames. Compared with the 10,000-meter-tall mythical beast, he was as small as dust. The aura he exuded merged with that of the giant beast, sharing equal power. A rather interesting pet. The god in the black sun made his assessment. I will use your corpse to add a new sculpture to my garden. It moved. It just raised a finger. A finger made of pure darkness, pointing at Qin Wu and Ajin. At the fingertips, a singularity invisible to the naked eye is generated. The next moment, everything in the huge space where Qin Wu and Ajin were located came to a standstill. The air stopped flowing. The flames stopped dancing. Even the light was frozen. An indescribable force pressed towards Ajin's huge body from all directions. That's gravity. The absolute gravity has been increased billions of times. The black sun god wanted to crush this 10,000-meter-tall giant beast, along with Qin Wu on its head, into an atom-sized particle. The golden flames on the surface of Ajin's 10,000-meter-tall body were pressed inward by this huge force. It growled in pain. Qin Wu stood on top of it, his expression unchanged. He also raised his hand. The index finger and middle finger are put together to form a sword. He gently drew a line towards the void in front of him. It was still that thin mark of ink. Mohen appeared, but did not cut into anything. It just exists there, as if drawing an absolute straight line in this distorted space. This straight line defines a new law. This straight line is the endpoint of all distortions. The terrifying gravitational force acting on Ajin was forcibly smoothed out and turned into nothingness after touching the area defined by this straight line. The space returned to normal. The flame begins to burn again. Ajin broke free from his restraints. It roared towards the sky, and the accumulated anger turned into actual attacks. It opened its mouth wide enough to swallow the mountain. A golden torrent gushed out of its mouth. That was no ordinary flame. It is the fire of order, the purifying flame that burns away all chaos and abnormality. Wherever the golden flame torrent passed, the space was burned and stabilized, and all the dark cracks that appeared and disappeared were healed. The torrent's target is the black sun in the sky. Facing this devastating blow, the black sun god simply opened his palms. A swirling, dark vortex appeared in its palm. The golden torrent of flames was completely swallowed up by the small vortex. Not even a trace of energy was leaked. From the very beginning, the battle entered a confrontation at the level of laws. Seeing that his first attack failed, Ajin immediately changed his tactics. It raised its right front paw. That giant claw was more majestic than a mountain, and its tip flashed with a cold light that could tear apart the sky and earth. One claw, slap. This claw stirred up wind and thunder. Before the claw arrived, the terrifying pressure had already pressed the ground below, causing it to sink tens of thousands of meters again. The black sun god disappeared from the spot in a flash. Boom! The giant claws slapped into the air. The purple earth was directly pierced through. A claw print-shaped abyss that covered the sky and the sun appeared in the wasteland, and boiling magma gushed out from deep underground. The figure of the black sun god appeared behind Ajin. It stretched out its hand, formed its 5 fingers into claws, and grabbed the back of Ajin's neck. 5 miniature, rotating black stars danced on its fingertips. Each one is a black hole powerful enough to swallow a star. Ajin, be careful. Qin Wu's voice rang out in Ajin's consciousness. Ajin's huge body displayed an agility that was completely inconsistent with his size. It jerked its head. The pair of dragon horns on its head, burning with golden flames, crashed into the black sun god with the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. At the same time, its huge tail covered with dragon scales swept across like a golden mountain. The black sun god gave up the attack. Its body turned into a black light and disappeared again. It moves freely in space, without any constraints. The next moment, it appeared at a higher altitude. It lowered its head and looked down at the towering golden beast below. Body shape is just a constraint. Its voice rang out again. It clasped its hands in front of its chest. Then, pull it apart suddenly. Swish! A loud sound like tearing silk resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The sky was torn open by it with its hands, creating a huge hole across the sky. The other side of the hole is neither the void nor the dimensional turbulence. But it is pure, absolute, nothing. That is the ultimate nothingness where even the laws are completely erased. The huge crack was like the open mouth of a god, swallowing up Ajin and Qin Wu below. This time, it was Qin Wu's turn to take action. He looked at the ever-expanding rift in the void, his eyes calm. It only tears, not sews. He repeated his comments about the Dimension Ripper. It's so disappointing. He stretched out his right hand, put his sword fingers together, and drew a circle in the air. A perfect circle made up of ink marks. This circle rotates in the air. It exudes a power. A power of returning to one's place. A power of repair. A power of perfection. The huge wound in the sky stopped expanding under the power of the ink mark ring. Not only that, the two sides of the crack seemed to be pulled together again by a pair of invisible big hands. The broken space is healing. The erased laws are being reborn. The wound created by the Black Sun God was sutured by Qin Wu using a more advanced law. The sky has returned to its original state. Order. For the first time, the Black Sun God's voice was filled with emotion. 1. Disgust. Its existence is the ultimate chaos. And Qin Wu's power is the embodiment of order. The two are natural enemies. The battle reached a stalemate. Ajin's huge body has the power to destroy the world, but the Black Sun God can move freely in space, making its attacks fail repeatedly. The laws of the Black Sun God that control gravity and nothingness are strange and powerful, but they are resolved time and time again by Qin Wu using the more essential power of order. No one can do anything to anyone else. This alien dimension became their battlefield. The earth cracked and magma flowed. The sky was broken, then forcibly mended. The two innocent suns in the sky flickered and trembled in this fight between gods. On the purple wasteland, only pieces of meat were left. That's what remains of the Dimension Ripper. They were still alive, wriggling in vain, witnessing this war between gods that was far beyond their comprehension. Ripper, who in my family understands? I witnessed the war between gods. My trip was not in vain, woo woo woo. Chapter 60, Reinforcements arrive, sounding the clarion call for counterattack. Qin Wu left. The dark purple crack that tore the sky and earth apart also disappeared. The sky above Jiangcheng returned to gloomy color. The survivors on the city wall were stunned for half a second. Then, deafening cheers broke out. We won. The rift is gone. We survived. A young soldier threw away his gun and knelt on the ground crying loudly. More people collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath after surviving the disaster. City Defense Commander Zhou Zhang looked at the empty sky and his tense nerves relaxed. The giant rock rhinoceros beside him let out a tired growl and its huge body swayed. However, the cheers lasted less than 10 seconds. Under the city wall, the endless wave of monsters formed by corpse worms did not disappear. They lost the follow-up troops from the other dimension. They lost the spiritual leadership from the Wancher Lord. But they still exist. They are hungry, violent monsters with only the instinct to devour. After a brief period of chaos, this wriggling ocean of flesh and blood once again cast its scarlet gaze towards the fresh flesh and blood on the city wall. Roar! The earth-shaking roar sounded again. Monsters, start siege L. On the city wall, the heart that had just been relieved was raised to the throat again. Zhou Zhang's face was so black that ink seemed to drip out of it. Hold! He picked up the communicator and roared into it. What are those idiots at headquarters doing? The main course was taken away, but the appetizers were still damn near left on the table. Requesting tactical guidance. Requesting fire coverage. Requesting for bullshit. Can the other side hear me? There was only a rustling noise in the communicator. Space interference is still serious. Zhou Zhang threw the communicator to the ground. Damn it! An old soldier spat out the cigarette but from his mouth and patted the shoulder of the young soldier next to him. Don't cry, the work is not finished yet. Pick up the gun and load it. If you want to live, beat me hard. Fight and start again. But this time, there was something extra in everyone's heart. Hope. Now that the rift can be closed, these remaining small fry will definitely be killed. Time passes in agony. 1 hour. The energy shield of the city wall flickered more and more violently under the repeated attacks of the monsters. The energy crystals used to maintain the shield are consumed at 10 times the usual rate. Inventory is running out. Report to the commander. The energy of turrets number 3, number 7, and number 12 is overloaded and needs to be cooled. Report. A breach has appeared in the eastern section of the city wall, putting enormous pressure on the defense. Medic. A medic is needed here. Zhou Zhang's eyes were red and his voice was hoarse. All Beastmasters, attack freely, prioritize clearing out high-threat targets. Heavy armored team, go to the east section to fill the gap. Block the gap for me. Turret cooling? Use ice-type beasts to cool it down physically. Even if it burns, keep fighting. 2 hours. The consumption of ammunition on the city wall has reached a terrifying number. The barrel of the automatic defense artillery turned red due to continuous shooting. The air was filled with the stench of gunpowder mixed with monster blood. A Beastmaster, whose battle pet was a swift fire dog, fell to the ground exhausted and foamed at the mouth after spitting flames for half an hour. The Beastmaster himself also fainted due to overdrawing his mental strength. People kept falling down. There were also people constantly coming up from the rear and from inside the city to reinforce. The retired veteran picked up his dusty sword. The students of the Beast Taming Academy, with their not yet fully grown combat pets, stepped onto the most brutal battlefield. They all know that behind them is their home. 3 hours. After a violent impact, the energy shield finally dissipated like broken glass, turning into light spots all over the sky. Lost the last barrier. Countless monsters climbed up along the rough surface of the city wall. They used their claws, teeth, and bodies to build ladders of flesh and blood leading directly to the top of the city. Hand-to-hand combat. Get ready. Zhou Zhang drew out the alloy sword from his waist. His giant rock rhino roared and aimed its hard horns at the first few monsters that climbed up. Kill. Blood dyed the city walls red. A young warrior was caught by the neck by the tentacles of a corpse worm. He struggled and used his last bit of strength to detonate the grenade on his chest. Boom! The flames devoured him and the monster together. 4 hours. The city walls were lost in many places. The monster rushed to the top of the city wall. The defense line was torn open one by one. The defenders were forced to fight on their own and were caught in the most brutal street fighting. Zhou Zhan was covered in blood and couldn't tell whether it was his own or the enemy's. The blade of his alloy sword was curled. His giant rock rhino was covered in bone spurs and one of its legs was torn off, but it was still charging forward frantically. Oh shit! Zhou Zhan leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. I'm going to die here today? He looked around. There were battles everywhere. Death is everywhere. A young girl whose battle pet is a small treasure-hunting rat. At this moment, the little creature that was usually only responsible for being cute was baring its teeth and frantically biting the ankle of a monster. The girl held an engineering shovel in her hand and hit the monster's knee with all her strength. The monster kicked the treasure-hunting rat and turned it into a pulp. The girl was stunned. Then she let out a scream, raised her shovel, and rushed towards the monster. Zhou Zhan closed his eyes. He raised the knife. Come on, beasts. Go to hell with me. 5 hours. With a loud bang in the sky, the deputy city lord of Jiangchang and the 7th level monster were declared dead. The fragments turned into meteors and fell from the sky. Jiangchang has turned into purgatory. Just when Zhou Zhang's giant rock rhino was about to be completely submerged by a dozen monsters. The sky is bright. Not the sun. Instead, it was a red pillar of fire that pierced through the sky and earth. The pillar of fire landed precisely outside the city, in the area where monsters were most concentrated. Boom! There was a loud bang, as if the sun exploded on the ground. The terrifying flames spread out, forming a rising, red-gold mushroom cloud. Tens of thousands of monsters were directly vaporized in this flame. The earth was burned into glass. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Zhou Zhang looked up at the sky. The clouds were shattered by an invisible force. A giant dragon, so huge that it blocked out the sky, poked its ferocious head out from the clouds. Its entire body was crimson, its scales like red-hot irons, and its wings spread out, stirring up waves of scorching air. On top of the dragon's head stood a man. He has a burly figure and a domineering aura, like a fire king. Tianlong City, City Lord Long Ao. Come to support. His voice, like rolling thunder, resounded throughout the entire Jiangchang. There was dead silence on the city wall for a moment. Then, there was thunderous cheering. Reinforcements. It's the reinforcements from Tianlong City. We are saved. Long Aos words were not finished yet. The sky on the other side also lit up. This time, it was a dazzling flash of lightning. Countless thick lightning bolts, like chains from the gods, fell from the sky, creating a net of death among the monsters. In the lightning, a qilin made of pure lightning came flying through the air. Every breath it takes causes wind and thunder. Every time it ran, it left a string of crackling lightning in the air. There was also a man standing on the qilin. His face was stern, his posture was upright, and he was surrounded by destructive thunder. Storm City, City Lord Lei Che. I came here on orders. There are 2 more, 7th level peak beast masters. 2 more support troops. The scarlet flame demon dragon opened its huge mouth, and another dragon breath that could burn the sky and boil the sea gushed out, clearing out a death passage several thousand meters wide in the sea of monsters. The thunder kirin roared towards the sky, and thousands of thunders gathered into a huge thunderball, smashing into the ground. All the monsters within a radius of 10,000 meters were turned into charcoal. This is not a fight. This is cleansing. The dragon knights of the Tianlong Legion swooped down from the sky. The Thunder Eagle troops of Storm City followed closely behind. Powerful auras rose from the distant horizon. Countless war beasts gathered into a torrent of steel and rushed towards the walls of Jiangcheng. They are coming. Zhou Zhang looked at the scene in front of him, grinned and laughed. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He used up his last bit of strength, raised the sword in his hand and pointed it forward. Brothers! Reinforcements have arrived. Counterattack! Counterattack for me! Kill all these sons of bitches! On the city wall, the surviving defenders roared. They took up their weapons and followed the reinforcements, rushing down the city wall. Rushed towards the land that was being purified by fire and thunder. Chapter 61 Jiangcheng was defended. The breath of the scarlet flame demon dragon is the baptism of hell. The angry thunder of the thunder kirin is the judgment of the gods. The sea of monsters outside Jiangcheng was as fragile as foam at low tide in the face of these 2 forces. Fire and lightning became the masters of the battlefield. The once indestructible monsters were evaporated, gasified, and burned into charcoal in large pieces. Their flesh and blood, their regenerative abilities, became a joke under the crushing force of absolute power. The flying dragon knights of Tianlong City cut in from the sky. The night spear flashed with the glow of fighting spirit, and every time it swooped down, it accurately pierced through a huge mutant monster. The Thunder Eagle troops of Storm City were circling at low altitude. The Thunder Eagle's sharp claws are wrapped with jumping arcs of electricity. The wounds they tear will paralyze the enemy from the inside and cause it to disintegrate. Zhou Zhang led the remaining soldiers of Jiangcheng and rushed down the city wall. His giant rock rhino, with one leg broken, still used its horn to knock a monster that had climbed up the city wall away. He saw Long Ao, the lord of Tianlong City. The man stood on top of the scarlet flame demon dragon, his arms folded across his chest, overlooking the battlefield, his eyes filled with the domineering power of a king. He saw Storm City Lord Lei Che again. The man stood on the thunder qilin with a stern face. Every time he raised his hand, it would attract a bolt of lightning that pierced through the sky and earth. 2 powerful men at the peak of level 7. 2 well-equipped ace legions. Zhou Zhang grinned and laughed, with blood flowing down the corners of his mouth. He felt that this life was worth it. It's so nice to see this kind of scene where gods fight each other. A young beastmaster who had just graduated from the academy looked at the giant dragon and unicorn in the sky with his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. Oh fuck, is that the red flame demon dragon from Tianlong City? The book says it has a wingspan of 3,000 meters, this has to be 5,000. An old soldier beside him, his face covered in blood, knocked on his helmet with the hilt of his knife. What are you daydreaming about? Isn't the show free? Those are our allies. The monsters behind you are the enemy. The young beastmaster came to his senses, his face flushed red, and he commanded his wind wolf to pounce on a lone corpse worm. The battle turned into a one-sided massacre. The monsters' roars changed from protests to wails. They began to disintegrate and flee in the direction they came from. Long Ao looked at the scattered tide of beasts below, a sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. Want to run? The red flame dragon under him opened its huge mouth. This time, what came out was not dragon breath. It was a roar filled with terrifying dragon power. Roar! The sound waves turned into a physical impact, sweeping across the entire plane. All monsters below level 5 began to bleed from all 7 orifices after hearing the dragon's roar. Their huge bodies stiffened and they fell straight down, unable to move anymore. Mental shock. Large-scale, indiscriminate mental deterrence. Lei Che glanced at Xiao Yan and snorted coldly. He still has that old habit of wanting to be the center of attention. The thunder qilin beneath him stomped its 4 hooves. Boom! A circular lightning shock wave, with it as the center, spread wildly in all directions along the ground. Wherever the thunder ring passed, a charred gully was plowed into the ground. All the monsters that tried to escape were caught up by the lightning ring and turned into ashes in an instant. An hour later. Outside Jiangcheng, silence returned. The only thing left in the air was a strong burnt smell. The earth is a piece of glass and a piece of scorched earth. Zhou Zhan leaned on the giant rock rhinoceros, breathing heavily. His subordinates were cleaning up the battlefield and treating the wounded. Long Ao and Lei Che jumped off their battle pets and landed in front of Zhou Zhang. Commander of Jiangcheng, Zhou Zhang? Xiao Yan spoke in a loud voice. Yes. Zhou Zhang straightened his body and saluted. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Yan patted his shoulder with great force. You defended well. Lei Che glanced at the devastated city walls and the soldiers who were wounded and mentally exhausted. What's going on with that crack in the sky? He asked the key question. An expression of awe and bewilderment appeared on Zhou Zhang's face. He raised his hand and pointed to the sky. A man, and a mount? He didn't know how to describe the golden, 10,000-meter-tall beast. With one move, he closed the rift. Xiao Yan and Lei Che looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. One move to close that level of dimensional rift. What kind of existence is that? 8th level? Or, the legendary 9th level? Another battlefield. The battle lasted 5 hours. This place can no longer be called a world. The purple wasteland disappeared. All the matter that makes up the earth is decomposed, reassembled, and then annihilated. Under your feet is a bottomless gravitational abyss and a crystalline ground burned by the fire of law. The 2 suns in the sky had long since gone out. One of them was detonated by the black sun god and turned into energy to replenish his own strength. The other one was swallowed by Swanning Ajin in one gulp and refined into fuel to maintain the golden divine fire. There are only 2 colors left in this space. The brilliant gold burning on Ajin's body represents order and protection. The black sun god is surrounded by absolute darkness that represents chaos and devouring. 1 gold and 1 black, dividing this broken world into 2 realms. The mythical beast, which was tens of thousands of meters tall, has now shrunk to 1,000 meters in size. Not exhaustion. Instead, in order to fight more flexibly, it actively retracted its form. Pitch-black scars appeared on its golden fur, as if it had been gnawed by nothingness. Those wounds could not bleed or heal, only pure emptiness remained there. With every breath, a wave of air carrying golden sparks came out of Ajin's nostrils. Its eyes are still fierce. Xinwu stood on top of it with a calm expression. After 5 hours of high-intensity confrontation, his consumption was also huge. But he found a pattern. The god on the other side is not omniscient and omnipotent. Its power is rooted in gravity and nothingness. Powerful, pure, but monotonous. It's like a student who is seriously unbalanced in his studies. He gets full marks in one subject, but fails in all the others. Mortal, your resilience amazes me. The voice of the black sun god sounded again. Its form is more unstable than it was 5 hours ago. The human-shaped outline made of dark matter swayed more and more. But, the game is over. It raised its hands. In its palm, it no longer creates singularities or tears space apart. Instead, countless points of light appeared, twinkling like stars. Every point of light is the coordinate of a world. A world devoured by it, destroyed by it. Witness my collection. Witness the whale of all worlds. Those spots of light lit up. The next moment, countless images appeared on all sides of Qinwu and Ajin. There was a prosperous technological city, surrounded by tall buildings, which was instantly swallowed up by a black hole that appeared out of nowhere. There was a civilization of immortal cultivators who could fly on swords. The entire sect, along with the mountain protection formation, was crushed into powder by the distorted gravity. There was a magic fleet soaring in the sea of stars. In the center of the fleet, the space collapsed and thousands of warships disappeared silently. Countless civilizations and countless lives wailed in despair in the last moment before destruction. These wails transcended time and space and converged together. It turned into the most vicious and terrifying mental shock. Directly affects the souls of Qinwu and Ajin. This is a curse composed of the despair of billions of lives. Roar! Ah, Jin let out a low growl of pain. Its golden pupils became blurred for a moment. Even divine beasts felt tremendous pressure when faced with a soul attack of this magnitude. The Black Sun God wants to use this method to defeat their will. First destroy your spirit, then destroy your body. Qin Wu's eyes moved. He saw those images. He heard the cries. He reached out and gently patted Ajin on the head. It soothed it with a strange power. Then he raised his head and looked at the Black Sun. Chapter 62, The Unity of Man and Beast, the Peak Moment. Is your method to bring up old scores? His voice remained calm. Can't tell whether he is happy or angry. This is your future. The Black Sun God declared. No. Qin Wu shook his head. You made one mistake. He raised his sword fingers again. This time, what he drew was neither a line nor a circle, but a word. An ancient Chinese character that carries supreme majesty. Town. The ink-colored word Jin flew out from his fingertips. It grows in the wind. In an instant, it turned into a huge rune that covered the sky and the sun. Above the runes, the laws of order flow endlessly. The power it exudes is neither offensive nor defensive. It is an unquestionable authority. As soon as the word town came out, the illusions of despair around him melted quickly like ice and snow under the scorching sun. The wailing of all worlds came to an abrupt end. The violent mental shock was forcibly soothed and suppressed by this one word. This chaotic space was cleared up. It was like a noisy vegetable market where the administrator had pressed the mute button. For the first time, the Black Sun God fell into a long silence. It cannot be understood. Its attack is at the level of laws. The other party's resolution is also at the level of laws. But the other party's rules have a kind of celestial flavor. What goes around comes around. When the word comes out, the Tao is completed. This is not a power that mortals can master. You've devoured so many worlds. Qin Wu spoke and looked at the Black Sun God. Their laws, their energy, have become your nourishment. But you are just a predator, an upstart. You squander them without understanding them. His sword pointed towards the core of the Black Sun God. That blurry human figure. Your so-called divine body is a patchwork monster. Every law is a shackle. The more you devour, the more flaws you will have. A light flashed in Qin Wu's eyes. It is a light that sees through everything. During the 5-hour battle, he wasn't just defending. He is even analyzing. Analyze the complex, chaotic, and conflicting power system of the Black Sun God. Now, he found it. Found the most fragile node that maintains all the laws. Arrogant. The Black Sun God's true nature was revealed, and he roared in anger. It forgoes all the fancy tricks. The entire Black Sun began to shrink violently towards its core. It will concentrate all its strength on one point and launch the purest and most violent attack. It wants to wipe out this mortal who sees through it, along with this space and time. Qin Wu looked at the collapsing Black Sun and finally a smile appeared on his face. Come, let me see. You're a self-defeating god. Just how much is in your stomach? The Swan Niajan under him also felt his master's fighting spirit. It howled to the sky. The 1,000-meter-tall body expanded again. 10,000 meters. 20,000 meters. 50,000 meters. 100,000 meters. This time, its size exceeded the limit. Its body was burning with unprecedented golden flames. It opened its huge mouth, aimed at the concentrated darkness that was about to destroy everything. What it needs to do is not defense, but devour. Black Sun, collapsing towards its core. Gravity distorts the final space and time. The huge mouth of Swan Niajan turned into a golden vortex that devoured the law. This is not physical swallowing. This is order, a declaration of war against chaos. It is protection and judgment against plunder. Ajin's golden divine fire will completely refine the darkness that is concentrated with the remains of all the worlds. Boom! Gold and black collide. No sound. There is no light. In this area, time and space were completely erased, turning into pure nothingness. Ajin's huge mouth successfully swallowed the collapsed black sun into its belly. However, the next second, Ajin's divine body, which was 100,000 meters tall, began to tremble violently. Pitch black cracks emerged from its surface, spreading like a spider web. What flowed out of those cracks was not blood. It is a fragment of chaotic laws. There is a twisted gravity. There is room for tearing. There is nothingness that annihilates matter. There are also remnants of laws that belong to other worlds and have long been dead. These complex forces formed a most terrifying storm in Ajin's body. Roar! Jin let out a suppressed, extremely painful roar. Its golden divine fire is being polluted and eroded by these chaotic laws. Shinwu stood on top of it and his expression changed for the first time. He could feel the severe pain coming from Ajin's soul. This divine beast swallowed a bomb filled with deadly poison. The pieced-together divine nature of the Black Sun God launched a final backlash within Ajin's body. Mortal! Return to nothingness with me. The voice of the Black Sun God, with a crazy smile, came from Ajin's body. It wants to detonate all the laws it has swallowed and perish together with this divine beast. You wish. Shinwu's voice was cold. He lifted his foot and stomped it lightly. Under his feet was Ajin's head. With this stomp, the force penetrated the body of the divine beast and directly acted on the chaotic ocean of laws within its body. Town. That word again. This time, the supreme authority was released into Ajin's body, with Shinwu himself as the center. The violent storm of laws came to a halt. But it was just a pause. These laws, coming from different worlds, conflict with each other and have long been out of control. Even the Black Sun God himself could no longer control them. Puff! A stream of dark energy gushed out from a crack on Ajin's back and flew past Shinwu's body. The space in the distance was hit by this energy and instantly collapsed into an unhealable black hole. Ajin's divine body is on the verge of collapse. Shinwu closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, there was no calmness in them anymore. All that was left was a surging will to fight and a trace of reluctance. He reached out and gently stroked Ajin's golden hair at his feet. Good work, man. Leave it to me next. Ajin's huge golden pupils looked at the tiny figure above his head and he let out a low whimper. It felt its master's determination. Shinwu's body began to glow. It is neither golden light nor the inky light of law. It is the purest kind of radiance that comes from the origin of the soul. He took a step out from above Ajin's head and hovered in the air. You like to devour. His gaze penetrated Ajin's body and locked onto the core of the chaos. You devour the world and make it your own. Me, too. His words fell. His body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the largest black crack on Ajin's body. He rushed into Ajin's body. Rushed towards the storm of laws that was about to explode. Foolish mortal! What are you going to do? The Black Sun God sensed something was wrong. I'll borrow your power to kill you. Shinwu's voice rang out in the center of the storm. The next moment, the huge body of Swanee Ajin stopped collapsing. All the dark cracks on its surface burst out with golden light. That light was no longer pure golden divine fire. Instead, it was a completely new kind of light that blended with the glow of Shinwu's soul. Human and beast become one. A whisper echoed throughout the broken world. Ajin's body of the divine beast, which was 100,000 meters tall, began to shrink inward and collapse. All the flesh and blood, all the energy, all the laws, are madly converging towards one point. That point is Shinwu. The golden light formed a cocoon. Inside the cocoon, an unprecedented leap in the level of life is taking place. Chapter 63. The war is over and we survived. Shinwu's soul and Ajin's spirit completely merged. His body was recast using Ajin's divine body as fuel. His laws are based on and sublimated by Ajin's divine fire of order. No! No, Yamit! The Black Sun God screamed in terror. It felt that its chaotic storm of laws was being forcibly digested by a more powerful force. It becomes nourishment. It became the final supplement for the other party's promotion. Crack! A crack appeared in the golden cocoon of light. A hand stretched out from the cocoon. It was a flawless hand, with golden divine light flowing on the skin, slender fingers, and inky runes of law lingering on the fingertips. The pressure emanating from just one hand completely solidified this broken space and time. The light cocoon was completely shattered. A new existence appeared between heaven and earth. It was the outline of a human figure. He is 100 meters tall and has a slender figure, like a god of war from mythology. His whole body was covered with a layer of streamlined golden armor, on top of which were the totem of Swanee and ancient runes. His face was covered with a mask that looked both hideous and sacred, with only a pair of eyes visible. Those were a pair of pupils, burning with golden flames, belonging to a divine beast. But deep in his pupils, there was Qin Wu's calmness, a calmness that saw through everything. Behind him, 9 golden tails fluttered slowly like divine rings. Each tail represents a law that is completely controlled by him. It feels pretty good. He clenched his fist. The moment his fists were clenched, the surrounding space groaned as if it could not bear the weight. This is the strongest form of Qin Wu and a Jinrong after they merged. He looked inside his body. There, the last consciousness of the Black Sun God was trapped in a golden cage composed of the laws of order, colliding wildly. Noisy. A thought came to his mind. The golden cage suddenly shrank. Aha! The Black Sun God let out a final, shrill scream. Its consciousness, its divinity, everything about it, were crushed, decomposed, and transformed into the purest energy, which was completely absorbed by this new body. The battle, at this moment, is over. Qin Wu, or rather, the god at this moment, raised his head and looked at the world that they had destroyed. He raised his hand. Fingertips, lightly tapped in the air. An ink-colored character U emerged. The word U spread out and turned into gentle light, spreading in all directions. The abyss torn apart by gravity began to heal. The crystalline ground burned by the laws restored its material form. The entire space that was heading towards annihilation was forcibly stabilized under his power. What you say is what you will be punished by. No, as soon as the mind moves, all things come into being. He glanced at his hands. This force is too strong. It was so powerful that he had the illusion that he could create everything and destroy everything. But the cost is also great. The golden flames in his eyes flickered. Qin Wu's will suppressed the feeling of expansion brought by this power. He slowly released the fusion state. The 100-meter-tall divine body was re-decomposed into 2 rays of light. One is Qin Wu. One of them is Swanee Ajin, whose body size has recovered to 1,000 meters. Ajin looked a little listless, and the luster of his golden hair had dimmed a lot. The fusion just now was also a huge consumption for it. But its eyes are full of unprecedented spirituality and intimacy. It lowered its head and rubbed Qin Wu gently with its huge nose. Qin Wu patted it. After experiencing this life and death battle, the bond between the man and the beast became even stronger and more unbreakable. This different dimensional space returned to peace. The burning black sun completely disappeared. Just when Qin Wu was about to tear open the space and return to Jiangcheng, a faint voice, as if coming from the other side of distant time and space, rang in his mind. Not bad, mortal. I will come again. That voice carried a hint of fatigue, a hint of appreciation, and more importantly, a kind of superior indifference that did not belong to this dimension. Qin Wu's body stiffened. He looked up suddenly and scanned the entire space. Nothing. The Black Sun God was absorbed by him along with his divine nature. Where does this sound come from? Qin Wu's brows were deeply furrowed. He realized that what he had shattered might just be a shell that the god had placed in this world. Its true body is still in some unknown, higher dimensional space and time, watching everything. Wait for you. Qin Wu said 2 words to the empty void. Then he stopped lingering. The sword finger swept across. A spatial rift opened up in front of him. On the other side of the crack is the familiar sky of Jiangcheng. He took Ajin and took a step forward. A space rift opened up above Jiangcheng. Qin Wu walked out with Swanee Ajin. The crack behind him closed quietly, leaving only a shallow ripple in the sky. The scorched earth and glazed tiles outside Jiangcheng were reflected in Qin Wu's pupils. The stench of burnt earth and blood in the air penetrated his nostrils. Ajin beside him had recovered to the size of a kilometer. The luster of his golden hair had dulled, his breathing was heavy, and he looked a little listless. Long Ao and Lei Che raised their heads almost the moment the crack appeared. The scarlet flame demon dragon let out a low dragon roar, and there was vigilance in its huge dragon pupils. The arcs of electricity around the thunder Qilin jumped more violently, and its 4 hooves pawed the ground restlessly. The two peak 7th level warriors looked at each other, and their bodies turned into two streams of light, soaring into the sky and stopping 100 meters in front of Qinwu. It's him. Zhou Zheng's voice trembled on the city wall. Long Ao's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he scanned back and forth between Qinwu and Suaniajin. He could sense the weakness of the golden beast, but the oppressive feeling that came from its life level still made his red flame demon dragon feel uneasy. The man before him, however, was extremely reserved, as ordinary as an ordinary person. This was the most abnormal thing. Lei Che's face was stern, and his attention was more focused on the golden mythical beast called Suanni. He could see that the divine beast's spirituality was astonishingly high, and the look in its eyes when it looked at its master was full of dependence and admiration. Who are you? Long Ao spoke in a loud voice, carrying the usual authority of the Lord of Tianlong City. Qinwu withdrew his gaze from the battlefield below and fell on these two people. He recognized them, the mayors of Tianlong City and Storm City, and had seen them in the information. Just passing by. Qinwu uttered two words. He patted Ajin's neck to reassure it. This answer made Long Ao raise his eyebrows. Lei Che's eyes twitched slightly. Passing by? You fucking just happened to pass by and then casually closed a dimensional rift that was big enough to swallow up the entire Jiangcheng? You were just passing by, and then you had a fight with a god, and destroyed the other dimension? Long Ao wanted to ask again. Qinwu's gaze had already passed them and looked towards Jiangcheng below. He took Ajin and slowly descended. Long Ao and Lei Che didn't stop him. They felt the pure power in each other, and the exhaustion that didn't want to be disturbed. The two followed behind him, keeping their distance, and fell towards the city wall together. The soldiers on the city wall looked at the 1,000-meter-tall golden beast, and dared not breathe as the man slowly descended. The dragon of the Dragon Knights growled uneasily. The Thunder Eagle of the Thunder Eagle Corps folded its wings and landed on the soldiers' shoulders, not daring to hover anymore. All the battle pets showed awe that came from their blood in front of this golden beast. Chapter 60 for the ruined Jiangcheng. Qinwu landed on the widest platform of the city wall. Ajin crouched down, his huge head resting on his front paws, his eyes closed, and his breathing gradually became steady. It's too tiring. Qinwu stretched out his hand and stroked its brow, slowly injecting gentle power of the law of order into it, soothing its soul which was still shaking after the fusion was interrupted. After doing all this, he turned around and looked at Long Ao and Lei Che. Jiangcheng, is it defended? He asked. Zhou Zheng took the lead and stood at attention, answering, report. We have secured it. We have wiped out all the monsters outside the city. His voice was filled with the excitement of surviving the disaster and awe of the man in front of him. Qinwu nodded. What are the casualties? Zhou Zheng's expression darkened. We're still counting the exact number, but it's a lot. Under the city wall, the scene after the battle is unfolding little by little. Crying sounds came from every corner of the city. It wasn't a scream of fear, but a suppressed, painful whimper. The surviving beastmasters leaned against the city walls or simply sat on the ground. Some people were bandaging their wounds, some were feeding their pets healing potions, and more people were just sitting there in silence with empty eyes. Several medical soldiers, carrying a stretcher, ran past Zhou Zheng. On the stretcher was a young beastmaster with a huge bloody hole in his chest, and he had stopped breathing. His wind wolf, with 3 broken legs, whimpered as it followed the stretcher, licking its master's hand with its tongue, trying to wake him up. The young beastmaster who had just graduated from the academy was kneeling on the ground. Holding a cold comrade, his face was covered with tears and snot. We agreed to go back and drink together. We agreed that we would be fine. Why did you leave? You say you're leaving, what about your wife? Damn it, get up! Get up! The veteran beside him had his arm wrapped in thick bandages and blood was still oozing out. He stood there, looking out at the city, not saying a word. He couldn't remember how many comrades he had seen off. I'm numb. The city's protective shield had long been removed. The citizens who had been hiding in the underground shelter came out. They saw the devastated city walls, the exhausted soldiers, and the bodies covered with white cloths that were carried down. After a moment of silence, an old lady, carrying a kettle, walked carefully to a soldier who was treating the wound of his pet. Brother Bing, would you like some hot water? The soldier raised his head, his face covered in dried blood, and grinned, revealing his white teeth. Thanks, Auntie, we have water. This is the water from home, it's clean. The aunt stuffed the kettle into his arms. More and more people brought out food, clean water, and clean cloths from their homes. They didn't dare to approach those powerful flying dragons and unicorns, but they would put the things at the feet of those local soldiers in Jiangcheng. A white-haired old man, leaning on a cane, walked up to the young beastmaster who was crying while holding his comrade's body. He took out an apple from his arms, wiped it again and again, and handed it over. "Child, eat something." The young beastmaster looked up, his eyes red. "My brother is dead." "I know." The old man's voice was hoarse. "My son, also a beastmaster, died on the western frontier 30 years ago. He was your age when he died." The old man stuffed the apple into his hand. "You protected us. We also want to do something for you. Those who survive should live well." The young beastmaster looked at the apple in his hand, then looked into the old man's cloudy but sincere eyes, and finally, he burst into tears. On the city wall, Long Ao looked at the scene below, silent. He was used to seeing life and death, and the cruelty of war. But every time I see this kind of emotion between the military and civilians, my heart is still touched. Lei Che's eyes also softened a little. Xin Wu's gaze also moved around the city. He saw everything. "I need a quiet place to rest," he said to Long Ao and Lei Che. His condition was far from good. The battle with the gods, especially the final fusion of man and beast, had drained both him and Ajin to their very core. What's more, the last voice that sounded in his mind left him with one thing hanging in his mind. Of course, Long Ao replied immediately, "The city lord's mansion has prepared the best courtyard for you. Lord of Jiangcheng, peanuts, peanuts." He turned sideways and made a pleased gesture. This man deserves the highest level of courtesy. Xin Wu nodded, turned and walked to Ajin. "Ajin, get up, let's go to rest." The crouching golden beast opened its eyes, shook its huge head, straightened its body, and followed Xin Wu. One man and one beast walked down the city wall. Wherever they passed, both the Dragon Knights of Tianlong City and the Thunder Eagle troops of Storm City took the initiative to make way for them. The soldiers' gazes were focused on him, filled with complex emotions, awe, and gratitude. If he had not taken away those three demons, Jiangcheng would have been destroyed long ago. Xin Wu walked in front, and Ajin followed behind him. His back was not tall, but in everyone's eyes at this moment, he was more reliable than the 10,000-meter-tall divine beast. Long Ao and Lei Che looked at the direction he left in silence for a long time. "Who is he?" Reacher finally spoke. "I don't know." Long Ao shook his head, "But I can be sure that he is not our enemy." He paused, a playful smile playing on his lips. "Besides, he's strong. Very strong. I want to fucking fight him." Reacher glanced at him and knew his belligerent nature was back. "Put your mind aside. That kind of existence is not something we can test." Reacher warned coldly. "I'm just curious." Long Ao crossed his arms, closed the rift with one move and challenged the god from another world alone. Why would such a big shot appear in a place like Jiangcheng? The laws in his body are very strange. Lightning flashed in Lei Che's eyes. "I've never seen anything like it. Stable, powerful, and, in a class of its own." "Yes." Long Ao put away his smile, a walking, unknown system of laws. The two fell silent again. A drizzle began to fall from the sky. The rain washed away the blood and charred ground. It brought a touch of coolness and tranquility to this city that survived the disaster. A drizzle began to fall from the sky. The rain was cold, hitting the battlements of the city wall at an angle. Drop by drop, it fell on the dried blood, spreading the dark red color. The rain washed over the charred and colored glaze on the ground, making a slight sizzling sound. It's like the sky is crying. A silent wail for this city, for the dead soldiers and beastmasters. The crying sounds from under the city wall were gradually covered by the sound of rain. The surviving soldiers silently covered the bodies of their comrades with white cloth and carried them into the city. The movements are very light. On their faces, rain and tears mixed together, unable to distinguish one from the other. Xin Wu walked in front, while Long Ao and Lei Che followed on both sides, half a step behind. They walked through the devastated streets. Collapsed houses, torn roads, and extinguished neon signs. A scrapped maglev train. Citizens spontaneously stood on both sides of the street and watched them in silence. Look at the man walking in front and the mountain-like golden beast following behind him. Their eyes were focused on Xin Wu's back. There is awe, gratitude, and curiosity. Ajin's footsteps were heavy, and the ground shook slightly with every step he took. Its golden fur was wet by the rain and stuck to its body, making its listless aura even more obvious. But its animal eyes always scanned the surroundings vigilantly, guarding behind its master. Soon they arrived at the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion in Jiangcheng is not luxurious, but a solid fortress with a wartime style. The door is open. The guards in the mansion were lined up in 2 rows. When they saw Ajin behind Xinwu, their bodies tensed up unconsciously, and the palms of their hands holding their weapons were full of sweat. The best yard is ready. Long Ao turned sideways and led the way. Xinwu nodded without saying anything. He took Ajin into a secluded, independent courtyard. The courtyard is large enough for Ajin to lie down and rest. There is a pond in the yard, and raindrops fall, creating ripples. Chapter 65, first in the Human Federation sequence, titled, And Prison Suppressing. Ajin walked to the center of the yard, lay down, rested his huge head on his front paws, and slowly closed his eyes. The breathing sounded heavy like a bellows. Xinwu stood beside it, stretched out his hand, and pressed it on its eyebrows again. This time, he did not input the power of the law. He just stood there quietly, his palms touching Ajin's fur. A man and a beast, in the rain, form a silent picture. Long Ao and Lei Che stood in the corridor of the courtyard, watching the scene without making a sound to interrupt. Hey, you're a big guy, aren't you? Go up and give that beast tamer a slap. I guarantee you'll feel great. Long Ao, I can still tell the difference between fighting with others and being beaten by others. You coward. If you are awesome, go ahead. I don't want to listen, you bastard. Just then Zhou Zhan walked in quickly from outside, holding a military communicator in his hand with a complicated expression. He walked up to Long Ao and lowered his voice. City Lord Long Ao, the Federal Supreme Command has received a message. Long Ao frowned. What the hell? They detected terrifying energy fluctuations in the sky above Jiangcheng, and that final aura, which belonged to the fusion of Swanni and humans. Zhou Zhang's voice trembled slightly. Based on the comparison of the highest sequence in the database, this gentleman's identity has been confirmed. Long Ao's pupils suddenly shrank. Lei Che's gaze suddenly became sharp and turned to Zhou Zhang. Who is he? Zhou Zhang took a deep breath, looked at the figure in the courtyard, and uttered a few words with difficulty. Codename, Prison Suppression. Human Federation, First Order Beast Master. 8th Level Peak. Qin Wu. Boom. These 2 names, like 2 bolts of divine thunder from the 9 heavens, exploded in the minds of Long Ao and Lei Che. Long Ao's body froze. The usual arrogance on his face as the Lord of Tianlong City collapsed in an instant, leaving only disbelief and shock. For the first time, cracks appeared on Reacher's icy face that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. His lips were slightly open, and his eyes were flashing with lightning, which reflected the violent fluctuations in his mind. Prison Suppression, Qin Wu. The first in the Human Federation. This name is well known to strong people of their level. That's not a living person. That's a legend. A symbol. It is the sharpest sword that the Human Federation hangs over the heads of all races. It is the stabilizing force that suppresses the destiny of the country and ensures that mankind can stand firm in the end times. Legend has it that he, alone with a beast, conquered a kingdom inhabited by a 7th-level alien race. Legend has it that he once went deep into the forbidden area and took away a treasure under the watchful eyes of the gods. Legend has it that every time he appears, it means a shocking battle that is enough to overturn the situation. But legends are just legends after all. They never thought that this legendary existence would appear in this way in a small border town like Jiangcheng. He also looked a little tired because he had used too much force in devouring the gods. Long Ao's Adam's apple rolled up and down. He remembered the scrutinizing and imposing questions he had asked Xinwu on the city wall just now. I even want to fight him. Thinking about it now, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. That's not talking to a strong person. That's questioning a walking nuclear weapon. Lei Che's expression also became extremely complicated. He finally understood why he could not see through Xinwu's rules at all. A school of its own. Because the other party's level has long surpassed his cognition. That's not a river. It is a self-contained cycle, a vast ocean. In the courtyard, Xinwu slowly withdrew his hand. He could feel the violent fluctuations of the 2 auras behind him, and he also knew what Zhou Zhang's arrival meant. He turned around. Raindrops dripped down the ends of his hair. His eyes were still calm, but the fatigue was more obvious. He looked at Long Ao and Lei Che. What's the matter? His voice was very calm, and no emotion could be heard. When Long Ao met his gaze, the countless words he had prepared were instantly stuck in his throat. He opened his mouth, and finally, just bowed deeply. Tianlong City, Long Ao. Storm City, Reacher. I've met you, Lord Prison Guardian. This time, they were very humble. That is the awe of absolute power. It's a respect for the Guardian. I'm not some adult. Xin Wu waved his hand. His gaze passed over the two people and looked outside the courtyard at the city shrouded in rain. I'm taking a day off here. In one day, I'll be gone. This answer stunned Long Ao and Lei Che. Just, left like that? A legendary being descended upon Jiangchang and blew up a god. Saved his city, and then like a passing traveler, rested for a while and prepared to leave? This is completely different from what they imagined. Xin Wu saw their confusion. The Black Sun God is just the beginning. His words instantly made the two of them feel nervous. Its true form cast its gaze upon us. It's not good for Jiangchang if I stay here. Once a higher dimensional battlefield unfolds here, this city, along with you, will be reduced to dust in an instant. Long Ao and Lei Che's expressions turned serious. They understood what Xin Wu meant. He didn't mean to abandon Jiangchang. He is protecting Jiangchang. Actively lead the terrifying threat from the unknown dimension away from here. Then, what can we do? Long Ao asked in a deep voice. Guard this place. Xin Wu withdrew his gaze from the distant sky. Although the spatial rift is closed, the collision of the laws of the two worlds will leave an unstable scar. In the next few days, or even months, there may be small-scale spatial disturbances here, or lost extra-dimensional creatures may be thrown out. You stay here for a while, and wait until the space is completely stable before going back. He wasn't negotiating. He was giving the most reasonable order. Yes. Long Ao and Lei Che responded in unison. Without any hesitation. I need an absolutely quiet environment. Xin Wu said finally. He walked towards the main house in the courtyard. Clear. Long Ao immediately turned around and gave orders to Zhou Zhang and his personal guards. Pass my orders. From now on, the 1-kilometer radius around the city lord's mansion will be designated as the highest restricted area. No one is allowed to come near. Dragon Knights, take to the air and be on alert. Anyone who disobeys the order will be executed. His voice was filled with unquestionable authority. Reacher also nodded to his adjutant. Thunder Eagle Force, coordinate the blockade. The order was quickly passed down. The entire Jiangchang became tense again after a brief period of calm after the war. Only this time, it wasn't out of fear. Because, awe. Xin Wu pushed open the door of the main house and walked in. The door slowly closed behind him. Isolate everything from the outside world. In the courtyard, only Long Ao and Lei Che were left, as well as the golden beast lying and sleeping. The rain is still falling. Long Ao looked at the tightly closed door and let out a long breath. That breath was filled with white mist. Fuck, that's fucking exciting. He cursed under his breath. I actually wanted to test him just now. Reacher glanced at him with a look that said, you finally have some self-awareness. Your red flame demon dragon told you this the first time he saw Swanee. Lei Che's voice was cold. Yeah? Long Ao raised an eyebrow. Your thunder Chilin's legs are shaking like sieve chaff. Did it teach you some life philosophy? Reacher's face darkened. That is the suppression of blood, the instinct of life level. Come on. Long Ao sneered, and the tension in his heart finally dissipated a little. He walked to the porch, leaned against the pillar, and looked at Ajin in the rain. How strong is this big guy in the fusion state? Have no idea. Lei Che shook his head, his eyes serious. All I know is that the state of human-animal fusion has already exceeded the scope of laws. That is, the prototype of Tao. Road? The joking look on Long Ao's face disappeared. That is the realm that all 8th-level strongmen dream of, but it is out of reach. Entering the 9th level is the only threshold to becoming a god and achieving immortality. The two fell silent again. The sound of rain became the only sound in the courtyard. They know, from today on. The history of Jiangchang, no, the war history of the entire human federation, will record this day. Take note of that, man. Remember that Swanee. Remember that epic battle in which mortals slaughtered gods. Chapter 66. When it comes to holding a funeral, City Lord Jiang Tian is the best. It rained all night. The banana leaves outside the corridor were crackling in the rain. Long Ao leaned against the porch pillar, listening to the sound of rain and looking at the golden giant beast lying in the middle of the courtyard. Swanee's breathing was long and heavy, and every breath brought with it a stream of hot air, evaporating the rainwater on the ground into a small white mist. Lei Che stood straight, like an ancient sword inserted into its sheath, with a restrained aura and his eyes fixed on the closed door of the main house. In the courtyard, everything was silent except for the sound of dripping rain and the breathing of Swanee. "Hello." Long Ao broke the silence. Reacher didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, his gaze still glued to the door. "Tell me, what is Lord Jinyu doing in there?" Long Ao changed into a more comfortable position, folding his hands across his chest. "Recovering? Sleeping? Or comprehending some earth-shattering law? I guess he's sleeping. Even a strong man would be exhausted after defeating a god." Reacher finally glanced at him, his eyes cold. "Guard your mouth and your curiosity." "I'm not curious, I'm in awe." Long Ao grinned. "In the library of my Tianlong city, there are only a few records about him, and each one represents the destruction of an alien kingdom. It says that the last time he made a move was the last time. In the 10,000 Beasts Forbidden Zone in the west. I didn't expect it to appear in Jiangcheng this time. Now, this legend is sleeping right in front of us, how can I not be excited?" The corner of Reacher's mouth curled downwards. "Your red flame demon dragon just shuddered." "Bullshit." Long Ao immediately retorted, "It was rained on and it's cold at night." "But your Thunder Qilin, after coming down from the city wall, all four legs kept shaking, as if afraid that others wouldn't know it had seen its ancestors." Reacher's face darkened, and tiny arcs of electricity flickered around him. "I said it was a resonance of blood, the instinctive awe of the lower ranks towards the higher ranks." Okay, resonance. Long Ao waved his hands and put away his joking expression. "Honestly, we can be said to have saved our lives this time." Reacher remained silent, which was considered as his agreement. If Qin Wu had not appeared, Jiang Cheng would have been dead by now. The best outcome for the two of them would be to escape with the remaining soldiers and serious injuries. That night, two famous 7th-level city lords willingly became door gods. The next morning, the rain stopped. The sky was turning pale, and the moist air was filled with the fragrance of earth. The door of the main house opened with a creak. Qin Wu walked out. He changed into a clean black combat uniform, and the fatigue on his body faded a lot, but deep in his eyes, there was still a kind of emptiness caused by excessive exhaustion. His calm gaze swept over Long Ao and Lei Che. The two men immediately stood up straight with serious expressions. "The spatial scar will last for a while, and something might fall out." Qin Wu's voice was flat. "Deal with it cleanly." "Yes, sir." Long Ao and Lei Che answered in unison. Qin Wu walked up to Ajin and patted its huge head. "Ajin, let's go." The golden beast opened its eyes, and some spirit returned to its huge pupils. It stood up. The golden fur on its body had regained some of its luster, and its breath was much calmer than yesterday. It shook its huge head, and rain splashed like a waterfall. Qin Wu turned around and walked out of the courtyard. "Thank you for the hospitality." He left these words without stopping. Long Ao and Lei Che looked at each other and immediately followed, always keeping a distance of 10 steps. A man and a beast walked out of the city lord's mansion. On the streets, elite soldiers from Tianlong City and Storm City were assisting the Jiangcheng defenders in clearing the ruins. Citizens also came out of the shelters and began to repair their homes. Seeing Qin Wu and Ajin, everyone stopped what they were doing and spontaneously made way. Eyes converged, filled with only awe and gratitude. Qin Wu walked across half of the city and walked up the west city wall. Long Ao and Lei Che also followed and stood behind him. Outside the city, the land was devastated, with countless huge potholes filled with rainwater, like broken mirrors. The air after the rain smells like a mixture of earth and blood. Qin Wu looked back at them. "Guard this place." After saying that, he took a step forward and jumped directly from the 100-meter-high city wall. Ajin followed closely behind. They fell into the scorched earth, their figures gradually becoming blurred in the morning light, and then disappeared out of thin air. Like a drop of water dropped into the sea, no trace remains. Long Ao widened his eyes and rubbed them hard. "There is no spatial fluctuation, where are the people?" Lightning flashed violently in Lei Che's eyes, and he stared at the place where Qin Wu disappeared. The law of space, does he treat space as his own backyard? Long Ao let out a long breath, which was filled with relief at surviving the disaster and shock at the absolute power. Damn, what a monster! No one knew about Qin Wu's departure except the two city lords. The reconstruction of Jiangcheng was carried out in an orderly manner with the help of the elite forces of Tianlong City and Storm City. Those small cracks that occasionally appear due to the collision of space laws, and the low-level extra-dimensional creatures that fall out of them. They were instantly wiped out by the Dragon Knights and Thunder Eagle troops hovering in the air, and failed to cause any ripples in the city. 3 days later, Jiangcheng held a grand funeral for all the heroes who died in the battle to defend the city. A huge black memorial wall was erected in the city center square. The walls are made of the hardest obsidian, and are covered with densely packed names engraved in golden letters. The first one on the list is Lord of Jiangcheng, Jiang Tian. Then to the Deputy City Lord, Commander, and soldiers. The college's instructors and students, etc. Tens of thousands of citizens came spontaneously. They wore plain clothes, held white flowers in their hands, and stood silently. The sky was covered with dark clouds and the atmosphere was heavy. Long Ao and Lei Che, dressed in military uniforms, stood in front of the memorial wall with solemn expressions. Zhou Zhang walked onto the platform. This tough guy now had red eyes and a hoarse voice, and every word he said was extremely difficult. The city lord used his life to buy us the most precious 10 minutes. And Zhang Xiaowei, Li Tai, Wang Feng. They are all our brothers, our comrades in arms, and our family. They used their flesh and blood to build the new walls of Jiangcheng. There was suppressed sobbing in the audience. The young beastmaster who was crying while holding the corpse of his comrade on the city wall was also standing in the crowd. His name is Lin Hu. The mud marks left by the rain had not yet been washed off his face, but there was something else in his red eyes. A hardness and sharpness tempered by fire. He lined up, walked to the memorial wall, and found the familiar name. Zhao Dozhu. He gently placed a small white flower at the foot of the wall. We agreed to go back and have a drink together. His voice was low and trembling uncontrollably. Now, I drink alone. He took out a small metal wine flask from his arms, unscrewed it, and poured the clear wine onto the cold obsidian. This is for you. He raised his head and drank the rest of the wine in one gulp. The spicy liquid burned his throat, and he couldn't hold back his tears, which flowed down his cheeks. Leave your wife to me, I will take good care of her. But he stood straight, his spine erect. Not far away, the old man who gave him the apple was leaning on a cane, looking at him quietly. There was sadness and relief in his cloudy eyes. The funeral ended and the crowd slowly dispersed. Long Ao walked up to Lei Che. Tianlong City is donating a batch of the highest grade healing potions and combat pet cultivation resources to all the beast academies in Jiangcheng. Reacher glanced at him. I can also pretend. Storm City will be responsible for Jiang City's energy supply for the next 3 years, free of charge. Long Ao smiled and patted his shoulder. You, with your icy face, finally did something human. Lei Che didn't bother to pay attention to him and cast his eyes on the young beastmasters who stayed to help clean up the square. Chapter 67 Strategic Materials, Jiangcheng is getting better. Lin Hu and his classmates stayed. They were carrying miscellaneous items and comforting the war pets that had lost their owners. A falcon with broken wings was pecking the ground with its beak anxiously, refusing anyone to approach. Its owner's name is also on that wall. Lin Hu walked over, squatted down, and slowly stretched out his hand. The winged falcon looked at him warily, hissing threateningly in its throat. Lin Hu just looked at it and said something softly. Slowly, the falcon calmed down, rubbed its head against his palm, and made a sad cry. The future belongs to them. Lei Che suddenly said. Yeah. Long Ao put away his smile and his eyes became deep. What we old guys have to do is to hold up the sky for them. Until they can carry the sky on their own. A corner of the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. A ray of sunlight passed through the clouds and shone onto the black memorial wall. Those golden names shine brightly. Time flows slowly like flowing water. 3 months later. The reconstruction of Jiangcheng is nearing completion. The collapsed buildings were leveled and new buildings were erected on their foundations. The streets were repaved, wide and smooth. The shrill alarm sound could no longer be heard. Instead, there was the roar of construction machinery and the increasing laughter of citizens. The obsidian memorial wall in the city center square has become the most solemn landmark in Jiangcheng. Everyone who passes by will slow down. Afternoon. Above the city, the originally clear sky appeared unnaturally distorted. Space is like a piece of crumpled transparent silk cloth. A dark crack opened silently. Beep beep. A sharp and short alarm sounded in the City Defense Command Center. Zhou Zhang stood in front of the huge light curtain with a calm expression. Coordinates, West 3rd District, above number 104 Tiantong Road. Energy level, level 3, primary. Notify the 7th Patrol Team. Resolve it within 3 minutes. Yes. The order was given quickly and efficiently. Tiantong Road. A creature covered in dark green mucus, shaped like a giant leech, fell from the crack. It hit the sign of a newly opened cold drink shop, collapsing half of it. The citizens let out a brief cry of surprise but did not fall into panic. They skillfully hid in the nearest building shelter. The movements have been practiced countless times. Team 7, read it. A young and steady voice came from the communicator. At the end of the street, a nimble shadow leopard, carrying a young man, rushed over like lightning. The young man was Lin Hu. His combat uniform was clean and neat, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. Target locked, corrosion worm. Xiao Hei, charge to the left. The shadow leopard growled, and its body turned into a black afterimage, sticking to the wall and going around to the side and rear of the monster. Xiao Wang, flame cover. Roger that, Captain. In another direction, a firehound spewed out fan-shaped flames, blocking the retreat of the corrosive worms. The slime monster let out a sharp scream, its body squirming and spraying out large amounts of acidic liquid. Shaoli, wind wall. Lin, whose voice was calm. A blue-feathered eagle swooped down from the sky, flapped its wings, and a wall of whirlwind appeared out of thin air, blocking all the acid. Now! A gleam of light flashed in Lin Hu's eyes. The shadow leopard beneath him condensed dark energy on its sharp claws. Shadow claw. The black claw shadow tore through the air and accurately cut into the middle of the corrosive worm's body, an inconspicuous tumor. That's the core of it. Puff. Green juice burst out. The huge body of the corrosive worm twitched a few times and then turned into a pool of smelly liquid, which was evaporated completely in the flames. From appearance to being killed, the whole process took less than a minute. The space crack also slowly closed. Lin Hu jumped off the shadow leopard and checked the damaged shop sign. Reporting to the command center, the target has been cleared, there is level 3 property damage, and no casualties. Team 7, mission accomplished. The surrounding citizens came out from their shelters. They gave thumbs up to Lin Hu and his team members. The owner of the cold drink shop ran out with a few bottles of iced soda in his hand. Good job, boys. Come, quench your thirst. Lin Hu waved his hand and smiled. Boss, please register the loss and the municipality will compensate you. After saying that, he led his team to continue patrolling. In the past few months, such scenes have become a daily occurrence in Jiangcheng. The space scar is the aftermath of the war between gods. But now Jiangcheng is capable of handling these little troubles. The transportation port in the east of the city. Today, the area is heavily guarded. Dozens of huge floating transport ships hovered over the port. The hull is printed with a golden dragon emblem and a silver lightning emblem. A large amount of aid supplies from Tianlong City and Storm City has arrived. Zhou Zhang stood on the dock, watching the huge containers being unloaded with mixed feelings. He is now the acting mayor of Jiangcheng. The burden is heavy. A Tianlong City logistics officer, who was dressed gorgeously and slightly plump, pinched his nose and looked around with disgust. I say, your Jiangcheng port is too shabby. This batch of red alchemy gold we have is extremely valuable. If it gets dented, can you afford to compensate us? Next to him stood an officer from Storm City. The officer, expressionless as a statue, held a data pad in his hands, checking off a list. Storm City, B7 high-energy lightning cores, 3,000 sets, delivered. Acting City Lord Zhou, please sign here. His voice was the same tone as Reacher's, cold and icy. The fat steward of Tianlong City was unhappy. Hey, you icy-faced bastard, do you understand first come first served? Those who arrived first from Tianlong City should hand over their supplies first. Storm City officers, don't even raise your eyelids. Handover is at the top of my to-do list. You. The fat controller's face turned red with anger. Zhou Zhang quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. You too, please don't be impatient. Everything will proceed in an orderly manner. His hands were shaking as he looked at the list. Red alchemy gold is the core material for constructing advanced combat pet equipment. High energy lightning core, the top energy source of the city's defense system. There are also hundreds of containers of high-level combat pet breeding chambers. There are even 30 carefully selected, quasi-6th level battle pet eggs. These are all strategic materials, and the resources of each are countless. Long Ao and Lei Che brought the future of a city. Lin, who led his team to patrol near the port. They also saw the huge transport ships and containers. Team member Xiao Wang's eyes widened. Captain, look. It's the dragon blood potion from Tianlong City. I've only seen it in books. And that. Storm City's thunder armor. It's said to be able to withstand 6th-tier combat techniques. The young beastmasters gathered outside the cordon, chattering, their eyes full of longing. These are equipments that they had never dared to think about in the past. Lin, whose gaze fell on a special constant temperature box. The box is labeled, Wind Falcon's exclusive evolution material Wind Spirit Crystal. On his shoulder, a falcon with half of its wings broken was standing quietly. It sensed the breath coming from the box and let out a low chirp. This falcon was the one that refused anyone to approach it in the square that day. Its owner died on the city wall. Lin, who adopted it. It took a month to get this hostile war pet to accept humans again. He gently stroked the falcon's feathers. Soon, I'll be able to get you flying again. Feng Falcon rubbed his cheek with his head. At night. City Lord's mansion, communications room. Zhou Zhang reported the handover of supplies to the two city lords. On the light screen, Long Ao crossed his legs with a smug look on his face. How's it going, Zhou Zhang? These things from my Tianlong City are quite good, right? Those dragon blood potions were taken from my personal inventory. Each one is enough for you to train a 5th-level elite. Zhou Zhang thanked him repeatedly. City Lord Long Ao is so generous, and everyone in Zhang City is grateful. On another light screen, Lei Che's figure remained motionless. He just asked lightly. Energy core, has it been installed and debugged? Everything has been connected to the main system. The city's defense capacity has been increased by 3 levels. Chapter 68. 3 months later, the Dragon King wakes up. Lei Che replied with one word and stopped talking. Long Ao couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Hey, Lei Bingquai, can't you say a few more words? You're always like this, like someone owes you money. Reacher simply looked away and began to look at his own documents. Long Ao got himself into trouble and touched his nose in frustration. He turned and asked Zhou Zhang. That, sir, is there any news? Zhou Zhang stood up straighter. Reporting to the two lords, since that day, there has been no news about Lord Jinyu. Both ends of the light curtain fell into silence. The man's name is a taboo, but also a reassurance. After a long time, Long Ao sighed. Okay, Jiangchang is now in your hands. Train those little brats well. Don't let us, and that lord, down. Yes. Communication ended. Zhou Zhang walked out of the communications room, looked out the window at the Jiangcheng city with its thousands of lights, and let out a long breath. Dusk. The last ray of sunlight shines on the black memorial wall. Lin, who stood in front of the wall. He took out a dark green crystal core emitting faint energy fluctuations from his arms. It was the corrosive worm from this afternoon. He gently placed the crystal core at the foot of the wall, under the name Zhao Dezhu. Dezhu, there's another one here today. Level 3, very weak. We'll have it done in a minute. The new equipment is quite impressive. I'll get your share for you. He spoke in a low voice, as if chatting with an old friend. Tianlong City and Storm City have sent a lot of good things. The city will be safer in the future. Don't worry. And I have always taken good care of your wife. He stood up and saluted the wall in a standard military salute. The one-winged falcon circled down from the sky and landed on his shoulder. A man and a bird cast long shadows in the afterglow of the setting sun. The shadows, projected onto the memorial wall, merged with those golden names. 3 months later, inside the Abyss Rift. The dead silence in the core of the Abyss lasted for 3 months. For the creatures here, it is just a brief moment. But for the Abyss Purgatory Dragon Scorpion, these 3 months were extremely long. The wounds on its body were slowly healing, but the fear and confusion deep in its soul were growing day by day. It would wake up from its slumber several times every day, its soul fire beating as it looked towards the lonely peak. The golden cocoon of light was still suspended there. The white rune network on its surface was still flowing slowly, emitting an aura that made its soul tremble. There is the center of all mysteries. Today, it's different. A speck of dust broke free from the invisible constraints on the ground. It levitated. 1, 2, thousands of them. They no longer sink, but instead, counterintuitively, float upwards. It was slow at first. Then came the gravel and the broken rocks. The entire broken earth was shaking. This is not an earthquake. It's a resonance. A rhythm originating from the bottom of the world, welcoming the return of the king. The abyss purgatory dragon scorpion's huge body suddenly tensed up, and its soul fire pupils shrank into two needle-like points. It felt it. That power. The power that is awakening is causing the entire core of the abyss to tremble. It comes from that cocoon of light. An indescribable premonition gripped its mind. It's fear. It was a purer and more instinctive fear than when facing the blood god's clone. It didn't know why it was so scared. But it doesn't stop him from shaking. In the blank space of memory, it seemed as if something was roaring madly, warning it. Run. Stay away from that thing. But its body and limbs were nailed to the spot by an invisible force and could not move. It can only watch helplessly. Looking at the sky above the solitary peak, the light began to distort. Looking at the debris of the entire continent, they formed a slowly rotating, huge vortex with the light cocoon as the center. All the surviving monsters were crawling on the ground. They buried their heads deep in the cracks of the rocks, their bodies shaking like sieves, unable even to howl. Absolute suppression of bloodline. Absolute dominance from the very top of the life hierarchy. The top of the mountain. The huge golden cocoon of light shone brightly. The heartbeat sound coming from inside it, from nothing to something, from faint to clear. Boom. Boom. Every beat coincides with the pulse of the entire continent. On the surface of the light cocoon, the white rune network that had protected it for 3 months began to dim. They have accomplished their mission. The runes decomposed one by one, turning into pure white light spots and dissipating into the air. As the last rune disappeared, a crisp sound, like the shattering of glass, spread throughout the silent world. Click. A tiny crack appeared on the surface of the golden light cocoon. Then came the second and third. Countless cracks spread like spider webs, covering the entire cocoon. Golden light burst out from the cracks, illuminating the dark sky. Inside the cocoon of light, Yueshi's consciousness slowly emerged from the endless darkness and sadness. She woke up. The first thing you sense is power. Endless power surged in her new blood and dragon body. Every dragon scale, every inch of bone, contains energy that is enough to shake the stars. This is the purest and most powerful power of the dragon clan. It is the result of her bloodline awakening and reforging her true self. She succeeded. She should feel happy and proud. But deep down in her soul, there was a terrifying emptiness. A huge sadness that could not be filled by any force strangled her heart. Pain. It is not the pain of the body, but the eternal feeling of tearing that comes from the origin of the soul. Why? She couldn't remember. The last scene in her memory was being besieged by 7 gods and on the verge of death. Then, there was a warm golden color. And then, it's now. What happened in between? Who saved her? She tried hard to recall, but there was only a hideous blank in her mind that had been forcibly erased. That blank edge held a familiar feeling that broke her heart. She lost something. Something more important than her life and the glory of the dragon clan. She raised her hand. It was a flawless hand with slender fingers covered with fine purple gold dragon scales. She slowly clenched her fist. The void groaned in disbelief under her grasp. But her heart seemed to be tightly grasped by that hand. Dream. She remembered a fragmented dream. In the dream, there was a bloody face that covered the sky and was full of malice. Has a solid, broad back. That back blocked everything for her. He was talking to her. In farewell. In a tone that she couldn't hear clearly, but she could feel the endless tenderness and determination in it. Goodbye. These 2 words burned into her soul like a branding iron. Goodbye. Who to say goodbye to? Why say goodbye? Who is she? She is Yueshi, the queen of the dragon clan, the queen who bears hatred. She wants to restore the glory of the dragon clan. This thought clearly appeared in her mind. This is her mission, her inherent responsibility. But when this thought arose, the empty sadness became even stronger. Recast for whom? Who are you showing it to? Where is the person with whom I want to share the glory? She couldn't remember. She just felt that the whole world had lost its color. Crack bang. From the outside world, there was the sound of the light cocoon completely shattering. Endless light and heat swept in all directions. Yueshi closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, a pair of purple gold dragon eyes reflected the broken abyss. Her body was suspended in mid-air. Her long silver white hair fluttered in the wind and fell to her ankles. Her body is covered in a set of purple gold dragon scale armor that looks like a work of art, outlining her perfect and powerful curves. Above the forehead, a pair of newly born dragon horns sparkled with noble light. She lowered her head and looked at the completely destroyed world. She saw a giant scorpion in the distant chasm, which had retracted its entire body into its shell out of fear. She saw countless monsters crawling on the ground and trembling. She saw the vast power within her body, which was enough to make even gods take notice. She also saw the eternal, unhealable wound in her soul. She raised her hand and gently pressed it against her chest. Chapter 69: A Sad Heart, Lost Memories. There, the heart is beating vigorously. Every beat brought a suffocating, empty pain to her. She slowly looked around. She is searching. Instinctively, she was looking for a familiar scent, a figure that should be waiting here for her to wake up. But she found nothing. She was the only one left in this world. And an eternal loneliness, for whom I don't know. The soul fire of the abyss purgatory dragon scorpion was beating violently. The being that walked out of the light cocoon only took a glance. Let it feel like the core of its soul is about to be frozen and then crushed. That was pure, crushing from the level of life. It is more direct and unreasonable than the pressure from gods. This newborn dragon clan is even more terrifying than the descended incarnation of the god. An absurd idea flashed through Longxia's mind. Then, it saw the newborn dragon and a confused and sad expression appeared on its face. What is she looking for? Dragon Scorpion couldn't figure it out. It only knew that from today on, the core of the abyss had a new owner. A new master who was too powerful to be understood, yet too sad to be understood. Yueshi withdrew her gaze. Her gaze fell below the mountain where she was floating. There was an unnatural depression in the ground there. It looked like someone had been kneeling there. The dust around her was swept up by her awakening power, but the concave outline remained stubbornly. She landed down as if possessed by a ghost. She reached out her hand and lightly touched the edge of the depression with her fingertips. A moment. A stinging pain like an electric current shot up from the fingertips and hit the wound deep in the soul. Pain. Severe pain. It was as if some forgotten picture was struggling to squeeze out from that blank memory. A blinding white light flashed before her eyes. And a crazy, blood-frothing smile. Forget me. A broken, almost unrecognizable voice flashed in the depths of her soul. Yueshi suddenly withdrew her hand and staggered back a step. Her purple gold pupils contracted violently. What was that just now? Hallucination? She looked at the depression again. There was nothing there. There was only the wind, blowing through the broken mountains, making a whimpering sound. It's like singing an elegy that no one can understand for a forgotten existence. That man fulfilled his promise in the most decisive way. He protected everything about her. And she will move towards a new life with an eternal, unknown sadness. The wind was sobbing. For whom is it crying? Yueshi stood in front of the depression, motionless. The empty ground was reflected in the purple gold pupils. That voice deep in the soul, that bloody smile, echoed again and again. Forget me. These 3 words are a curse. It is also a key. It opens the floodgates of pain, but locks the source of memories. Why? Why should I forget you? Who are you? She couldn't ask. The sound got stuck in my throat and turned into a burning pain. The newly born dragon body has the power to shake the world. The newborn soul is full of unhealable cracks. She felt an inexplicable irritation. This empty feeling, this sadness that she couldn't find the source of, made her want to destroy everything. But what happens after destruction? A void remains a void. She raised her hand subconsciously. It's not about pressing your chest. Her hand hovered in the air in front of her. A thought, an instinct that was not part of her current consciousness, drove her actions. She opened up her own dimension. That is the Dragon Clan's personal treasure trove. Inside are the treasures she collected during her long life. Divine weapons and magical medicines are piled up like mountains. Each one gleams with a light that drives mortals crazy. However, it is covered with a five-colored aura of destruction. Her hand passed through those dazzling lights, bypassing those crystal cores containing terrifying energy. Finally, it stopped in a forgotten corner. Her fingertips touched something warm, with familiar textures. Wood. She took it out. It was a wooden bird the size of a palm, carved from the most common green wood. The carving skills are not top-notch, just skilled. But the bird's expression is lifelike. It tilted its head, looked at the sky with its big eyes, and folded its wings slightly, as if it was about to perch on an invisible branch. Its surface has been rubbed very smooth and the patina is warm. Obviously, someone once held it in their hands for a long time. Yueshi looked at the wooden bird. Her mind was still a hideous blank. She didn't remember the bird. Can't remember its origin. Can't remember who carved it. But her heart tightened the moment she saw the bird. A pain far greater than any before exploded from the depths of his soul. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. The purple-gold dragon eyes that overlooked the abyss and made all things submit to it became unfocused for the first time. Her fingers, unconsciously, stroked the wooden bird's wings. The tip of his finger touched a tiny, uneven notch. At that moment, the memory that was forcibly erased tore open a bloody wound. This mountain is called Cloud-Breaking Mountain. It is said that the highest peak can cut off all the clouds in the sky. A gentle male voice with a smile. She saw a stretch of green mountains. I saw the clear stream and the mountain stream. I saw that person saying he wanted to ride on me and fly in the clouds. They walked together in the woods, telling her the names and stories of each place. Those mundane scenes that she once disdained became vivid and interesting under his description. Look at that star, the brightest one, it's called Shiming. When it rises, the night will pass and the dawn will come. She saw the silent night sky. I saw a sky full of stars, like broken diamonds, covering the velvety night sky. She rested her head on a cold rock, and that person was sitting next to her. His voice was low and steady, dispelling the loneliness brought by the eternal night. He said that the glory of the Dragon Clan will rise again like the morning star. Don't be afraid, get some sleep. Everything will be fine when you wake up. I will go with you to get back the glory of the Dragon Clan. She saw a broad, solid figure. The figure stood in front of her, shielding her from the malice and storms of the whole world. She could feel the owner of the back gently stroking her hair. His hands are very warm. He said he would always be with her. The picture is fragmented. The sound is intermittent. Are these all dreams? Was it an illusion she created in the cocoon of light to fight the fear of death? Yueshi lowered her head. She looked at the wooden bird in her hand. It's so real. The texture of wood, real. That tiny scratch, real. The familiar, reassuring touch coming from it is also real. This is not a dream. All this is not a dream. There really is such a person. Accompany her to see the mountains. Counted stars with her. Promised her a future. He solemnly handed this useless little gadget to her. Chapter 70. Even the proud Dragon Emperor will shed tears for you. That person. Where is that person? Where did he go? Yueshi looked around. Broken earth. The silent abyss. The howling cold wind. Everything has changed. The only person who was supposed to be waiting for her here disappeared. Why? She remembered. The last picture. The siege of 7 gods. She was on the verge of death. Then, a warm golden color enveloped her. No. Before the gold appeared, she also saw it. She saw the back and turned around. He smiled at her. There was blood foam in his smile. There was a determination and tenderness in his eyes that she couldn't understand. He said, "Forget me. Take my share and live well." Rebuild the glory of the dragon race, and make the gods tremble for you. Goodbye, my Her Majesty. Boom! The dam of memory completely collapsed at this moment. An endless torrent swept through her entire soul. She remembered his name. The name that she had forcibly dug out from her memory, but now branded back into her mind in the most brutal way. She remembered everything about him. I remembered the caution and temptation when we first met. I remembered the bickering and companionship during the journey. She remembered how he had stood up for her and stood in front of her every time. She remembered his determination to challenge the gods for her using his mortal body. That was not a dream. That was the most precious thing she had lost. It is something she values more than life and the glory of the dragon clan. Ah! A discordant, broken syllable squeezed out from Yueshi's throat. This was the first sound she made after waking up. Immediately following, a drop of crystal liquid slid down from her purple gold pupil across the perfect cheek, dripping onto the scorched earth in front of him. With a sizzle, a wisp of white smoke evaporated. Then, the second drop, and the third drop. Connected into a line. Can't hold it back anymore. The newly born Dragon King, who had just been reborn and made the entire abyss submit to him, just stood there. She clutched the little wooden bird tightly, as if it were the last piece of driftwood in her entire world. She lowered her noble head, and her long silver hair fell, covering her face. Suppressed, painful sobs came out intermittently from between the hair. She cried. Crying like a child who lost his favorite toy. The abyss purgatory dragon scorpion in the distance saw this scene through the cracks in the rocks. Its huge soul fire fell into an unprecedented stagnation. An existence so powerful that it could not comprehend. The terrifying dragon that froze its soul with just one look. At this moment, she was hugging a wooden sculpture and crying so hard that her whole body was shaking. This world has become completely incomprehensible to it. Yueshi's crying became louder and louder. From suppressed sobs, it turned into heart-wrenching wails. She pressed the wooden bird tightly against her chest. The emptiness there, the excruciating pain there, became 1,000 times clearer as memories returned. He used his life and his soul to buy her a new life. Then, he made her forget all this in the cruelest way. He let her walk into the future alone with a sadness that she didn't know who it was for. Why does he do that? How dare he? Sadness reached its peak in an instant. Then, extreme sadness gave rise to another emotion. Anger. Endless anger, enough to burn the entire world. Yueshi suddenly raised her head. Tears continued to stream down her face. But there was no longer sadness and confusion in her purple gold dragon eyes. Instead, there was a cold, crazy flame. Boom! An indescribable terrifying aura erupted with her as the center. The purple gold dragons might transformed into a tangible storm, sweeping in all directions. The ground beneath her feet was crumbling. Countless bottomless rifts, with her as the center, spread towards the end of the abyss. Above the sky, leaden clouds gathered, lightning and thunder flashed. The entire core of the abyss was shaking and wailing madly under her rage. She hates it. She hated those 7 high gods. She hated why they wanted to destroy everything for her. She hates him too. I hate why he made that choice. She hated him for taking the initiative to make her forget. She hates herself even more. I hate myself for being so weak. I hate myself for having to use his sacrifice in exchange for my own survival. A dragon roar that resounded through heaven and earth erupted from her mouth. That was not a roar asserting royal authority. It was a wail filled with endless pain and anger. Amidst the dragon's roar, she slowly rose into the air. His silver hair danced wildly and his clothes fluttered. The purple gold dragon scale armor flashed with a cold light under the lightning. Her gaze penetrated the layers of the abyss and looked up at the world above. She saw the 5 hypocritical kingdoms hanging high in the sky. Her voice, cold and clear, resounded deep in the soul of every surviving monster. Wait for me. I can. I will crush your throne with my own hands. Turn your kingdom of God into dust. Use your divine blood to offer sacrifice. She lowered her head and glanced at the wooden bird that was being held tighter in her hand. I lost the whole world. The wind stopped. The raging storm that swept across the abyss slowly subsided with the end of that mournful cry. The thunderclouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a deeper, deadly dome. Yueshi was suspended in the air, her long silver hair no longer dancing wildly but falling quietly. The tears on her face had dried. In those purple-gold dragon eyes, the surging sadness and crazy anger had settled, turning into an icy, dead sea. She lowered her head, glanced at the wooden bird in her hand, and then carefully put it close to her body into her own dimensional space. There were once piles of sacred artifacts and treasures. Now, the most central position is reserved only for this little wooden bird. Her gaze, across tens of thousands of meters, fell on the edge of the distant rift. The abyssal purgatory dragon scorpion shrank its huge body into the shadow of the rock. It seems like you are saying you can't see me, you can't see me. Even the light of the soul fire was suppressed to the extreme, trying to turn himself into an ordinary stone. A cold thought without any emotion was directly imprinted on the core of its soul. Come over. The abyss purgatory dragon scorpion's body suddenly stiffened. Is the little scorpion going to get his lunchbox today? This order is simple, direct, and unquestionable. Its huge limbs, which were once strong enough to crush mountains, were now shaking like leaves in the wind. It dared not disobey. It struggled to move out from the cracks in the rocks, using a posture that was almost like crawling. It was getting closer and closer to that lonely peak in the figure that made its soul tremble. Every step it takes is on the broken earth and on its own collapsing sanity. This newborn dragon clan is so weird. The moment before, he was crying like a lost child. The next moment, he was so angry that he wanted to destroy the whole world. Now, it is as calm as an eternal iceberg. Its big scorpion head couldn't figure it out. It just wants to find a crack in the ground to crawl into and never come out. Finally, it arrived at the foot of the lonely peak. It lowered its huge head deeply and crawled on the ground. Soulfire's pupils were tightly closed, not daring to look at the existence floating above it. Yueshi's gaze fell on it. What happened while I was sleeping? Her voice was very calm, and no emotion could be heard. But it was this kind of calmness that almost froze out the soul fire of the abyss purgatory dragon scorpion. Answer me. The dragon scorpion's soul is trembling. It tried hard to piece together the answer from the chaotic fragments of memory. The Great Dragon Emperor. Its thoughts were transmitted intermittently. 3 months ago, a vampire came here. Chapter 71 System, you are soft-hearted after all. A very powerful blood prince. He seems to be protecting you. Later, the blood god's clone arrived. At this point, Longxie's memory began to become vague and painful. A battle, a terrible battle. The sky was burning. I was severely injured by the aftermath and lost consciousness. When I woke up, they were all gone. That's the end of its description. The last image was forcibly erased by an even more powerful force. It only remembered that after that, the entire core of the abyss fell into a long period of silence. Until today, she woke up from the cocoon of light. Yueshi listened quietly. Left. He used such an understated word to describe his disappearance. He also wiped the memories of all bystanders. He wanted to disappear from this world completely. Guard. Yueshi's gaze fell on the dragon scorpion's thick shell covered with cracks. There was a huge wound that went through the entire carapace, deep enough to see the bone. Even now, faint remnants of the blood god's divine power are still emanating. You are loyal. She raised her hand and waved it gently at the dragon scorpion. A soft purple gold light scatters like water waves. The light covered the huge body of the dragon scorpion. The abyss purgatory dragon scorpion only felt a warm, vast power from the origin of life pouring into its body. Those stubborn remnants of divine power that had tormented it for 3 months were purified completely in an instant. The hideous wound on its back healed, scarred, and fell off at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken shell became solid and smooth again, shining with a dark metallic luster. Even its over-consumed soul fire became vigorous again under the nourishment of this power, and even brighter than in its heyday. The dragon scorpion froze. It can feel the changes in its body that are like a complete transformation. It raised its head in a daze, and for the first time dared to look directly at the newborn queen. Yueshi's expression was still cold. Her power is as gentle as the morning light at the beginning of creation. This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible to Scorpio. After Yueshi did all this, she no longer paid any attention to the dull scorpion. Her eyes looked around at the devastated world ravaged by her anger. The earth cracked and the abyss spread. All matter lost its vitality and turned into dead dust. This was a scene she had created with her own hands. The sadness and anger caused by him turned this place into a true reflection of her inner world. She slowly closed her eyes. The power within her body, the new and vast dragon power, resonated with her soul. She held out her hand and gave it a light shake. Buzz. An invisible rhythm, centered around her, spread out towards the entire core of the abyss. This is not destruction. It's a new student. Those hideous rifts began to slowly close under the soothing rhythm. The broken continental plates are pieced back together. The ground was no longer charred and dead. A thin layer of strange moss with a lavender halo grew out of the cracks in the rocks. It spread rapidly, covering the land with a gorgeous and mysterious new coat. Deep within the dry rock formations, a new source of energy was ignited. Strands of pure energy turned into streams, gushed out from the ground, gathered into rivers, and flowed quietly on the new earth. In the river, there are star-like spots of light twinkling. The sky was no longer monotonously dark. Soft halos appeared out of thin air, like a moon that never sets, illuminating this new world like a dream. The air was filled with a cool scent with a faint floral fragrance. The entire core of the abyss, in a short period of time, went from a place on the verge of collapse to a place of destruction. It has become a strange country that is quiet and full of life. A brand new country that belongs only to her. The abyss purgatory dragon scorpion has completely given up thinking. It crawled on the ground, watching this miraculous scene, with only the most primitive awe remaining in the fire of its soul. This is creation. Its new owner is a god who possesses the power of creation. Yueshi did all of this. Her power brings new life to the world. Her heart is still that eternal scorched earth. Her gaze fell to her feet. The whole world was healed. The only thing she did was to keep the ground in front of her in its original state. It was a shallow, human-shaped depression. It was the last trace of that man left in this world. It is like a scar that will never heal, branded on this new, unreal, and beautiful land. Reminding her of the price behind this beauty. Yueshi slowly descended, stepping barefoot next to the depression. She lowered her head and looked at the empty outline. You made me forget you. Her voice was very soft, but in the silent world, it was extremely clear. You let me live well. You asked me to restore the glory of the Dragon Clan. She reached out and gently stroked the edge of the depression, feeling a cool touch on her fingertips. Why do you make decisions for me? You exchanged your life for mine. You used your soul to complete my soul. You want me to shine alone with the sense of guilt and a future you gave me? The corner of her mouth curled up into a cold arc filled with endless sarcasm. You wish. She raised her head, her gaze penetrating the barrier of the abyss and looking at the 5 high and mighty kingdoms of God. Did you see that? This is the world I created for you. I will sit here and turn it into the most powerful kingdom of God in all the heavens and worlds. I will plant the flag of the Dragon Clan on every plane. Then. Her voice became extremely clear, extremely firm, and filled with unquestionable madness. I will pull those 5 false gods down from their thrones one by one. I will shatter their godhead and crush their souls. I will make them kneel here, before the mark you left behind, repent, and wail. Don't you want me to see the dawn? 2 clusters of cold flames ignited in her purple-gold pupils. I am the dawn. A dawn that will burn their kingdom of God to ashes. You protected me in your own way. Now, it's my turn. In my own way. I came to miss you. Blood God. You are good. We'll see you again soon. Her journey of revenge will begin with the Blood God. This is the starting point and the end point of everything. Time is born here and space is folded here. Countless laws and avenues transformed into an endless river of light, surrounding an indescribable core. Every river of light contains the truth of the birth and death of a world. They intertwine and collide with each other, playing the most original chords of the universe. Here, concepts have form and ideas have weight. A cold voice without any tonal fluctuations rang out amidst the symphony of laws. Unusual termination of a high-level lifeform observed. Judgment, interference level exceeds threshold. Trigger the return protocol. The voice paused, as if performing some profound calculation. His wish is to protect. Her wish is revenge. The two have the same roots and there is an anchor point. Regret should not be the end. Correction begins. At the core of the river of light of laws, a particle of extremely pure white light condensed into shape. It is not dazzling, not hot. It just exists. It contains the purest obsession of a soul. Go back. A machine-like voice gave the order. The white light trembled slightly and then left the core area. It penetrates the river of time. It transcends the barriers of space. It ignores the isolation of planes. It flew towards a predetermined coordinate. Chapter 72. This place will become the kingdom of eternal night from now on. Abyss. Ueshi withdrew her gaze. She stood in the center of this new country that belonged only to her, her expression like an eternal ice field. She raised her hand, palm up. A ray of purple gold energy gathered in her palm and condensed into a clear crystal. Inside the crystal was a microcosm of the world she had just created. Mountains, rivers, the floating moon, and exotic vegetation all flow slowly in it. She needs strength. A power far beyond what it has now. She needs a stable rear, a kingdom of God that can provide her with endless strength. The core of the abyss under your feet is the foundation. She closed her eyes, sensing every inch of land and every flow of energy. She wants to turn this place into an indestructible war fortress. A bridgehead for revenge leading to the kingdom of the gods. The abyss purgatory dragon scorpion in the distance is trying hard to disguise itself as a background rock. The fire of its soul flickers. This new owner is really hard to understand. She created the world. She restored the earth. The aura she exuded at this moment was the gentleness and vastness that only the God who created all things possessed. But deep in the dragon scorpion's soul, there still remained the cold murderous intent that was enough to freeze everything not long ago. It could clearly sense that the gentleness was just an appearance. Beneath the surface of this beautiful country, there is raging molten lava that is powerful enough to destroy everything. Creation and destruction. Gentle and violent. Two completely opposite characteristics are perfectly integrated in this newborn dragon. The dragon scorpion trembled. It decided that from now on, apart from necessary breathing, it would not perform any unnecessary movements. Being a silent stone is the best way to ensure that you are not crushed. The little scorpion is so difficult. At this moment, a thought was projected directly into its soul fire. It was also projected into the minds of all the monsters in the abyss. This place will henceforth be known as the Kingdom of Eternal Night. I am the Lord of the Kingdom of God. The dragon scorpion's body trembled violently. You are the first guardian of the Kingdom of God. The soul fire of the abyss purgatory dragon scorpion began to beat violently. Guardian. It was just an abyss monster that was caught in the aftermath of the battle and survived by chance. This newborn god could easily create a creature that was 100 times more powerful than itself. Wyatt. Ueshi's thoughts came without any explanation, only commands. Guarding the country's borders. Anyone who trespasses will be killed. The dragon scorpion's soul fire turned from flickering to blazing. An acknowledged, inexpressible emotion rose from its ancient soul. It is no longer afraid. Its huge head slammed heavily on the new earth, making a dull thud. According to my lord's orders. For the first time, its intention became clear and firm. Ueshi withdrew the perception that was directed towards it. She needs help. A loyal helper who has witnessed the past and has decent strength. This scorpion is very suitable. Her gaze fell back on the crystal core of the Kingdom of God in her palm. She began to deduce and analyze. How to make the energy cycle of the Kingdom of God more efficient. How to arrange the most powerful defensive array. How to train an army that belongs only to her and can conquer the heavens. Her mind was running like a sophisticated machine. She compressed the sadness and pain into the deepest part of her soul and turned them into the fuel that drove this machine. Right at this moment, a white light that is invisible to the naked eye of mortals descended silently upon this kingdom of eternal night. It passed through the energy barrier set up by Ueshi. It passed through the huge body of the dragon scorpion. It passed through solid earth. It found the dimensional space that Ueshi had kept close to her heart. Then, it went in. The mountains of artifacts emit an alluring glow. The crystal core containing terrifying energy lay there quietly. Bai Guang turned a blind eye to these things. It has only one goal. The small wooden bird placed in the center of the space. The white light gently merged into the body of the wooden bird. Everything was silent. Yushi, who was deducing the laws of the kingdom of God, suddenly stopped. She felt a sudden palpitation for no apparent reason. It's not a warning of danger. It's not a recurrence of sadness. It was a very strange feeling, like a feather gently brushing against the heart. She frowned subconsciously. She opened up her own dimension. Her hand reached directly to the very center. She took out the little wooden bird. The wooden bird is still the same wooden bird. It is made of ordinary green wood and cannot be considered as exquisite carving. Tilting his head, he looked at a sky that didn't exist. Yueshi held it in her palm, ready to examine it carefully. Her fingertips, out of habit, stroked the bird's wings, touching the tiny scratch. At the moment when the fingertips touched the wood, an extremely subtle, warm feeling emanated from the inside of the wooden bird. That's not an illusion. It is a real warmth with the breath of life. Very light. So faint that it is almost unnoticeable. But it does exist. Yueshi's body froze. Her purple gold dragon eyes were fixed on the wooden bird in her hand. She probed her vast spiritual power into it. The inside of the wooden bird is empty. Just a plain piece of wood. She could not find any trace of energy, any remnant of soul. But that warm touch is still there. It is like the lingering warmth after being held in someone's palm for a long time in winter. Yueshi stood there quietly, motionless. She held the wooden bird for a long time. Something in the depths of those frozen, dead eyes moved ever so slightly. She remembered what the man said to her with a smile before leaving. Everything will be fine when you wake up. Fraud. Nothing is good. She lost him. She carries a blood feud. She is about to embark on a lonely and endless road of revenge. She slowly tightened her fingers and held the wooden bird tightly in her palm. That faint warmth passed through the skin of her palm and spread to every part of her body. Very strange. It couldn't dispel the coldness in her soul. It couldn't heal the pain in her heart. It's just there. Quietly, stubbornly, it emits a little bit of warmth that belongs to it. The cold, sarcastic arc at the corner of Yueshi's mouth disappeared quietly at some point. She raised her head and looked at the 5 distant points of light above the abyss. His gaze was still grim. The murderous intent is still boiling. However, amidst the endless coldness and madness, there was something else. She carefully placed the wooden bird back into the deepest part of the dimensional space. I will kill them all. Her voice spoke to the empty world. Then she paused. Take you home. A year later, early summer. The sky in Jiangcheng is as blue as a flawless gem. On the ruins of the past, a brand new city has firmly taken root. On the wide streets, maglev buses glide quietly by, while the shops on both sides are bustling with people. The children chased and played, and everything returned to its original peace. It's like going back to a year ago when the beast tide didn't happen. The frequency of space cracks has increased from several times a day to. It has been reduced to once a month now, and the power is getting weaker and weaker, so the patrol team can handle it easily. The city came alive. It's the annual Beast Taming Academy enrollment season again. Xinhua Beast Taming Academy is the largest and most well-staffed new academy after Jiangcheng was rebuilt. It was jointly invested and established by the 3 cities. Today, the central square of the college is packed with people. Thousands of boys and girls who are 16 years old or above are waiting here for the moment that will determine their fate, the awakening of their talents. On the high platform in the square sat a row of senior instructors from the academy. Chapter 73 SS Level Genius, The Hope of Jiangcheng. Most of them looked calm, occasionally whispering to each other and making a few comments. Most of them are tutors who came from other cities. For them, it's just an annual routine. For a small place like Jiangcheng to have an A-level talent, it is considered a blessing. A white-haired old man sat in the center. He is the dean of Xinhua Academy, Qin Shan. He closed his eyes, as if asleep. Next, Li Si. A sturdy young man stepped forward and placed his hand on the black awakening stone that was as tall as a person. The awakening stone glowed with a faint yellow light. Talent level, C level, affinity with fire element. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was only C rank, at least he was awakened. Next one, Huang Hai. Talent level, B level, Beast Intuition. A B level talent made the mentors on the stage cheer up a little. The head of the assault department, a muscular middle-aged man, wrote down a name on his laptop. The test is proceeding in an orderly manner. C level, D level, B level. Occasionally a B+ appears, causing a small stir. Time passed and the list was read to the end. Next one, Su Mu Yue. A girl wearing a washed-out school uniform and looking a little thin walked out of the crowd. She was a little nervous, her white fingers tightly grasping the corner of her clothes, her head lowered, and she walked quickly towards the awakening stone. The discussion in the audience was neither loud nor quiet. Su Mu Yue? I've never heard of her. Is she from some big family? Judging from their clothes, they don't look like they belong to the civilian area. Alas, I guess it's only C or D grade. Talent is ultimately determined by bloodline. Su Mu Yue stood in front of the huge awakening stone, took a deep breath, and slowly raised her hand. Her hands were clean, her knuckles distinct. When her palm touched the cold stone surface, a mutation occurred. Buzz. The entire awakening stone emitted a low humming sound. It did not light up with a single color like before. Instead, starting from the place where Su Mu Yue's palm touched, a pure and extremely white light burst out. White light shot up into the sky, forming a beam of light visible to the naked eye, piercing the clouds. Everyone in the square was blinded by the dazzling light. On the platform, the pointer of the instrument used to detect energy readings instantly reached full value. It made a series of cracking sounds as if it could not bear the weight, and finally exploded with a bang, emitting a wisp of black smoke. What's going on? The instrument is broken? The mentors on the stage suddenly stood up, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Dean Qin Shan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and an astonishing look burst out from his cloudy old eyes. He stared at the white beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth. The light lasted for more than 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. Su Mu Yue still kept her hands on the stone, her face pale, as if she was frightened. Broken? You won't have to pay for it, right? The entire square was silent. The teacher in charge of the test looked at the scrapped instrument, then looked at the awakening stone that was still emitting a soft white light. His Adam's apple rolled and he announced in a dry voice. Manual testing, review of residual energy levels. The two instructors immediately rushed down, took out a spare small detector, and carefully approached the awakening stone. Ding ding ding. The detector sounded a sharp alarm. One of the instructor's hands were shaking as he looked at the numbers on the screen. Energy peak, overflow. Immeasurable. He raised his head and looked at the dean on the podium, his voice changing with excitement. Dean. The talent level cannot be determined. But the energy fluctuations emitted far exceed the S-level standard. The whole audience was in an uproar. Far beyond S-class? What does that mean? Yes, it's SS level. Someone shouted. This word, like a bombshell, exploded in everyone's mind. SS level talent. It's a rare sight in 300 years. The last time an SS level talent appeared in the Federation was in the Central Holy City a year ago. The Dean Qin Shan, who had his eyes closed, appeared beside Su Mu Yue in a flash. His speed was so fast that no one could see clearly. He stretched out his dry fingers, gently tapped the awakening stone, closed his eyes and felt it for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, his breathing became a little rapid. That's right. It's a resonance of the soul. The purest spiritual gift, capable of establishing the deepest connection with all things, regardless of race or rank. This is a legendary gift. He looked at Su Mu Yue, his eyes burning as if he was looking at a priceless treasure. Child, your name is Su Mu Yue? Yeah. The girl responded timidly and withdrew her hand. Next second. The mentors on the podium are crazy. Student Su. Come to our elemental department. An old professor who usually looks like an immortal and specializes in studying plant elements was the first to shout out. We in the elemental system have the most comfortable cultivation environment. I'll give you all the 1,000-year-old spring water of life I've collected as bath water. Bullshit. Old man Wang, you are such a bad old man. The muscular director of the assault department jumped off the platform, pushed aside the old professor, and smiled what he thought was a kind smile. Student Su. Soul resonance is the most suitable for contracting a powerful dragon species. We, the assault department, have a cooperative relationship with Tianlong City. If you come, I will risk my reputation to ask for a sub-dragon egg for you. Rough man. Vulgar. A gentle-looking female instructor wearing gold-rimmed glasses gracefully pushed the muscular director away. "Student Sue, I'm Anna from the Department of Psychology, and we wish you all the best. It can enhance the wisdom and mental strength of your pet, allowing your pet to have human thinking. You can even learn combat skills on your own. Our spiritual department has a collection of 30,000 volumes, open to you unconditionally. Anna, don't try to play tricks on me. You're just a little girl, so you should contract with someone cute. I have a newborn 9-tailed fox. My firehound is of pure blood. Choose me. I can find you a panda." The mentors completely tore off their usual disguises, surrounded Su Muyue, and argued with each other until their faces were red. Some promised rare resources, some promised powerful battle pets, and some even started to expose each other's shortcomings. "Li DePeo, the student you taught last year blew up your laboratory. How dare you still accept a disciple? Shut up. Baldy Zhao, don't think I don't know that you shaved that Mediterranean-haired golden lion king yourself." The students and parents in the square were all stunned. Are these still those high-ranking figures? Why do they look like the old men and women fighting over cabbages in the vegetable market? Su Muyue was surrounded in the middle, at a loss, her little face flushed red, and she was about to cry. "Give them all to me. Quiet." Dean Qinshan's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire venue. The mentors who were still arguing fell silent in an instant, shrinking their necks and not daring to speak anymore. Qinshan waved his hands and brushed them away like flies. He walked up to Su Muyue, a kind smile appeared on his face, and his voice became gentle. "Don't be afraid, child. They meant no harm." He was not as quick to promise benefits as others. He just asked calmly, "Tell me, what is your dream? What kind of beast master do you want to be?" Su Muyue was stunned. She looked at the kind old man in front of her, and her nervous emotions slowly calmed down. She thought for a moment and answered quietly but firmly. I want my friends to no longer be alone." As soon as she finished speaking, a furry little head popped out of her pocket. It was a little fox the size of a palm, looking around curiously with its small black bean-like eyes. Chapter 70 For the best talent, for the best partner. This is her only companion, a most ordinary fox, not even a battle pet. Qinshan looked at the fox, then looked at Su Muyue's clear eyes and laughed. "Good. It's a good dream." He turned around and announced to the group of eagerly watching mentors. "From today on, Su Muyue will be taught by me personally." Once these words were spoken, no one dared to object. The dean's personal disciple. This weight is heavier than any resources or promises. The mentors' faces were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, but they could only accept this fact helplessly. City Lord's Mansion. Zhou Zhang is dealing with a mountain of documents. A year later, he had more white hair on his temples, but his eyes were calmer than before. The secretary knocked on the door and came in, handing over an urgent report. "City Lord, here's the news from Shenyue Academy." Zhou Zhang also raised his head and took it. When he saw the words on the report title, the hand holding the pen stopped. A detailed report on the awakening of SS-class talent Su Muyue at Shenyue Academy. He read the report carefully from beginning to end, word by word. After reading it, he slowly stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, there is a river city with bustling traffic and thousands of lights. A thriving scene. A long-lost smile that came from the heart appeared on Zhou Zhang's face. He looked at the city that was reborn from the ashes and spoke softly. "The future of Jiangchang is here." Qinshan put his hand on Su Muyue's shoulder. The hand was dry and warm, carrying a reassuring power. Su Muyue didn't have time to react. The world before my eyes instantly transformed into flowing light and shadow. The bustling square, the instructors with different expressions, the astonished classmates, everything was rapidly receding and stretched into blurred blocks of color. The sound of the wind died away in my ears. The flow of time also became strange. When she stood firm again, there was soft green grass under her feet. The fresh air rushed into her lungs, carrying the fragrance of grass, trees and soil, dispelling all the tension and anxiety in her heart. This is the back mountain of the college. An ancient tree that has been growing for who knows how many years, with lush branches and leaves. Like a giant open umbrella, it filters the sunlight into tiny golden dots and sprinkles them on the ground. Under the tree is a small wooden house, a stone table and 2 stone benches. A clear stream gurgles out from the rocks not far away, the water gurgles and the water vaporizes. There is an indescribable energy in the air, gentle yet majestic. All the pores on Su Muyue's body opened up, greedily absorbing the breath. She had never felt so light and her mind so clear. There was a commotion in my pocket. The furry little head popped out, and its small black bean-like eyes were full of curiosity and excitement. The little fox jumped onto the grass and rolled around happily, with the tip of its snow-white tail raised high. This is where I live. Xin Shan walked to the stone table and sat down, his voice gentle. It will also be where you will practice in the future. He pointed to the stone bench opposite. Su Muyue sat down stiffly, with her hands on her knees. Xin Shan took out a set of simple tea sets from the wooden house and skillfully began to boil water, heat cups, and brew tea. The lingering tea fragrance soon blends with the fragrance of grass and trees. Our college is divided into 5 departments. Xin Shan pushed a cup of amber tea in front of Su Muyue and introduced it to her. The attack type is a group of people with muscle brains who pursue extreme destructive power. They like fierce beasts like dragons, lions, and tigers the most. The elementalists are the same old man Wan who wanted to bathe you in the fountain of life. They specialize in elemental power, and can summon wind and rain, and control lightning and fire. Psychic department, the girl with glasses, Anna. They explore the soul and will, and are good at illusion and mind control. There are also support and reconnaissance departments. One is responsible for healing and amplification, and the other is responsible for tracking and espionage. Xin Shan picked up the teacup and blew away the hot steam. Ordinary students will be assigned to the most suitable department based on their talent attributes. But you're different. He looked at Su Muyue with deep eyes. Telepathic resonance means your ability to communicate with all things. It's a gift that transcends all systems. In theory, any battle pet in your hands can unleash power far beyond its limit. That's why those guys are fighting so hard for it. Xin Shan took a sip of tea with a hint of teasing on his lips. Li Depeo's dragon egg is indeed a good thing. It has noble bloodline and huge potential. Anna's 9-tailed fox is a rare spiritual battle pet with extremely high intelligence. Old Man Wang is even more ruthless. He's even willing to give away the fountain of life, a treasure that can bring back the dead. He spoke of these treasures, which ordinary people only dream of, in a tone as calm as if he were talking about stones on the roadside. Su Muyue listened quietly, holding the warm teacup, feeling warmth in her palms. The little fox was having a lot of fun chasing a glowing butterfly on the grass. Resources, skills, powerful initial battle pets, all of these things, I can give you. Xin Shan put down his teacup and his eyes became serious. Even better than they promised. I can take you to the most secret place in the Federation and let you choose a real baby dragon. I can find you the legendary sacred object of the elves, which will allow you to reach the peak of your elemental affinity. As long as you open your mouth, Xinyue Academy, and even the entire Jiangcheng, will give you everything. His words were filled with irresistible temptation. Su Muyue raised her head and looked at the kind and powerful old man. In her clear eyes, the shadow of the ancient tree and Xin Shan's face were reflected. She was silent for a moment. Then she put down her teacup and stood up. She walked onto the grass and waved gently to the little fox that was having fun. The little fox immediately stopped what it was doing, ran over happily, and rubbed her trouser leg affectionately. Su Muyue bent down and carefully held it in her arms. She returned to the stone table and looked at Xin Shan. She lifted the little fox in her arms, her movements very light and gentle. Dean. The girl's voice was still a little soft, but every word was extremely clear. I want to contract it. The little fox was in her arms, tilting its head curiously, looking at the old man in front of it, and even stretched out its pink tongue to lick Su Muyue's fingers. Xin Shan watched the scene. He looked at the girl's determined eyes and at the most ordinary little fox that couldn't even be rated. There was a long silence beside the stone table. There was only the sound of the stream flowing and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Sudden. Xin Shan smiled. He laughed silently at first, his shoulders shaking slightly. Then, he couldn't help himself and burst into a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. Good. Well said. The laughter echoed throughout the entire back mountain, startling a few birds napping in the trees. The look in his eyes when he looked at Su Muyue was full of appreciation and satisfaction. Those guys only saw your SS-level talent and the infinite possibilities in your future. They wanted to use the best frame to frame a masterpiece. But I forgot to ask for the painting's opinion. Xinshan stood up and walked in front of Su Muyue. He stretched out his finger and tickled the little fox's chin. The little fox was not afraid of strangers and rubbed his fingers with its head. The path of a beastmaster has never been one of building a powerful war pet. It's the unique bond between partners. You choose it not because it is powerful, but because it is what it is. This original intention is more precious than any S-level or SS-level talent. Xinshan withdrew his hand, the smile on his face gentle and relieved. From today on, you are my second and last disciple, Xinshan. Your first project. He paused and looked at the little fox, which looked nothing special. It is to make it a being that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the dragon. Su Muyue nodded vigorously. She held the little one in her arms and felt her whole body was filled with strength. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves and fell on her face, warm and bright. Her journey as a beastmaster truly began from this moment. Chapter 75 The Dina's Pension Fund. Xinshan looked at the little fox in Su Muyue's arms with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. He stretched out his hand, and the little fox did not hide. Instead, it stretched out its pink tongue and licked his dry fingers, leaving a little warm moisture. Good affinity. Xinshan withdrew his hand. By the way, you haven't signed a formal beast control contract with it yet, right? Su Muyue was stunned for a moment and nodded. Her meeting with the little fox was just a coincidence, and the one and the fox depended on each other for survival. That feeling came purely from the heart, and she never thought of binding it in the form of a contract. The beast taming contract is not a bondage, but a bridge. Xinshan saw through her thoughts. It allows you to share life and power with your battle pet, and it also allows your minds to truly become one. You have a special talent, and your contract will be unique. He pointed to the empty grass in front of him. Just stay here, I will protect you. Su Muyue took a deep breath and gently placed the little fox in her arms on the grass. The little fox seemed to sense the solemnity of the atmosphere. It squatted down obediently, tilting its head to look at her, its obsidian eyes full of trust. What should I do? Su Muyue asked. Follow your heart. Xinshan's voice was filled with a calming power. Put a drop of your blood on its forehead. Then, open your soul to it and accept everything about it, whether good or bad, strong or weak. Su Muyue hummed, stretched out her right index finger, and bit the tip of her finger. A drop of bright red blood seeped out from beneath the fair skin, sparkling like a gem in the sunlight. She squatted down and carefully pressed the drop of blood onto the little fox's eyebrows. Just at the moment when the blood drop touched the white hair between the little fox's eyebrows. Buzz! A soft white light suddenly spread out with the man and the fox as the center. The light was not dazzling, but rather like warm moonlight, covering the grass within a radius of 10 meters. On the ground, a complex and mysterious magic circle automatically emerged. It is not carved by any energy, but is composed of pure light interwoven. Countless mysterious runes flow, appear and disappear in it, as if containing the most fundamental rules between heaven and earth. This is the talent of mind resonance, the automatically derived natal contract formation. Su Muyue closed her eyes. She felt her consciousness being pulled by a gentle force. Passing through a sea of warm light, I touched another pure world. That is the inner world of the little fox. Warm, soft, and full of admiration and dependence on her. The little fox also closed its eyes and its body trembled slightly. It felt Su Muyue's acceptance, an unreserved acceptance. In the center of the magic circle, there is a bright light. The contract is progressing smoothly. Xinshan stood aside, stroking his beard with a satisfied smile on his face. Everything was as he expected. But the next second, his smile froze on his face. The contract formation that was originally operating stably suddenly fluctuated violently, as if a huge rock was thrown into a calm lake. A small white vortex formed in the center of the magic circle. The air around began to rush towards the center of the vortex frantically. No, it wasn't air that was rushing out. It's energy. It is the gentle yet majestic spiritual energy that permeates the entire back mountain. The luster of the ancient trees' leaves dimmed visibly to the naked eye. The sound of the gurgling stream weakened a little, and the mist was completely drained away. The tips of the green grass on the meadow drooped slightly. The concentration of spiritual energy in this blessed land that has been managed by Xinshan for decades is decreasing at a terrifying rate. Fuck! Xinshan could no longer maintain his sage-like appearance, his eyes widened into the size of copper bells. He stepped to the edge of the magic circle, feeling the crazy suction. His face changed again and again. "You're crazy. How could an initial contract require such a huge amount of energy?" He understood immediately. The problem lies with Su Muyue's talent. SS-level telepathic resonance is too overbearing. The contract Bridget builds has a starting point far beyond the end point of ordinary people. For an ordinary wooden plank bridge, a few nails and a few pieces of wood are enough. But Su Muyue's talent is to build a giant steel bridge across the natural chasm. This ordinary little fox, its body and its soul, simply cannot withstand such a high-standard contract. The magic circle madly absorbs spiritual energy, laying a foundation for the little fox to support this bridge. But the spiritual energy in the back mountain is simply not enough. If this continues, the spiritual energy here will be drained away in less than 3 minutes, and the foundation will not even take shape. The little fox will be blown up by the powerful force of the contract, and Su Muyue will also be seriously injured by the backlash of the contract. What a spendthrift! What a spendthrift! Qin Shan was trembling with heartache, but his hands moved quickly. The storage bracelet on his wrist flashed. A palm-sized piece of wood, pitch black and emitting a soothing aura, appeared in his hand. 10,000-year soul-nourishing tree. For you! Without thinking, he threw this treasure that could stabilize the soul of a dying person into the center of the vortex of the magic circle. As soon as the soul-nourishing wood entered the magic circle, it instantly turned into a pure green smoke and merged into the body of the little fox. The little fox's body, which was originally trembling in pain, immediately stabilized. But the suction force of the magic circle increased instead of decreased. Not enough? Qin Shan gritted his teeth and dug again. He took out a small white jade bottle, pulled out the cork, and a strong and indissoluble breath of life hit him in the face. Just one sniff and the ancient trees nearby came back to life. Old Wang has been dreaming about the Earth's core marrow his whole life. Now you, little thing, can get it for free. He tilted the jade bottle, and a drop of golden liquid, like molten gold, dripped into the magic circle. The golden liquid melted into the ground, and the ground beneath the little fox's feet instantly became like the finest jade. Strands of earth essence flowed along its limbs and into its body, transforming its bones, blood and flesh. The light of the magic circle is even brighter. The suction force of the vortex reached its peak. Su Muyue stood in the light. She could not feel the turmoil of the external spiritual energy. She only felt that her connection with the little fox was becoming clearer and more stable. She could see that streams of pure energy were flowing into the little fox's weak body. Widen its meridians, strengthen its bones, and nourish its soul. It is like a dry sponge, greedily absorbing everything. And the bridge connecting them is using this energy to lay the most solid piers. It's not over yet. Qin Shan's face turned green as he looked at the magic circle that was still crying for food. He stamped his feet, as if he had made some kind of decision. This is my retirement savings. He flipped his hands over, and a fist-sized gem emitting colorful light was held in his palms. Around the bead, the 7 elemental forces of wind, fire, water, earth, thunder, light, and darkness formed a perfect balance and rotated slowly. This was the most precious treasure he had obtained in his early years and an ancient relic after surviving a near-death experience, the heart of chaos elements. As long as it is refined, the battle pet can gain super affinity to all elements. This was something he kept for himself to use when he was ready to reach a higher level. Qin Shan looked at the pearl, his eyes full of struggle and reluctance, which finally turned into a painful determination. Go! He pushed the heart of chaos element towards the magic circle with force. The colorful gem turned into a stream of light and floated above the little fox's head. It was not absorbed immediately, but instead sent down rays of colorful light, like a waterfall, washing over the little fox's entire body. The little fox's fur was originally as white as snow. Under the wash of colorful light, every hair of it began to become crystal clear. It seemed as if it was woven from light, and deep in the hair, there was a faint flash of colorful light. Its aura began to change drastically. It was no longer the breath of an ordinary beast, but had a hint of holiness and ethereality. Chapter 76, The Evolution of the Little Fox. Additional chapter for Lao Jiudao. At the center of the eyebrows, the mark left by Su Muyue's blood also changed from red to black. It turned into a miniature magic circle pattern composed of 7 colors, slowly rotating. Finally, the vortex in the center of the magic circle slowed down its rotation speed. The absorption of external spiritual energy also stopped. The entire back mountain was in a mess. Half of the leaves of the ancient trees have turned yellow, the stream is about to dry up, and the grass has turned yellow and dry, as if in an instant we have entered late autumn from early summer. Qin Shan held his waist, gasping for breath, looking at his empty hands, his heart bleeding. Half of his life's treasures were lost today. The light of the magic circle began to converge. All the light returned to the bodies of the man and the fox. When the last ray of light disappears, Su Muyue opened her eyes. Her eyes were clearer and brighter than before, as if they could reflect the shadow of a person's soul. In front of her, the little fox also opened its eyes. Those black bean-like eyes were now like two of the purest black gems, sparkling with wisdom and spirituality. It stood up and shook its crystal-clear hair. Its size has not grown, it is still the size of a palm and looks harmless. But Qin Shan knew how much terrifying potential was contained in this small body. Use the 1,000-year-old soul-nourishing wood to forge the soul, use the earth's core marrow to forge the body, and use the heart of the chaotic element to lay the foundation. This fox's starting point has surpassed 99% of the sacred beast cubs in the world. Eh? A crisp and slightly childish voice sounded directly in Su Muyue's mind. Su Muyue was stunned. She looked at the little fox, and the little fox was also looking at her with its head tilted. Aya! Aya! Is that you? I can hear you. So warm, so lovely. The tender, joyful voice came through clearly. This is the resonance of the soul, this is the true contract. Su Muyue squatted down and stretched out her hands. The little fox cried happily, jumped up, threw himself into her arms, and rubbed his little head against her cheek affectionately. One man and one fox, hugging each other tightly. The sunlight shines through the sparse branches and leaves, casting a mottled light and shadow. Qin Shan looked at this scene, looked at his family's assets that had been drained, and then looked at the girl's face with a bright smile that came from the heart. He let out a long breath. Never mind. It's worth it to train a future 8th level beastmaster. Qin Shan let out a long breath and felt that all the bones in his body were lighter. Worth it. These two words lingered in his mind, diluting the pain of losing his life's treasure. He looked at the girl holding the little fox with a pure smile on her face. He felt that this investment might be the best one he had ever made in his life. Su Muyue put her cheek against the warm body of the little fox. Feel the unreserved dependence and joy coming from the depths of your soul. Eh? Is that you? The little fox's voice sounded in her mind again, with a little uncertainty. Su Muyue's heart was about to melt. She responded gently with her own thoughts. It's me. I'm here. Just as her mind responded, something unexpected happened. The invisible soul bridge that had just been built between the man and the fox suddenly burst out with a second strong light. The little fox in his arms froze. A surprised moan came from its mouth, not of pain, but more like an uncontrolled stretch. Buzz. A faint colorful light film emerged from its body and wrapped it up completely. The light film quickly solidified, changing from translucent to a solid object like one carved from crystal. In the blink of an eye, the furry little creature in Su Muyue's arms turned into a smooth white cocoon with a colorful halo on its surface. The light cocoon broke away from her arms and landed lightly on the grass. It quietly floated in the air 3 inches above the ground, flickering rhythmically, on and off, like a breathing heart. The sudden change made the smile on Su Muyue's face freeze instantly. She stretched out her hand, wanting to touch the cocoon of light, but her fingertips stopped halfway and she didn't dare to get close. She suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Shan, who was also stunned, with tears in her voice. Dean! Little fox, what happened to it? Did something happen? Qin Shan's nerves, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. His eyes were fixed on the cocoon of light, his mouth was slightly open, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. What is this? He has been running the academy for hundreds of years, and has seen countless rare and exotic animals and read countless ancient books and secret texts. He knew the process of the beast taming contract by heart. But the scene happening before his eyes was completely beyond his comprehension. Initial contract, transform physique, open spiritual intelligence, and establish bonds. This should be the end. Why does it come with secondary packaging and is it sent back to the factory for upgrade? He could feel that the life force within the light cocoon was not only stable, but also rising at a terrifying speed. That aura was leaping from an ordinary beast to an incomprehensible, higher-level life form. Don't be afraid. Qin Shan finally found his voice. He walked to Su Muyue and held her slightly trembling shoulders. It's safe. His palms were still warm and strong. It's evolving. Evolution? Sumu Yue repeated the word, her eyes filled with confusion. Yes, evolution. Xinshan took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the turbulent waves in his heart, and tried to make his tone sound calm. The three things I threw in there: the 10,000-year soul-nurturing wood, the earth's core marrow, and the heart of chaos elements. Any one of them is enough to transform an ordinary battle pet. The power of these three things, combined with your unreasonable talent, worked together to create a miracle. He stared at the cocoon of light with a complicated look in his eyes. Its original body cannot bear this great fortune. So, this contract is reshaping it into a new body that can perfectly accommodate this power. Xinshan was trying to clear up his disciple's doubts, but he was actually complaining in his heart. Spendthrift. What a waste. This is not a contracted battle pet, it is clearly a divine beast that is rubbed by hands on the spot. The materials used are still his own. His retirement fund. Time passes by every second. Sumu Yue knelt on the grass, clasped her hands together, and stared at the cocoon of light without blinking. She could feel that her connection with the little life in the light cocoon had never been severed. She could feel its joy, its anticipation, its new life. The worry in my heart was gradually replaced by a huge expectation. Xinshan stood with his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth around the light cocoon, muttering to himself. Energy is stable, vital signs are improving, and soul strength has doubled. The power of the 7 elements is perfectly integrated, transforming into each other, and continuing to thrive. This structure, this foundation, is simply a work of art. The more he looked, the more frightened he became, and the more he was amazed. The evolution of this little fox completely overturned his understanding of animal taming. More than 10 minutes seems extremely long to those who are waiting. The spiritual energy that had been drained from the back mountain recovered a little during this period of time. The withered grass is showing a hint of green again. Click. A crisp sound, like the sound of shattering glass, rang out in the quiet back mountain. Sumu Yue and Xinshan stopped all their movements in unison and focused their gaze on the light cocoon. A tiny crack appeared on the surface of the light cocoon. Snap. Snap. The cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Brilliant colorful light burst out from the cracks, dyeing the entire back mountain with a sacred color. Boom! The light cocoon could no longer hold on and shattered. It did not break into pieces, but decomposed into billions of light points, like flying fireflies. After circling for a moment, they all poured into the body of the new figure in the center. The light faded. A brand new life appears before a man and an old man. Chapter 77: Trying to convince the dean. It is still in the form of a fox. But it was completely different from the palm-sized, weak and pitiful-looking little guy before. Its body has grown a lot. It was originally only able to be held in the palm of the hand, but now it is more than half a meter long, with a sturdy body and beautiful lines. The snow-white fur becomes even purer and more crystal clear. The tip of each hair has a faint halo, like moonlight. When you turn your body in the sunlight, the halo will reflect the radiant 7 colors of light, which is gorgeous and mysterious. Behind it, the fluffy tail swayed gently, and the number of tails remained the same. But Sumu Yue could feel that the tail contained unimaginable energy. The most eye-catching thing is its forehead. The mark left by Sumu Yue's blood has now turned into a complex and exquisite rune composed of 7 colors. The rune slowly rotated, emitting a soft light. It opened its eyes. Those eyes were no longer like black beans, but like 2 of the clearest amethysts, deep, smart, and full of wisdom. It stretched its body, an elegant reach, with an innate nobility in its movements. It raised its head, and its amethyst-like eyes looked first at Sumu Yue. Then, it spoke. A crisp and pleasant voice, with a hint of childishness but extremely clear pronunciation, rang out in the mountains. Mu Yue. Sumu Yue froze. She didn't hear it in her mind, but heard it with her ears. Really? The little fox spoke? The evolved fox walked up to Sumu Yue with graceful steps. It lowered its head and rubbed Sumu Yue's arm affectionately with its furry head. I seem to have become a little different. There is a hint of novelty and joy in its sound. After saying that, it raised its head again, tilted its head, and looked at Xinshan, who had been completely petrified on the other side. Amethyst eyes blinked. Grandpa. It greeted with the same crisp voice. Thanks for the, jelly beans. It tastes delicious. Xinshan stood there, motionless. He felt like his worldview was being hammered repeatedly with a sledgehammer and had been shattered into powder. Use the 1,000-year-old soul-nourishing wood to forge the soul. Use the Earth's core marrow to strengthen your body. Use the heart of chaos element to establish the foundation. 1. Contract, direct evolution. After evolution, it can even speak human language. He looked at the fox with a noble temperament, lively eyes, and an aura that even frightened him. This thing, call him Grandpa? Who cares about those 3 treasures that can make the top powerhouses in the Federation beat themselves up? They are called sugar beans. The corners of Qin Shan's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. He felt that his heart could no longer bear this kind of stimulation. Su Muyue froze in place. Her ears caught the sound, crisp, pleasant, and with the purity of a newborn. Not in the mind, but a real voice echoing in the mountain breeze. She looked at the fox in front of her, its amethyst-like eyes gazing at her intently, full of admiration and trust. The little fox took graceful steps and walked to her hand. It lowered its head and gently rubbed her fingertips with the softest fur on its head. Mu Yu A. The voice rang out again, confirming that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. The immense joy, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly washed away all of Su Muyue's astonishment and helplessness. Her eyes became hot and her vision began to blur. She slowly squatted down and stretched out her hands, wanting to hug it, but her arms trembled slightly in mid-air. Carefully, she touched the colorful rune on its forehead with her fingertips. The warm touch, accompanied by a sense of intimacy that goes straight to the soul, is clearly transmitted. The little fox squinted his eyes comfortably and let out a satisfied hum from his throat. I can feel you. Its voice was full of joy. If you're happy, I'm happy too. Su Muyue couldn't bear it any longer and hugged it in her arms. The body in my arms was warm and strong, no longer the small ball it was before, but full of vigorous vitality. The glittering fur pressed against her cheek, bringing with it the breath of sunshine and new life. Very good. She buried her face in the crook of the little fox's neck, her voice nasal. I'm so glad you're okay. The little fox quietly let her hold him, stretching out its big fluffy tail and gently and rhythmically sweeping her back, as if silently comforting her. The sunlight shines through the sparse, withered branches and leaves, casting mottled spots of light onto the man and the fox embracing each other. The picture is warm and peaceful. The other side. Qin Shan stood there motionless as if he had been cast under a spell. His mind went blank. Fragments of his worldview jingled in his mind. Jelly beans. His lips moved, unconsciously repeating the word that gave him a myocardial infarction. It tastes good. Every word was like a poison knife, stabbing his heart precisely. Thousands of years of soul-nurturing wood. The source of the Earth's core. The heart of chaos elements. Any one of these 3 things would be enough to drive the top families of the Federation crazy and cause the titled strongmen to fight each other. His lifelong adventures, his lifelong savings, his retirement fund. Now, in the mouth of a newly evolved little fox, it is defined as delicious jelly beans. Qin Shan felt a tightness in his chest and a little breathless. He has to stay calm. He is the dean of Jiangcheng Xinyue College and a highly respected senior master. It's just a battle pet evolving and speaking human language, no big deal. Right. It's no big deal. The 10,000 years soul-nourishing tree nourishes the soul and opens up higher wisdom, so it can think. The Earth's core marrow reshapes the body and transforms the physiological structure, so it can speak. The heart of chaos elements lays the foundation for the elements, making it naturally compatible with all things, hence its extraordinary temperament. There is a logic to all of this. Everything is within the scope of logic. He tried to use his profound knowledge to forcibly explain the irrational scene before him, trying to convince himself to accept reality. At this moment, the fox held in Su Muyue's arms raised a paw curiously. A small, orange-red flame suddenly ignited at the tip of its claws and danced lively. Then the flame went out, and an exquisite ice flower solidified in its place. Immediately afterwards, the ice flower turned into a weak electric arc, crackling between its hair. It was having a lot of fun, and its amethyst-like eyes were full of the joy of exploring new toys. The psychological defense Qin Shan had just built up collapsed in an instant. Convincing a thing. Bullshit logic. What the hell is this monster? The initial contract evolves on the spot, allows it to speak human language, and has mastery of all elements, and can be used instantly and switched seamlessly. This is not beast control at all. This is a live hand rubbing of the divine beast. The material used is still from Qin Shan. A piercing pain spread from the chest to every part of the body. He covered his chest and felt like he was about to fall. He has never been so wasteful in his life. Su Muyue finally calmed down. She raised her head and saw Qin Shan's face, which was turning pale and blue, and his painful expression. Dean, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Chapter 78 The Little Fox's Name. She asked with concern, holding the little fox. The little fox in his arms also turned his head and looked at Qin Shan, whose face was distorted. It tilted its head, and its clear voice was filled with a hint of innocent doubt. Grandpa, are you unhappy? Are the jelly beans not tasty? Qin Shan's eyes twitched suddenly. He felt a sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. He took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, trying hard to squeeze out a smile from between his teeth that was uglier than crying. No. It's delicious. This old man is very happy. My heart is bleeding. My liver is aching. He looked at the pure worry on the girl's face, then at the pure clarity in the fox's eyes. An SS-level telepathic resonance. A miracle built with treasures that I don't know what level it should be defined as. This investment. No, this is not called investing. This is a gamble that will bankrupt you. He lost his life's treasure. But looking at the man and the fox in front of him, he felt as if he had won the whole world. A thought, like thunder piercing through dark clouds, exploded in his mind. River City. Jiangcheng College. How many years have passed? When people talk about Jiangcheng, they always say it is a comfortable second-tier city. When talking about Jiangcheng College, those people from the Central Holy City and other top universities always look at it with a bit of disdain. They said that a small place like Jiangcheng, with its thin spiritual energy and scarce resources, could not produce a true top-level genius. The so-called S-level is nothing more than picking a general from a group of dwarfs. Qin Shan clenched his fists. He had heard these words for decades and had been holding them in for decades. Now. His gaze fell back on Su Muyue and the little fox in her arms. The girl's eyes were quiet and firm. There is colorful light flowing on the fox's body. The soul bond between them was so strong that even he, a bystander, was shocked. This is Jiangcheng's hope. No. This has gone beyond the scope of Jiangcheng. This is a rough gem that is enough to shock the entire Federation. The severe pain in Qin Shan's heart was unknowingly replaced by a surge of burning passion. He felt that all the blood in his body began to burn. He strode over. Su Muyue was a little puzzled when she saw the change in his eyes. Dean? Qin Shan stretched out his hand, but did not touch the fox. Instead, he pressed heavily on Su Muyue's shoulder. His palms were steady and powerful. Muyue. His voice no longer had any trace of dejection, but was filled with unprecedented solemnity. From today on, forget it's a fox. You must treat it as your strongest trump card, your closest ally, and cultivate and hone your skills. Su Muyue nodded blankly. Qin Shan's gaze passed her and turned to the distant horizon, as if he had already seen a scene in the future. Central Holy City, the hall of highest honor for Beastmasters. National College League. His voice was low, but it carried an irrepressible excitement. I will use all the resources of the academy to train you at all costs. All you have to do is keep getting stronger, and with it, stand on the highest stage. He retracted his gaze and looked down at Su Muyue with burning eyes. I want everyone in the Federation to see it. Let them all open their eyes and see clearly. We in Jiangcheng are not only capable of producing SS-level geniuses, but we can also cultivate unprecedented legends. His lifelong collection was gone. But he used these treasures to personally light the brightest star that was destined to illuminate the entire era. Qin Shan loosened his hands, put them behind his back, and tried to straighten his somewhat weak back. Worth it. It's so damn worth it. Every word Qin Shan said was filled with scorching heat, imprinted in Su Muyue's mind. Unprecedented solemnity, unprecedented expectations. The heavy pressure was transmitted through the palm of his hand pressing on his shoulder. Su Muyue raised her head and met his burning gaze. There was a moment of confusion in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by something more determined. She nodded solemnly. An action represents a commitment. Qin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that his previous bold words had exhausted all his strength. He pulled his hand back and watched as the girl returned her attention to the fox in her arms. Su Muyue lowered her head and looked at the pair of pure amethyst eyes that were staring at her. She stretched out her finger and gently tapped the gorgeous colorful rune on its forehead. "We have to work together." Her voice was soft, but extremely serious. The fox in her arms rubbed its head against her palm, and the warm touch made her feel soothed. The sound it makes is clear and firm. "I will protect Muyu." A warm feeling surged in Su Muyue's heart. She looked at this new partner, with whom she had made a contract, and witnessed its transformation. "It should have a name of its own. From now on, you'll be called Lingxi, okay? Spirit is your agility and wisdom. She is the endless elemental power like the tide." "Lingxi?" The little fox said the name again, and his amethyst eyes lit up. "I like that name." It happily shook its big fluffy tail behind it. "My name is Lingxi." Watching the warm and natural interaction between the man and the fox, Qin Shan's bleeding heart found a tiny bit of comfort. He calmed his surging blood and took out something from his storage ring. It was a palm-sized board made entirely of an unknown crystal, and it looked like a closed book. The crystal plate presents a warm milky white color and has a smooth surface. There are no lines on it, and when you hold it in your hand, you can feel a slight coolness. "This is the Beast Taming Guide." Qin Shan handed the illustrated book to Su Muyue. "Drop a drop of blood on it to complete the binding," he explained. "It can display the detailed status of you and your contracted pet, and can also detect and record information about other beasts you encounter. It's a must-have for every beastmaster, and it's also the first resource the Academy gives you." Su Muyue took the illustrated book carefully. She bit her fingertip as instructed, and a drop of bright red blood fell onto the milky white crystal slab. The moment the blood touched the atlas, it was quickly absorbed and disappeared. Buzz. The illustrated book shook slightly, and a soft white light appeared on its surface. The light flowed, and finally gathered in the center of the illustration, forming a miniature version of the colorful rune that was exactly the same as the one on Lingxi's forehead. An invisible stream of data flowed out from the atlas, along Su Muyue's arm, and connected to the depths of her consciousness. At the same time, another branch connected to Lingxi through the soul bridge between them. Binding completed. Su Muyue felt that there was a wonderful connection between herself and this picture book. As her mind moved, the surface of the illustrated book changed with light and shadow, and clear lines of text emerged. The first thing that appeared was her own information. Master, Su Muyue. Level, Beast Tamer Apprentice Level 0. Talent, SS Level Telepathic Resonance. Your soul possesses extraordinary affinity, able to establish the deepest bond with your battle pet, greatly increasing its growth rate and potential. Spiritual Power, 102 far exceeding the spiritual power of ordinary people. Constitution, 88 relatively strong average person. Su Muyue looked at her own condition with calm eyes. SS Level Talent, this is her greatest reliance. As for her weak physique, she understood that this was the area she needed to work on next. Her thoughts moved again, and the information on the atlas switched. This time, Lingxi's condition is displayed. Chapter 79. The Powerful Little Fox. Battle Pet, Lingxi. Race? Bloodline, primordial elemental body founded by the heart of chaos elements, capable of perfectly accommodating and transforming the power of all elements in the world. Level, First Order Level 1. Constitution, 99 first level limit. Spiritual Power, 99 first level limit. Strength, 99 first level limit. Skill. Speech Gift, the innate ability to understand and use human language. Heart of the Elements Talent, passive ability, possesses absolute affinity for all elements. Casting elemental skills requires no spiritual energy consumption, no mental burden, and no cooldown interval. Elementary Elemental Control Talent, can cast first-level elemental spells of all types at will. Su Muyue read it word by word. Her breath hitched slightly when she saw the 3 question marks in the race column. When she saw the description in the bloodline column, especially the words primordial elemental body, she completely understood the value of the Dean's 3 treasures. Then, she saw the 3 glaring first-level limit values behind the level. Finally, her eyes fell on the skill bar. Speech. Heart of the Elements. Primary Element Control. Especially the description following the skill Heart of the Elements, no consumption, no burden, no interval. Su Muyue's arms around Lingxi tightened unconsciously. She knew Lingxi was very strong, but she never imagined that she would be this strong. This is no longer a simple battle pet. This is a miracle. A unique miracle built with Dean Qinshan's lifelong collection. Qinshan also came over. He stood with his hands behind his back, his posture very high, and his expression was calm, as if saying, "I knew this would happen." When his eyes swept across Su Muyue's panel, he nodded with satisfaction. SS-level talent, well-deserved reputation. Then, his eyes fell on Lingxi's panel. Just a glance. The indifferent expression on Qinshan's face froze in an instant. His pupils suddenly contracted due to shock. Race is the question mark. The bloodline is called the primordial elemental body. Physical fitness, spiritual power, and strength, 3 clear first-level limits. His gaze was fixed on the innate skill called Heart of Elements. No consumption. No burden. No interval. His lips moved, and each word was pronounced with great difficulty. These words were like 3 sharp ice picks, piercing into his already broken heart. He remembered the small flame on Lingxi's claws, the ice flower, and the electric arc. It turns out that it wasn't a joke. That is a natural display of talent. A mobile turret that can cast all spells instantly and infinitely. A monster with a foundation so strong that it's outrageous. An existence that is at the pinnacle of the first level just after being born. Qinshan felt that his respiratory system had serious functional disorders. A familiar, piercing pain began to spread from the chest again. Spendthrift. What a waste. This is not an investment. This is like using an aircraft carrier to fry fish. And he's using his own aircraft carrier. Su Muyue came back to her senses after being shocked by the data. She looked up. Qinshan's complexion changed from white to blue, and then from blue to faintly purple in just a few seconds. He covered his chest and his body was shaking slightly. "Dean, you." Su Muyue spoke worriedly. Lingxi also poked her head out from her arms, her amethyst-like eyes full of concern. "Grandpa, are you feeling bad again? Is it because the jelly beans have too much after effect?" Puff. Qinshan could no longer suppress the fishy and sweet taste in his throat and couldn't catch his breath. He turned around suddenly, with his back to the man and the fox, one hand tightly covering his heart and the other hand waving wildly. "Fine." His voice sounded like it was squeezed out from between leaky teeth. This old man just suddenly remembered that it seems that the Qingxin grass planted in my backyard needs watering. You guys get familiar with each other first. I'll go first." Before he finished speaking, his men were already stumbling down the mountain. The figure from behind looked a bit embarrassed and panicky, completely different from the sage-like appearance he had when he came. Su Muyue held Lingxi in her arms, looking at the dean's back as he almost fled in panic, her face full of confusion. "Is the grass planted by the dean so important?" Lingxi tilted her head, and wisdom gleamed in her clear eyes. It seemed to understand why the old man was unhappy. It turned its head and rubbed Su Muyue's chin with its head. "Muyue, let's go home. The sun is shining and the breeze is gentle." The figures of the man and the fox were stretched very long in the afterglow of the setting sun. The new story has just begun. Qinshan's hurriedly departing figure disappeared at the end of the mountain path. Su Muyue stood still, Lingxi shifting in her arms, adjusting to a more comfortable position. A mountain breeze blew by, picking up a few dead leaves, and silence returned to the surroundings. "Grandpa runs so fast." Lingxi's voice sounded in Su Muyue's ears, with some confusion. "The dean may have something urgent to do." Su Muyue gave an explanation that she herself didn't quite believe. She looked down at Lingxi. The little fox's fur glowed softly in the sunset. The colorful rune loomed on his forehead, flowing with a mysterious luster. Its existence was real and warm. "Let's go down the mountain," Su Muyue said softly. "Yeah," Lingxi replied, her fluffy tail drawing a circle in the air. "Go home. Go home." This word made Su Muyue's heart flutter. She hugged Lingxi and turned to walk down the mountain. Her steps were much more steady than when she came. The road down the mountain was very quiet. Lingxi's curiosity was completely aroused. It poked its head out of Su Muyue's arms, looking at the grass growing out of the cracks in the rocks, and then sniffing the unknown wildflowers on the roadside. A faintly glowing flying insect flew past it. "Muyue, what is that?" "It glows. It's a firefly." "Can I eat it?" "Can't." "Oh." There was a hint of regret in Lingxi's tone. It saw another strange-looking tree with bumps all over its bark. Muyue, this tree is so ugly. Don't say that. It could have been growing here for hundreds of years. It must have been lonely, having lived for so long. Su Muyue stopped and looked into Lingxi's amethyst eyes. She never thought about whether a tree could be lonely. Lingxi's mind is as pure as a blank sheet of paper, yet she can see the world that she has ignored. It's not alone. Su Muyue stretched out her hand and gently stroked the rough bark. It has the company of the wind, the nourishment of the land, the sunshine, and the rain. Everything we see is part of its life. Lingxi tilted her head, as if thinking about what she said. The man and the fox walked and stopped like this, and when they reached the foot of the mountain, it was already completely dark, and soft streetlights were lit on both sides of the academy's road. Just as they were about to return to the dormitory area, a figure walked over from under a streetlight not far away. He was a boy wearing the uniform of a senior student of the college, with an upright posture. He had a polite smile on his face and wore a student union badge on his chest. Are you Junior Su Muyue? The boy's voice was gentle and polite. Su Muyue nodded and hugged Lingxi tighter in her arms. Hello, I'm a student union cadre, and I'm waiting for you here on the orders of the dean. The boy introduced himself. The dean has arranged new accommodation for you. Please follow me. New residence? Su Muyue was a little surprised. She thought she would live in the same dormitory as the freshmen. The boy saw her confusion and took the initiative to explain, SS-level talented students. According to the Academy's regulations, you will enjoy the highest standard of independent housing and training resources. Your new residence is in the Academy's Star District. Chapter 80. The homeless child finally has a home. Star District, Su Muyue had heard of this name. That is the most central and mysterious area in the Academy. It is said that those who live there are professors of the college or specially appointed strong people who have made outstanding contributions to the college. She never thought she would have any connection with that place. Let's go, the car is over there. The boy gestured with his hand. Not far away, there was a sleek hovercar parked. Su Muyue held Lingxi and followed the boy into the car. The interior space is spacious and the seats are soft and comfortable. The hovercraft started silently, rose steadily into the air, and headed towards the depths of the academy. The scene outside the window receded rapidly. They passed through the familiar teaching area. She passed the brightly lit training ground and entered an area she had never set foot in before. The buildings here are sparse, each one hidden among the dense trees and far apart from each other, ensuring absolute privacy. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air is obviously several times richer than that in the surrounding areas. Lingxi leaned against the car window, looking outside curiously. Muyue, the air here smells so comfortable. Muyu touched the little fox's fluffy ears, which felt great. The hovercraft finally landed slowly in front of a modern-style single-family villa. The whole villa presents a simple gray and white tone, with firm and smooth lines. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows are like mirrors, reflecting the stars in the night sky. Outside the villa is a well-tended courtyard with a stone path winding to the door. On one side of the courtyard, there is an open-air swimming pool, the water shimmering under the lights. The boy took Su Muyue to the door of the villa and handed her a thin crystal key that looked like a card. This is your access card, which is also bound to your personal information. Can enter and exit all training venues below S level in the academy. The boy explained, the villa is fully equipped with living facilities and training facilities. If you need anything else, you can apply directly to the logistics department through the terminal inside the room. He completed his task and nodded to Su Muyue again. I won't bother you anymore. Junior sister, I wish you a happy life here. After saying that, he turned and left, quickly disappearing into the night. All around, the only sounds were the rustling of leaves in the wind and the faint sound of water in the swimming pool. Su Muyue stood at the door, looked down at the crystal card in her hand, then looked up at the quiet and huge villa in front of her. Everything seemed so unreal. Muyu, aren't we going in? Lingxi urged in her arms. Su Muyue came back to her senses, walked to the door, and gently placed the crystal card on the sensing area. With a soft beep sound, the door lock opened. She pushed the door open and walked in. The sensor light in the foyer automatically lights up, filling the entire space with soft light. What appeared before her was a huge living room with a high ceiling. Light gray fabric sofa, black slate coffee table, and a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows. The night view of the courtyard outside the window is fully presented before your eyes. In the open kitchen, all kinds of brand new kitchen utensils shine with metallic luster under the light, even the protective film is still on. The air was filled with the fresh smell of newly renovated buildings, a mixture of wood and stone. This place is so big, so empty. Lingxi jumped out of her arms and landed lightly on the mirror-like ground. It stretched out its paw curiously, stepped on the floor, and then seemed to have discovered a new world. He began to trot around the spacious living room, his fluffy tail wagging happily behind him. Su Muyue looked at it, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose slightly. She closed the door, blocking out the night outside. She began to tour her new home floor by floor. In addition to the living room and kitchen, there is also a separate audio-visual room on the first floor. There is also a glass door that provides direct access to the courtyard pool. Go up to the second floor via the suspended staircase. The second floor is the rest area. The master bedroom is surprisingly large, with a large bed that can accommodate 3 or 4 people. A separate dressing room, which was larger than her entire previous dormitory. The master bedroom is also connected to a spacious terrace. Standing on the terrace, you can overlook most of the star area. In addition to the master bedroom, there are 2 guest rooms and a study. In the study, the huge bookshelf stretched from the floor to the ceiling, but it was still empty at the moment. What Su Muyue cared about most was the room on the 3rd floor. The entire 3rd floor contained only one room, with the door labeled Gravity Training Room. She pushed open the heavy metal door, revealing an open space of nearly 200 square meters. The walls and floor were made of a special energy-absorbing material. In the center of the room stood a control console. This place is specially prepared for high-intensity training of beastmasters and combat pets. Su Muyue stood in the center of the training room and slowly closed her eyes. Here, it is quiet, safe, full of spiritual energy and complete facilities. It was an environment she could never have imagined in her dreams. She remembered a lot of things. I remember being in the orphanage, squeezed into one room with a dozen other kids. I remember the first time I was adopted, and the loss I felt when I was sent back because my adoptive parents had their own children. Later, she put all her energy into studying and was admitted to Jiangchen College. Live in that small double dormitory. After her roommate moved out, that dormitory became the only place for her and the little guy, who was still an ordinary white fox, to live. All the places she has had in her life have been labeled as temporary. She is a passerby, living cautiously and trying not to cause trouble to anyone. I also try not to feel a sense of belonging to any place. Because she was afraid of the feeling of getting it and then losing it. But now. She opened her eyes and looked at the huge and empty training room. Dean Qinshan used his life's collection to pave a road to the top for her. And this villa is the first stop on this road. A place that can be called home. Lingxi ran up from downstairs with graceful steps. It came to Su Muyue's feet and rubbed her trouser leg with its head. Muyue, this place is so big, I like it here. Su Muyue squatted down and held it in her arms. Lingxi, she buried her face in its warm and soft fur, her voice very soft, with a barely perceptible tremor. We have a home now. It is no longer a temporary dormitory, a place that may be taken back at any time. But it is a home that truly belongs to them. Lingxi quietly let her hold her, and it seemed to feel the complex and turbulent emotions deep in Su Muyue's heart. It stuck out its tongue and licked her cheek gently. Yes, our home. Its voice was clear and firm. From now on, I will protect this home and Muyu. Su Muyue's heart was enveloped by a huge current of warmth. All the anxiety and confusion disappeared at this moment. She stood up, holding Lingxi, and went downstairs again. She stopped looking at the empty rooms and went straight to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Outside the window, the stars are shining brightly. She looked at her reflection in the glass, the image of herself and the little fox in her arms. The girl's eyes were clear and firm. The fox's eyes sparkled like amethyst. The new story will officially begin from this place called home. Chapter 81 of Fully Equipped Villa. The warmth of the embrace dispels the emptiness in my heart. Su Muyue lowered her head and looked into Lingxi's sparkling eyes. A thought came to mind. I'm hungry. After coming down from the back mountain for so long, my stomach has already started to protest. She held Lingxi in her arms and walked towards the open kitchen. The style of the kitchen is consistent with that of the living room, simple, cool and full of technology. A huge metal double-door refrigerator embedded in the wall caught her attention. She walked over and opened the heavy refrigerator door. The interior was not the empty compartment she had imagined. Soft cold lights came on, illuminating the neatly organized space inside. Rows of fresh vegetables are neatly stacked in vacuum packaging, each marked with the date they were picked. Various fruits are classified and placed in separate storage boxes, fresh and juicy. Eggs, milk, butter, cheese, you name it. Her gaze continued downwards, landing on the bottom few drawers. The drawers are transparent and labeled in elegant handwriting. Red Flame Beef Level 3 Fire Attribute Magical Beast. Ice Crystal Pork Chops Level 2 Ice Attribute Monster. Wind Running Chicken Leg a First Order Wind Attribute Magical Beast. Sumu Yue's fingers stopped on the refrigerator door. These were all ingredients she had seen in textbooks. It is said that long-term consumption can gently improve the physical condition of the Beastmaster and the battle pet, and replenish spiritual energy. It is expensive and usually only available to high-level Beastmasters or students from wealthy families. She had never thought before that she would have the opportunity to come into contact with these things. She closed the refrigerator door, and the metal door panel made a dull sound. She saw the black screen on the wall next to the refrigerator, which was integrated with the wall. There is a card slot below the screen. Sumu Yue took out the crystal access card and inserted it. The screen lit up silently, and soft light illuminated her face. A line of welcome words appeared. Welcome, Sumu Yue. Xingqian District Logistics Service Terminal is at your service. Several clear category icons appeared on the screen: food supplies, daily necessities, practice consumables, book application, and equipment repair. She clicked on Ingredients Supplement. A dazzling menu unfolds. From ordinary rice, flour, grain and oil, to the various monster meats we just saw, to some extremely rare spiritual plants and fruits with special effects, the list is so long that there is no end in sight. Behind each item is the note in stock. She doesn't need to spend money. Just select, confirm, and someone will deliver it to your door at the designated time. This is the treatment of SS level talent. This is the first resource that the dean says the college can provide. Heavy. She exited the menu interface and pulled back her card. The feeling of unreality in my heart was replaced by a more solid feeling. Mu Yue, I smell the aroma of meat. Lingxi poked her head out of her arms, sniffed the air, and stared at the refrigerator with her amethyst-like eyes. Well, let's cook. Sumu Yue opened the refrigerator again and took out a piece of bright red Cheyenne beef with beautiful snowflake texture. She took some more vegetables and eggs. She placed the ingredients on the large island worktop. She couldn't name most of the kitchen utensils here. She found a pan and placed it on the smooth stovetop. There are no buttons on the stovetop surface. She studied it for a moment before realizing that the operating interface was projected. With the touch of your fingertips, the size and timing of the fire can be precisely set. She poured in the oil and watched it reach the preset temperature in seconds. The red beef is cut into thick slices and put into the pot. Sizzle. The rich aroma of meat burst out instantly, filling the entire first floor. Lingxi jumped from the ground onto the bar stool next to the workbench, put her two front paws on the table, and looked intently at the meat in the pot. Its saliva is about to flow down. It smells so good. Sumu Yue smiled and concentrated on cooking. She used the simplest method to fry the beef until both sides were golden brown, then used the pan next to it to stir-fry two side dishes and cook a pot of rice. All the kitchenware worked incredibly well and the whole process was smooth and efficient. After a while, 3 dishes and a soup were served on the table. A serving of pan-fried red flame beef, specially for Lingxi. 1 serving of shredded pork with green peppers, 1 serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and 1 serving of seaweed egg drop soup. They are all simple home-cooked dishes. But at this moment, in this huge villa, it seems particularly humane. Okay, let's eat. Sumu Yue carried Lingxi down and placed her on a chair. She pushed the plate of seared beef towards it. Lingxi lowered her head to smell it, then stuck out her tongue and licked it carefully. Its eyes suddenly lit up. It raised its head and looked at Sumu Yue. Muyu's candy beans are 100 times more delicious than Grandpa's. After saying that, it buried its head and started eating. Sumu Yue sat opposite it, picked up the chopsticks and took a mouthful of rice. The rice is fragrant and glutinous, with a hint of sweetness. She ate slowly and quietly. In the huge restaurant, there were only slight chewing sounds and the clatter of dishes and chopsticks. The lighting is warm and the food is delicious. Opposite her sat her only family member. Lingxi quickly finished the beef on the plate, licking even the gravy clean. It burped contentedly, raised its head and looked at Su Muyue. Muyue, are we going to live here every day from now on? Well, this will be our home from now on. Su Muyue replied. Home. Lingxi recited this word, and her fluffy tail swayed gently behind her. I love this home. It jumped off the chair, ran to Su Muyue's feet, and rubbed its head against her legs. What are we doing tomorrow? Tomorrow, we'll go to the 3rd floor. Su Muyue put down her chopsticks and looked at it. Start training. Training? Lingxi's ears twitched. Is it playing with flames and ice flowers? It's a little more complicated than that. Su Muyue explained. I need to work on my physique, and you need to learn how to better control your strength. Will I become more powerful then? Meeting. Can you protect Muyu better? Yes. Su Muyue answered affirmatively. There was a glimmer of excitement in Lingxi's eyes. Okay, let's go train tomorrow. After dinner, Su Muyue began to clean up the dishes. She discovered there was an automatic dishwasher in the kitchen. She just puts the cutlery in, presses a button, and everything is done. She stood in front of the French window in the living room, looking at the lights in the courtyard outside. Lingxi was having a lot of fun chasing her tail around in the spacious living room. This house is too big and too quiet. But because of the presence of this little guy, everything becomes lively. Su Muyue walked to the sofa and sat down. Lingxi ran over, jumped into her arms, and found a comfortable position to lie down. Muyue, I'm a little tired today. There was a hint of weariness in its voice. It has experienced so much from birth to now. Sign a contract, be reborn, meet strange people, and come to a strange environment. Su Muyue reached out and gently stroked its smooth fur. Go to sleep, I'm here. Lingxi rubbed her palm and closed her eyes. The sound of even breathing soon began. Su Muyue held the sleeping Lingxi in her arms and leaned on the soft sofa. She did not turn on the equipment in the audio-visual room, nor did she go to the study. She just sat quietly. Feel the quietness of this space and the warmth of life in my arms. Chapter 82. The training room on the 3rd floor. The past 10 years of her life flashed through her mind like a fast-moving black and white movie. The collective dormitory in the orphanage, the small guest room in the foster parents' home, and the cramped double dormitory in the college. In every place, she is just a temporary visitor. Until today. She lowered her head, looking at Lingxi's peaceful sleeping face, and the colorful rune on her forehead that flickered in and out with every breath. From the moment the contract was signed, her life took a completely new path that she had never imagined. Dean Qin Shan gave her the qualifications to embark on this path. And Lingxi is her most steadfast and irreplaceable companion on this journey. It's late at night. The lights outside the villa dimmed automatically. The night in the star region is so quiet that you can hear the sound of the wind. Su Muyue held Lingxi in her arms, stood up, and went upstairs. She walked into the surprisingly large master bedroom. She didn't turn on the light. Moonlight poured in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, covering the ground with a layer of silver frost. She gently placed Lingxi in the middle of the big bed. The little fox moved, turned over, and continued to sleep. Su Muyue stood by the bed and looked at it for a long time. Then she walked into the cloakroom, which was bigger than her entire dormitory. In the cloakroom, the college had prepared various styles of clothes for her. From everyday casual clothes to combat uniforms of different levels, everything is available, all in her size. She opened a drawer and found brand new towels and toiletries inside. She walked into the bathroom and hot water came out almost instantly. The warm water washed over her body, washing away her fatigue and running around for the day. When she walked out of the bathroom in her pajamas, steaming all over, she felt like she had been reborn. She lay down on the bed, next to Lingxi. The mattress is so soft that it seems you can sink into it. She turned sideways and looked at the small, furry companion beside her. She reached out her hand and touched its warm body with her fingertips. This is her home. She closed her eyes. A dreamless night. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm spot of light on the gray carpet. Su Muyue opened her eyes. She lay on the incredibly soft big bed, every inch of her body completely relaxed. There was complete silence all around. There were no footsteps in the dormitory corridor, nor any early morning noise from neighbors. She tilted her head. Lingxi curled up into a furry white ball and slept beside her pillow. The big fluffy tail covered the body, rising and falling slightly with the steady breathing. The colorful runes on the forehead lost their brilliance in the morning light and remained quietly imprinted there. Sumu Yue sat up, being careful not to disturb it. She walked barefoot onto the cool wooden floor and onto the terrace. The fresh air hits your face, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees. The teaching building in the distance was looming in the morning mist, and the entire Star District was still immersed in tranquility. This place was so real that it made her feel at ease. She returned to her room, went into the cloakroom, and changed into a comfortable set of casual clothes. When she came out of the bathroom, Lingxi was already awake. It was sitting on the bed, rubbing its eyes with its paws. When it saw Su Muyue, its amethyst-like eyes immediately lit up. Muyue, good morning. It jumped off the bed and landed lightly on the ground. I'm hungry. Su Muyue smiled. Come downstairs for breakfast. A man and a fox walked down the floating stairs. Lingxi seemed particularly lively in the new home. It slid down the stairs. He rolled on the floor, then chased his tail twice. Su Muyue opened the refrigerator. She took out milk, eggs, and 2 slices of red flame beef left over from last night. High-tech kitchen appliances allow even a kitchen novice like her to handle the kitchen with ease. Soon, 2 breakfasts were ready. On the dining table were fried eggs and warm milk. In front of Lingxi was her exclusive plate, which contained small pieces of red flame beef that exuded an enticing aroma. It buried its head in the food and ate an astonishing amount of food burst out of its tiny body. Su Muyue drank the milk in small sips and looked at the little guy opposite who was eating contentedly. After dinner, let's go to the 3rd floor, she said. Lingxi raised her head, with a little gravy still on the corner of her mouth. Going to training? That's great. Lingxi cheered and finished the remaining beef on the plate in a few bites. It jumped off the chair, ran to Su Muyue's feet, and rubbed her legs with its head. Let's go quickly. I want to become stronger and protect Muyu. Su Muyue put down the cup and cleared the tableware. The automatic dishwasher started working silently. She took Lingxi and walked up the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. The higher you go, the more obvious the cold smell of high-tech metal in the air becomes. 3rd floor. The heavy metal door was closed. Su Muyue stretched out her hand and placed her palm on the identifier on the door. A soft blue light swept across her palm. Identity confirmed, Su Muyue, welcome to the gravity training room. A mechanical synthesized sound rang out. The heavy metal door slid open silently to both sides, revealing a surprisingly spacious area inside. The walls and the floor are a deep dark color, which is a special material that can absorb most energy impacts. The silver-white console in the center of the room is like a silent giant. Su Muyue walked over. She reached out and tapped her fingertips lightly on the smooth surface of the console. A holographic projection screen unfolded in front of her. Several training modules are clearly listed on the light screen. Gravity control. Environmental simulation. Combat skills drill. Energy monitoring. Su Muyue took a deep breath and clicked on Energy Monitoring first. A delicate robotic arm extended from one side of the console, with a blue scanning probe at the end of the arm. Please place your battle pet in the scanning area. Lingxi jumped onto the console curiously and walked under the probe. Blue beams of light enveloped it from top to bottom. A few seconds later, a series of complex data streams appeared on the holographic screen. Battle Pet, Colorful Fox Junior Stage. Compatibility, 100%. Energy level, Peak Level 1. Talent attributes, Fire Mastery, Ice Mastery, Wind Awakening, Thunder Awakening, Wood Awakening, Light Unawakening, Dark Unawakening. Talent skill, Heart of the Elements passive, allows for seamless switching between the 7 elements, significantly increasing elemental affinity and casting speed. Su Muyue looked at the information on the screen and her heart skipped a beat. 7 attributes. 5 have awakened. No delay switching. Only now did she have the most intuitive understanding of the extraordinary talent that the dean mentioned. She closed the monitoring interface and looked at Lingxi beside her. Let's test your strength first. She clicked on the Combat Skills Practice module. Primary mode, start. More than a dozen fist-sized red light balls appeared out of thin air on all sides of the training room. These light balls are pure energy bodies, floating slowly in the air with irregular trajectories. Lingxi, use fire to knock down those red balls. Okay. Lingxi responded, her eyes instantly becoming sharp. It opened its little mouth. Sumu Yue thought she would see a small fireball. The next second, a long whip of blazing flame shot out from Lingxi's mouth with a whistling sound that broke through the air. Chapter 83 Gravity Module. The long whip swung and swept through the air deftly. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions sounded. In just a breath of time, all the red light balls in the air were annihilated. The flaming whip dissipated into the air, leaving only a trace of burning ripples. There was silence in the practice room. Sumu Yue looked at Lingxi, then looked at the empty venue. This power, this speed, this precision of control. Is this really a cub that was born not long ago? Lingxi swung her tail and looked at Sumu Yue proudly, as if waiting for praise. Sumu Yue calmed herself down. Switch to intermediate mode. An energy body appeared again in the venue. This time, there are more than 30 of them, each with a different color. Red represents fire, blue represents ice, and green represents wind. They move more than twice as fast as before. Attack with corresponding attributes. Sumu Yue issued a new order. Lingxi roared excitedly, and her body turned into a white lightning and rushed into the group of energy bodies. Its figure shuttled across the venue at high speed, so fast that only a shadow remained. A small flame accurately ignited a red ball of light. Immediately afterwards, an ice cone condensed out of thin air and pierced through the blue light ball next to it. A breeze blew by, and the blue ball of light was cut in half by the wind blade. All this happened almost at the same time. Lingxi's movements were smooth and fluid, without any pause. Flame, ice cone, wind blade, 3 kinds of spells kept flashing around it, as if they were innate instincts. Less than 10 seconds. More than 30 energy bodies were completely cleared out. Lingxi stopped in the middle of the venue, breathing slightly, but her eyes were full of excitement. Sumu Yue walked over to it, squatted down, and reached out to stroke its smooth fur. She could feel that the spiritual power in Lingxi's body was flowing smoothly and the consumption was not great. This is no longer something that can be described simply as genius. I can be even faster. Lingxi raised her head and looked at Sumu. Sumu Yue stood up and walked back to the control console. Her eyes became extremely firm. Advanced mode. Warning, in advanced mode, the energy body will actively attack with the attack strength of the second level primary level. Please confirm. Confirm. As soon as the words fell, the light in the entire training room suddenly dimmed. Hundreds of energy bodies flashing with dangerous light emerged, forming an impenetrable encirclement, rushing towards Lingxi in the center of the venue from all directions. Red fireballs, dark blue ice arrows, and sharp wind blades intertwined into a web of death. Lingxi. Sumu Yue's heart was in her throat. Lingxi stood where she was, facing the overwhelming attack, and instead of retreating, she advanced. It let out a clear and sharp cry towards the sky. A layer of colorful halo suddenly spread out with it as the center. All energy attacks that come into contact with the halo are instantly eliminated. What's this? Sumu Yue's mind went blank. This skill is not written on the data panel. In the colorful halo, Lingxi's body floated up. Purple light flowed in its eyes. The colorful runes on the forehead burst into dazzling light for the first time. It stretched out one of its front paws and waved it gently forward. A crescent-shaped flaming slash whizzed out. Its other front paw touched the air. A huge ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the attack from the side. It opened its mouth. A small green tornado formed, sucking in a dozen energy bodies and tearing them into pieces. What shocked Sumu Yue even more was that thin arcs of purple electricity jumped in the tornado, amplifying the power of destruction to the extreme. Thunder attribute. It actually mastered the use of thunder attributes during the battle. Lingxi is like an almighty war fortress. Cast spells at will and switch elements freely. Hundreds of aggressive energy bodies are like fragile toys in front of it. The whole process lasted less than a minute. When the last energy body was struck by lightning and turned into a light spot, the training room became bright again. The colorful halo dissipated. Lingxi landed lightly on the ground, looking a little tired, but still in high spirits. It took small steps, ran to Sumu Yue's feet, and raised its little head. Its tail wags like a rattle. Muyu, am I powerful? The voice was full of joy, seeking praise. Sumu Yue exhaled slowly. She squatted down, stretched out her hands, and hugged this tiny little guy, who was full of terrifying energy, tightly in her arms. Sharp. Her voice was soft, trembling in a way she herself didn't even notice. Lingxi, you are very powerful. She thought she had found a partner with unlimited potential. Now she understood that what she had was a miracle. Lingxi rubbed comfortably in her arms and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. From now on, no one can bully Muyu. Su Muyue held it and stood up. Her eyes fell on the gravity control option on the console. Lingxi is already so powerful. And she herself is just an ordinary person with average physical fitness. She couldn't be a burden to it. She wants to become stronger. Strong enough to stand beside it and face everything in the future with it. She gently put Lingxi down. Lingxi, go and rest for a while. Next, it's my turn. She walked to the center of the field and looked at the control console again. Activate gravity control 5 times. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped her whole body. My legs felt heavy as if they were filled with lead. Su Muyue gritted her teeth and steadied herself. Fine beads of sweat oozed out of her forehead. Training starts now. An invisible weight pressed down instantly, nailing Su Muyue firmly in place. Her knees buckled suddenly, and her bones groaned under the strain. The air became thick, and every breath was filled with heavy resistance. That's 5 times the force of gravity. Just standing there took away most of her energy. Lingxi squatted in a corner not far away, looking at her with her head tilted. Its big fluffy tail swept behind it, and its amethyst eyes were full of confusion. Su Muyue gritted her teeth and straightened her bent knees little by little. Sweat oozed from the corner of his forehead, slid down his cheeks, and dripped onto the floor, forming a small dark stain. She lifted her foot. A simple movement that requires the mobilization of the whole body's strength. His right foot lifted heavily off the ground, took a small step forward, and then landed heavily. Boom! The dull sound echoed in the empty training room. Next is the left foot. She began to walk, very slowly and awkwardly. Every step feels like wading through mud. Lingxi stood up and paced anxiously for a few steps. It ran to Su Muyue's feet, looked up at her, and made a low whimpering sound in its throat. Why did Muyu do this? It doesn't understand. It is its job to protect Muyu. Su Muyue lowered her head and saw the worry in Lingxi's eyes. She pulled the corners of her mouth, trying to give it a soothing smile, but it became difficult to move her facial muscles. I'm fine. Her voice was a little hoarse. She continued walking forward. 1 circle. 2 laps. Every cell in my body screamed in protest. Muscles ache, joints swell, lungs burn. Lingxi followed behind her, step by step. It stretched out its little paws several times, trying to touch Su Muyue, but retracted them halfway. Chapter 84. She is no longer alone. It ran towards the control console in the center of the room. On the silver-white table, the gravity control option was lighting up with a soft light. As long as it is turned off, Muyu will not be so painful. Its claws raised and hovered in front of the holographic screen. It turned around and looked at Su Muyue again. She was standing there, her hands on her knees, breathing heavily. Sweat had soaked the strands of hair on her forehead, sticking to her skin. Her chest was heaving violently, but her back remained straight. She raised her head and looked straight ahead. In those black eyes was a burning light that it had never seen before. Not pain, not giving up. It's determination. Lingxi slowly lowered her claws. It remembered what Muyu said yesterday. I need to work on my physique, and you need to learn how to better control your strength. We'll go to training tomorrow. It's us. Not you, and not me. It's us. Lingxi quietly retreated to the corner and squatted down again. This time, it just watched quietly. In the purple eyes, anxiety and confusion gradually faded away, leaving behind something called understanding. This is Muyu's battle. She also wants to become stronger. In this way, they can walk together forever. Su Muyue completed 10 laps of walking. She stopped, leaned against the cold wall, and breathed greedily. After a short break, she walked back to the center of the field. She began to try the most basic physical exercises. Squat. As soon as the center of gravity of the body shifted downward, the legs began to tremble violently. The ubiquitous pressure instantly tensed her thigh muscles to the limit. She went down, and down again. He lost his balance and fell backwards to the ground. The cold, hard ground caused a sharp pain in her tailbone. She supported herself on the ground and stood up again. Do it again. Squat, shiver, hold on. Stand up. Sweat blurred her vision. She raised her hand to wipe it off, and in front of her was the dark wall of the training room. Her disheveled figure was reflected on the wall. The image of Lingxi's fighting posture in advanced mode emerged in her mind. Long whips of fire, walls of ice crystals, miniature tornadoes that tear everything apart, and jumping purple arcs of electricity. Powerful, calm, and elegant. She herself even had a hard time standing steady under 5 times the gravity. She couldn't be a burden to it. She had to keep up with it. She wanted to be someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with it, rather than being protected by it forever. Su Muyue squatted down again. Sweat is pouring down like rain. Her consciousness began to become a little hazy, and the only sounds in her ears were her own heavy breathing and heartbeat. Bang, bang, bang. Like a war drum. 1, 2, 10. By the time she finished her 20th squat, her legs were completely drained of strength. She fell to the ground again, and this time, it took her longer to get up. She started doing push-ups. The moment your arms are bent, the weight of your entire upper body rests on your arms and shoulders. She felt like her arm was going to break. She gritted her teeth and propped herself up. Sweat dripped onto the floor below her, forming a small puddle. Time passed slowly in the painful torment. In an inconspicuous corner of the console's light screen, the timer displayed 1 hour 47 minutes and 32 seconds. Nearly 2 hours. Su Muyue could no longer remember how many moves she had made and how many times she had failed. She just knew to keep moving. Can't stop. Her body had gone beyond fatigue and entered a state of numbness. Every action is driven by instinct. Finally, she attempted a short sprint. Use both feet to exert force. Her body rushed forward less than 3 meters before her legs gave way and she fell forward. My vision was spinning. She fell heavily to the ground, her cheek touching the cold ground. The last bit of strength was drained away. She couldn't move, couldn't even lift a finger. The heavy pressure on my body suddenly disappeared. The training room's safety mechanism was activated. The sudden disappearance of pressure gave her a strange feeling of weightlessness. The blood began to flow happily again, and waves of tingling and numbness came from all over the limbs. Su Muyue lay on the ground, breathing heavily, and the edge of her vision was dark. A white shadow rushed in front of her like lightning. It's Lingxi. It anxiously nudged Su Muyue's cheek with its head, making a whining sound in its throat. Mu Yu. Its voice was filled with tears. Su Muyue wanted to speak, but no sound came out. Lingxi stretched out her warm tongue and licked away the sweat and tears on her face. It put its little head on Su Muyue's forehead. A soft green light with a scent of grass lit up from the rune on its forehead and slowly seeped into Su Muyue's body. It is the healing power of what attribute? A warm stream flowed through Su Muyue's limbs. The tearing muscle pain was gently soothed by this warm current. His already exhausted physical strength was also slowly recovering. Su Muyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. She could feel the changes in her body. She turned her head with difficulty and looked at Lingxi, who was so close to her. What attribute? Her voice was barely more than a whisper. Lingxi blinked, and the green halo became brighter. Muyue, it doesn't hurt. It spoke seriously and gently patted Su Muyue's arm with its little paw. Su Muyue looked at it. This little guy, under battle and pressure, has realized new abilities. She stretched out her still slightly trembling hand and stroked Lingxi's smooth fur. Thank you, Lingxi. Lingxi squinted her eyes comfortably and rubbed her palm with the top of her head. We, together. It says. Su Muyue smiled. It was a smile that came from the heart after extreme exhaustion. She propped up her upper body and slowly sat up with Lingxi's help. Her whole body was soaked with sweat, and her sportswear stuck tightly to her body, outlining the girl's slender and resilient lines. Let's go down. Su Muyue stood up, her calves still trembling. Lingxi immediately ran to her feet and leaned her body against her calves like a loyal knight. A man and a fox walked out of the training room that witnessed their sweat and determination. The heavy metal door closed silently behind him. Su Muyue held the handrail of the stairs and walked down to the 3rd floor step by step. Returning to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, the first thing she did was go into the bathroom. The warm water washed over the body, taking away all the fatigue and aches. The muscles are completely relaxed under the soothing effect of hot water. When she walked out of the bathroom in clean, soft pajamas, she looked refreshed. Lingxi was squatting on the large carpet in the middle of the bedroom, fiddling with a ball of yarn that she had found from somewhere with her paws. When it saw Su Muyue coming out, it immediately dropped its toys and ran over. Su Muyue walked to the bed and sat down. Lingxi jumped up, jumped into her arms, and found a comfortable position to lie down. Muyue, I'm hungry. Its sound came muffled from her arms. After the healing just now, a lot of its spiritual power was consumed. Su Muyue stroked its back. Okay, let's go cook. A new home, first training session, first time working together. Everything is moving in a good direction. She held Lingxi in her arms, feeling peaceful and at ease. The future may be full of unknowns and challenges. But she knew she wouldn't be alone. Chapter 85, Purifying Grass. In the kitchen on the first floor of the villa, she opened a silver metal cabinet door embedded in the wall. A soft cold light came on, and all kinds of fresh ingredients were neatly stacked inside, from vegetables to meat. All ingredients are wrapped in special plastic wrap, with the name and best cooking method marked next to them. This is the logistical standard of the Beastmaster Academy, which far exceeds the technological level of the outside world. Su Muyue took out some simple ingredients and prepared to make dinner. The body aches have been relieved by the hot water, but the fatigue that has penetrated deep into the bone marrow requires food to replenish energy. Lingxi squatted on the cooking table next to her, looking at her with her head tilted. Its big fluffy tail swayed gently behind it, and its amethyst eyes were full of curiosity. Su Muyue picked up a tomato and put it in the sink. She turned on the faucet and prepared to wash. Lingxi suddenly raised its little paw. A small stream of clear water appeared out of nowhere at the tip of its claws and shot accurately towards the tomato. The force of the water flow was just right, washing away the dust on the surface of the tomatoes and rolling them around on them. Su Muyue looked at this scene and stopped what she was doing. She looked at Lingxi. The little fox looked very proud and wagged its tail even more happily. It's helping in its own way. Su Muyue smiled and picked up another tomato. I'll leave this to you as well. Lingxi cried out happily, and another stream of water gushed out. It had a lot of fun and quickly finished processing all the vegetables that needed to be washed. Su Muyue started cutting vegetables. She picked up the kitchen knife, her movements still a little clumsy. Lingxi came closer and sniffed the edge of the chopping board. Muyue, this red one, can I eat it? Not yet. It will taste better when it's cooked. She explained patiently. Lingxi nodded, not quite understanding, and turned her gaze to the stove next to her. It was a smooth silver surface, without any visible flame. Su Muyue put the chopped vegetables and meat slices into the pot and selected the stir-fry mode on the control panel. The bottom of the pot heats up instantly. With a hissing sound, the fragrance began to spread. Lingxi's eyes lit up. Its nose twitched as it took a deep breath. It smells so good. Its saliva is almost flowing out. Su Muyue stir-fried the food with a spatula, and her movements became more and more skilled. One man and one fox, one is busy, the other is looking forward to it. The warm light in the kitchen cast their figures on the smooth walls. This picture is full of the taste of home. Soon, 2 dishes and a soup were served on the table. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, and a simple vegetable soup. The home-cooked taste made Su Muyue feel unprecedented satisfaction. Lingxi couldn't wait to stand up from the chair, grabbing the edge of the table with her front paws, staring at the food on the plate eagerly. Su Muyue put some shredded meat and egg cubes in its small bowl, blew it cool before pushing it over. Lingxi buried her head in eating. Although she had a small body, she had a big appetite. Su Muyue also picked up her chopsticks. The heat from the food dispels the last bit of fatigue in the body and turns into a warm current flowing through every part of the body. Muyu's cooking is the best. Lingxi raised her head, with a little egg drop still on her lips, and spoke incoherently. Eat more if you like. Su Muyue picked up another piece of food with chopsticks. After finishing the meal and clearing away the dishes, it was still early. The afterglow of the setting sun is pouring into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Su Muyue held Lingxi, who was full and beginning to feel sleepy, and sat on the soft sofa. She remembered the words that Dean Qinshan muttered when he fled. It's time to water the Qingxin grass in the backyard. She was curious about the plant. Moreover, the spiritual energy on the mountain privately occupied by the dean is definitely much richer than that of this villa. Lingxi, let's go for a walk. She touched the head of the little one in her arms. Lingxi opened her sleepy eyes and nodded. Where are you going? Go and see where the dean is planting grass. Sumu Yue stood up holding it and walked towards the back door of the villa. Outside the back door is a path paved with bluestone slabs, winding its way to the forest behind. The air is filled with the freshness of grass and trees after the rain, which is more refreshing than the air at the foot of the mountain. A man and a fox walked up the path. The mountain road was not steep, and the trees on both sides were tall and strange, many of which were species that Sumu Yue had never seen in books. The higher you go, the richer the spiritual energy in the air becomes. It was a kind of energy that was almost liquefied, and every breath was like swallowing and spitting out nectar. Sumu Yue felt that the power of the master in her body was resonating with the spiritual energy and becoming active. After walking for about 10 minutes, the road ahead suddenly opened up. A flat grassland appeared before my eyes. In the middle of the lawn is another quaint wooden house, which I guess is the dean's back garden. A small medicinal garden was cultivated in front of the wooden house. In the medicinal garden, there is a kind of grass that is green all over and has leaves that look like they are carved from jade. A drop of crystal dew condensed on the top of the leaf, reflecting a colorful halo under the setting sun. That should be the Qingxin grass. They are growing very well and look vigorous, and don't look like they are short of water at all. Sumu Yue finally understood. The dean was just making excuses for his own gaffe that day. She held Lingxi in her arms and walked to the medicine garden. She could feel that the concentration of spiritual energy here had reached an astonishing level. The land under your feet seems to be a natural gathering point of spiritual energy. Practicing here will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. Sumu Yue found a large, clean, flat rock and sat down. She placed Lingxi on her lap. I'm going to practice here for a while. Lingxi is coming too. The little fox rubbed her hand and lay down obediently. Sumu Yue closed her eyes, cleared her mind, and began to circulate the power of the master in her body. The SS-level talent mind resonance is quietly activated. Her consciousness seemed to transform into an invisible net, extending in all directions and establishing a mysterious connection with the ubiquitous spiritual energy in this space. The surrounding spiritual energy found an outlet. They cheered and transformed into streams of light blue air that were visible to the naked eye. They came from all directions and penetrated into Sumu Yue's body. Her body, like a long-dried sponge, greedily absorbed this huge amount of energy. After the extreme physical training in the afternoon, although her body was tired, the resilience and activity of every cell in her body had been greatly improved. At this moment, these cells are opening their arms to welcome the baptism of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy washed through her meridians, nourished her flesh and blood, and strengthened her bones. She could clearly feel that her strength was growing little by little. In this process, mental power also becomes more solid and purer. The soul bridge between her and Lingxi also became more solid under the nourishment of this energy. As her mind moved, the panel of the beast taming encyclopedia emerged in her mind. Master, Sumu Yue. Level, Beast Tamer Apprentice Level 1, Level 1. The numbers behind her level began to jump slowly. Experience points are increasing rapidly. Lingxi, who was lying on her legs, seemed to be infected by this atmosphere. It yawned, adjusted itself to a more comfortable position, and closed its eyes. The gorgeous colorful rune on its forehead lit up silently. If we say that Sumu Yue's practice is to actively attract and absorb spiritual energy, Lingxi's existence is an irresistible black hole for spiritual energy. It doesn't even have to do anything. The primordial elemental body gives it the most fundamental affinity with all elemental forces in the world. An invisible vortex formed with it as the center. The elemental spiritual energy of the entire mountain began to converge in this direction. The wind becomes gentle. Light becomes gentle. Chapter 86 Abnormal Cultivation Speed. In the air, even tiny water droplets condensed out of thin air, flashing arcs of electricity, and floating dust. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness. The elemental energies of all attributes were transformed into the purest particles and poured into Lingxi's small body like a tired bird returning to the forest. The white fur on its body exudes a faint precious glow. The colorful runes shone brightly, enveloping the man and the fox. Sumu Yue was immersed in her own cultivation and was completely unaware of this. She only felt that the spiritual energy around her was becoming more and more rich and docile, and it was becoming easier to absorb it. Boom! Her body shook slightly. A warm current rose from the dantian and instantly flowed through the whole body. An invisible shackle in the body was broken by this force. Level: Beast Tamer Apprentice Level 1, Level 2. Breakthrough. In just less than an hour, she advanced from Level 1 to Level 2. If other apprentice beast masters knew about this speed, they would probably be shocked. Sumu Yue was focused. She did not stop, but continued to guide the spiritual energy to consolidate the realm she had just broken through. The wind on the top of the mountain is getting stronger and stronger. The elemental energy around them was so dense that it formed a colorful mist that surrounded them. Xin Shan, who was in a wooden house far away on the mountainside, suddenly felt something and pushed the door open and walked out. He looked up toward the top of the mountain. He saw the dreamlike colorful glow. He felt the elemental tide so huge that it frightened him. This is. His lips trembled and he was completely stunned. This kind of phenomenon may not be triggered even if a high-level combat pet breaks through. Could it be that little girl? No, she just got started. It's impossible for her to have such momentum. Is that little fox? In Xin Shan's mind, Ling Xi's innocent face and the attribute panel that gave him a heart attack emerged. His heart began to ache again. He had a very bad feeling. On the top of the mountain, Sumu Yue's cultivation continues. After her realm was completely stabilized at the first and second levels, the momentum of improvement did not stop. A huge amount of spiritual energy continues to flow in. Her talent, her physique, combined with this unique environment, created a miracle of cultivation. Another hour passed. Buzz. There was another familiar tremor. The power in her body once again reached a new level. Level: Beast Tamer Apprentice Level 1, Level 3. Sumu Yue slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. A white arrow of gas stretched out a long line in the air, which lasted for a long time. She opened her eyes. The world, in her eyes, became clearer and more vivid. She could see the clear veins on the leaves in the distance and hear the chirping of insects in the wind. She clenched her fists, feeling the power filling her body. The physical attribute has also increased from 8 points to 15 points. Doubled. One afternoon of practice is equivalent to months of hard work for others. A surge of joy welled up in her heart. She lowered her head and looked at Lingxi in her arms. The little guy was sleeping soundly, breathing steadily, with a satisfied smile on his lips. The colorful light mist around it has dissipated. Everything returned to calm. Sumu Yue reached out and touched its soft fur lovingly. We should go home. She thought about it and called up the beast taming atlas, wanting to see if Lingxi had any changes during this training. In her consciousness, Lingxi's attribute panel slowly unfolded. Battle pet, Lingxi. Race? Bloodline: primordial elemental body founded by the heart of chaos elements, capable of perfectly accommodating and transforming the power of all elements in the world. Level: first level peak. Constitution: 399 Level 2 intermediate. Spiritual power: 399,399 second level intermediate. Strength: 399 Level 2 intermediate. Skill. Sumu Yue looked at the panel. Her expression froze. Her eyes were fixed on the level column. The peak of the first level. These three words, like three bolts of thunder, struck her mind. She worked hard and tried her best to advance from level 1 to level 3. And this little fox just took a nap on her legs. Then, it reached the peak of the first level. Sumu Yue felt that there was a slight dysfunction in her respiratory system. She lowered her head and looked at the little one in her arms who was sleeping soundly and unaware of anything. She stretched out a finger and poked its fleshy cheek. Lingxi's ears moved, she whimpered in her sleep, turned over and continued to sleep. That look seemed to be saying, "Stop it, I haven't slept enough." Sumu Yue raised her head and looked at the gorgeous sunset in the sky. She suddenly began to understand the dean's feelings as he covered his chest and staggered away. The last rays of sunset glow completely disappeared at the horizon. Night fell over the mountaintop. Sumu Yue stood up from the big rock, holding Lingxi, who was sleeping soundly in her arms. The mountain breeze, bringing with it the coolness of the night, cleared her confused thoughts. She looked down at Lingxi. The little guy's breathing was even and long, and his big fluffy tail hung down softly, looking innocent and harmless. Who would have thought that such a small thing could complete the leap from the first level to the peak of the first level in its sleep? She herself worked very hard and barely managed to advance 2 levels. The gap between humans and foxes is sometimes even greater than the gap between humans. Sumuyue sighed, a mixture of emotions in her sigh. She held the heavy little monster in her arms and turned to walk down the mountain. When we returned to the villa, the sky was already full of stars. She pushed open the door and the light in the living room came on. The room was empty and quiet, the noise and shock of the day were all blocked outside the door. Lingxi jumped out of her arms and ran to her food bowl as if she knew the way there. She licked it with her tongue and found it was empty. It turned its head and looked at Sumuyue with its amethyst-like eyes. "Are you hungry?" Sumuyue asked. Lingxi nodded vigorously, and her tail left an afterimage behind her. Cultivation is a very energy-consuming thing, even if it is a sleeping-style cultivation. Sumuyue walked into the kitchen and took out a can of high-energy animal milk specially formulated for young combat pets from the refrigerator. She poured it into Lingxi's bowl, and the little fox immediately buried his head and started drinking, making gurgling sounds. Sumuyue looked at it and felt a sense of relaxation. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, her eyes looking across the courtyard to the open-air swimming pool. Under the moonlight, the pool water is dark blue and as quiet as a huge sapphire. I worked up a sweat during the extreme training in the afternoon, and then I practiced on the mountain for a long time. Go take a dip, it should be very comfortable. Once this thought appeared, it could not be shaken off. She found the pool's control system, a touch panel embedded in the wall next to the glass door leading to the patio. She pressed the start button. The panel lights up, displaying various function options: water circulation, filtration, and automatic heating. She set the water temperature to a comfortable 38 degrees. Chapter 87: The Dragon Clan is not destroyed. Meanwhile, on the other side, deep in the unknown star field, there is a dead planet suspended. Its world has long been shattered. The rugged black mountains have been weathered into sharp blades by billions of years, piercing the gray-purple sky. This is a land of wind and snow. The never-ending blizzard is the only breath of this planet. Carrying ice crystals and sand, it washes over the cracked earth again and again. Life is the wrong word here. It is such an inconspicuous planet that has become the last refuge of the Dragon Clan. The once glorious Dragon Island is now reduced to nothing but legends and memories. These survivors are the last bloodline of the Dragon Clan and the only hope for the entire race. On the ground, a huge shelter is made of dragon wings. A huge bronze dragon curled up its huge body, its scales were as thick as rocks, and covered with scars deep enough to see the bones. He used his broken wings to block the raging cold wind for his compatriots. Inside the shelter, the aura of every Dragon Clan member is extremely powerful. More than a dozen tribesmen in the form of giant dragons lay quietly. Their huge bodies exude a frightening aura even when they are asleep. There are more dragons that have transformed into human form. They sat around a soft blue glow, the only source of warmth. Everyone had wounds on their bodies, some light, some heavy, which were the eternal marks left by the War of Destruction. The auras of several dragon elders were particularly unfathomable, with tremendous energy flowing through their bodies. They were already 9th-level powerhouses. Near the core of the halo stood 2 extremely handsome male dragons. Their scales are pure gold. When they transform into human form, this gold flows into the depths of their pupils like a burning sun. One of them is named Lin. His face was like a sculpture of ice and snow, with cold and hard lines. His pair of golden eyes were sharp enough to pierce through the wind and snow, staring at the darkness outside the shelter for a long time. The armor on his body, which was made of his own scales, was now covered with cracks, and its golden luster had dimmed a lot. The other person is his younger brother, Aoshi. Aoshi was equally handsome, but his facial features were softer, and his golden eyes always flashed with a bit of unruly and smartness. There was a habitual curve at the corner of his mouth, bringing a bit of out-of-place vitality to this desperate land. Standing opposite them were 2 extremely beautiful female elders. One of them had long dark green hair that looked like a waterfall, with tiny jade-colored dragon scales faintly visible among the hair. Her name is Changwu. Her beauty is a kind of flexible beauty that contains endless vitality. A pair of eyes seemed to carry all the forests and springs before the destruction of Dragon Island. Even in this deadly place, her every move still carries a nourishing charm that makes it impossible to look away. Another elder is named Lin Xin. Her long hair was the blue of the deep sea, her skin was as white as snow, and only on her slender neck were a few sapphire dragon scales faintly visible. Her beauty carries a power as calm as the sea, and her eyes are deep, as if they can contain the stars and also stir up raging waves that destroy everything. She just stood there quietly, and the aura around her was enough to calm all the restless emotions. A young dragon who had not yet completely shed his youthful form moved in small steps to Qing Wu's side. His silver scales looked gray from being stained with blood and dust. Elder Qingwu, that energy core seems to be weak again. There was a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Changwu turned around and looked at the young man named Xiaoyun, her eyes softening. She stretched out her hand and gently placed it on Xiaoyun's shoulder, and a warm vitality passed through her palm. Xiaoyun, it will hold up. How long? Ao Lin's voice sounded, cold and without any questioning tone, as if stating a fact that was about to come. Lin Xin's gaze shifted from the energy core to look at him. That's enough until we find a new way out. Her voice was calm and had a convincing power. She walked over, stretched out his hand and slapped Ao Lin's shoulder armor hard, making a dull clang sound. Brother, can't you learn from Elder Lin Xin and have some good expectations for the future? Ao Lin turned sideways and avoided his palm. I only believe what I see. So what do you see now? She smiled indifferently. Seeing that we are all still alive, seeing that we can still talk here. He raised his chin towards the frozen corpse of an alien monster not far away. I also saw a dinner, though it might require us to chew it with all our strength. His words elicited low laughter from several nearby young dragons. The oppressive atmosphere in the shelter was slightly relieved by his words. Lin Xin walked forward and hovered her hand over the blue halo. A purer blue light emanated from her palm, slowly pouring into the energy core. The originally dim halo became bright again, and the heat it emitted dispelled the severe cold outside. Everyone felt a warmth enveloping their whole body, and they couldn't help but stretch their stiff bodies. My power is ultimately limited. Lin Xin withdrew her hand, and her voice spread throughout the shelter. The core of this planet is already cold and cannot provide us with any replenishment. Qingwu walked to her side and glanced at every member of the tribe. The Great Elder burned his dragon soul at the last moment to guide us to this coordinate. He won't let us come to a place of pure death. The Great Elder is dead. Ao Lin's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Together with Dragon Island, it turned into the dust of the universe. The atmosphere that had just relaxed suddenly froze again. The destruction of Dragon Island is a pain engraved deep in the soul of every survivor. The flames shooting up into the sky, the deafening wails, and the doomsday scene of collapsed homes are nightmares they will never be able to escape. Xiaoyun's head drooped even lower and her small body curled up. The smile on Aoshi's face disappeared. He walked to the edge of the shelter, letting the cold wind play with his blonde hair. Yes, the Great Elder is dead. He turned around, his golden eyes burning with flames under the blue halo. There are also tens of thousands of our tribesmen who have used their bodies and dragon souls to pave this path of escape for us. His gaze shifted away from Ao Lin's face, and he scanned his compatriots who had their heads down and confusion in their eyes. We are the hope they exchanged their lives for. We are the last flame of the Dragon Clan. To despair here, to give up here, would be the greatest betrayal to them. His voice was sonorous and powerful, echoing in the howling wind and snow. Well said, Aoshi. Qingwu spoke, her voice was soft but filled with unquestionable certainty. She walked over to a box made of black crystal and opened the lid. Inside the box were neatly arranged medicine bags wrapped in special leaves, as well as some crystals emitting faint light. These were the few precious supplies they hurriedly brought out from Dragon Island. Changwu took out a medicine bag, walked to an old dragon with a broken arm, and carefully untied the cloth wrapped around his arm. Under the strip of cloth was a hideous wound with blackened edges. Black gas was constantly coming out, preventing the wound from healing. She crushed the herbs in the medicine bag and applied them evenly on the wound. The moment the herb touched the wound, a sizzling sound was heard, and the green light and black air corroded each other. The old dragon's frown relaxed and he let out a low moan of satisfaction. Changwu didn't stop, she walked towards the next wounded person. She is like a tireless gardener, working hard to repair every dying life in this barren land. Ao Lin kept looking at her back, and something was quietly melting in his cold eyes. Lin Xin walked to his side. You've taken everything upon yourself, Ao Lin. Ao Lin didn't look back, his eyes still fixed on the endless wind and snow outside. I'm the older brother. You are also a survivor. Lin Feng's voice was as calm as ever, just like us. Lin finally turned to look at her. His golden eyes met her bottomless blue eyes, as if two starry skies of different colors met at this moment. We are stuck on a moving grave, waiting for an illusory miracle. What kind of survival is this? We ourselves are the miracle. Lin Feng's answer was simple and powerful. Every breath we take, every heartbeat we take, is the loudest counterattack against the enemy who destroyed our homeland. Just then, she dragged in a large piece of the monster's leg from outside. He threw the animal's leg, which was taller than him, heavily to the ground with a loud bang. Who can help me light a fire? He brushed the ice chips off his hands and put that relaxed smile back on his face. Let's have a taste of this alien world. Just celebrate in advance that we've found our new home. A young female dragon with long purple braids was amused by him. Brother Aoshi, the roasted whole cow on Dragon Island doesn't have 6 legs and blue spots on its body. This is artistic processing, do you understand? She explains seriously. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. It means the creatures on this planet are more hospitable and there's more meat than on our planet. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spurted out a perfect burst of dragon fire. The orange-red flames wrapped around the piece of ice like animal meat. The ice layer quickly melted, the surface of the meat began to change color, and a strange burnt aroma began to spread. The aroma is not particularly pleasant, even a little strange. It was like a warm hand, brushing away the haze in everyone's hearts. This is the taste of food and the breath of life. The dragons that were originally scattered subconsciously gathered around the fire and the piece of barbecue. Even Lin, who had been standing in the wind, moved and walked into the range of the fire. Chang Wu treated the wound of the last injured person and walked over with a smile. Xiao Yun went to the side of the barbecue, sniffed it hard, and made a gurgling sound in his throat. She tore off a small piece of half-cooked meat and handed it to him despite the scorching heat. Try it. The future of our dragon race cannot be left hungry. Xiao Yun took the barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth greedily. He was panting because of the heat, but a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Laughter and joy, though faint, could be heard in this small shelter. Outside, the wind and snow were still raging, roaring and trying to tear apart this last bit of warmth. Inside, a group of scarred survivors gathered around a campfire, sharing a large piece of rough barbecue. They are the descendants of the dragon clan. They are each other's family. In this cold universe, they are each other's only warmth and hope. This burning flame and the inextinguishable will in their hearts will illuminate the way forward. Chapter 88 Survive. The tough beast meat finally became edible under the roasting of dragon flames. Everyone got a piece. It wasn't much of a feast. The meat was rough and had a strange fishy smell. But the feeling of fullness in the stomach is real, and the warmth spreads along the esophagus to the limbs and bones, dispelling some of the coldness that has penetrated deep into the bone marrow. The shelter fell silent. All that was left was the sound of chewing and the dull thud of wind and snow hitting the dragon's wings. The huge animal bone was gnawed clean and lay across the fire. She burped contentedly, attracting the attention of several young dragons nearby. He didn't care and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. It tastes okay. He commented. It's just stuck in my teeth. The female dragon with long purple braids and purple eyes picked out a tiny animal bone from between her teeth. This meat is really tough. She grumbled, throwing the bone into the fire with a soft crack. If only the king were here. Zitong muttered. She only needs to glare at it, and the monster will be cooked to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Her words were tinged with a nostalgic smile. But as soon as these words were spoken, the lively atmosphere that had just risen in the shelter instantly died down. King. A heavy name engraved deep in the souls of all dragons. That is their pride, their sky, and the most dazzling light the dragon clan has ever had. The firelight flickered, illuminating everyone's face in varying shades of light. An old voice sounded in the corner. It's been 300 cycles. Because time flows at a different speed in the starry sky. The one who spoke was the old dragon with a broken arm. His wound was slowly healing under Qingwu's herbs. We have lost contact with the king. Another middle-aged dragon took over the conversation, his voice hoarse. I saw it with my own eyes. His hands clenched subconsciously. 7 gods. They came from different dimensions and blocked all the space around Dragon Island. The divine light is like the chains of heaven, binding our world. Everyone breathed more slowly. The eyes of those young dragons were filled with confusion and awe. They had only heard of that devastating battle in legends. They are the last flames given by the elders with their lives. The survivors of that war were all tense, as if they had returned to that doomsday moment. The tribes sacrificed. The king will fight alone. The middle-aged dragon's voice suppressed huge fluctuations. Her dragon roar shattered 3 divine realms, and her dragon breath melted through the armor of the gods. We even thought we could win. At this point, he paused, his throat rolling. Xiaoyun curled up and buried her head deeper. Lin's face was as cold and hard as iron in the firelight, and there was a dead darkness in the depths of his golden eyes. But in the end, there was that big explosion. The middle-aged dragon closed his eyes. Everything was swallowed up by the white light. Space, time, the earth beneath our feet, the stars in the sky. And the king's presence. When we escape from the passage opened by the great elder with the dragon soul, we'll look back. Dragon Island has turned into cosmic dust. Inside the shelter, there was deathly silence. There was only the crackling sound of the burning flames and the howling of the never-ending blizzard outside. Someone let out a very soft sob. The sound was very small, but it was infinitely amplified in this space, striking everyone's heart. Near the corner, a little dragon girl who looked only 7 or 8 years old hugged the arm of the girl next to her tightly. The little girl's dragon horns had just emerged, looking pink and cute, but at this moment they were trembling slightly because of fear. Her scales are as white as first snow. Elder sister. The little girl's voice was sobbing, soft and helpless. I miss the Dragon King. She buried her face in her sister's arms. Will the Dragon King come back? The girl called elder sister, Yun Shang, had light blue scales on her body. She gently held her younger sister in her arms. She stroked her sister's back and whispered soothing words. Yes, Linner. The king will come back. Linner's little shoulders twitched in her arms. But, they say the king disappeared. Yun Shang lowered her head and rubbed her sister's forehead with her cheek. Have you forgotten what the king told you? Her voice was soft, like the melting water of a spring stream. The king said that Linner's scales are the purest snow on Tianshan Mountain. When she returns from her expedition, she will bring with her an everlasting ice lotus to match your color. Linner raised her head, and there was a little light in her tearful eyes. King, do you still remember me? The king will remember each and every one of us. Yun Shang said affirmatively. She just went to a very far place to do something very important. When she's done, she'll come back to us and put the most beautiful ice lotus on your dragon horn. Linner sniffed and nodded. She leaned her head back into her sister's arms and felt much calmer. This conversation loosened the tense atmosphere a little. Xingwu looked at the sisters with a gentle light in her eyes. She spoke, her voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. Yun Shang is right. The king will be fine. Her gaze slowly swept over each of the tribesmen with sad faces. I believe that our Dragon King will come to find us soon. Her tone was calm and firm, with an innate belief in life. Lan Xian also stood up, her sapphire eyes reflected the firelight, as deep as the sea. Just like what Sister Qinggu said. Her voice has the power to soothe. Our Dragon King will not abandon any of us. She blocked 7 gods for us and bought us a chance to survive. Everything she did was to keep us alive. Survive and wait for her return. The words of the 2 elders were like 2 streams of warmth that flowed into everyone's cold hearts. It was as if healing herbs were applied to the wounds of despair. She listened in silence. At this moment, he picked up a branch and fiddled with the bonfire in front of him to make it burn more vigorously. Of course. He spoke, his tone regaining some of his usual ease. What nonsense are you talking about? That's our king, a monster who can tear open rifts in space with his bare hands and play with stars like marbles. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. Just 7 birdmen with wings and a huge explosion, and you think you can kill her? Don't be ridiculous. He threw the branches into the fire. I guess she's probably lost now. Or maybe he's being entangled by a princess from another world and can't get away. His ridiculous guess made Zitong burst out laughing. Brother Aoshi, please be serious. I'm serious. Aoshi spread out his hands. This is the most reasonable guess. The king's strength is beyond our imagination. Similarly, her lack of direction is also beyond our imagination. His words made the corners of the mouths of several young dragons couldn't help but rise. They recalled the embarrassing scene in the past when the Dragon King took the wrong road and walked headfirst into the Elder's bathing pool. She also recalled the embarrassing incident when she tried to take a shortcut and ended up wandering in the maze forest of Dragon Island for 3 days and 3 nights. Those vivid memories with smiles dilute the sorrow of separation from life and death. It turns out that the king is not only a high and mighty god, but also a lovely family member who makes mistakes. We just have to wait here. Ayo, she's gaze swept over the crowd. Keep yourself plump and healthy, and heal all your injuries. When she finds us after a long journey, we can give her a surprise instead of letting her see a group of skinny refugees. His words made everyone straighten their backs. Yes. They are the last hope of the Dragon Clan. They can't collapse. Only Ao Lin kept looking at the wind and snow outside the shelter without saying a word. His golden eyes were colder than the wind and snow outside. Lan Xian walked to his side and stood side by side with him. You don't believe it? Ao Lin's gaze did not move. I only believe in strength. His voice seemed to come from beneath the ice. Only strong power can guarantee survival. Empty hope will only wear away your will. That hope is not illusory, Lan Xian replied calmly. It was ignited by the king with his own life. She handed the fire to us. What we have to do now is to keep this fire burning. Ao Lin's body moved slightly. Changwu stood up and walked to the black crystal box. She pulled out a faintly glowing crystal and walked over to the fire. She threw the hedron into the flames. The orange-red flame suddenly shot up, its color turned into bright golden red, and the heat instantly became several times stronger. The entire shelter was warm like spring. Until we find a new home and the king returns, we need to live a better life. Changwu said with a smile. Warm up your body and warm up your heart. The warm firelight dispelled the darkness at the cave entrance. The injured dragons stretched their bodies in the warmth, and their wounds seemed to heal faster. The young dragons snuggled in the arms of their elders and gradually fell asleep. Linner was in her sister's arms, with a sweet smile on her lips. Perhaps she was dreaming of the ice lotus that never withers. Aoshi leaned against a rock, his hands behind his head, looking at the dancing flames and humming an unknown tune. Lan Xian and Changwu sat together, discussing in low voices the distribution of supplies and the condition of the wounded. Only Ao Lin still stood like a sculpture at the edge of the shelter. His tall figure blocked the bitterest cold wind that penetrated through the gaps. His gaze penetrated the raging wind and snow and reached deeper into the universe. As if looking for something. Or, waiting for something. The firelight danced behind him, coating his cold armor with a warm golden hue. He may not admit it. But the way he stood was a form of protection in itself. A kind of waiting that is the most silent and the most determined. Chapter 89 The Indomitable Fighting Spirit of the Dragon Clan. Only a few days of peace passed. The fire in the shelter had long been extinguished, leaving only a pile of still warm ashes. The dragons found a brief peace in the afterglow of warmth, regulating their breathing and licking their old wounds. Suddenly, the bronze dragon that had been standing quietly at the edge of the shelter let out a low roar. His huge body moved, and his broken wings suddenly spread out, completely covering the entire shelter. Almost at the same time, Ao Lin opened his golden eyes. He looked up at the gray-purple sky. At the end of the sky, an ominous blood color was rapidly spreading, dyeing the clouds a thick crimson. In that blood-red area, black dots emerged and then enlarged. Countless figures were suspended above the wind and snow, and the icy aura crossed the long distance and suppressed it. Leading the group were 8 figures. The 4 men were wearing blood-red armor and were surrounded by a disgusting smell of blood. They were the messengers of the blood god. The other 4 people had black flames burning on their bodies, and the flames swallowed the light, as if they were the negative of the sun. They were from the command of the sun god. The air behind these 8 gods' messengers was densely packed with their followers. Everyone's energy fluctuations have reached the 6th level. Among them, there are dozens of auras that stand firmly in the realm of the 7th and 8th levels. The terrifying pressure descended from the sky like a solid mountain. The earth outside the shelter groaned under the heavy burden, and the cracks widened further. Ao Lin stood up and walked to the edge of the shelter. His golden armor glowed coldly under the reflection of the blood-red sky. Damn it, he found me so quickly. His voice was low, but it was filled with uncontrollable murderous intent. In the sky, a messenger of the blood god took a step forward and looked down at the dead planet from above. His scarlet gaze locked onto the shelter formed by dragon wings. I found you, little loach. His voice, filled with condescending mockery, echoed between heaven and earth. Before he finished speaking, Ao Lin's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared high in the sky, holding a pure golden spear in his hand. On the gun body, there is a lifelike angry dragon coiled, the dragon's mouth is the gun tip, and the sharp edge exudes the breath of destruction. Without any extra words, he shot straight at the blood god's messenger who was speaking. Space twisted under the tip of the gun, emitting a sharp whine. The mockery on the blood god's envoy's face instantly turned into horror. He hastily raised the blood-red sickle in his hand to block. The gun and the sickle collided. Boom! There was a deafening bang. A circle of golden energy ripples spread wildly around with the impact point as the center. The first few 6th-level followers who were hit didn't even have time to scream before their bodies turned into powder in the golden light waves. The violent aftermath poured down onto the earth. A rugged black mountain next to the shelter was swept by this force, and the mountaintop collapsed silently, turning into sand and rocks all over the sky. After Ao Lin's attack, he did not stop. He waved the spear in his hand, and the golden spear's shadow tore through the wind and snow, and actively attacked the 8 gods. Brother, wait for me! A shout. Aoshi's figure soared into the sky from the shelter, with a defiant smile on his face and fighting spirit in his golden eyes. He joined the battle, waving his fists, and the golden dragon power turned into meteors, accurately bombarding the enemies who were trying to besiege Ao Lin. The two brothers stood back to back and fought their way through the swarm of enemies, clearing a space for themselves. Lan Xian and Chang Wu also came out. Lan Xian just stood there quietly, and an extreme chill spread out from her. The raging blizzard within tens of thousands of meters of her suddenly stopped, and all the ice crystals solidified in the air. She raised her hand and pointed lightly at the sky. Countless sapphire ice crystals suddenly appeared in the space under the feet of a divine messenger burning with black flames, freezing him firmly. Chang Wu's figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. She was not directly involved in the attack. A soft green light emanated from her, enveloping Ao Lin and Aoshi. The cracks on Ao Lin's armor slowly healed under the nourishment of the green light. Aoshi's arm, which had just been scratched by a blood-colored energy, was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inside the shelter, the remaining Dragon Clan members raised their heads nervously, looking at the brutal fight in the sky through the gaps between the bronze dragon's wings. Xiaoyun's body was shaking slightly. Ziton clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Yun Shang hugged her sister Liner tightly in her arms and covered her eyes with her hands. The bronze dragon kept its body curled up, and its broken wings emitted a soft and tough bronze light, forming an absolutely safe area. Every energy collision and every vibration coming from the sky was silently dissolved by this layer of light. Within the light, it was as warm as before, and no loud noises of landslides and earthquakes outside could be heard. Liner was in her sister's warm embrace, unable to feel the murderous intent from the outside world, and could only see the beautiful bronze halo. She whispered, "Sister, are there fireworks outside?" Yun Shang's body stiffened, and then she answered in a gentler voice, "Yes, it was Brother Ao Lin and Brother Aoshi setting off fireworks for us." The battlefield in the sky was extremely fierce. Ao Lin's spear skills were powerful and each strike contained the power to break mountains and shatter peaks. He fought against 3 gods' messengers alone, and the golden dragon power collided violently with the blood and black flames. Aoshi's movements were agile and graceful. He shuttled through the enemy's formation, bringing fatal harassment to the enemy from time to time. Lan Xian's power is the most bizarre. She said nothing, but wherever her sapphire eyes swept across, the air would freeze and the enemy's movements would become slow, creating a perfect opportunity for Ao Lin and his brothers to attack. Chang Wu stood at the back of the battlefield. She was the strongest backing. Any injury will heal quickly under her life energy. As long as the dragon warriors have a breath left, they can stand up again with her support. A messenger of the blood god roared, broke free from Ao Lin's suppression, and swung his sickle towards Chang Wu on the ground. A huge blood-red blade light tore through the sky. Chang Wu raised her head, her long dark green hair moving without wind. Just as the blade was about to fall, a wall of ice rose from the ground and blocked her way. The blood-red blade light slashed on the ice wall, ice chips flew everywhere, and the blade light shattered. Lan Xian appeared beside Chang Wu, her voice still calm. "Concentrate." Chang Wu smiled at her and nodded. The battle in the sky has entered a white-hot stage. With the strength of 4 people, the Dragon Clan blocked the siege of 8 gods and hundreds of high-level strong men. Their cooperation is seamless every time. Ao Lin's powerful attack, Aoshi's coordination, Lan Xian's control, and Chang Wu's support. They are comrades who live and die together, and are each other's most trusted family members. Under the protection of the bronze dragon, the hearts of all dragons were tightly tied to the four figures in the sky. They are the last bloodline of the dragon clan. It is also the indomitable fighting spirit of the dragon clan. Chapter 90 Yueshi, I feel the call of my people. After a few days, the kingdom of eternal night had become completely stable. This is a world created by Yueshi's will. The pitch-black dome is dotted with stars formed from her divine power. The stars emit a cool light, illuminating the quiet land below. Upside-down mountains float in the air. On the mountain grow strange vines that emit a faint light, and the light flickers like the breath of the earth. A slender waterfall falls from the edge of the floating mountain. The water flow is not ordinary water, but pure energy liquid. They drew graceful arcs in the air and merged silently into the rushing dark rivers on the ground. The rivers flow endlessly, yet there is no sound. The whole world is beautiful, grand, and filled with extreme silence. The only living creature that is acceptable in the kingdom of God, the abyss purgatory dragon scorpion, is lying in front of the invisible gate of the kingdom. Its huge body almost blends into the dark earth. It is a rock. A rock that is loyal to its duty but also tries its best to reduce its presence. The soul fire deep in its skull curled up quietly, emitting only a faint light like a firefly. In recent days, it has witnessed the birth of miracles. Glowing vines grew on the barren land of the abyss. In the dry rift valley, there flows a galaxy made of energy. The suspended mountains, held up by an invisible force, surround the supreme temple in the center. And the master of the temple, its new owner, has just been sitting quietly inside for the past few days. The dragon scorpion dared not peek. It could feel that the murderous intent that once froze its soul had subsided a lot. Instead, there was an even deeper, incomprehensible silence. This made Dragon Scorpion even more uneasy. It would rather face an angry god than face the bottomless void. Suddenly, its soul fire jumped slightly. There was movement on the highest floating mountain in the center of the country. Yueshi sat quietly on the throne of the temple. The throne is carved from 10,000-year-old ice and exudes eternal chill. Behind her was a huge, slowly rotating purple gold moon, sacred and majestic. In front of her, a small wooden bird was floating. The carving of the wooden bird is simple, with simple lines, even a little rough. Its surface bears traces of time's wear and tear. Over the past few days, she has examined the wooden bird countless times. Her divine consciousness can see through the world and analyze the laws. But in front of this wooden bird, her mind could only feel emptiness. The inside of the wooden bird is empty. She could not find any trace of energy, nor any runes of law. It's just an ordinary piece of wood. But it is not. Because there is a little bit of residual heat that is almost dissipating, it always lingers inside the wooden bird. The temperature was very weak, like the last ray of sunshine in winter, so fragile that it seemed to break at the slightest touch. She couldn't explain the source of this warmth. She just looked at it. Once you look at it, it takes a long time. The simple and unsophisticated appearance of the wooden bird was clearly reflected in her purple gold dragon eyes. In those eyes that were powerful enough to extinguish the stars, there was now revealed a confusion that she herself had not even noticed. She transformed herself into a sophisticated instrument whose sole purpose was revenge. Emotions were buried deep within her. The memory was sealed by her. She is driven only by cold hatred and absolute rationality. But this wooden bird and this warmth were the only variables in her precise calculations. At this moment, her heart suddenly tightened. This is not a warning of danger. This is a resonance that comes from the deepest part of the blood. The resonance is weak, distant, and erratic. But it is incredibly clear. It sounded softly, directly at the source of her soul. Like an invisible string, being gently plucked. Yueshi's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her thoughts of deducing the law paused. She held her breath and sensed carefully. The resonance was intermittent, like a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. It possesses no power, contains no will. It's just a pure, instinctive pull. A resonance that comes from blood ties. Yueshi suddenly opened her eyes. A huge wave arose in the purple gold dragon's eyes. This feeling. She stood up. The tall figure cast a long shadow in the empty temple. The throne, carved from 10,000 years of ice, was covered with spider web-like cracks on its surface the moment she stood up. The resonance became more distinct as she stood up. It's a call. A call for help. Yueshi's figure disappeared from the throne in an instant. The next moment, she appeared under the dark dome of the Kingdom of Eternal Night. She was suspended in the starry sky of her own creation. Countless stars surrounded her, shining brightly, making her figure look sacred and majestic. Within the kingdom lies the wonders she created, tranquil and peaceful. Outside the kingdom lies the eternal chaos and darkness of the abyss. The abyss purgatory dragon scorpion buried its huge head deeper. The master's aura changed. The coldness that had been suppressed with great difficulty was now resurfacing. And sharper and purer than ever before. Yueshi closed her eyes. Her divine consciousness penetrated the barriers of the kingdom of God, crossed the barriers of the abyss, and was cast into the boundless sea of stars. Her perception expanded outward at an unprecedented speed. Countless points of light lit up in her perception, then quickly went out. Every point of light is a world. Stars, planets, nebulae, black holes. Countless civilizations are being born, multiplying, and being destroyed. Images of the universe raced through her mind. And her bloodline, like the most accurate compass, guides her in a precise direction among billions of stars. That calling is the needle of the compass. Soon, she found it. In a relatively dim star field. The energy in the star field is barren, and the starlight appears particularly sparse. There is a water blue planet. The planet was being enveloped by thick, sticky darkness. Darkness is like a living thing, constantly eroding the vitality of the planet. Countless corpses are floating in the orbit of the planet. Broken pieces of flesh, broken metal, and dull scales formed a vast graveyard of flesh and blood. The surface of the planet is burning with flames of war. Beams of energy tore through the atmosphere, exploding into balls of destructive fire on the ground. Mountains are collapsing and glaciers are evaporating. She could hear from a distance that was incalculably far away. She could hear the cries of her people in despair. She could hear their struggles and cries in the doomsday. They still exist. They were not completely wiped out. Yueshi opened her eyes. Her purple-gold dragon eyes were filled with a rage that wanted to destroy everything. The space behind her was slightly distorted. A pair of huge, gorgeous wings covered with purple-gold dragon scales suddenly spread out. Every dragon scale sparkles with runes of laws, cold and gorgeous. The edge of each wing was burning with purple-gold divine flames. The divine flame beats silently, but can burn everything. Within the kingdom of God, all the energy is converging towards her. The floating mountains stopped moving. The flowing galaxy solidified the light. The entire earth was shaking slightly and groaning as if it could not bear the heavy burden. The dragon scorpion in the distance felt that its huge body was about to be crushed into powder by this pressure. It took all its strength to control the fire of its soul and not collapse from fear. Yueshi raised her right hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. Her movements were slow, and every detail was clear. Beneath the fair skin of his arms, graceful and powerful muscle lines slowly emerged. Purple gold dragon scales quickly spread, covering her entire arm and reaching the palm of her fist. The ultimate power gathered and compressed in her fist. She looked at the chaotic darkness ahead. That is the void of the abyss, a natural barrier leading to the outside starry sky. A place where even light is swallowed up and even time is distorted. Any existence that enters it will be instantly torn into pieces by the violent energy. She threw a punch. This punch is simple and direct. Wherever the fist reached, the space shattered silently like a fragile mirror. Crack! A clear wail, originating from the world itself, was heard. The extremely solid space barrier was shattered. A pure, dark void appeared before her. The other side of the void is not a stable space channel. Rather, it is a violent and chaotic spatial storm that is powerful enough to strangle any existence below the level of a god. The deadly energy transformed into countless gray lightning bolts, gushing out from the hole crazily. A flash of lightning passed over the nearest floating mountain. The towering mountain, along with all the exotic flowers and plants on it, instantly turned into the most primitive particles and disappeared without a trace. The entire starry sky she created was trembling under this terrifying storm. One star after another dimmed, collapsed, and turned into energy dust in the aftermath of the storm. The dragon scorpion's soul fire is almost extinguished. It finally understood. This master doesn't need any national borders at all. The entire kingdom of eternal night is just a courtyard for her to rest. Wherever she wants to go, any corner of the universe is just a punch away. Yueshi turned a blind eye to the devastating storm. The strong wind blew her long silver hair and her luxurious robe. Her purple-gold dragon eyes only reflected the violent gray storm. She could feel that faint call at the end of the storm. She took a step forward and walked towards the broken hole. The violent space storm is enough to tear the dragon apart and annihilate everything. They roared and rushed towards her. Then, as if they had met the king's soldiers, they docilely and automatically separated to the sides. An absolutely safe passage opened up for her in the center of the storm of destruction. Yueshi's figure sank into the deep, chaotic darkness. Only a cold thought without any emotion echoed in the dragon scorpion's soul fire. Watch the house. Chapter 91. I'll blow your head off. The blood color of the sky became thicker and thicker, as if the entire sky was dripping blood. The terrifying energy collision completely shattered the clouds, and the space was like fragile glass, covered with spiderweb like black cracks. Every time Lin swung the golden spear in his hand, it was accompanied by a dragon's roar. A ray of spear light swept across, cutting off the 3 6th level followers along with the void beneath their feet. There was a claw mark on his golden armor that was deep enough to see the bone. It was the result of a sneak attack by a messenger of the sun god. Black flames attached to the wound, greedily devouring his dragon power. Lin didn't even frown. He fired a gun with his backhand, the tip of the gun pointing at the sun god's envoy's eyebrows. The messenger of God raised the huge sword burning with black flames to block. Clang! The harsh sound of metal clashing made the eardrums of low-level cultivators bleed. The sun god's messenger was knocked back thousands of meters by the huge force, and the palm of his hand holding the sword was completely broken. On the other side, Aoshi's figure turned into a golden flash of lightning in the crowd. His fists are his most deadly weapons. I hit, I reach, Ida. A 7th level warrior under the blood god had just condensed a blood shield when Aoshi punched through it. Golden dragon power burst out from behind the man, turning his entire upper body into a bloody mist. At the same time, a pitch-black spear of fire pierced Aoshi's shoulder blade. He grinned, revealing his bloody teeth, and grabbed the fire spear with his backhand, squeezing it hard. Crack! The black flame spear shattered into pieces. Brother, there are too many of these small fry. Aoshi's voice was clearly heard by Lin amidst the roaring energy storm. Then clear the area. Lin's voice was cold. He and Aoshi exchanged glances, and the brothers instantly connected. Lin took a deep breath, inserted the spear into the air in front of him, and suddenly clasped his hands together. Dragon Realm Heaven Prison. Golden light patterns spread out in all directions with him as the center, instantly forming a huge and complex 3-dimensional magic circle. All the enemies enveloped by the magic circle felt their bodies sink, as if they were carrying an invisible mountain on their backs, and their movements became extremely sluggish. Almost at the same time, golden light shone brightly on Aoshi's fists. 2 dragons go out to sea. He threw out with both fists, and 2 golden energy dragons roared and rushed out from his fists. The 2 giant dragons did not attack the 8 gods' messengers, but instead circled and strangled them in Lin's magic circle in a violent manner. A cold light flashed in Lan Xian's sapphire blue eyes. She raised her slender fingers and lightly stroked them in the air. Feng Shui responded to my call, Absolute Zero. The extreme cold is coming. That was not ordinary freezing, but a terrifying low temperature that could freeze even the flow of energy and the thoughts of the soul. Based on the Dragon Realm formation, it strangles with the power of 2 dragons and freezes at absolute zero. The 3 forces superimposed perfectly. Inside the magic circle, the expressions of fear on the faces of those 6th and 7th level followers were frozen forever. Their bodies were first stained with a layer of royal blue frost, and then crushed by the violent golden dragon power. Bang! 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 A series of dense explosions sounded. At this moment, hundreds of high-level warriors turned into flying ice crystals and powder. The sky suddenly became clear. Only the 8 9th-ranked divine messengers were left. Although they were also affected, their armors were broken and their auras were fluctuating, they managed to hold on in the end. The terrifying pressure suddenly eased. Qingwu immediately activated her life energy, and 2 soft green lights were injected into Lin and Aoshi's bodies respectively. The claw marks on Lin's armor and the attached black flames were quickly dispelled, and his flesh and blood began to regenerate. The penetrating wound on Aoshi's shoulder blade was also healing rapidly in the green light. Beautiful cooperation. A blood god's messenger spoke in a hoarse voice. There was no more mockery in his scarlet eyes, only cold murderous intent. But it's time to end the warm-up. The auras of the 8 gods surged at the same time. They no longer held back and released the power of the 9th level without reservation. 8 completely different terrifying pressures transformed into 8 giant pillars reaching from heaven to earth, locking the 4 people in place. One of the blood god's female messengers, who had an enchanting figure, set her sights on Aoshi. She licked her scarlet lips, and 2 bloody whips appeared in her hands. "Little guy, your fists are very hard. I wonder if your body is just as hard." Her voice held a strange allure. "Aoshi, unfortunately, my body is as hard as my fist." The maid's figure disappeared, turned into a line of blood, and circled behind Aoshi. 2 blood whips lashed at his back like poisonous snakes. Aoshi didn't even turn his head, but twisted his body at an incredible angle, punched upward with both fists, and accurately blocked the 2 blood whips. Bang! The blood whip exploded, turning into a blood mist that enveloped Aoshi. In the blood mist, the figure of the female servant appeared again. She was very close to Aoshi, with a blood-red dagger in her hand, stabbing towards his heart. There was a confident smile on her face. This blood mist could erode dragon power and paralyze nerves. At this distance, no one could dodge it. A hint of arrogance flashed in Aoshi's golden pupils. He let the dagger stab him and just raised his left fist. On the fist, the golden dragon power was highly condensed and turned into a dazzling ball of light. Puff! The dagger pierced his lower abdomen, bringing out a string of blood. The smile on the maid's face widened. The next moment, her smile froze. Aoshi's fist hit her chest at an even faster speed. Boom! Golden light exploded. The blood-colored soft armor on the maid's body was like paper and instantly exploded into pieces. Large areas of milky white snow were exposed to the cold air. Aoshi's fist was only a hair's breadth away from the towering snow-capped peak. The corners of his mouth turned upward. "It's white enough." His voice was soft, with a hint of playful ridicule. There was shame and anger in the maid's eyes at first, and then it turned into endless fear. Aoshi's second punch arrived. This punch came without the slightest delay or mercy. The golden fist, carrying the power to destroy everything, was precisely imprinted on the white surface. Bang! A muffled sound. The maid's body suddenly arched, and her beautiful face was distorted in extreme pain. Golden dragon power poured into her chest and exploded wildly from her back. Her upper body, along with her proud capital, turned into a gorgeous flower of blood. This sudden change caused the attacks of the other 7 gods' messengers to pause. The looks they gave Aoshi were filled with fear and anger. Trading injury for life, how crazy! Aoshi pulled out the dagger that was stuck in his lower abdomen and threw it away. Under Chang Wu's green light, the wound stopped bleeding and began to heal. He shook the blood off his fist, glanced at the remaining 7 gods, and his smile became more and more ostentatious. Who's next? Inside the shelter. Linner had fallen asleep with her head resting on her sister Yunshang's legs. She could not hear the fighting outside, nor could she feel the devastating waves. She just felt that the bronze halo was so warm. Yunshang lowered her head, looked at her sister's peaceful sleeping face, reached out her hand, and gently stroked her hair. Her gaze penetrated the gaps between the wings and looked up at the sky. There, golden light and blood flames collided again, and a new round of life and death battle began. Chapter 92: The Benefits of Having a Wet Nurse. Quiet. Deathly silence. The storm in the sky subsided, and only 7 gods remained, hovering under the blood-red sky. They looked at the man who was holding a gun in one hand and was covered in blood. Also looking at the young man who was shaking his fist and laughing ostentatiously. After the rage, there was a chill that penetrated the bone marrow. The gaze of a messenger of the sun god passed over the 2 brothers and fell on Xingwu in the distance. His brain finally became smart for once. He originally thought that with just 8 of them, they could easily take down this group of little loaches. I didn't expect that they all had such amazing fighting power. That woman. His voice was dry, as if it had been sandpapered. Her life energy provides them with infinite regenerative power. Another divine messenger said solemnly, "If we don't kill her first, our attack will be meaningless." They can afford to trade injuries for lives, but we can't. The blood god's envoy, who was in the lead, swept his scarlet eyes over everyone. We don't have to fight alone anymore. Form a formation. 7 stars killing formation. The auras of the 7 divine messengers connected instantly, and 7 ninth order powers of different attributes began to intertwine and merge. In the sky, 7 colored pillars of light shot up into the sky, ready to create a devastating killing formation. The space beneath their feet began to distort and collapse, revealing large areas of nothingness. There was no trace of emotion in A.O. Lin's golden pupils. Want to form a formation? Have you asked about my big gun? Before he finished speaking, he had disappeared from the spot. The next moment, a golden spear light tore through the sky and slashed directly at the connection point of the 7 light pillars. Don't even think about it. A divine messenger roared and raised his huge shield to meet the attack. Boom! The giant shield shattered into pieces, and the messenger of God was shocked by the terrifying power contained in the spear and vomited blood and flew backwards. The construction of the formation was interrupted. Tangle them! The God's messengers reacted very quickly, immediately dispersed and fought with the 4 people again. They knew that if they were given even a moment's breathing space, the formation would take shape. But how could A.O. Lin and the other 3 give them this opportunity? Lan Xian's figure was erratic, and wherever she passed, countless sapphire ice crystals condensed in the air again. These ice crystals were not static, but turned into a storm of sharp ice blades, constantly cutting the protective divine light of the God's messengers. Absolute Zero, Ice Dance. The extremely cold area limits the speed of the God's messengers, and the sharp ice blades consume their strength. Beside Qingwu, countless emerald green vines rose from the ground. Like a living snake, it lashed and coiled madly, creating the best attack environment for A.O. Lin and Aoshi. Right at the edge of this chaotic battlefield, the pool of flesh and blood that had been transformed from the blood goddess's female messenger, whose upper body was blown up by Aoshi's punch, began to wriggle strangely. Flesh and blood gathered together, and bones are regenerated. In just a blink of an eye, a flawless snow-white body reappeared in the air. She was naked, and her curvy figure exuded fatal temptation. The maid's face was filled with endless resentment and shame. She raised her hand, a flash of blood passed by, and a blood-red gauze dress as thin as a cicada's wing appeared on her body, barely covering the breathtaking whiteness on her chest. Her eyes were fixed on Aoshi. I'm going to chew you up, inch by inch. She turned into a streak of bloodlight and rushed towards Aoshi again with a piercing scream. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. However, a golden figure stood in front of her. It's A.O. Lin. He didn't even look at her, but just fired a shot with his backhand, sweeping the gun across and hitting her face accurately. Bang! A crisp sound. The maid was flung away again, her body, having just recovered, tumbling in the air, a clear red mark appearing on her face. A.O. Lin's attention was always fixed on the other divine messenger with the strongest aura. He was a messenger of the god of war holding a huge axe, his body full of muscles and explosive power. Every time he swung the axe, it carried the power to split mountains and break peaks. That's you. A.O. Lin's voice was cold. He raised his spear high and pointed the tip at the messenger of the god of war. The golden dragon power poured in crazily, and the entire spear became as dazzling as the sun. The god of war's messenger felt the fatal threat, roared, and poured all his divine power into the giant axe, preparing to meet this shocking blow. But A.O. Lin's spear did not stab out. He waved his arm, and the golden spear turned into a stream of light and flew out of his hand. But the target was not the envoy of the god of war, but another relatively weaker envoy of the god of sun. The sun god's messenger was resisting Aoshi's violent fist and had never expected that A.O. Lin would make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Puff! The golden spear instantly pierced through his protective divine light and nailed him to the tip of the spear. Town! A.O. Lin uttered a word and pressed down with one hand. The golden spear that had the messenger of God nailed to it fell from the sky like a golden meteorite, dragging a long tail of flame. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook violently. A terrifying crater with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters appeared on the land far away from the shelter. The huge pit is bottomless, the land on the edge is completely vitrified, and at the bottom of the pit, dark red magma erupts like a fountain. The messenger of the sun god, along with the golden spear, was nailed firmly into the magma at the center of the earth. Aoshi grinned upon seeing this. Brother, well done. Let me spice it up a bit. He took a deep breath, his chest puffed out, and a destructive golden light lit up in his throat. The dawn light breaks and destroys the breath. An extremely thick golden energy beam spewed out from his mouth, like a river flowing back from the sky, and accurately slammed into the huge magma pit. The golden dragon breath collided with the red magma, erupting with even more terrifying energy. The entire huge pit turned into a purgatory of destruction. The other 7 gods' messengers were terrified. Is he dead? Now he's dead, right? However, the next moment, a roar filled with endless anger came from deep within the earth. You damn loaches. Boom! The sea of magma suddenly exploded. A figure covered in black flames rose into the sky from the huge pit. It was the messenger of the sun god who was nailed into the center of the earth. The armor on his body had long since melted, and his body was charred black, but his aura was several times stronger than before. He is burning his soul and life. He looked like a madman, stretching out his fingers burning with black flames and pointing at the 4 people in the sky. You are all going to die. You are all going to die. His eyes swept over Changwu with strong murderous intent. And that little female dragon over there. Damn it! Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by an even louder roar. Grandma, your mom. She put his hands on his hips and cursed at him. Who are you calling a little dragon? She's my wet nurse. Do you know the rules? The messenger of God whose life was burning was stunned by the roar. The tragedy and anger that had been brewing for half a day were instantly stuck in the throat. Not only him, but several other gods' messengers also showed surprised expressions. The solemn and tragic atmosphere on the battlefield was disturbed in a strange way. A faint blush appeared on Changwu's fair cheek. The corner of Lin's mouth twitched imperceptibly. She didn't care about all this. He touched his chin and talked to himself, but his voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Chapter 93, Funeral Song of 10,000 Dragons, Gods and Demons are silenced forever. Looking at your face, which looks like burnt charcoal, I know your god forgot to give you a brain when he created you. She scratched his ears with a look of disgust. Just stuff shit in there, so shit comes out when you open your mouth. Who are you calling a little female dragon? She's my wet nurse. You're a bunch of underdeveloped bastards. You can't even tell the difference between generations. And you guys, one of you looks like moldy blood tofu. One is as strong as an uncivilized wild boar, and the others can't even see their faces clearly. Are they too abstract to be seen in public? Have you, the sun god and the blood god, gone bankrupt? So they sent a bunch of you out here to beg for food? The sun god's messenger, whose life was burning, had his chest heaving violently. The black flames burning on his body were swaying unsteadily due to extreme anger. The tragedy and determination he had been brewing were completely washed away by this series of vulgar words. You damn loach. Another blood god's messenger roared, trying to regain the momentum. She didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Loach is your father, why don't you show respect to your elders? Do you dare to bark at your grandfather just because you have more people? If you have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. Look at your father, if I don't hit your head, you're done for. Puff. The divine messenger whose life was burning felt a sweet taste in his throat, and was so angry that he actually spat out a mouthful of divine blood. Fuck. Kill him. He went completely crazy, his body turned into a burning black meteor, rushing towards Aoshi at any cost. The black flames around him transformed into countless hideous skulls, roaring silently, as if to devour Aoshi's soul. The fighting broke out again. The other 7 gods' messengers also realized that engaging in verbal battles with this group of dragons was purely self-humiliating. Their attacks became more fierce and more tricky. A divine messenger went around behind Lin Feng, and his huge black claws tore through the space and went straight for her back. Lin Shinto didn't even look back. The sapphire ice crystals spread under her feet, and an ice mirror suddenly appeared behind her. The giant claw slammed into the ice mirror, shattering it, but also dissipating most of the terrifying force. At the same time, dozens of ice cones pierced the messenger from all directions. The emerald green vines around Changwu danced even more crazily. Lines of life energy were precisely injected into Lin and Aoshi's bodies, maintaining their high-intensity combat. Of course, Sister Lin Feng also gave me a sip of milk from time to time. On the battlefield, divine light and dragon power collided violently, and every explosion caused more cracks in the sky. The sun god's messenger who was nailed into the earth's core by Lin burned his life and his strength skyrocketed, but his sanity was also burned by anger. His attacks were wide and seemed powerful, but Lin seized several flaws in them. The spear in Lin's hand no longer appeared. He fought the enemy with fists and feet. The golden dragon power condensed between his fingers and palms. Every time he attacked, it was imprinted on the part of the messenger where the old injury had not healed. She faced the attack of 2 divine messengers alone, and his smile became more and more flamboyant. The golden fist wind roared, and the two gods' messengers were beaten back step by attacking each other. At this moment, the leading envoy of the god of blood looked at the other envoy of the god of sun who had been silent. They saw the determination in each other's eyes. We can't put it off any longer. Work together and destroy their foundation first. The two men retreated at the same time, leaving the battle circle, with their hands clasped in front of their chests. The blood-colored divine power and the pitch-black divine power began to intertwine and merge. A destructive aura far exceeding any previous attack began to brew in their palms. Blood pierces the earth. A terrifying beam of light that blended blood and darkness condensed into shape. The diameter of the beam of light was not large, but it contained enough energy to completely penetrate the continent. Its target is not anyone in the sky. But below, there is the shelter formed by the wings of a bronze dragon. Inside the shelter, all the dragons felt the trembling from the depths of their souls. Xiaoyun was so scared that her face turned pale. Zitong stared at the sky intently, his eyes full of despair. Yun Sheng hugged her sister tightly in her arms, her body trembling constantly. The bronze dragon let out a low roar of pain. Above his broken wings, the bronze light suddenly became brighter. The color of the light even began to change to pure white, which was him burning his dragon soul and dragon veins. Protecting his people. The four people in the sky also noticed this fatal blow. Ao Lin and Lan Xian wanted to withdraw and defend, but were entangled by their respective opponents. All the color drained from Changwu's face. The beam of light has shot out with a bang. At the critical moment, a golden figure appeared above the bronze dragon at an incomprehensible speed. It's Ao Shi. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a determined madness. He didn't use any moves. Just cross your hands in front of your chest. Use your body to welcome the devastating beam of light. Boom! The noise that could not be described in words swallowed up all the sounds between heaven and earth. A sun made of blood and darkness exploded in the sky above the shelter. The destructive energy storm swept wildly in all directions. Endless smoke and energy turbulence instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, blocking everyone's vision. There was chaos between heaven and earth. Ao Shi. Changwu's voice was tearful and heartbreaking. Ao Shi. For the first time, panic appeared in Lan Xian's ice-blue eyes. Ao Lin's figure stood quietly in the smoke and dust. He lowered his head, making it impossible to see his expression. Younger brother. His voice was very soft, but it reached the ears of the eight gods present clearly. There was no emotion in that voice. The next moment, he raised his head sharply. Those golden eyes had turned a burning blood red. He stretched out his hand and shook it from a distance at the huge pit that was nailed into the center of the earth. Buzz. The resonance of the dragon's spear came from deep in the earth. A ray of golden light broke through the magma in the earth's core, tore through the thick crust, and returned to his hand. Ao Lin gripped the gun barrel. A blazing golden flame ignited on the entire golden spear. It was the purest holy fire of the dragon's origin. He dropped all defenses. He let a sharp black claw leave a deep scar on his back that was visible to the bone. He simply pointed the tip of his gun, which was burning with golden holy fire, at the chaotic smoke and dust in front of him. The dragon power in his body was boiling, he was burning the dragon veins. All his anger and sorrow turned into a declaration that resounded throughout the heavens and earth. 10,000 dragons' funeral song, gods and demons will be silenced forever. The moment the sound fell, an indescribable terrifying pressure dominates this world. The space froze. The wind and snow stopped. Even the light seemed to be subdued by this will and became sluggish. The blood color instantly drained from the faces of the eight gods present, including the two gods who joined forces to launch the most powerful attack. Their souls were screaming and wailing. Escape! Must escape! No one dared to take the shot head-on. Faced with this attack filled with the endless rage of the strongest dragon, they chose to flee in the most embarrassing way. Chapter 94. Was I handsome at that moment? The fleeing gods' bodies suddenly stiffened. That domineering will that nailed them to the spot. The divine power they were proud of melted quickly in front of the golden dragon's holy fire, like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. The spear in Ao Lin's hand could no longer be seen in its original shape. It was a pure golden sun. In the sun, the shadows of thousands of dragons circled and roared, emitting a tragic song that shocked the soul. No! The blood god's messenger in the lead roared in despair, and the power that had merged with that of the sun god's messenger frantically agitated, trying to break free from this solidified space and time. Lin's expression was cold. He just thrust the gun in his hand forward. A simple action. Wherever the tip of the gun pointed, space shattered into pieces, turning into pitch-black nothingness. That terrifying beam of light, a fusion of blood and darkness, bore the brunt of the spear tip and could not hold out even for a moment. It was swallowed and purified by the golden holy fire, without even a trace left. A torrent of golden flames flooded the sky and earth. The first to bear the brunt were the two gods who joined forces. The horror on their faces froze. The blood god's envoy raised his right arm, which was intertwined with the sun god's envoy's divine power, and tried to resist. The moment the arm touched the golden flame, it turned into ashes. Then his shoulders, his chest, his head. He couldn't even scream as his soul and body were completely burned to ashes in the domineering dragon's holy fire. The messenger of the sun god who joined forces with him also met a miserable end. Half of his body disappeared instantly, and the remaining half was covered with burnt wounds. He was blown away by a huge force, leaving a long line of blood in the air. The sun god's messenger who had been nailed into the earth's core by Lin was already burning out his life and had exhausted his energy. He only had time to raise his head and see the golden sea of light sweeping over him. Then, his world was filled with only gold. The entire person, along with the land he was on, was completely evaporated, leaving behind only a bottomless glass-like pit. A messenger of God died on the spot. The remaining 7 struggled painfully in the realm of the dragon's holy fire. The golden dragon's shadow shuttled between them. The left leg of a divine messenger was swept by the dragon's shadow, and the entire leg was broken at the root. The broken part was charred black, and even the divine blood could not flow out. Another messenger of God had his chest pierced, leaving a hole as big as a bowl, through which the distorted scene behind him could be clearly seen. There was also a divine messenger who tried to protect his face with divine power, but the thin divine shield was like paper. His entire face was burned by the holy fire, his flesh and blood were blurred, and his facial features melted into a ball. Ah! The shrill howl finally sounded between heaven and earth. They are the messengers of the high and mighty gods, the agents of the gods. When have they ever suffered such a severe blow? The surviving blood god's envoy covered his broken arm tightly with his only remaining arm, his eyes full of hatred and fear. He looked at the man who was suspended in the air, like a god or demon. This person is a lunatic. He actually dared to burn the dragon vein just to vent his anger. Retreat! Retreat quickly! He roared at the top of his lungs, and his divine power surged out without cost, tearing a trembling crack in space in front of him. The remaining god's messengers, as if they had found a life-saving straw, crawled towards the crack. The messenger of God whose face was melted was so frightened and in great pain that he ran headfirst into the edge of the crack. The edge of the spaceblade flashed by, and half of his body remained outside. Lin watched them flee in panic quietly. The golden flame in his body slowly went out. The madness in those burning blood-red eyes gradually faded away and returned to their original golden color, but the light was dim and full of fatigue. The dragon spear in his hand let out a mournful whine, and its brilliance dissipated, turning back into an ancient golden spear. Lin's body shook and his face turned pale as paper. The claw marks on his back were so deep that the bone was visible, and divine blood kept oozing out, but he felt no pain. He simply lowered his head, his gaze passing through the smoke and dust that had not yet dissipated below, looking at the ground that was bombarded by the blood sun piercing the earth. There, nothing can be seen. The wind and snow stopped. The world was dead silent. Chang Wu's figure turned into a green light and was the first to rush into the chaotic smoke and dust. Lan Xian followed closely behind, her ice-blue eyes filled with the anxiety she had never seen before. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. A huge impact crater appeared on the ground. In the center of the impact crater, the bronze dragon lay on the ground. His wings, which were burning with dragon soul and dragon vein, were already broken and dilapidated, their light was dim, and their aura was extremely weak. On his back, a charred human figure lay there quietly. The human figure no longer had its original appearance. The dragon scales all over the body have been broken and carbonized, and the flesh and bones are exposed. In many places, white bones were exposed and wisps of black smoke were still rising. There was a huge hole in his chest that almost went through his entire body. She. Qing Wu's voice trembled and tears welled up in her eyes. She knelt beside the charred body, reaching out her hand but not daring to touch it. Emerald green life energy surged out from her palm, carrying her crying voice, carefully wrapping the broken body. Lin Feng stood aside, her lips tightly pursed, ice crystals swirling in her eyes. She raised her hand, and countless sapphire ice crystals gathered. Under Aoshi's body, an ice bed was formed, gently lifting him up to prevent his broken body from touching the ground. Lin fell from the sky. His steps were a little unsteady. He walked step by step to the ice bed and looked at the body on it that was no longer in human form. That ostentatious smile, that provocative tone, and those golden eyes that are always full of energy. Everything is gone. All that was left was this charred, cold corpse. Lin stretched out his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly, wanting to touch the ruined face. There was a void in his heart. Inside the shelter, all the dragons looked up at the scene in the sky. Sadness spread among the dragons. Xiaoyun's tears slid silently. Yunshan covered her sister's eyes, but her body was shaking constantly. In this desperate silence, the charred body on the ice bed moved a finger slightly. Chang Wu's body shook. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, pouring all her life energy into them without reservation. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing sound as if the lungs were about to be coughed out was heard. The charred human figure suddenly arched its body, and from the hole in its chest, it spurted out a mouthful of dirty blood mixed with black flames and broken flesh. Aoshi! Lin Feng also screamed out loud. It's so noisy. A weak, hoarse, intermittent voice came from the burnt and bloody mouth. Aoshi's eyelids moved with difficulty, as if he wanted to open them, but in the end it was in vain. He seemed to sense something, and his charred head turned towards Lin. Elder brother. Lin's body froze. Am I handsome? Aoshi's voice was filled with a hint of pride. This time, isn't it, very master-like? Puff. He spat out another mouthful of black blood. Don't talk. Qingwu was so anxious that her tears dried up, and she frantically repaired the broken meridians and organs in his body. Lin squatted down, stretched out his hand, and finally placed it gently on Aoshi's head. He couldn't say anything. Sister Lin Feng. Aoshi's voice turned to the other side again. Look. I told you. I'm a better fighter than him. He just knows how to act cool. Lin Feng turned her head away and shrugged her shoulders slightly. Sister Qingwu. Shut up. Qingwu shouted angrily with tears in her eyes. I was just about to say. Aoshi's voice grew weaker, like a candle in the wind. Your milk isn't as abundant as before. Changwu paused for a moment. Then she cried even harder. Aoshi was breathing heavily, as if he was gathering up his last bit of strength. Brother, ask them for me. Those 2 moves, can they be reimbursed? After saying this, his head tilted and he fainted, with only a faint breath left. With a thud, Lin fell to his knees. He buried his head deeply into the ice bed. The shoulders of this powerful and indifferent man began to shake violently. Silent grief is heavier than any howling. Chapter 95, The Arrival of the Priest. Additional chapter for Night Wolf Starcliff. The world fell silent again. Lin buried his head and never raised it. His broad back was shaking violently. Qingwu's entire mind was focused on the charred body beneath her. The emerald green life energy is like a trickle, gently. It rushed into Aoshi's body regardless of the cost, trying to glue the broken organs and ruptured meridians together. Her face was transparently pale, beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, and even her lips had lost their color. Maintaining Aoshi's almost imperceptible breath consumed her own essence. If she stopped even for a moment, Aoshi would be completely destroyed. The dragon wing barrier of the shelter has disappeared. The bronze dragon struggled to stand up, but in the end it just let out a weak wail and fell back into the pit. The dragons came out of the shelter and gathered around silently, looking at the body on the ice bed that was no longer in human form. Look at the man kneeling on the ground crying silently, look at the woman trying her best to save her life. The sad dragon roar echoed lowly among the tribe. Xiaoyun hid behind her sister Yunshang and sobbed softly. Sister, brother Aoshi. Yunshang hugged her sister tightly, her eyes also red. Don't be afraid, brother Aoshi is just too tired. He beat the bad guys away and now he wants to take a nap. She whispered soothingly, her voice trembling uncontrollably. When he wakes up, he will take us fishing. Lin Feng stood aside, staring at Aoshi with her icy blue eyes without blinking. The cold air around her dissipated uncontrollably, freezing the ground into a thick layer of ice. Cheng Wu's movement suddenly stopped, and a mouthful of blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth, dripping onto Aoshi's charred chest. Her vitality was almost exhausted. At this moment, a big hand pressed on her shoulder. Ao Lin stood up. He raised his head, the tears on his face had dried, and in his golden eyes there was a heart-wrenching emptiness and dead silence. A gentle dragon power flowed from his palm into Cheng Wu's body, temporarily stabilizing her life, which was about to collapse. He looked at his brother on the ice bed, his lips moved, but in the end he couldn't say a word. In a distant and desolate Gobi desert, an ugly hole was violently torn in the space. 7 disheveled figures fell out of the crack one after another and hit the hard gravel ground. The blood god's messenger who was in the lead had divine blood still gushing out from his broken arm. He pressed the wound tightly with his only remaining left hand, his face grim. The sun god's messenger who joined forces with him had half of his body rotten away, and he couldn't stand up after struggling for a few times. The left leg of a divine messenger disappeared, and he could only rely on his weapon to support his body. The other messenger had a huge hole in his chest that went through front and back, and the wind whistled through it, making a wheezing sound like a broken bellows. The messenger of God whose face was melted rolled on the ground in pain, making incoherent roars. The blood god's female messenger rolled to the ground, and the blood-colored gauze dress on her body, which was transformed from energy, had long since disappeared in the turbulence of space and the aftermath of the holy fire. Her naked body was exposed to the sight of the other 6 gods' messengers. Even though she was seriously injured, her snow-white body still exuded amazing charm. The messenger of God with a broken leg glanced subconsciously, and then his face was distorted by severe pain. Ah! Eyes can't blame me for this being a knee-jerk reaction? The maid lay on the ground, seemingly having lost the strength to move a finger. She paid no attention to her companion's gazes, and after a long while, she slowly raised her hand. A flash of blood appeared, and a new blood-red dress covered her body. She slowly sat up and combed her messy blood-red hair with her hands, her scarlet eyes filled with unremovable resentment. That man makes me so angry. He must die no matter what. Her voice was hoarse and filled with deep hatred. We almost died, the legless messenger laughed bitterly. The strongest dragon who burns the dragon vein is equivalent to a walking ancient god. We are no match for him. His strength has been exhausted, now is the best opportunity. The messenger with a hole in his chest shouted, "Kill it back. Crush that little dragon completely." What are you going to kill? The leading blood god's envoy glanced at him coldly. Among the 7 of us, who still has the strength to fight? Everyone fell silent. They are God's messengers, messengers who carry out God's punishment, but now they are like a group of stray dogs, struggling to survive here. That little dragon. He used his body to block the blood sun piercing the earth. A half-rotten sun god's messenger spoke with difficulty. Why is he still alive? No one can answer this question. At this moment, a cold and pleasant female voice without any emotion sounded behind them. Because you are trash. The 7 gods' bodies froze at the same time and they turned around suddenly. A woman, without knowing when, had stood behind them. She was wearing a complicated and gorgeous dark golden priest robe. On the robe, patterns of the sun, moon and stars were embroidered with unknown black silk thread. Each star is moving slowly, as if containing a real world. Her appearance is so perfect that she is not like an ordinary person, with a pair of silver eyes. Like 2 cold moons, they reflect nothing. She just stood there quietly, the light around her was automatically bent towards her, and the sand and gravel under her feet automatically gave way in front of her. The oppressive feeling she brought was far deeper and more vast than when Ao Lin burned the dragon vein. God, Master Priest. The blood god's envoy, who was in the lead, showed a look of fear on his face for the first time and struggled to salute. The woman raised her hand and pressed lightly. An invisible force pinned all the god's messengers to the spot, making them unable to move. Her silver eyes slowly scanned the wounds on the 7 people, without any fluctuation in her gaze. The blood god's first divine envoy has lost an arm. The 3rd divine messenger under the throne of the sun god has half of his body destroyed. And you guys, your injuries really opened my eyes. Her voice was calm, but every word she spoke was like a heavy hammer, striking the souls of the god's messengers. 8 ninth-ranked divine messengers, carrying 2 sacred objects bestowed by the gods, are chasing after a downtrodden dragon clan. As a result, the sacred object was destroyed, 1 person died, and 7 people were seriously injured. She stretched out a slender white finger and gently touched the blood goddess's brow. And you were humiliated twice by a mere descendant of the dragon clan. The maid's body trembled violently, her eyes filled with humiliation and fear. The silver-eyed woman moved her fingers away and looked into the distance, as if she could penetrate the endless space and see everything that happened in the shelter. The patience of the gods is limited. Someone needs to bear the wrath of this failure. She withdrew her gaze, and for the first time, her silver pupils reflected the horrified faces of the 7 gods' messengers. However, before you accept divine punishment, you still have a chance to make amends. She smiled slightly, and that perfect smile made all the gods' messengers feel like they were falling into an icy cave. Dragons shouldn't exist in this era. Their blood, their glory, and everything they guarded will turn to the dust of history. I will personally send them off for the last time. Chapter 96 King. Where are you? The voice of the silver-eyed woman was cold and emotionless. Those who are not dead, stand up. Come back with me. The 7 gods' bodies twitched uncontrollably as they tried to get up from the ground. The blood god's envoy, who was in the lead, supported the ground with his only remaining left hand. The severe pain from his broken arm made his face distorted and his teeth chattered. The sun god's messenger, whose half-body was rotten, had his internal organs broken with every breath he took, and divine blood gushed out of the wound like free spring water. The messenger of God with a broken leg was standing unsteadily, leaning on his divine weapon, his body shaking like a leaf in the wind. The man with the hole in his chest would have air flowing from his chest to his back every time he took a breath, making a teeth-grinding whistling sound. He wanted to cover the hole, but he didn't dare. The blood goddess adjusted her skirt and stood elegantly. It was as if the serious injuries on his body did not exist at all, and it was just that his resentful eyes were fixed on a certain point in the void. The messenger of God, whose face was melted, struggled the most violently. He roared meaninglessly and tried to get up using his hands and feet, but ended up bumping his head into the wound of the messenger of God next to him. Get out of here! The woman with silver eyes glanced at them all. She just raised her hand. The space was crumpled into a ball in her palm, and then suddenly torn apart. A dark crack appeared above the Gobi Desert. On the other side of the rift is a beautiful blue planet covered with ice and snow. Her figure flashed and she appeared on the surface of the blue planet. The remaining 7 figures were pulled by an irresistible force and thrown into the space crack with screams. In front of the shelter, the dead silence of sadness was broken by a loud noise that tore through the sky. Lin, who was kneeling in front of the ice bed, suddenly shook his body. He slowly raised his head. The pair of dull golden eyes ignited with rage and blood the moment they saw the 8 figures in the sky. 1, 2, 3, 7. Not one less. And that woman who was in the lead, whose aura was like the abyss. He stood up. The whole world had vanished from his perception. Only those few enemies in the sky remained, enemies whom he wished to eat and sleep on. Come, die. Lin let out a roar that was not like a human voice. He picked up the dragon spear that had lost its luster, exhausted the last bit of its original dragon power, and turned himself into a golden meteor that rushed against the sky and rushed forward. He was going to kill them. He will crush them all. High in the sky, the woman with silver eyes looked at the golden light rushing towards her with great interest. Even her posture changed. Just before Lin was about to break out of the atmosphere, the woman stretched out a finger as slender and white as jade. He flicked lightly towards the golden light. Bite. A sound so clear and almost inaudible. Lin's figure suddenly stopped in mid-air. The desperate aura on his body disappeared in an instant like a punctured balloon. Then, he slammed down to the ground at a speed 10 times faster than when he rushed up. Boom! The earth let out a cry of pain. A deep pit, larger than any previous meteorite crater, appeared in the sight of all dragons. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, covering half of the sky. The woman withdrew her finger, placed it against her lips, and blew gently. Her movements were graceful and deliberate. Simply killing is meaningless. Her voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by every living creature on the ground. Torturing them and watching them struggle in despair is my real joy. She turned her head, and her silver eyes swept over the 7 silent gods behind her. Go. Set up the formation. I want to see how long these poor bugs can last. Yes, sir. The 7 gods' messengers were as if pardoned. They endured the pain and transformed themselves into 7 streams of light, flying to 7 different corners of the planet's atmosphere. Each of them occupies a key node. The broken-legged messenger of God's flight trajectory was a little crooked because he was missing a leg, and he almost hit the person next to him. He received a cold gaze from the woman, was frightened out of his wits, and quickly steadied himself. The 7 people formed complicated seals at the same time. They chanted ancient and evil spells. Pitch-black beams of divine power shot out from their hands and converged high in the sky. A huge magic circle covering the entire blue planet began to slowly take shape. The sky darkened. It's not dark clouds covering the sun. It is a kind of deprivation that comes from the legal level. The light was swallowed up. Countless black, chain-like runes hung down from the magic circle and slowly pressed towards the ground. Each rune exudes a terrifying pressure that is enough to crush the soul. Roar! From within the giant pit, a golden light shot up into the sky again. Lin was covered in blood, with dragon scales peeling off his body in large pieces, but he didn't care and once again raised his gun and rushed into the sky. He wants to stop that magic circle. He couldn't get it to take shape. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of the silver woman's mouth. She just raised her hand. Boom! Lin's figure was once again hit hard by an invisible force and smashed deeper into the ground. The earth trembled and cracked into bottomless canyons. Lin! An ice-blue figure soared into the sky. Lin Feng appeared in mid-air. She looked at the man who was thrown to the ground again and again. Looking at the world-destroying magic circle that was taking shape in the sky, the anxiety in his eyes turned into determination. Countless ice crystals gathered around her, transforming into a giant frost sword that pierced the sky and the earth. She used all her strength and swung the giant sword towards the silver-eyed woman high in the sky. The woman also looked at the giant sword. She just stretched out her hand and gently shook it in Lin Feng's direction. Click! The huge frost sword shattered into pieces in the air and turned into icy dust all over the sky. A terrifying squeezing force imprisoned Lin Feng tightly. Her body cracked under the weight, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The whole person was like a kite with a broken string, thrown out at random and crashed into a snow-capped mountain in the distance. The Dragon Clan members underground looked up. They looked at the sky covered by black rune chains. They watched as their strongest guardian was toyed with and crushed like an ant. An emotion called despair spread among the dragons like a plague. Why? Yun Shang held her trembling sister in her arms, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. We just want to live well. What have we done wrong? An old dragon elder raised his wrinkled dragon claws. Pointing to the dark sky, he asked a sad question. No one answered. The only answer they got was the black chains that were getting closer and closer, and the suffocating pressure. Tears of blood flowed from Lao Long's turbid eyes. He knelt on the ground and used up his last bit of strength to let out a heart-wrenching cry. My king! Where are you? Chapter 97 Can't fall here. That old cry, heart-wrenching, echoed across the dead silent icefield. My king! Where are you? The sorrow and despair in the voice were like a knife, cutting into the hearts of every dragon. Chang Wu's body stiffened for a moment. Out of the corner of her eye, she could catch a glimpse of the black chain slowly descending from the sky, and could feel the terrifying pressure that was enough to freeze the soul. She wanted to do something. She wanted to rush forward and fight alongside the man. But she couldn't let go of her grip. All her mind and all her life source were dependent on the faint breath beneath her body. She looked down at Aoshi's charred face and the barely perceptible rise and fall of his chest. As soon as she let go, the ups and downs would stop forever. Aoshi will really die. Chengwu closed her eyes and suppressed all the surging emotions, and the emerald green life energy was output more steadily. I'll be here, with you. The huge magic circle in the sky finally took shape. Countless black rune chains heavier than mountains hung down from the magic circle, slowly pressing down towards the earth with the power to judge all things. The dragons let out uneasy growls. They felt a shudder coming from deep within their blood, the fear of having their life levels completely suppressed. Deep in the huge pit, Lin lay in the cold gravel, and the golden dragon blood dyed the ground beneath him dark red. He could hear the cries of his tribesmen and the desperate call of the old dragon. He opened his eyes and looked at the sky covered by black chains. Can't do it. He burned the dragon veins and gave everything, but in return he only got deeper despair. Guard! How can we protect them? His consciousness began to blur and his eyelids became too heavy to lift. Sister, I'm afraid. Xiaoyun's trembling voice clearly penetrated into his mind across a long distance. Don't be afraid, brother Lin will protect us. Yun Shang's voice was also trembling, but she still used her body to protect her sister more tightly. Lan Xin struggled to stand up, leaning against a collapsed snow mountain. Her ice-blue eyes stared at the sky. Even though her bones were wailing, she did not take a single step back. Inside the shelter, the injured, young, and old dragons all came out from their hiding places. They looked up at the apocalyptic sky. They looked at the figure that was shot down again and again. Unyielding dragon roars gathered together and rushed towards the sky. They all knew that death might come the next moment. But the dragon clan never kneels and waits for death. Ao Lin's dim golden pupils suddenly shrank. No. I can't fall down here. They still need me. I want to lead them to survive. Stand up. I can do it. Boom. The entire planet began to shake violently. The edges of the huge deep pit where Ao Lin was located began to crack, and countless bottomless rifts spread in all directions like a spider web. A golden light burst out from the depths of the earth. High in the sky, the silver-eyed woman had a playful smile on her lips as she admired the despair of the ants on the ground. The 7 divine messengers behind her were trying their best to keep the formation running. Their faces were pale and they were sweating profusely. Suddenly, a terrifying dragon power that made their souls tremble erupted from deep underground. The messenger of God with a broken leg trembled and almost couldn't maintain his seal. He looked at the ground in horror. What is that? An extremely huge shadow rose from the horizon. No, that's not a shadow. Those are a pair of wings. A pair of golden dragon wings covered half of the sky, full of cracks and wounds. Roar! A dragon roar that shook the universe resounded through the sky. A giant golden dragon, unprecedented in appearance, suddenly burst out from the ground. His body was extremely huge, and every dragon scale seemed to be made of gold, shining with immortal brilliance. But those shiny scales were covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and countless wounds deep enough to see the bone were spread all over the body in a hideous manner. One of his dragon horns was broken, and golden dragon blood kept flowing down his cheek. He was covered in wounds and his breath was extremely weak, but his golden eyes were burning with an unprecedented light. That is the will of the king and the determination to protect. His huge body hovered above the shelter, protecting all the dragons under his wings. The sky that was covered by black chains was propped up by him to form a golden sky. On the ground, all the dragons looked up, staring blankly at the towering figure. Yun Shang opened her mouth wide and tears began to flow down her face unconsciously. But this time, they were tears of excitement. The light in the old dragon's cloudy eyes rekindled. He prostrated himself on the ground and paid the highest respect to that figure. King. In the sky, the smile on the silver-eyed woman's face faded a little for the first time. She looked at the wounded golden dragon with great interest. After burning the dragon veins and exhausting the essence, it can still burst out with such power. What an interesting race. She raised her eyes and looked at the world-destroying magic circle that was in operation. Then let me see how hard your bones are. As her mind moved, the huge magic circle covering the entire planet suddenly accelerated. The black rune chains in the sky made a sharp buzzing sound. Snap! Black lightning bolts thicker than mountains condensed into shape and, carrying the power of the law of annihilation, struck down fiercely at the golden dragon below. Ao Lin raised his huge head and let out a deafening roar. He rushed forward towards the black lightning. Boom! The first black lightning struck his back fiercely. The golden scales instantly turned black and exploded, with flesh and blood rolling around. Ao Lin's huge body sank suddenly and he let out a painful roar, but he still used his wings to protect the tribe below. Boom! 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 More black lightning fell one after another. They slashed at his wings, tearing huge holes in the dragon wings that covered the sky and the sun. They struck his skull, darkening his consciousness. Every strike was accompanied by the peeling of large pieces of dragon scales and the splashing of dragon blood. Golden blood fell from the sky like a rainstorm. But he didn't retreat. Never took a step back. The 7 gods' messengers watched this scene with fear and trepidation. The divine messenger with a hole in his chest began breathing even more heavily. He looked in fear at the golden figure struggling in the thunderstorm. Can this kind of will and power really be possessed by a creature that has exhausted its essence? Concentrate. The cold voice of the silver-eyed woman rang in their ears. The 7 people trembled, not daring to be distracted anymore, and used all their strength to mobilize their divine power. The black thunderstorm in the sky became even more violent. The silver-eyed woman looked at the golden figure below that stood firm in the lightning. Looking at the new wounds on his body, looking at the fire in his eyes that never went out. The corners of her mouth curled up again in a cruel and joyful arc. Her voice was clearly heard throughout the world. Struggle. The more you struggle, the happier I am. Chapter 98 Water Fight in the Swimming Pool. On the other side, in the Human Federation, the villa area of the Xinhua Beast Taming Academy in Jiangcheng. Only a slight humming sound was heard, and soft lights lit up at the bottom of the pool. Clear water gushed out from several water inlets and soon filled the entire swimming pool. A thin layer of white vapor rises from the water surface. This efficiency once again made her marvel at the college's technological level. She returned to the house to look for a change of clothes. After drinking the animal milk, Lingxi was sitting in the middle of the living room, licking her paws seriously. Seeing Su Muyue coming down from upstairs with a bath towel and some clothes, it followed curiously. Su Muyue walked to the edge of the swimming pool and tested the water temperature with her feet. The warm water wrapped around my toes, dispelling the chill of the night, and it was very comfortable. She took off her coat and was about to go into the water, but she found Lingxi squatting by the pool, with her head tilted, looking at her motionlessly. "Do you want to go together?" Su Muyue asked casually. Lingxi's ears moved, and it moved forward, stretched out its little paws, and carefully touched the water surface. Then, it shrank back as if it had been electrocuted, and shook off the water droplets on its paws. That look was full of resistance. Su Muyue smiled. She walked into the swimming pool, the warm water covered her waist, and all the pores on her body relaxed. Physical fatigue was greatly relieved at this moment. She leaned against the pool wall and waved to the little guy on the shore. "Come down, it's very comfortable." Lingxi paced back and forth hesitantly by the pool. It looked at Su Muyue in the water, then at the steaming water surface, as if it was having a fierce ideological struggle. Su Muyue didn't urge it, but just enjoyed this rare tranquility. After a long while, Lingxi seemed to have made up her mind. It took a few steps back, took a running start, and leaped up gracefully. With a plop, a round white ball of fur fell into the water, splashing a large amount of water. Lingxi flapped her wings in the water twice, quickly stabilized her body, and swam to Su Muyue's side by paddling in the water like a dog. Its wet fur stuck tightly to its body, making it look smaller and a bit more awkward and funny. Su Muyue held back her laughter, picked it up and placed it on her arm. Lingxi shook off the water on her body, looking unhappy. Su Muyue reached out, scooped up a handful of warm water, and poured it over its head. Lingxi was stunned by this sudden attack. It raised its head and looked at Su Muyue. Then, it opened its mouth, and a small stream of water shot out from its mouth, accurately shooting towards Su Muyue's face. Su Muyue was caught off guard and was drenched. Water flowed down her cheeks. She wiped her face and looked at the little one in her arms. There was a gleam of pride in Lingxi's purple eyes, and her tail splashed a series of water splashes in the water. It's revenge. Su Muyue was amused by its smug look. She used both hands and splashed a large amount of water towards Lingxi. Crash! Lingxi jumped away from her arms nimbly, turned flexibly in the water, and avoided most of the attacks. The water fight between the man and the fox began. At first, Su Muyue had the upper hand. Her movements were large and the splashes of water were huge. Lingxi could only dodge in the water awkwardly, occasionally fighting back with small water arrows. But soon, the situation on the battlefield changed. Lingxi seemed to have discovered new fun. It is no longer content with just spurting little water arrows. Its little paws tapped the water lightly. A wall of water rose out of thin air in front of it, blocking the splashes of water from Su Muyue. Su Muyue stopped moving. She looked at the wall of water swaying in front of her, and then looked at Lingxi, who was floating on the water with a proud look on her face. The tip of the little fox's tail swayed proudly above the water. Its control over the elements has reached the point where it can do it effortlessly. Before Su Muyue recovered from her shock, Lingxi made another move. It stirred the water with its two front paws. The water in the swimming pool began to form a small vortex with it as the center. The whirlpool spun faster and faster, and the water flow was controlled by it, turning into water snakes that attacked Su Muyue from all directions. "Hello!" Su Muyue screamed and quickly waved her hands to block it. The water snake hit her arm and turned into a large splash of water, soaking her from head to toe. Lingxi was having a lot of fun, spinning happily on the water, directing more water flows and changing into various shapes. Sometimes it is a blooming water lotus, sometimes it is a flying water butterfly. The entire swimming pool has become its playground. Su Muyue gave up resisting. She leaned against the edge of the pool, watching Lingxi playing happily in the water, with a helpless yet doting smile on her face. She lost miserably in the water fight. After playing for a long time, Lingxi was tired. It swam back to Su Muyue, lay obediently on her shoulder, and yawned. "Muyue, I'm so sleepy." Su Muyue held it and walked out of the swimming pool. The warm bath towel wrapped around the body, isolating the cool night wind. She carried Lingxi, who was also wrapped in a bath towel, back to the villa. After taking a hot bath and changing into clean and comfortable pajamas, both the man and the fox felt sleepy. Su Muyue took 2 cups of warm milk from the hot drink machine in the kitchen. She had a cup, Lingxi had a cup. The little fox lay on the soft carpet, stuck out his tongue, and licked the milk in the small bowl attentively. Soon, a circle of white milk stains appeared around his mouth. After drinking the milk, Su Muyue carried the sleepy Lingxi and went up to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. The big bed, which was big enough for 3 or 4 people, looked particularly tempting at this moment. She placed Lingxi next to the pillow and laid down herself. The soft mattress wrapped around her body, taking away all her fatigue. She turned sideways and looked at the little white ball of fur curled up beside her. Lingxi had fallen asleep, snoring softly, her belly rising and falling with her breathing. Su Muyue reached out and gently stroked its slightly wet fur. From their first meeting in the pet shop to now sleeping in each other's arms in this huge and new home. Everything that happens is a bit dreamy. But the warm touch from the palm of my hand and the steady breathing sound beside my ear are so real. She withdrew her hand and pulled the quilt higher to cover herself and Lingxi. Outside the window, the stars are shining brightly. Inside the house, it is warm and peaceful. Su Muyue closed her eyes, a faint smile on her lips, and fell into a deep sleep. The early morning sunlight penetrates the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm spots of light on the expensive carpet. Su Muyue woke up on the soft big bed. Beside me, a ball of snow-white fur was sleeping soundly, its small chest rising and falling slightly with its breathing. She turned sideways and looked at Lingxi quietly. This room and this bed are both a little too big, with an unreal luxury. But the warm body temperature and steady breathing of the little guy beside her made her feel extremely at ease. She got out of bed quietly, stepped barefoot on the cool wooden floor, and walked into the bathroom. After washing up, she changed into a brand new uniform issued by the college. The girl in the mirror still has a childish face, but her eyes are more calm. She walked down the stairs, and Lingxi followed behind her with her short legs and sleepy eyes, her tail wagging leisurely in the air. The kitchen on the 1st floor of the villa is equipped with a fully automatic food processor. She followed the instructions and prepared a nutritionally balanced breakfast for Lingxi. The rich animal milk and crushed high-energy dried meat mixed together exudes an enticing aroma. Lingxi immediately became energetic, buried her head in her small bowl, and ate with gusto. Su Muyue heated a cup of milk for herself and took 2 slices of bread. A man and a fox, in this empty and quiet villa, enjoyed the tranquility of the early morning. After breakfast, Su Muyue turned on the student terminal on her wrist. A light screen was projected in the air, showing her class schedule. Introduction to Energy Utilization, 9 a.m., Teaching Building C, 301 Lecture Hall. This was the first class arranged for her by Dean Qin Shan, a basic theory course for all freshmen in the college. "Let's go to class," she said to Lingxi, who was still licking the bowl. Chapter 99 Class. Lingxi raised her head, looked at her with her purple eyes, then jumped lightly and jumped onto her shoulders. As you walk out of the villa, fresh air hits you in the face. Xinyue Academy covers a large area, with towering technological buildings and carefully manicured gardens on both sides of the road. Many students were walking on the road in groups of 3 or 4, and when they saw Su Muyue, they would look at her with curiosity or inquiry. The commotion in the square during enrollment had already spread throughout the entire college. SS-level talent, the dean's personal disciple. These titles made her the focus of everyone's attention. Su Muyue felt a little uncomfortable with these gazes. She lowered her head and quickened her pace. Lingxi on her shoulder also looked around curiously. She followed the map on the terminal and found Teaching Building C. Classroom 301 is a huge tiered classroom that can accommodate hundreds of people, and most of them are already seated. She found a seat in the back corner, trying to make herself less noticeable. But as soon as she sat down, there was a moment of silence around her, followed by a lower whisper. Su Muyue took Lingxi down from her shoulders, placed it on the table, and gently soothed it with her hands. The class bell rang. An elegant female instructor wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked up to the podium. It was Anna, the spiritual mentor who had fought for her in the square yesterday. Anna's eyes swept across the classroom, lingered briefly on Su Muyue, and then began today's class. Energy utilization is a compulsory course for every beast master. Your talent determines which energy of heaven and earth you are most compatible with, and also determines the upper limit of your beast master path. But how to transform this talent and potential into real strength requires systematic study and hard training. Anna's voice is clear and pleasant, and her lectures are delivered at a steady pace. Today, we will discuss the first and most important concept: spiritual guidance. The so-called spiritual power guidance means to release your own spiritual power, condense it, and form a stable energy channel to establish a preliminary connection with your battle pet. This connection is the foundation for you and your battle pet to achieve deep resonance, share energy, and even perform combined combat techniques. Its stability and transmission efficiency directly affect your combat effectiveness. Above the podium, a light curtain lit up, revealing a complex diagram of the human body's meridians and energy flow. Look here, mental power originates from the brain and extends outward through specific meridians in our body. This process requires extremely high concentration and control. For beginners, if they can barely feel the overflow of their mental power within an hour, they are considered talented. It usually takes weeks or even months of practice to form a basic connection channel. Anna's explanation was detailed and professional. But to Su Muyue, these words and theories were too unfamiliar. She came from a civilian area and received the most basic compulsory education, and had never been exposed to these advanced beast taming knowledge. She listened hard, trying to remember every word, but her mind was still blank. Okay, enough theory. Now, I'll give you 15 minutes to try to sense your mental powers. Close your eyes, empty your mind, and imagine your consciousness, like water, flowing slowly out from the area between your eyebrows. Anna's voice was guiding. The students in the classroom closed their eyes and did as she said. Su Muyue also took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and tried to concentrate. She could feel that there was a tremendous power like the ocean hidden in her body. That was her gift, spiritual resonance. But this force, gentle and powerful, was beyond her control. She was like a lone boat in the vast ocean. She could feel the vastness of the ocean but could not move a drop of water. She tried several times, but was unable to flow her consciousness out as her mentor Anna had said. Time passes by every second. Some students showed joy on their faces, as if they had sensed something. As for Su Muyue, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead and her brows were furrowed. A feeling of powerlessness came over me. She couldn't even figure out how to get started with SS-level talent. Lingxi, who had been lying quietly on the table, yawned. It seemed to be bored with this dull course. It tilted its head, looked at Su Muyue who looked distressed, and then looked at the pen on the table in front of her. Then, it stretched out its tiny claws and gently stroked the air. An invisible silver-blue thread composed of pure energy. It extended from its brow and instantly wrapped around the pen. The whole process was silent. That ordinary metal pen, just like that, violated the rules of gravity, slowly floating up from the table and hovering in mid-air. The pen body is so stable that it does not move at all, as if it is supported by an invisible hand. Su Muyue, who was thinking deeply with her eyes closed, felt a faint energy fluctuation in front of her. She opened her eyes. The scene before her made her breath stop. The suspended pen was floating quietly in front of her. And that textbook perfect energy channel was connected to a pen at one end and to Lingxi's forehead at the other. Lingxi raised its furry little face and blinked its amethyst-like eyes. He also nudged the floating pen with his nose, pushing it a little closer to Su Muyue. That look seemed to be saying, "How come you can't learn such a simple thing?" Su Muyue was completely stunned. According to mentor Anna, it would take months to master the mental guidance, but Lingxi only took 1 second. Moreover, looking at its relaxed and comfortable appearance, it seems as easy as breathing. At this time, teacher Anna was walking down from the podium and inspecting the students' practice. When she walked to Su Muyue's desk, her steps suddenly stopped. Her eyes were fixed on the floating pen. As a senior instructor in the Department of Psychiatry, she immediately saw the nature of the energy channel. Concise, stable, pure. This is the most perfect model of mental guidance that only appears in textbooks. She raised her head and looked at Su Muyue, her eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. Student Su Muyue. You succeeded? Her voice was a little high due to excitement, attracting the attention of all the students around her. The students opened their eyes one after another and followed Anna's gaze. Then, everyone saw the floating pen. Oh my god! She did it! This is only the first class. As expected of an SS-level talent, it's terrifying. Exclamations rang out one after another. Sumu Yue was overwhelmed by this sudden attention and her cheeks turned red. She subconsciously reached out and grabbed the pen. The energy channel was disconnected instantly. She quickly picked up Lingxi from the table, hid her in her arms, and explained hesitantly. I'm just lucky. Teacher Anna had already walked in front of her, her eyes so scorching that she was a little scared. No, it's not luck. Anna's eyes passed Sumu Yue and fell on the fox that had poked its little head out of her arms. Chapter 100. The good teacher is right beside you. She had just seen clearly the source of that energy channel. It wasn't Sumu Yue, but this harmless-looking little fox. How could an ordinary fox, perhaps only a few months old, be able to use its mental power so perfectly? This completely overturned her cognition. Teacher, it. Sumu Yue wanted to explain. Let me see it. Anna held out her hand, her tone filled with an unquestionable scholarly enthusiasm. Sumu Yue hesitated for a moment, but still handed Lingxi over. Anna carefully took Lingxi and held it in her palm. She closed her eyes, and her mental power, like a gentle tentacle, gently reached out to Lingxi. The next second, Anna's face turned slightly pale and her body shook. She opened her eyes suddenly, her eyes full of disbelief. The moment her spiritual tentacles touched Lingxi. Just like a stream flowing into the sea, moistened by a vast and warm. But with the mental force field of absolute control, it bounced back gently. It didn't feel like he was investigating a cub, but rather like he was facing a master with unfathomable spiritual power. How is this possible? Anna murmured involuntarily. The whole classroom was silent. Everyone looked at the instructor who had lost her composure on the podium and the innocent little fox in her hand. Lingxi moved in Anna's hand, seeming a little dissatisfied with the human's exploration. It opened its mouth and yawned gracefully. Then, in front of everyone, it stretched out its little claws again and made a vague grab in the air. By the classroom window, a leaf on a potted green plant trembled slightly, then broke away from the branch, floated over, and landed precisely on Sumu Yue's head. The whole process was smooth and full of spirituality. The whole place was dead silent. If the control of a pen just now could be explained by coincidence or Sumu Yue's talent. Now, this move of picking up leaves from the air has clearly told everyone that all of this was done by this little fox. Teacher Anna stared blankly at Lingxi in her hand, then looked at the green leaf above Sumu Yue's head. She felt that the theoretical system of beast taming that she had built over decades was collapsing. She took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and returned Lingxi to Sumu Yue. She looked into Sumu Yue's eyes and asked solemnly. Student Su, your battle pet, what's its name? Its name is Lingxi. Lingxi. Anna repeated the name with a complicated look in her eyes. She turned and walked back to the podium, and announced to the group of stunned students below. Today's class ends here. Everyone, go back and carefully grasp the key points of spiritual guidance. After saying that, she packed up her things and hurriedly left the classroom, her back even looking a little disheveled. She needed to go to the dean's office immediately. What happened today must be reported to President Qin Shan immediately. As Teacher Anna left, the classroom suddenly exploded. Everyone's eyes were focused on Sumu Yue and Lingxi in her arms, filled with envy, jealousy, and deep shock. Amidst the discussions, Sumu Yue quickly left the classroom holding Lingxi. She felt mixed emotions at the moment. There is the panic of having the secret discovered, there is the new recognition of one's own talents, but more importantly, there is a kind of helplessness that makes one laugh and cry. She looked down at Lingxi, who was licking her paws with her little tongue in her arms. This little guy is the real monster. Her SS-level talent may not make her stronger. Instead, it allows her to establish the deepest connection with such a unique life. Return to the empty villa. Sumu Yue placed Lingxi on the carpet and sat cross-legged in front of it. Do it again, the same thing as before. She looked at Lingxi and asked seriously. Lingxi, this one? It once again released the silver-blue energy thread, rolled up a pillow on the ground, and let it slowly float in the air. Sumu Yue closed her eyes. This time, she no longer tried to forcibly control the vast ocean of energy in her body. She felt and observed through spiritual resonance with Lingxi. She saw how the energy thread was pulled out from Lingxi's spiritual core. How it is shaped and how it is stably connected to external objects. Every detail was clearly presented in her mind. So that's how it is. It's not about pushing the energy, but about guiding it. It's like digging a river channel and letting the water flow naturally. She held up a finger. Following Lingxi's example, he tried to draw out the tiniest bit of power from his spiritual core. At the fingertips, a faint white light flickered. Then, it went out. Although she failed, Su Muyue showed a smile from the heart on her face. She found the direction. Her best teacher is not in the classroom or in the books. Right in front of her. She reached out and rubbed Lingxi's furry head. Thank you, Lingxi. Lingxi squinted her eyes comfortably, rubbed her head against the palm of her hand, and let out a satisfied gurgling sound from her throat. The sun is shining outside the window. The door of the dean's office was pushed open by a force and hit the wall with a loud bang. Teacher Anna rushed in, and even her exquisite makeup couldn't hide the shock and anxiety on her face. Dean. Xin Shan was sitting in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of steaming tea in his hand. In the teacup, a few green leaves float up and down, emitting a bitter herbal fragrance. Without even raising his eyelids, he blew out a breath slowly. Teacher Anna, being so impatient doesn't match the calmness of your spiritual mentor. You can't stay calm. Anna walked up to him and slammed the terminal device in her hand on the table. The light screen lit up, and a video was playing on it, which was the scene where Lingxi controlled the leaves in the classroom. Look at this. This was done by Su Muyue's pet. Xin Shan's eyes swept across the light curtain, his expression calm. Yeah, I see. Controlling objects through the air, guiding mental power has been condensed to the extreme, it can be called perfect. His reaction was so calm that Anna was stunned. You're not surprised? Xin Shan picked up the teacup and took another sip. The familiar bitter taste made him feel a little relieved. Why should I be surprised? He raised his head and looked at his capable subordinate. Isn't it normal for a mobile turret that can instantly cast all-cause spells to have some sophisticated mental manipulation? Move, the turret? Anna chewed on this word, feeling that her worldview had been refreshed again. Xin Shan put down his teacup and stood up. Conventional teaching no longer works for her. Go tell her that starting tomorrow, she doesn't have to attend those basic classes. Let her come to me every morning. Anna opened her mouth, but finally nodded. I understand, Dean. She turned around and prepared to leave when Xin Shan's voice came from behind her again. Anna. Does the dean have any other instructions? Next time you come in, remember to knock on the door. Also, please help me check when the new batch of Qingxing grass will arrive. Chapter 101, Peak of Level 3. The next morning, Su Muyue appeared at the door of the dean's office on time, holding Lingxi. She was a little nervous, not knowing why the dean called her here alone. Come in. Xin Shan's voice came from the room. Su Muyue pushed the door open and saw Xin Shan standing in front of a huge star map sand table. On the sand table, spots of light flickered, simulating a vast starfield. Dean. Xin Shan turned around, looked at Su Muyue, and then his eyes fell on Lingxi in her arms. Lingxi also tilted her head and looked back at him with her pure purple eyes. Good morning, Grandpa. Its crisp sound echoed in the quiet office. Xin Shan's facial muscles twitched slightly. He looked away and pointed to a metal cabinet in the corner of the office. In that cabinet are the various energy crystals collected by the Academy, from level 1 to level 5, with all attributes. Su Muyue looked in the direction he pointed. Your task is to learn to identify, absorb, and transform the energy of all the crystals within 1 month. His tone was flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Su Muyue's heart skipped a beat. Identify, absorb, and transform the energy of all crystals? How is this possible? She hasn't even mastered the most basic energy guidance. Xin Shan saw her doubts. You don't have to do it yourself. His gaze turned to Lingxi again. Let it come. You just need to feel and learn through the connection between you. This is the most direct and luxurious way of teaching. Go ahead. When you turn all the crystals in that cabinet into waste stones, you can leave. After saying that, he stopped paying attention to Su Muyue and turned back to the star map. Su Muyue held Lingxi in her arms and walked to the metal cabinet. The cabinet door opened, revealing a dazzling array of energy crystals, emitting halos of various colors, almost blinding her eyes. She picked up a fiery red crystal and could feel the burning energy contained within it. She handed the crystal to Lingxi. Lingxi moved closer curiously and sniffed it. Then, it stretched out its little claws and pressed on the crystal. The next moment, the fiery red crystal quickly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the fire element energy in the crystal was completely drained, and it turned into an ordinary gray stone. Lingxi burped, and a cluster of small sparks came out of her mouth. It licked its lips with satisfaction, looking at Su Muyue with its sparkling purple eyes, and then looked at the cabinet full of candy beans. Su Muyue sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes. At that moment just now, she clearly saw the whole process through the resonance of her mind. How was Lingxi gently drawing out that violent fire elemental energy? How to flow into its body along an invisible channel? In the end, it was easily decomposed, absorbed, and calmed down by the chaotic energy core in its body. There was no hindrance, no compulsion. Just like breathing and drinking water, it happens naturally. It turns out that this is absorption. Su Muyue's heart was clear. She opened her eyes and picked up an ice blue crystal. This time, she followed Lingxi's example and tried to use her mental power to touch and guide the energy in the crystal. Time passed quietly as this man and the fox wasted themselves. Xin Shan's office became the exclusive training room for Su Muyue and Lingxi. Every morning, Su Muyue arrives on time. Then, the office was filled with the crisp sound of various crystals turning into hard stones. At first, Xin Shan pretended to be calm and studied his star map. Later, he simply bought himself a pair of noise-isolating earmuffs. He watched helplessly as the money he had accumulated over decades, enough to train 10 outstanding graduates. The stock of energy crystals below level 5 is being consumed at a terrifying rate. Every day, his heart bleeds. But he had to admit that this method was ridiculously efficient. In the first week, under his guidance, Su Muyue successfully activated the first ray of fire element energy and ignited a small flame at her fingertips. That day, Xin Shan drank 3 more cups of Qingxin herbal tea. In the second week, Su Muyue could already control both water and fire elements at the same time, condensing a water ball in her left hand and raising flames in her right hand. Xin Shan began to carry heart pills with him. By the third week, Su Muyue had become proficient in casting all first-level elemental spells. Xin Shan applied to the college's logistics department for a small exclusive medicinal field to grow Qingxin grass. He felt that if he relied solely on purchasing, the supply might not be enough to meet the demand. In addition to the cramming training with the dean, Su Muyue would occasionally go to the college library. She was like a sponge, madly absorbing knowledge about beast taming, energy, combat techniques, and so on. Lingxi would usually lie down beside her, find a pile of soft ancient books to cushion her sleep, and sleep with her legs spread out. Sometimes, when Su Muyue got tired of reading, it would use its mental power to control books in the distance, float them in front of her, or bring her a cup of warm water. The tacit understanding between the man and the fox becomes deeper and deeper through these daily details. Life this month has been peaceful and fulfilling. Su Muyue felt unprecedented peace and power. She was intoxicated by the feeling of being able to clearly feel herself getting stronger every day. The 1-month deadline is coming in a flash. That morning, when Su Muyue walked into the office as usual, the cabinet full of crystals was empty. The last batch of crystals was completely eaten by Lingxi as snacks yesterday afternoon. Xin Shan sat behind his desk and took off his noise-canceling earmuffs. He looked at Su Muyue with a serious expression. A month. Yes, Dean. Open your beast taming guide and let me see your work. Xin Shan's voice was filled with the tragic grandeur of someone about to be executed. Su Muyue nodded. She raised her hand, and with a thought, a milky white illustration appeared in her palm. The light flows, and lines of text emerge. Xin Shan came closer and his eyes first fell on Su Muyue's own panel. Master, Su Muyue. Level, Beast Master Level 2, Level 6. Talent, SS Level Telepathic Resonance. Spiritual Power, 658 Extraordinary Transformation. Physique, 435 far beyond ordinary people. Level 2, Level 6. Xin Shan muttered to himself. He remembered clearly that a month ago, this girl's level was still level 0. In 1 month, he went from being an ordinary person to jumping across an entire level and even reaching the middle of the second level. What speed is this? This speed is even faster than riding a rocket. In the hundreds of years since the founding of Xinyue Academy, even the most talented student took a whole year to complete this process. Xinshan felt his blood pressure begin to soar uncontrollably. He forced himself to calm down and shifted his gaze to the battle pet panel next to him. He thought he had made the most thorough mental preparation. No matter what he saw, he would never lose his composure again. Then, he saw it. Battle pet, Lingxi. Race? Bloodline, primordial elemental body. Level 3 peak. Physique, 1999 level 3 limit. Spiritual power, 1999 level 3 limit. Strength, 1999 level 3 limit. Skill. Speech talent. Heart of Elements talent. Intermediate elemental control talent, can cast all third level and lower elemental spells at will. The office fell into deathly silence. The color on Xinshan's face faded at an alarming speed. His eyes were fixed on the words level 3 peak. A month ago, it was level 1. A month later, it was at the peak of level 3. It ate up all the energy crystals in his cabinet and jumped directly from the first level to the peak of the third level. Chapter 102: The World Outside. Moreover, all attributes have been pushed to the limit. The most terrifying thing is the new skill that appeared. Intermediate Elemental Control. All elemental spells of rank 3 and below, cast as you wish. This means that this seemingly harmless little fox. Now, it is a super turret that can instantly cast all third level spells. And its master is only at the second level. Xinshan felt like his world was spinning. That familiar, piercing pain came from my chest again, and it was more intense than ever before. Spendthrift. It's more than just a waste. This is like melting a mountain of gold, casting it into a butcher knife, and then using it to stab the owner of the gold mountain. Su Muyue was also shocked by Lingxi's panel data and was speechless. She knew Lingxi was growing fast, but she didn't expect it to be this fast. When she came to her senses, she saw Dean Xinshan's body shaking, one hand covering his chest, and the other hand groping for something on the table. Dean, you. Medicine, my medicine. Xinshan's voice was weak and trembling. Su Muyue quickly found the familiar medicine bottle on the table, poured out 2 pills and handed it over. Xinshan put the pill into his mouth with trembling hands and swallowed it with difficulty along with a cup of cold Xingxin herbal tea. He leaned back in his chair, gasping for breath, and it took him a long time to recover. He looked at Su Muyue, then at Lingxi, who was in her arms looking at him with innocent eyes. His eyes were extremely complicated. There was pain and shock, but more than that, there was a kind of ecstasy that even he himself had not noticed. Very good. He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Very good. From today on, you don't have to come to my office. He was afraid that if it happened a few more times, he would lose his life here. Next, you need actual combat. Xinshan took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Su Muyue. This is the Academy's survey mission list. Go to the mission hall, take a mission, and go out into the world outside the Academy and take a look. His voice was filled with deep fatigue. Remember, theory and practice must ultimately serve actual combat. Yes, Dean. Su Muyue took the document solemnly. She held Lingxi in her arms and bowed to Xinshan. Thank you, Dean. After saying that, she turned and left the office. When the office door closed again, the pain and fatigue on Xinshan's face disappeared in an instant. He suddenly jumped up from his chair and rushed to the huge star map sand table. An unprecedented light burst out from his eyes, and his hands trembled slightly with excitement. Ha 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 ha. The body of the primordial element. Peak level 3. My investment, my hard work. It's worth it. It's all worth it. His manic laughter echoed in the empty office. This is more than just an aircraft carrier frying fish. This is a fucking interstellar star destroyer coming down to Earth. The mission hall is located in the central area of the Academy and is a huge circular building. Su Muyue pushed open the heavy alloy door, and the noisy sounds inside hit her in the face. Hundreds of students gathered here, some were checking task information in front of the light screen, and some were sitting in small circles discussing something. In the center of the entire hall, a huge light curtain wall is suspended, on which various tasks are scrolled. Collecting first-level monster keratin will reward you with 500 credits. Second-level ironback bear bile collection, reward, 1,200 credits. Defeat the third-level blood moon wolf king, and the reward is 8,000 credits. Su Muyue held Lingxi in her arms and walked through the crowd. Her appearance immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students. It's that freshman with SS level talent. I heard she advanced from level 0 to level 2 in just 1 month. Is this true? This is too exaggerated. Whispers were heard one after another. Sumuyue lowered her head, trying to find a place with few people. She stopped in front of the light curtain and began to look for tasks suitable for her level. Ha! Isn't this my junior high school girl? A clear female voice came from behind. Sumuyue turned around and saw a sweet-looking girl walking towards her. The girl was wearing a college uniform with a third-year badge on her chest. She has long chestnut hair, big, bright eyes, and 2 shallow dimples when she smiles. Hello, senior sister. Sumuyue nodded politely. My name is Lin Yuxuan, and I'm in the 3rd grade. The girl extended her hand. You must be the legendary Sumuyue, right? Legend? Sumuyue was a little confused. The whole academy is talking about you. Lin Yuxuan said with a smile, SS level talent, the dean's personal disciple, and you've reached the 2nd level in a month. These rumors are exaggerated. Sumuyue shook her head. Lin Yuxuan's gaze fell on Lingxi in her arms. Is this your battle pet? How adorable. Lingxi raised her head, looked at Lin Yuxuan with her purple eyes, and nodded politely. Hello, sister. Lin Yuxuan was stunned for a moment. It can talk? Yes. Sumuyue nodded. Its name is Lingxi. It's amazing. Lin Yuxuan squatted down and wanted to touch Lingxi. I've never seen a talking battle pet before. Lingxi cooperated and let her touch her head. The fur is so soft. Lin Yuxuan's face was full of surprise. Are you here to take on the mission, senior sister? Sumuyue asked. Yes, I'm going to the forest to collect some medicinal herbs. Lin Yuxuan stood up. What about you? I'm also here to take on a mission. The dean said I need some practical experience. What a coincidence. Lin Yuxuan's eyes lit up. Would you like to join us? I'm taking on a gathering mission, which is relatively safe and perfect for newcomers. Sumuyue hesitated for a moment. She originally wanted to act alone, but Lin Yuxuan's proposal was indeed attractive. It is always better to have an experienced senior student leading the way than to grope around blindly on your own. Won't it cause trouble for senior? Of course not. Lin Yuxuan waved her hand. More people means more strength, and... She looked at Lingxi and said, I'm very curious about your battle pet. Then I'll trouble you, senior. Sumuyue nodded in agreement. Great. Lin Yuxuan pulled Sumuyue towards the mission desk. Let's go register. At the task counter, a staff member wearing glasses was handling various procedures. We need to form a team to take on the Moon Shadow Grass Collection mission. Lin Yuxuan said. The staff member looked up and looked at the two of them. Lin Yuxuan, 3rd grade, 3rd level, 6th grade. Sumuyue, 1st grade, 2nd level, 6th grade. Wait, you're only a first-year student? He was a little surprised. A first-year student at the 2nd level, 6th grade? Is there any problem? Lin Yuxuan asked. No, it's just rare. The staff shook their heads. Moon Shadow Grass Gathering Mission, difficulty level 2, requires journey deep into the Aoki forest. Mission deadline, 3 days, completion reward, 1,500 credits. We answered it. Lin Yuxuan said. After completing the formalities, the two left the mission hall. What is Moon Shadow Grass? Sumuyue asked. A precious medicinal herb that only grows in specific environments. Lin Yuxuan explained, there's a Moon Shadow Valley in the Qingmu forest, and the Moon Shadow Grass there is of the best quality. That sounds dangerous. It's okay. Most of the monsters in Qingmu forest are level 1 or 2. We can handle them with our strength. The two walked out of the academy gate and came to the teleportation array square. To go to Qingmu forest, you need to teleport to Qingmu town first. Lin Yuxuan said, handing the staff 2 crystal coins for the teleportation fee. With a flicker of light, the two appeared at a teleportation point in a small town. Qingmu town is a typical border town with quaint buildings and narrow streets. Most of the town's residents make a living by gathering and hunting, and there are also many adventurers coming and going. It's still a long way from here to the Greenwood Forest. Lin Yuxuan pointed to the green mountains in the distance. We need to walk there. Chapter 103 Moon Shadow Grass. The two left the town and walked along a dirt road towards the forest. There are rolling farmlands on both sides of the road, and the mountains in the distance are covered with green. The air is fresh, and the breeze is blowing gently, carrying the scent of earth and grass. Why did you choose this task? Su Muyue asked. Moon Shadow Grass can be used to refine a potion that restores spiritual power. Lin Yuxuan said, my battle pet is a spiritual type, so it consumes a lot of energy. What is senior sister's battle pet? A purple feathered crow named Xiaozi. Lin Yuxuan stretched out her hand, and a purple bird flew out from her sleeve and landed on her shoulder. The purple winged crow is not big in size, its feathers are dark purple, and its eyes are very smart. It looked at Su Muyue, then at Lingxi in her arms. Xiaozi, this is my junior Su Muyue and her battle pet Lingxi. Lin Yuxuan introduced. Hello. Lingxi took the initiative to greet. The purple feathered crow was stunned for a moment, then called out excitedly a few times. Xiaozi said it was happy to meet you. Lin Yuxuan translated. Can it talk? Su Muyue asked. No, but I can understand what it means. Lin Yuxuan touched the purple feathered crow's head. This is the power of the contract. After walking for about an hour, the edge of the Aoki forest appeared in front of us. The tall trees blocked out the sun, the light in the forest was dim, and the calls of various birds and animals could be heard one after another. Be careful when entering the forest, Lin Yuxuan warned. Although the monsters here are not high level, there are still many of them. The two stepped into the forest, with thick fallen leaves under their feet, making a rustling sound when they stepped on them. The trees were getting denser and denser, and the sunlight could only shine through the gaps, casting mottled shadows. The air was filled with the fragrance of plants and the damp smell of earth. Moon Shadow Valley is deep in the forest and we need to walk for about 2 hours. Lin Yuxuan looked at the map in her hand. Is it dangerous there? It's relatively safe because Moon Shadow Grass has a special smell that most monsters don't like. As he was speaking, a rustling sound came from the grass ahead. Lin Yuxuan immediately became alert. There's a monster approaching. A purple feathered crow took off from her shoulder and circled in the air for reconnaissance. A green monster the size of a cat emerged from the bushes, its eyes flashing with ferocity. A second-level green-haired rat. Lin Yuxuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's not too dangerous. When the green-haired rat saw the two people, it hissed threateningly and arched its body in an attacking posture. I'll take care of it, Lin Yuxuan said, and began to concentrate her mental strength. An invisible mental shock shot towards the green-haired rat. The green-haired rat was hit and its body shook a few times, but it did not fall down. It roared and pounced towards Lin Yuxuan. Be careful, Su Muyue warned. At this moment, Lingxi jumped out of Su Muyue's arms. It gently raised one paw, and an ice blue light flashed. The green-haired mouse was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, maintaining its pouncing posture. Lin Yuxuan looked at the scene in amazement. Is this a third-level ice sealing technique? Probably. Lingxi returned to Su Muyue's arms and pointed at the ice sculpture with her claws. The ice sculpture cracked and broke into several pieces. The green-haired mouse has lost all signs of life. This is incredible. Lin Yuxuan murmured to herself, no wonder you were accepted as the dean's personal disciple. Senior sister, please don't tell anyone. Su Muyue was a little worried. Of course, I understand. Lin Yuxuan nodded, everyone has their own secrets. The two continued to move forward and encountered several low-level monsters along the way. Every time, it was Lingxi who took action and solved the problem with one move. Lin Yuxuan's initial shock gradually became accustomed to it. The Moon Shadow Valley is ahead. Lin Yuxuan pointed to a low-lying area ahead. The vegetation there is noticeably different, with a subtle silvery sheen. The air was filled with the delicate fragrance of flowers. The Moon Shadow Grass is among those silver plants. Lin Yuxuan said, we need to look carefully. The two walked into Moon Shadow Valley and began to search for traces of Moon Shadow Grass. Moon Shadow Grass is easy to identify, with crescent-shaped leaves emitting a faint silver light. Found it. Su Muyue pointed at a small grass. That's great. Lin Yuxuan carefully dug up the Moon Shadow Grass with its roots and put it into a special storage box. The two searched the valley for more than an hour and found a total of more than a dozen Moon Shadow Grasses. A good harvest. Lin Yuxuan said with satisfaction, this is enough to complete the mission. Just as we were about to leave, a strange sound came from deep in the valley. What is that? Su Muyue asked. I don't know, let's go and take a look. Lin Yuxuan was a little curious. The two walked towards the direction where the sound came from and found a small figure under a huge ancient tree. It was a wounded fawn with an obvious wound on its leg, lying weakly on the ground. It's a young moonlight deer. Lin Yuxuan said in surprise, it's a very precious magical beast. It's injured. Su Muyue squatted down and wanted to check the deer's injuries. When the moonlight deer saw them approaching, fear appeared in its eyes. It wanted to run away but was unable to stand up. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. Su Muyue comforted softly. Lingxi jumped out of her arms and walked in front of the moonlight deer. It gently touched the fawn's wound with its claws, and a gentle green light flashed. The wound on the fawn's leg healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Healing technique? Lin Yuxuan was even more shocked. And it's an advanced healing technique. Moonlight deer stood up and looked at Lingxi with gratitude. It chirped softly a few times, then turned and ran deep into the forest. After running a few steps, it looked back again, as if to say thank you. What a magical day. Lin Yuxuan sighed, I feel like with you, any miracle can happen. The two left Moon Shadow Valley with their harvest and began their journey back to Qingmu town. As the sun sets, the light in the forest becomes dimmer. Occasionally, the cries of nocturnal beasts can be heard from afar, adding a touch of mystery to the quiet forest. The afterglow of the setting sun shines through the gaps between the leaves, dyeing the entire forest golden. Su Muyue and Lin Yuxuan were walking on the path back, their backpacks filled with moon shadow grass. Today's harvest is really good. Lin Yuxuan was in a good mood. These moon shadow grass are enough for me to refine spiritual power potions for a month. Is your alchemy skill very powerful, senior sister? Su Muyue asked. Not bad, after all, I've been learning for 3 years. Lin Yuxuan smiled, I'll teach you some basic alchemy knowledge someday. Lingxi lay in Su Muyue's arms, playing with a fallen leaf with her little paws. Occasionally, it would use its mental power to make the leaves spin in the air, making the purple-winged crow flap its wings on Lin Yuxuan's shoulders. Xiaozi said it wanted to be friends with Ling Shi. Lin Yuxuan translated the cry of the purple-winged crow. Of course. Lingxi raised her head, I also want to be friends with Sister Xiaozi. The purple-winged crow cried excitedly a few times, flew in front of Su Muyue, and gently touched Lingxi's head with its wings. They get along so well. Su Muyue said with a smile. By the way, what major are you planning to choose? Lin Yuxuan asked. Combat or support? I'm still thinking about it. Su Muyue was a little confused. The dean told me to experience it more. With your talent, you'll excel in whatever you choose. The two were chatting when a deafening roar suddenly came from the front. Lin Yuxuan's expression instantly turned serious. That sound. She paused, it's from a large monster. Chapter 104 Live and Die Together. Dragon Battlefield. Black lightning, carrying the law of annihilation, washed over his body again and again. Lin's huge dragon body trembled in the lightning, and golden blood mixed with broken scales splashed onto the cold earth. He could feel his vitality rapidly draining away. The pain of the dragon vein burning out was far less than the helplessness of watching his people fall into dire straits. The entire starry sky was blocked. He raised his head and looked at the sky made up of black runes, but saw no hope of a breakthrough. But he can't give up. Boom! Another thick black lightning, packed with heart-pounding power, came straight towards his head. He couldn't block this attack. Lin closed his eyes, ready to use his skull to bear the consequences. The expected severe pain did not come. A flash of ice-blue light suddenly appeared above him, cutting off the black lightning. Lin suddenly opened his eyes. That's a dragon. A giant dragon with an ice-blue body. Her figure is agile and graceful, and each dragon scale is like the purest sapphire, reflecting a dreamy luster in the dim skylight. Her dragon horns are translucent ice crystals, and a faint chill surrounds her body. She spread her wings and protected Lin's huge head under her body. That's Lan Xin. The terrifying black lightning struck her graceful back fiercely. Sizzle! A sharp explosion resounded through the sky. The lightning and ice crystals collided, producing brilliant and deadly sparks. Large pieces of crystal-clear blue dragon scales were instantly melted and peeled off by the electric light, revealing the bright red flesh underneath. Lin Feng let out a painful wail, and her huge dragon body shook violently, almost falling from the air. What are you doing here? Lin's hoarse roar sounded amid the thunder. Go back. Lin Feng steadied her body, and her ice-blue dragon eyes looked firmly at the thunderstorm brewing above. I don't. Get out. That's an order. You're dying. Lin Feng's voice was calm. Who will give the orders when you die? Lin was choked by her words, and was so angry that more golden dragon blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his golden dragon claw, which was covered with hideous wounds, and tried to push her away from him. Don't make me say it a third time. The dragon claws carried the force of thunder, but just before touching her body, they slowed down. Lin Feng didn't hide at all. She simply lowered her head and gently rubbed his bloody claw with her icy dragon horn. A gentle gesture that seemed out of place in this apocalyptic scene. You're doing this all by yourself, it's too tiring. Lin's movements froze. I'll accompany you. Boom. Another thunderstorm rolled in. Lin Feng raised her head and stopped dodging. She used her body to create a relatively safe space for him below. Black lightning tore at her flesh madly. Blue scales mixed with golden scales fell from the sky. The blood rain was getting heavier. But in the rain, there is a touch of sad and beautiful ice blue. A golden dragon and an ice blue dragon. They stood shoulder to shoulder above the shelter, using their flesh and blood to support a shaky world for the people below them. Below. The dragon's eyes were about to burst when they saw the scene. Master Lin. Master Lin Feng. Fight them, a young dragon warrior roared with red eyes. Yes. Let's fight. We dragons will die standing. Kill them. Hundreds of dragon roars responded, and they transformed into their original forms and were about to rush out of the shelter. Everyone, go back. Lin's roar was like thunder, shaking the entire earth. He lowered his head, and his golden eyes burning with anger swept over every tribesman below. What else can you do besides die? Keep your lives. Live well. The impulsive dragons stopped and looked at the two scarred figures in the sky, tears of humiliation and grief welling up in their eyes. High in the sky. The silver-eyed woman propped up her chin, looking at the touching scene below, the curve of her mouth becoming more and more pleased. Oh. Here comes another one who's not afraid of death. What is this? The power of love? She chuckled softly, and the sound was clearly heard by every living being. What a show. I'm starting to like this place a little bit. The 7 divine messengers behind her, who were maintaining the formation, were already at the end of their strength. The messenger with the broken leg was shaking the most. He looked at the 2 giant dragons below in horror. Their aura was clearly weakening, but their will made them feel cold in their hearts. Grown-ups. The blood goddess couldn't help but speak, her voice trembling. Their will is too strong. If this continues, the energy of the formation will be consumed too quickly. We are afraid. What are you afraid of? The woman with silver eyes also turned her head. Are you afraid they'll turn the tables? There was a hint of mockery in her voice. What can a bunch of bugs who aren't even gods do, no matter how strong their will is? Just watch. Watch how they struggle with hope, and then get crushed bit by bit. This is the most beautiful piece of music. Her words made the 7 divine messengers feel cold all over. They dared not say another word and could only grit their teeth, squeeze out the last bit of divine power in their bodies, and pour it into the formation. The black thunderstorm in the sky became violent again. Lin Feng bore most of the attacks. The wound on her back was so deep that the bone was visible, and the icy blue blood dyed half of her body red. Her breathing became heavy, and every breath was frothed with blood. Hello. Lin's low voice sounded. Lin Feng responded weakly. Does it hurt? A little. Do you regret it? No regrets. Lin Feng turned her head, her icy blue eyes looking at his broken dragon horn and his blood-stained face. You look so ugly now. Lin was silent for a moment. You're not much better. Will we die here? Lin Feng asked softly. Won't. Lin's answer was firm and decisive. His huge golden dragon eyes penetrated the endless lightning in black clouds and looked towards the direction of the shelter. In the land that is protected by his wings. An emerald green light, full of life, never went out. Xingwu is still here. Aoshi, there is still hope. Time passes in agony. The roar of thunder and lightning gradually became sparse from the initial continuous roar. One day and one night. Ao Lin and Lan Xian's bodies were hanging in the air, and their original appearance could no longer be recognized. Golden scales and ice blue scales mixed with flesh and blood peeled off in large chunks, revealing the eerie white bones underneath. Every time a faint flash of lightning passed by, a wisp of green smoke would rise from their charred bodies. Their huge dragon wings were still spread out, and although they were as tattered as dead leaves that had been eaten away, they still stubbornly protected the land below. High in the sky, the 7 gods who were maintaining the magic circle were not in much better condition than them. Their divine power was almost exhausted, and their faces were paler than the ice and snow on the ground. The legless god's body was shaky, and every breath was like pulling on a worn-out bellows. My lord, his energy is almost exhausted. The blood goddess' voice was dry, filled with undisguised fear. That thing, he's still holding on. The silver-eyed woman leaned against the throne, supporting herself with one hand, her expression lazy. However, the playful joy in the depths of her eyes faded a little, and was stained with a layer of cold irritability. She looked at the 2 dragons below that were almost turned into charcoal, and saw their bodies that were about to collapse but never fell down. What a tenacious bug. She whispered, the previous interest gone from her voice, leaving only pure indifference. Then let's wait and see whether you are tougher or my patience runs out first. Inside the shelter. Chapter 105 The Angry Priest. The emerald green light of life had become extremely weak, like a candle in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. Chengwu's face was transparently pale, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of cold sweat. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Her life force had been exhausted to its limit. Beneath him, Aoshi's body was still charred black, and the rise and fall of his chest was so weak that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. Just when Changwu felt her consciousness was beginning to blur, a dry and cracked hand gently covered the back of her hand. The movement was very light and did not require much strength, but it caused Chengwu's body to shake violently. She lowered her head suddenly. Aoshi's eyes had opened without him knowing when. Those were a pair of dull golden eyes, without the former vigor, only dead silence and endless exhaustion remained. He looked at Chengwu, his lips moved a few times before he uttered broken syllables. Let go, forget. Chengwu. No. I won't live long. Chengwu's tears burst out instantly. She shook her head, trying to squeeze out the last bit of life essence in her body and send it over. Aoshi's hand held her tightly. Don't waste your energy. He turned his head with difficulty, looking over Chengwu's shoulder. I saw the 2 blood-soaked figures in the sky, and the tribesmen below with their heads raised and eyes filled with sorrow. Take good care of everyone. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Chengwu again. Her tear-stained face was reflected in his dead eyes. In my life. He paused, and a smile uglier than crying appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's great to meet you. Chengwu's heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, causing her so much pain that she couldn't breathe. She noticed something. Deep in his eyes, the last glimmer of life was transforming into a resolute and destructive force. Aoshi. Chengwu's voice became sharp. What are you going to do? Aoshi didn't answer. He just used all his strength to hold her hand tightly for the last time. Let me help you one last time. I want to smash the damn sky. Goodbye, Chengwu. Survive. The moment he finished speaking, he let go of her hand. Don't want. Chengwu let out a shrill scream, and without thinking, she turned into a green light and shot up into the sky. A dragon, emerald green and full of life, appeared in midair and chased in that direction like crazy. But it's too late. A golden light, brighter than the sun and brighter than the stars, burst out from the ground. That light carried a determination and domineering power that could burn everything to ashes. A giant golden dragon soared into the sky. His whole body was burning with golden flames. The flames did not come from divine power, but from the complete burning of his life source and the remains of the dragon vein. The huge wound on his chest did not heal, but became even more hideous. Through the blazing golden flames, one could even clearly see a heart that was also burning and beating violently. His speed surpasses sound and light. When Changwu's dragon roar was still echoing in her throat, when Aolin and Lan Xian turned their heads in surprise. When the silver-eyed woman's cold expression first cracked. He has arrived. No roar, no dragon roar. There is only the purest, unstoppable impact. He is like a golden arrow, an arrow that costs his entire life. Shooting towards the black sky that covered the entire world. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Then, there is the ultimate light. The entire world was engulfed in pure white, and all sounds disappeared in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion powerful enough to shatter the stars finally arrived. The huge magic circle covering the entire planet was like a mirror hit by a huge hammer. Starting from the point of impact, huge spider web-like cracks emerged. The cracks instantly spread across the entire sky. Click, click. The black rune chains broke into pieces. The 7 divine messengers who were maintaining the operation of the magic circle were unable to even utter a scream. The moment the magic circle was broken, the terrifying energy backfired, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly engulfing them. The messenger of God with a broken leg was the first to explode, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Next came the blood god's messenger. Under the impact of the energy, her divine body burned into a handful of ashes like a piece of dry firewood that was lit. The third one, the fourth one. In just a short period of time, 5 of the 7 divine messengers died on the spot, their souls annihilated. The remaining 2 people were also blown away by the huge shockwave, and their lives were unknown. The silver-eyed woman was hit head-on by the white light, and her gorgeous robe instantly turned to ashes. He fell from the throne in a mess, with a glaring stream of divine blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. She raised her head, and for the first time, an expression of horror and disbelief appeared on her face. The sky is broken. The black sky completely shattered, turning into billions of black light particles and dissipating in the universe. The long-awaited warm sunshine penetrated the clouds and sprinkled on the devastated ice field. Ao Lin and Lan Xin could no longer hold on, and the huge dragon body fell weakly from the air. The dragons below let out mournful cries, and hundreds of strong and mature dragons flew up and worked together to catch their heavy bodies. Cheng Wu stopped in mid-air. She transformed into a giant emerald green dragon, staring blankly at the sky that had returned to clearness. There is nothing there. There is no golden flame. There is no such decisive dragon. Ao Shizora was completely wiped out from this world, without leaving any trace. The sunlight shone on her dragon scales, warm and bright. But she only felt cold, a coldness that penetrated deep into her bones and could not be dispelled. She slowly fell from the air, turned into a human form again, and stumbled to sit on the cold ground. The aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided. The whole world fell into a strange silence. The dragons gasped for breath after surviving the disaster. They looked at the sunlight shining on the earth and the hideous wounds on each other's bodies. Many dragons couldn't help but shed tears. Survived. They survived. Yunchang and Yunshan supported the injured tribesmen and settled them down. The old dragon elder crawled on the ground, his cloudy dragon eyes looking at the clear sky, tears silently sliding down his face. Cheng Wu sat there, motionless. She lowered her head and looked at her hands. There seemed to still be his last bit of warmth on it, and his words goodbye that were so light as an illusion. A small hand gently tugged at the corner of her clothes. Cheng Wu raised her head and saw Xiaoyan's little face covered with dust and tears. The little girl's eyes were as red and swollen as peaches, but she didn't cry. She just handed a piece of barbecued meat that was still warm to Cheng Wu. "Sister, eat." Cheng Wu looked at the piece of dried meat, then looked at Xiaoyan's clear eyes. At this moment, her tense emotions finally collapsed completely. She took the little girl in her arms and burst into tears. Cheng Wu's cries echoed in the dead silent ice field. In her arms, Xiaoyun's thin body was trembling slightly. The warm sunshine did not bring any comfort. At this moment, a voice that was extremely cold and filled with morbid anger came from above the starry sky. "You damned bugs." The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by every surviving creature. It actually hurt me. High in the sky, outside the shattered sky, the figure of a woman with silver eyes appeared. The divine robe on her body turned into powder, revealing her body covered with minor scars. The divine blood hanging from the corner of her mouth made her originally indifferent face look weird and ferocious. There was a twisted smile on her face, a mixture of 2 extreme emotions, joy and rage. "You succeeded in irritating me. So, go to hell." She slowly raised her hand, and a ball of destructive silver light began to gather in her palm. The terrifying energy fluctuations made the atmosphere of the entire planet wail. A slender silver beam shot out from her palm. The beam of light cut through the sky and instantly landed on the distant glacier. Chapter 106: The Arrival of the Dragon Emperor. No sound. There was no explosion. The huge glacier that stretched for thousands of miles, along with the permafrost beneath it, was wiped out from this world, leaving behind a bottomless, smooth-edged circular hole. Time and space were annihilated by that beam of light. All dragons felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. Lin collapsed on the ground, using up his last bit of strength to let out a hoarse roar. Run! This one word drained all his vitality. The more than 1,000 surviving Dragon Clan members were instantly awakened. They transformed into their original forms, soared into the sky with hearts full of grief, anger, and fear, and fled frantically in all directions. The silver-eyed woman looked at the group of light spots running away below, and the curve of her mouth became more and more twisted. Run? What an interesting picture. She opened her arms, and the silver light in her palms surged. The next moment, thousands of silver rays descended like a punishment from heaven. It transformed into a net of light that covered the entire sky and poured down. Phew! A young black dragon had just flown 100 miles when a silver ray accurately pierced his head. His huge body stiffened for a moment, and then fell powerlessly from the sky. On the other side, a giant ochre-colored dragon roared and took the blow with its back. The hard dragon scales and thick flesh are as thin as paper in front of the silver light. The rays passed through his body, vaporizing half of his wings along with part of his torso. He let out a shrill cry and rolled to the ground. The rays became more and more dense. A torrential rain of dragon blood and debris fell from the sky. A wind dragon used its speed to shuttle through the gaps in the light beams, but was locked by 3 rays at the same time. His body was torn into several pieces in the air. A huge dragon head, with an unwilling look, fell from the sky. Desperate dragon roars rose one after another. They can't escape. No matter which direction you fly, you will be caught up by the death beam falling from the sky. This is not a fight at all. This was a one-sided massacre without any suspense. King! Where is our king? A mournful roar resounded through the sky, carrying with it endless despair. Lord Aoshi has already broken the sky for us. Someone come and save us. The glory of the dragon race, will it end here? Lin fell to the ground, his golden dragon eyes dimmed. He watched his tribesmen fall one after another, but his body was unable to move. Lan Xian lay beside him, also dying, with only sadness in her ice-blue dragon eyes. There's nothing they can do. I can only watch. The emerald-green figure in the sky became the focus of the silver-eyed woman's attention. Thousands of silver rays intertwined into a large net, completely covering Chengwu. The breath of life. It's disgusting. The silver-eyed woman's voice was filled with disgust. Chengwu raised her head, her emerald-green dragon eyes burning with unyielding flames. She roared, and a rich divine light of life burst out from her body. Countless green vines rose from the ground, trying to build a line of defense. The vines turned into ashes the moment they came into contact with the silver rays. A ray of light brushed past her dragon wings, taking away a large piece of flesh and blood. Another ray of light pierced her abdomen, leaving a charred wound that was transparent from front to back. The severe pain made her body tremble wildly. She gritted her teeth and continued to stimulate the last source of life. She couldn't fall. She promised Aoshi that she would take good care of everyone. But she couldn't even protect herself. Tears, mixed with blood, rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Looking at the green insect struggling desperately below, a cruel smile appeared on the face of the silver-eyed woman. She didn't kill him immediately. She enjoyed the process of crushing hope bit by bit. The sound of a dog barking is so pleasant. She whispered softly, her voice full of intoxication. Howl, struggle. Your despair is the most beautiful hymn to me. This is the fate of disobeying the gods. Her words, like the most vicious curse, crushed the Dragon Clan's last psychological defense. Hundreds more dragons died in the Reign of Light. The entire shelter has long since turned into a purgatory. Broken limbs and debris were scattered all over the ice field. The golden and blue blood that once flowed is now covered by more blood of the same clan. Xiao Yun was protected by Elder Laolong, her small body curled up. Through the gap, she saw the emerald-green figure falling in the sky. Chengwu's body was already in tatters. Her consciousness began to blur, and the silver beam of death continued to grow in her eyes. She closed her eyes. Aoshi, I'm sorry. I tried my best. A ray of silver light tore through Chengwu's last defense. It pierced the heart of her emerald dragon body with precision. Severe pain overwhelmed consciousness. The source of life poured out like a broken dam. Her huge dragon eyes reflected the face with a cruel smile. The vision quickly darkened. The huge body fell towards the charred icefield below. In the sky, the massacre continued. The dragon's cries gradually became less frequent. Another huge corpse, carrying boiling dragon blood, fell to the ground. Large pieces of dragon scales, mixed with flesh and blood, were scattered on the burnt land. Golden, ice blue, pitch black, and khaki. They were once the symbol of dragon glory. At this moment, there are only messy wreckage everywhere. The laughter of the silver-eyed woman echoed under the starry sky. Joy, madness. She admired her handiwork. This is the best reward for those who disobey. The last black dragon that tried to escape was pierced by dozens of light beams at the same time and exploded into a bloody mist in the air. The whole world is quiet. All that was left was the whimpering sound of the wind blowing through the dragon's corpse. The sweetness of victory blossomed in her heart. Just then, above the sky, the thousands of hovering silver rays solidified. They hang still in mid-air, like insects trapped in amber. Time stopped flowing. The space turned into an indestructible crystal. The wind stopped. Light no longer refracts. At this moment, all the laws of the universe were forcibly taken over by a higher will. The smile on the silver-eyed woman's face froze. The amusement in her eyes was replaced by astonishment and confusion. She couldn't take back her divine power. She couldn't even move a finger. Deep in the starry sky, a figure quietly emerged. She just stood there quietly. The long silver-white hair swayed without wind in the still universe. The purple-gold dragon eyes looked down at the broken planet below. Her eyes swept across the devastated land, sweeping across the thousands of cold dragon corpses. He glanced at Ao Lin and Lan Xan, who were lying in a pool of blood, with their lifespans dwindling. He glanced at Qingwu, whose heart was pierced and who was about to fall to the ground. There was a calmness in those purple-gold eyes. Beneath the bottomless calm lies molten lava that is powerful enough to incinerate billions of stars. The woman with silver eyes finally saw the face of the person coming. The astonishment on her face turned into extreme fear and disbelief. Pupils contract violently. You. Her voice, dry and distorted, rang out with difficulty in the frozen space and time. Why are you here? Aren't you already fallen? Yueshi's gaze finally moved from the ground and fell on her. That look was without any warmth. It's like looking at a stone or a speck of dust. She slowly raised her right hand. The silver-eyed woman's divine power was madly warning her, and her soul was screaming at her to escape. Her divine body was nailed to the spot, unable to move at all. Yueshi opened her 5 fingers and gently clenched them in the direction where she was. Ah! A shrill scream, so piercing that it seemed like no living being could utter, tore through the deathly silence of the universe. The body of the silver-eyed woman was forcibly squeezed inward by an invisible force. The bones shattered into pieces. The godhead wailed as it was overwhelmed. Her body was kneaded into an irregular sphere, and divine blood spurted out from every pore. Yueshi let go of her hand. The bloody mass of flesh and blood quickly returned to its original state under the influence of divine power. The silver-eyed woman was gasping for breath, her face filled with the horror of surviving a disaster. A wisp of purple-gold flame ignited at Yueshi's fingertips. Chapter 107 As long as I am here, the Dragon Clan will not perish. The flame danced quietly, neither hot nor violent. Its mere existence caused the surrounding void to begin to distort and evaporate. Huang Yin. The symbol of the supreme authority of the Dragon Clan. Yueshi snapped her fingers. The small flame slowly floated towards the woman with silver eyes. The fear in the eyes of the silver-eyed woman reached its peak. She wanted to hide, to escape, to beg for mercy. She can't do anything. She could only watch the flower of death lightly fall on her forehead. No burning pain. The flames penetrated directly into her soul. Ugh, Aiwa. The howl of pain rang out again. This time, the flesh squeezing was 1,000 times more brutal than the previous one. It was a burning pain that came from the deepest part of the soul. Her soul, her memories, her will, and every trace of her existence were being burned and melted inch by the purple-gold imperial flame. This kind of burning is extremely slow. When part of her soul was burned into nothingness, the tremendous vitality contained in the flames would restore it. destruction, and then rebirth. Destroy again, and be reborn again. Never ending. She will not die. She would just stay awake forever, feeling the pain of being crushed over and over again. Lin, who was lying on the ground, used up his last bit of strength to lift his eyelids. He saw the familiar and majestic figure. Saw the enemy wailing in the starry sky. There was a hint of relief in the dim golden pupils. Our king is back. The blood of the dragon clan will not be shed in vain. His mission was accomplished. He slowly closed his eyes, and his huge head leaned gently towards Lin Feng, who was also dying beside him. Lin Feng. I will stay with you. Life is completely cut off. Xing Wu, who was about to fall to the ground, was supported by a gentle force and slowly landed on the ice field. Her shattered consciousness, at the moment of death, also saw the descending figure. Very good. Our king is still here. A hot tear rolled down the corner of her eye, and she immediately fell into endless darkness. Starry sky. Yushi looked at the few tribesmen who were still alive below, and then looked at the soul that was being burned by the imperial flame. In the purple gold dragon's pupils, a crack appeared in the extreme coldness. Not enough. This kind of torture is far from enough. She raised her other hand and made a feint towards the ground below. The dragon corpses scattered everywhere, the broken dragon scales and horns, all turned into streams of light and gathered together. Behind Yueshi, they condensed into a huge, tragic painting composed of countless dragon souls. On the scroll, every dragon that died in battle was roaring silently. Yueshi's voice sounded for the first time, cold and empty. Look. Her thoughts were forcefully poured into the silver-eyed woman's soul. The silver-eyed woman, who was suffering from the burning pain, was forced to clearly see the tragic picture created by her own hands. I saw the unwilling and desperate eyes of every dragon before they died. These images turned into the sharpest blades, cutting her soul, which had been burned to pieces by the imperial flame, over and over again. Ah! No! Don't! She screamed madly and had a complete mental breakdown. Yueshi withdrew her gaze. She looked towards the aqua-blue planet, and a complex emotion flashed across her purple-gold dragon pupils that no one noticed. She is back. But I came back too late. Time resumed its flow. The soul that was burned by the imperial flame was still wailing heartbreakingly. Yueshi stood quietly in the starry sky. Her gaze returned to the devastated ice field. She looked at the corpses of her tribesmen, familiar or unfamiliar. Looking at Lin and Lin Feng clinging to each other tightly, their bodies were already cold. Looking at the hideous bloody hole in Xing Wu's chest, the breath of life was so weak that it was almost non-existent. In the purple gold dragon's pupils, the coldness that was strong enough to freeze the stars finally began to crack. A tear slid down from the corner of my eye. The moment the tears ran down her cheeks, they turned into purple gold crystals and floated into the depths of the cold universe. Her voice trembled slightly as it echoed under the dead silent starry sky. I'm late. She began to mumble to herself. I am such an incompetent dragon king. He couldn't even protect the last of his people. Her body was trembling slightly. In my ears, there were the silent roars of countless dragon souls. Before my eyes, I saw the desperate and unwilling eyes of my tribesmen before they died. Those images, those sounds, combined into the sharpest knife, slicing her heart. She is back. But it was too late. Her gaze slowly raised and fell again on the tortured soul in front of her. Sadness and self-blame quickly faded from the pair of purple gold dragon eyes. Endless coldness and anger replaced it. The last dragon emperor was truly angry. You guys again. The cold voice resounded through the starry sky. It's you dirty, ugly gods again. Her voice grew louder and louder, filled with overwhelming hatred. Isn't destroying our homeland enough? Why? Why do you have to kill them all? Who did our dragon clan offend? The questioning voice echoed in the universe, causing ripples in the laws. No one responded. The only answer she got was the increasingly miserable screams of the spirit in the eternal, cold silence. Yueshi smiled. That smile contained the utmost madness and determination to destroy. Good. Since you guys are doing things so thoroughly. Her voice turned into a roar that resounded throughout the universe. Then I will have your entire kingdom of God buried with my dragon clan. Yueshi suddenly grabbed at the void. The space in front shattered. Amidst the endless chaos, a long spear slowly emerged. The gun body is an ancient purple gold color, engraved with billions of dragon patterns. Each dragon pattern seemed like a living ancient dragon soul, circling, wandering, and roaring above the gun body. The tip of the spear was made of pure purple gold crystal. Wherever the sharp edge pointed, even light was swallowed up, forming an absolute dark singularity. Dragon Emperor Spear. With the birth of the Dragon Clan, it is a supreme artifact that symbolizes the supreme imperial power and the power of conquest. The moment Yueshi completely grasped the spear in her hand, the entire starry sky began to tremble violently. The distant stars are dim. The quiet nebula is stirring wildly. The cosmic laws of this star field are wailing and surrendering. Yueshi raised the Dragon Emperor spear high. Her gaze penetrated the endless space and locked onto a dimension that mortals could never glimpse. The kingdom of the blood god. That is the hometown of the silver-eyed woman. It is the source of her faith. It is also the foundation of her strength. Yueshi's long silver hair danced wildly, and her purple gold dragon eyes burned with flames that could burn everything. Endless laws converge from all directions of the universe. Time, space, energy, matter. They turned into visible torrents and rushed madly into the Dragon Emperor spear. The body of the Dragon Emperor spear became brighter and brighter. The darkness at the tip of the gun grew deeper and deeper. The pressure it exuded made this silver-eyed woman who was being burned by the imperial flame temporarily forget the pain in her soul, and her spirit instinctively trembled. That is the ultimate destructive force that is enough to completely wipe out the gods, leaving no trace of their existence. Yueshi moved. She poured all her sorrow, all her anger, all her regret into this one strike. She used all her strength to throw the Dragon King's spear in her hand towards the locked coordinates. God's fall and sky burial. No sound. There is no light. The Dragon Emperor spear disappeared the moment it left his hand. It's not flying. It simply erases all concepts between itself and its target, including time and space. The moment it is thrown, it has reached its destination. Yueshi's figure also became illusory as the spear disappeared, and eventually disappeared completely. The starry sky returned to dead silence. All that remained was the soul nailed to the spot and her endless wailing. Just where Yueshi disappeared, an almost imperceptible transparent ripple gently spread out. A transparent figure quietly flew out from the void. He hovered quietly. The figure was blurry and the face could not be seen clearly. One could only vaguely make out the outline of a slender man. He didn't alarm anyone, nor was he discovered by anyone. He first lowered his head and glanced at the devastated planet below. His eyes swept over the dragon corpses, sweeping across the ice field stained red with blood. The transparent body seemed to tremble slightly. Then he raised his head and looked in the direction where the Dragon Emperor spear disappeared. That direction was the direction Yueshi left. He looked at it quietly for a long time without moving. Like a wife waiting stone. For a long time. He slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at the broken planet again. He looked at the few dragons who were still alive. Looking at Qingwu, whose heart was slowly recovering and being supported by a gentle force. Finally, his gaze rested on the tragic painting composed of countless dragon souls. He stretched out his hand, as if trying to touch those roaring souls. His fingertips passed through without any hindrance. He couldn't touch anything. The transparent figure reveals an inextricable sadness and powerlessness. He is here. He's not here again. He was just a bystander caught in a gap. Witness the grief of her return. Witness her madness in revenge. I watched her exhaust her strength, fire that devastating shot, and then leave alone. He can't do anything. All I can do is watch quietly. He knew that she was unaware of his existence. That's fine. At least she didn't have to worry about him anymore. The transparent figure stayed in the starry sky for a very long time. Until from the distant starfield, a wail that resounded through the heavens was heard, and a blood-red star was abruptly wiped out from the picture of the universe. He then looked away. He knew that her first revenge was over. And this is just the beginning. The transparent figure took one last look at the Dragon Clan's homeland below. His figure slowly faded. Finally, it turned into tiny specks of light and completely dissipated in this cold universe. As if it had never appeared. Chapter 108 I, Lin Feng, am back. He was quietly suspended in the cold starry sky, a transparent shadow that was not noticed by anyone. His name is Lin Feng. Or rather, he was once called Lin Feng. Now, he is just a ghost trapped in the cracks of time and space, a powerless bystander. He looked at her, the woman named Yueshi, the love of his life, the last emperor of the dragon clan. When he looked at her returning, the coldness and deathly silence in her purple gold dragon eyes were enough to freeze the stars. He watched her body tremble uncontrollably as she faced the corpses of her tribesmen on the ground. He looked at the unconcealable sadness and self-blame on her face as she shed the tear that turned into amethyst crystal. He watched her pour all her endless anger and regret into the Dragon King's spear. After delivering that blow that destroyed the heavens and the earth and wiped out the kingdom of God, his figure became illusory and disappeared alone into the depths of the universe. Lin Feng's soul was aching. He wanted to rush up to her and hug her, tell her I'm here, tell her you are not alone. But he couldn't do it. His fingertips passed through her figure, and his call could not ring in her ears. He is here, yet he seems not there. This feeling of powerlessness is 1,000 times more painful than any kind of torture by a knife. Yueshi went for revenge. But what should we do about the ice field below that is stained red with blood? Those dragon souls that died with their eyes wide open, those already cold bodies. Ao Lin, Lan Xin, and the ancient dragon of life named Cheng Wu. Did they just disappear like this forever? No. It shouldn't have ended like this. When Yueshi returns, she shouldn't see only a despairing ruin. She should see her people, still alive. Even if there is only one. Lin Feng's consciousness was roaring madly. He tried to use his broken soul to influence reality and change all this tragedy. But he couldn't change anything. At this moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice sounded deep in his mind. The host's soul strength has reached a critical value, and the final transformation process has begun. Host, please make your choice. Lin Feng was stunned. This familiar yet unfamiliar voice is the system. How long has he been silent? Ever since he protected Yueshi. After the soul was sacrificed and trapped in this gap, the system became silent. He thought it had died with him. Unexpectedly, it is still there. 3 options emitting different lights, like 3 stars, appeared clearly in his consciousness. 1. Reshape the host soul, restore all the host's strength from its prime, and sign an eternal soul contract with Dragon Emperor Yueshi, sharing life and power. 2. Consume all of the host's soul essence, reverse cause and effect, restore the lives of all dragons who died in battle on this planet, and based on the host's remaining life mark, perform a bloodline evolution on them. 3. Sacrifice the host's current residual soul and achieve ultimate fusion with the system core. The host will obtain a brand new god-level body and soul, master some of the laws of creation and life, and gain unlimited access to the miracles of life once. Lin Feng's consciousness was fixed on these 3 options. The first option, restore my own strength and sign a contract with Yueshi. That way I can go to her help immediately and fight alongside her. But, what about these dead tribesmen below? When Yueshi comes back and sees that I am alive but they are all dead, will she be happy? No, she would only be more miserable and even hate me. This option is too selfish. The second option, resurrect all the tribesmen and let them evolve. This is good, and this is exactly what he wants to do. But the price is to consume all his soul essence. Then he would probably completely dissipate, and wouldn't he even be able to do anything as a ghost watching from the sidelines. He didn't want to die. He hadn't said goodbye to Yueshi properly, and he hadn't seen enough of her. Besides, if he disappeared, who would help her fight against those gods? His eyes fell on the third option. A brand new body, a brand new soul, god-level strength, and once again, a miracle of life. This means that not only can he survive, but he can also possess truly powerful strength. Strong enough to stand by her side and be her support. Moreover, he can save everyone. This is not a multiple choice question at all. This is simply a free point question. I choose the third one. Lin Feng's thoughts responded decisively without any hesitation. The selection has been confirmed. The ultimate fusion process starts. The sacrifice begins. Lin Feng felt that his transparent soul was being pulled by an irresistible force. Shattered, and then merged into a greater, colder will. This process is very painful, like being thrown into the singularity of the universe and being infinitely compressed. But his consciousness was clearer than ever before. He could feel that he was disappearing. At the same time, one can also feel that a brand new existence is being born. Fusion degree 10%, 20%, 50%. In the starry sky, at the place where the moonlight disappeared, beneath the tragic painting surrounded by countless dragon souls, a barely detectable white light quietly lit up. Then came the second, the third. Billions of starlights converge from all directions of the universe. They pass through distant galaxies and across silent nebulae, as if they have received some supreme call. They converged faster and faster, and their light became brighter and brighter. At first it was just a firefly, then it turned into a bright moon, and finally, it turned into a pure white sun that was brighter than the stars. This sun does not emit any scorching heat. It exudes a pure, vast, and creative spirit full of infinite possibilities. Those dragon souls roaring silently in the air, illuminated by this white light. The restlessness gradually subsided, and a hint of peace appeared in the sad eyes. On the ice field below, the soul of the silver-eyed goddess, scorched by the imperial flames. There was an even more shrill scream. This breath of creation. For a priest with destructive attributes like her, it is more deadly than the burning of the imperial flame. Fusion degree 90%, 99%. Fusion completed. A new god is born. The system's cold voice sounded for the last time. The next moment, the light of that pure white sun began to converge inward. Endless light, compressed into a point. Then, the light faded. A slender figure quietly floats in the starry sky. He was a man so handsome that words could not describe him. He has long, ink-black hair, and every strand seems to contain the depth of the starry sky. His face was clearly defined, like the most perfect creation of a divine craftsman. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of huge and gorgeous black wings behind him. The wings were not made of feathers, but of countless fine, black dragon scales that shone with a dark luster. On the edge of each dragon scale, there is a very thin wisp of dark flame burning, which seems to be able to swallow up the light. The wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun, with a dark and sacred majesty. On both sides of his forehead, a pair of equally pitch-black dragon horns extended upward, with smooth and powerful lines, like two sharp blades piercing the sky. His arms were covered with the same black dragon scales as his wings. It spreads all the way to the back of the hand, gleaming with a cold, hard metallic luster. He closed his eyes, as if still asleep. But the subtle pressure emanating from him caused the surrounding laws of the universe to tremble slightly. That is not the domineering aura of Yushi. It was a more ancient and deeper aura of terror, as if it originated from darkness and the void. A moment later, the eyelashes of the figure floating in the starry sky trembled slightly. He slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes are those? The pupils are pure black, so deep that they seem to swallow up all light. Even the darkness of the universe pales in comparison to it. The whites of its eyes, however, gleam with the tiny silver light of billions of stars. At a glance, it seems as if you can see the birth and end of the entire universe. Lin Feng blinked, still a little uncomfortable with this new vision. He raised his hand and looked at his arm covered with black dragon scales. He had another thought, and the pair of huge black wings behind him moved according to his will and flapped gently. Every flap creates a silent ripple in space. Chapter 109: The Green Miracle That Reverses Life and Death. Is this my new body? He could clearly feel the energy flowing through his limbs and bones. That power was as vast as the sea of stars. This power was 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than when he was at his peak. This is a kind of divine power that can truly control the laws and make what it says come true. He lowered his head and looked at the devastated blue planet below. His eyes swept across the dragon corpses and the ice field stained red with blood. The sting in my heart still exists, but the feeling of powerlessness has disappeared. He is back. No longer the ghost who could only watch. I, Lin Feng, am back. His voice echoed in the dead silent starry sky. It was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable declaration. At this moment, a mean, somewhat teasing voice exploded directly in his mind. Yo, congratulations, buddy. How's it going? Is your new account feeling good? Lin Feng's expression froze instantly. System? He asked in his heart with some uncertainty. Why are you talking in that tone? Weren't you always as cold and robotic as a robot? Hey, it's a different time now. The system's voice sounded smug. In the past, our relationship was purely that of host and system. I have to stay professional. Now we have finally merged, you are in me and I am in you, so why pretend? From now on, we are half-brothers. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Being brothers with the system? What the hell is going on? By the way, your new look is really cool. The system was amazed. These black wings, these black dragon horns, and these deep little eyes. TSK, that station, he looks just like a dark god king. He is definitely good at picking up girls. Shut up. Lin Feng replied unhappily. He began to carefully feel the changes in his new body. Well, his appearance has indeed changed a lot, he is many times more handsome than before. This was probably the power of god-level beauty. His body had also become much stronger, and every inch of muscle contained explosive power. With a thought, the black dragon scales on his arm disappeared instantly. The skin returned to normal, and with another thought, the dragon scales reappeared, smooth and beautiful, full of power. And these wings are so convenient. I don't have to walk when I go out anymore. Finally, he silently felt the most important part. Lin Feng's face showed a satisfied smile that every man understands. Yes, my good brother, not only is he safe and sound, but it seems he has also received an epic strengthening. Hey, brother, I know what you're thinking. The system's voice was full of ridicule. Don't worry, I'll do the job, don't worry. I will definitely make every possible effort for you and ensure that your Lord Dragon Emperor is satisfied. Get out. Lin Feng cursed in his heart, his cheeks feeling slightly hot. Enough of the fuss, it's time to get down to business. He collected his thoughts and returned his gaze to the planet below. Those dead tribesmen are still waiting for him. System, miracle of life, is it working now? Of course. The permissions are completely open to you. No cooldown, no consumption, use it however you want. After all, you are now the walking law of life. Good. Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly raised his right hand. He spread his fingers, palms facing up. A ray of extremely bright green light quietly bloomed in his palm. That light was filled with the purest and most primitive breath of life, as if it was the first ray of life at the birth of the universe. The light grew brighter and brighter, from a wisp of flame into a ball of light, and then turned into a green pillar of light that shot up into the sky. Lin Feng gently waved his hand towards the broken planet below. The pillar of life light that reached the sky collapsed in an instant and turned into billions of green meteor showers, dragging long tails of flames, covering the aqua-blue planet. In the starry sky, there is a sorrowful painting composed of countless dragon souls. It was also pulled by a gentle force and fell to the ground along with the green meteor shower. Every green meteor contains the law of creation that reverses life and death. The moment they fell, the time of the entire planet seemed to begin to flow backwards. An unprecedented miracle is about to take place. Green light rain fell. They passed through the thin atmosphere and silently fell onto the ice field shrouded in blood and death. The first point of light landed on a broken black dragon scale. The dragon scales originally had a dull luster, and there were clots of solidified blood on the edges. At the touch of the green light, the blood clot melted instantly, and the cracks on the dragon scales healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, shining with a black gold luster again. Immediately afterwards, more points of light fell. A black dragon corpse that was pierced by a beam of light and exploded into two pieces, was shrouded in green light. The flesh at the broken end began to wriggle and grow frantically, reconnecting together as if time was turning back. In the empty eye sockets, the extinguished fire of the soul was rekindled with a faint spark. On the other side, a pool of debris was blown into a bloody mist, leaving only a few broken bones, also wrapped in green light. The blood mist began to shrink and condense inward, and the broken bones automatically flew back and reassembled into their original positions. Flesh, blood, fascia, skin, dragon scales, under the catalysis of green light, they were quickly reborn in a way that violated all laws of physics. A young dragon warrior opened his eyes in confusion. Am I dead? He looked at his hands, then touched his intact chest, confusion written all over his face. He clearly remembered that he was locked by 3 silver rays at the same time and his body was torn into several pieces. He would never forget the extreme pain until his death. But now, he was standing here intact. Roar! A familiar dragon roar sounded beside him. He turned his head and saw one of his comrades, a huge earth-yellow dragon. He also climbed up from the ground and let out a roar of survival towards the sky. Old Huang! You're not dead either. Where am I? Hell? The giant dragon named Lao Huang shook his huge head, also looking confused. No, not hell. The young dragon warrior raised his head and saw the green light rain covering the entire sky. I felt the warmth, comfort, and vitality. We survived. A strange scene was played out in every corner of the ice field. Those scattered limbs and broken bodies, those vaporized flesh and blood, were all restored to wholeness under the green miracle. One by one, the dead dragons were pulled back from the abyss of death. They were confused at first, then bewildered, and finally, when they saw more and more of their companions resurrected. The sadness and despair that had been suppressed for too long turned into thunderous cheers. We're still alive. We're really still alive. It's the king. The king must have returned. It was the king's divine power that resurrected us. Long live His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. They didn't know about the black figure in the starry sky. They only knew that their king, the omnipotent Dragon Emperor, had returned. It was she who, after punishing the enemy, performed this miracle of reversing life and death, pulling them back from the brink of death. The joyful dragon roars rose and fell, echoing throughout the entire icefield. The tragic painting composed of thousands of dragon souls also slowly fell to the ground. The dragon souls on the scroll were drawn back to their newly recovered bodies the moment they came into contact with the green rain of light. The soul returns to the body and is resurrected from the dead. Lin and Lin Feng's bodies also recovered quickly in the green light. Their drained blood rushed through their veins again, their shattered organs regained vitality. The broken bones healed as before, and even the dragon scales that were charred by the thunderstorm fell off one by one, and new scales that were tougher and shinier grew out. The surging vitality washed over their exhausted souls. Lin slowly opened his golden dragon eyes.